the bastion of survival in the apocalypse. As the pandemic erupted and cities fell into lockdown, I found solace in the ample supplies I had stockpiled. After enlisting the help of an Chen, we formed a survival team for the end times. Together, we delved into the study of zombies while fending off rival survivors. Despite our utmost caution, we were beset by numerous perils, from the scavengers in our community to the armed factions in supermarkets and the ever-mutating zombies. Yet we never relinquished hope. The fragments of clues we gathered along our journey ultimately pieced together the true answer. One, when dreams become reality, a blood-red sky. The scorching road surface, curling and yellowing. Who is pursuing me? I glanced back, only to see an endless stretch of asphalt. The buildings on either side resembled discarded garbage bins, haphazardly overturned by the roadside. I abruptly throw off the blanket shrouding my face, sitting up in a daze for a while. Here it comes again. About 2 months ago, I began to have the same recurring dream. I always see corpses strewn across the ground and scattered limbs. I dream of my blood-soaked face reflected in the shop's glass window. In my dream, I move my lips, yet cannot discern the sounds I produce. The electronic clock on the bedside emits a single beep. 7 o'clock sharp. I let out a sigh and head to the bathroom. The girl in the mirror appears pale. I can no longer recall how many times I have struggled to awaken from nightmares like this. Since losing my job, I have scarcely enjoyed a good night's sleep. Sleep has gradually become something that leaves me utterly exhausted. Perhaps I should indeed consult a psychologist. After splashing my face with cold water, I prepare to leave. The trash at home has accumulated for a week. Waking up early today, I can just make it in time for the waste sorting schedule. The elevator is sparsely populated, with only a woman dropping her child off at school. She has a bruise on her forehead and visible injuries on her face. Noticing my presence, she pulls her mask tighter and turns her head away. Suddenly recalling the sounds of shouting and scolding from upstairs last night, I discreetly avert my gaze, hoping to make her feel more at ease. Upon exiting the elevator, the disposal point is just downstairs. The sorting lady is chatting with a few elderly individuals out for their morning exercise. From their frequent head shakes, it seems they are gossiping about some residents' affairs. I toss the takeout packaging I've accumulated over the past few days into the dry waste bin. As I am tidying up the delivery boxes, a sudden murmuring arises from the crowd. Oh my, is that for real? No way. It is. Our girl was supposed to come back this morning. But as soon as the plane landed, she was taken to the hospital for quarantine. They said it was for a safety check. A safety check? What are they checking? Blood tests, CT scans, ultrasounds. Everything they can do, but we have no idea what's going on. Safety check. Medical examination. For some reason, my heart starts racing. In an instant, images from my dream flash through my mind once more. The curled road surface, the disarrayed roadblocks, the blood-red sunset. Seeing me frozen in place, the sorting lady steps forward to take the garbage from my hands. Oh dear, you seem to have cleaned up so well. While let the trash pile up for 4 or 5 days before tossing it out. Not bothering to respond to her teasing, I pull out my phone. Weibo is pristine, as usual filled with celebrity gossip and social hot topics. Strange that I at a resurgence of the pandemic? Furrowing my brows, I quicken my pace homeward. Just a few days after 11/11, I had recently restocked household essentials. I sit before my computer, browsing product pages. A few years ago, a pandemic swept across the globe. However, as time passed, the virus became increasingly mild. To date, a state of coexistence with humanity has been achieved to a certain extent. For ordinary citizens who have long battled the virus, outbreaks in specific areas have become commonplace. I locate my order history and casually select some snacks, instant noodles, and sausages. Ding ding ding, a message from Taobao customer service pops up promptly. Dear customer, we apologize, but all deliveries to and through Chen City have been suspended. I am taken aback, just as I am about to inquire further. The customer service has already posted the announcements from major courier companies. It clearly states that starting from November 16th, which was yesterday, all courier services to Chen City have been halted. What's going on? Are they planning a lockdown? I sense something is amiss. Even if the pandemic resurfaces, the situation typically unfolds gradually. There's been no related information, nor have I heard any news reports about an unknown virus. How could they possibly seal off an entire city? November 17th, 12:37 p.m. I begin to feel a heavy sense of foreboding about the future. The government does not seem to be executing standard epidemic prevention policies. Preparations must be made swiftly. Filtering for local shops, I start to choose carefully. Self-heating rice, packaged instant noodles, and compressed biscuits. The variety of self-heating meals is richer than I had anticipated, and they appear to taste quite good. Each package contains 2 servings. With 12 packages per box, I stockpiled 10 boxes in total. I noted all orders for cash on delivery via SF Express, rummaging through the drawer for a mask as I prepare to head out. The nearest supermarket is about 1 kilometer from my home. I plan to purchase some fresh fruits and vegetables. The weather in November has already turned chilly. The leaves of the plane trees litter the streets, rustling underfoot, not yet swept away. In the distance, I see a Nongfu spring water station surrounded by a throng. Clerks are busily loading water into a line of private cars. What's going on? Someone asked the shopkeeper standing nearby. Area Q has no water now. We're relying entirely on bottled drinking water in the interim. That water station's supply isn't sufficient. No water? I hadn't heard about that. The shopkeeper shrugs. Not only water shortages, but I also heard they might cut off electricity in a few days. My friend in the solar business has seen his orders multiply several times. My heart sinks. This is not good news. From the shopkeeper's tone, it seems the water shortage in Area Q has been ongoing for a while. Water and electricity are the most fundamental guarantees of livelihood. Allowing such a vast area to experience water and power outages is unfathomable. Is this also due to the pandemic? It doesn't make sense that it seems Chen City is indeed heading for serious trouble. I immediately change my mind. Instead of heading directly to the supermarket, I take a detour to a nearby market. Today is a weekday, and the market is quite deserted at this hour. I pull out the list I just organized on my phone, which includes about 10 kinds of storable vegetables. Potatoes, corn, as well as broccoli and Napa cabbage among the cruciferous vegetables. According to online sources, these vegetables, if handled properly, can last for several months. After browsing a few stalls, I purchased 2 sacks of potatoes and 1 sack of corn. Additionally, I get several baskets of broccoli, cabbage, and Napa cabbage. I order a medium-sized delivery van through my phone. It should arrive shortly. Just across the street is a hardware store, so I wander in. I buy 3 tall water storage barrels with lids and spouts, a length of PVC hose, 3 rolls of tape, 4 solid ABS pipes, 2 sheets of transparent tarpaulin, a hot glue gun, and several boxes of glue sticks. I also buy a household toolbox. As I browse the hardware store, the delivery van arrives. There's quite a bit of stuff. We make several trips back and forth. Once in the van, we head straight to the supermarket. The sky gradually darkens, and it is now rush hour. Since I don't live in the city center, the traffic isn't too bad. The supermarket has plenty of bottled water for sale. After much deliberation, I finally grit my teeth and purchase 50 barrels. I also buy several boxes of wet wipes and disinfectant. I pick up some snacks and drinks and buy 3 thermoses. Additionally, I buy a vacuum sealing machine and several boxes of vacuum packaging bags. I provide my phone number and address the staff promises to deliver tomorrow. As I make my way out, I find the entrance of the mall packed with people. The once empty street is now filled with parked cars. Amidst the chaos, it seems a conflict has erupted. In a cacophony of screams, I see 2 men grappling fiercely. Fists collide with flesh, showing no mercy. I push through the crowd and leap onto the delivery truck. Let's go. As I fasten my seatbelt, I urge the driver to hurry. My phone vibrates incessantly in my pocket. I click on one of the links. The screen shifts to Weibo. Chen City boldly occupies the top of the trending topics. 3. I was not mistaken. The pandemic appears to have erupted once again in a localized manner. I scroll through the comments. People are reporting the outbreak locations. Schools, hotels, residential complexes, and even prisons. In short, the opinions vary widely, with no consensus in sight. November 17th, 7:17 p.m. The lockdown. It has indeed arrived. Upon reaching my community, I add a little extra to have the driver carry the items upstairs. After a day of relentless activity, I finally sat at my table to partake in dinner, yet I found no solace in the moment. The government's measures were even more stringent than I had anticipated. As I ate, I aimlessly scrolled through Dubon, where several posts quickly caught my attention. One discussion, posted yesterday afternoon, revolved around the water supply suspension in District Q. Following 2 to 3 rounds of extensive water outages, the issue had finally gained traction online. Someone had shared a photograph of the water supply plant in District Q, sealed off. Though the image was somewhat unclear, one could still discern the yellow and black barrier tape and the personnel clad in white protective gear. There were also numerous posts from fortune tellers using the heavenly stems and earthly branches. The rat signifies plague, the ox water, the tiger conflict, and the rabbit famine. The year of the rabbit has always been a year of great hunger this year. Many will perish due to food shortages. After the announcement of the lockdown in Spring City, these bizarre and superstitious posts surged in popularity. Undoubtedly, they incited a wave of panic. I read the posts several times before I close the page. Something feels amiss. I reevaluated my shopping list for the day. If both water and electricity could not be assured, it was likely that gas and food supplies would also be precarious. Winter was fast approaching. The weather would grow colder, and the nights would lengthen. Fearing I might lose my train of thought, I sought out a nutrition chart for reference. I purchased some rice and noodles, along with several large bags of cereal as a supplement to my grain intake. My protein sources would primarily rely on canned goods and long-lasting frozen meats. Brands like My Chen, Mountain House, and Merlin caught my eye, each appearing substantial. After acquiring the canned goods, I also picked up some bacon and ham. I decided against purchasing any fish or seafood. Eggs had a short shelf life of only a month and could not be stored long-term. However, I could buy a few boxes of milk and yogurt. As for other oils, seasonings, and condiments, I had sufficient supplies at home, so I replenished some stocks and added vitamin supplements. For medications, I selected only the essentials, along with iodine and disinfectant alcohol. I ordered an additional 50 barrels of drinking water. In theory, the daily water intake for one person is approximately 2 liters. Yet, considering the necessary washing and cleaning, I had no clear idea how long these supplies would last. The issues surrounding electricity and gas appeared far more daunting. I steeled myself and chose a 6,000-watt solar generator. The complete system, which included batteries, an inverter, and a controller, could accommodate 2 20V appliances or connect directly via USB. I also purchased 2 portable gas stoves. The accompanying butane canisters were affordable, so I bought several boxes, having heard they were more efficient than alcohol stoves. I prepared a modest selection of outdoor supplies: 2 sizable backpacks, 3 solar-powered flashlights, several batteries, a bundle of rope, and 2 pairs of gloves. After some contemplation, I decided to buy vegetable seeds: lettuce, bok choy, soybeans, peas, spinach, small leaf artemisia, chili peppers, garlic, and ginger. Most of these had a growth cycle of about a month. I also ordered gardening tools, potting soil, fertilizers, and planting boxes. To maximize space utilization, I purchased numerous shelves and storage boxes. During this period, I found myself wanting to halt this absurd endeavor more than once. Yet, every time I hesitated, a voice would unexpectedly emerge. It said, "You know what will happen. Go ahead and act. While there's still time." Do I truly know? With a sense of unease, I hastily cleared my dishes, preparing to reorganize my living space to accommodate the impending supplies. I'm not a native of this city. After losing my job, I relocated from Area A, near the city center, to my current residence in Area J. Area J is actually an older district with decent living facilities. However, as the economic center of Spring City has shifted northward, Area J has come to be regarded as semi-suburban. The apartment I currently rent spans over 100 square meters. It comprises 2 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, a kitchen, a bathroom, and 2 balconies. The master bedroom and larger balcony face south, while the secondary bedroom and smaller balcony face north. I toured each room and resolved to gradually dispose of the furniture. As I dragged the television cabinet into the lobby for the 4th time, the cleaning lady, who had been observing me for a while, finally couldn't restrain herself from asking, "Are you moving out at this hour?" I nodded yes. "I no longer need these. Will it disturb anyone if I leave them here?" She waved her hand dismissively. "Not at all. It'll help you take care of it. Do you have any other furniture you wish to discard?" I pondered briefly. 2 beds and a sofa, along with some cabinets and tables. The cleaning lady quickly assured me that she would handle it. Perhaps these items were worth a considerable sum, as she feared I might change my mind, and before long, she returned with several young men to clear out all the furniture. What was once a somewhat cramped home instantly transformed into an empty space. After cleaning up, I performed a routine disinfection with alcohol. From now on, This will be my stronghold. As I nestled into my warm bed, this thought crossed my mind. This time, I did not experience any nightmares. In a daze, it seemed as if someone were sitting at the foot of my bed. She was leisurely flipping through a book, narrating a story to me. The geese begin their journey southward, and the leaves gradually turn yellow, yet the sun remains as warm as ever. I cannot see her face clearly, but I felt instinctively that she resembled my grandmother in her kindness. If you find joy in the warmth, it signifies that the weather is gradually turning colder. She turned the pages, her figure enveloped in the soft yellow light. The hunters in the forest must trust their instincts, otherwise they will miss many signals from nature. When the heavy snow blocks the doors, it will be too late. November 18th, 7:53 a.m. The 14th hour of the lockdown. I lay in bed, lost in thought, when I received a call from the supermarket. They inquired when would be a convenient time for me to accept delivery today. Living in an apartment building, the likelihood of discreetly bringing in such a large quantity of supplies was slim. I had entertained the idea of collecting them in batches. However, given the rapid escalation of this outbreak, if plans were to change unexpectedly, all my purchases would be in vain. At times, an excessive pursuit of meticulous perfection can backfire. Let's say 10 o'clock, I replied. At this hour, many would be at work or school, so it was best to minimize encounters. Upon checking the logistics information, I saw that most of my orders were out for delivery. The only exception was the bottled water I had ordered the previous night, which had yet to be picked up. Throughout the day, a continuous stream of packages was delivered to my home. I meticulously disinfected each one with alcohol before bringing them inside. I stored all 50 barrels of mineral water delivered by the supermarket in the secondary bedroom. Arranging them in rows of 10 barrels, stacked 3 high, I created 2 rows in total. Against the water barrels, I placed 2 rows of tunter-long shelves. I replicated this method in the living room and master bedroom, positioning a row of shelves against each wall. The secondary bedroom faced north and had a lower temperature, making it suitable for storing food with a shorter shelf life. As for canned goods, instant noodles, and compressed dry food, I placed them in the master bedroom and living room. By the time I had organized all my supplies into designated storage boxes, the clock had struck 5 in the afternoon. The solar panels were smaller than I had envisioned. Measuring just over a meter in length and half a meter in width, I received a total of 8 panels. Additionally, there were 4 250-ohm batteries, capable of storing approximately 12 kilowatt-hours of electricity. I conducted a trial, and on a retractable clothesline on the balcony, I could only fit 5 panels side by side. If the weather is favorable, I could generate about 7 kilowatt-hours of electricity in a day. I spent some time connecting the wiring. As for the remaining 3 solar panels, I would explore how to mount them later. The following day, the community implemented stringent lockdown measures. It could be said that I had almost completed my essential preparations for survival just as the countdown to lockdown began. In retrospect, I felt more apprehensive than relieved. In less than 72 hours, the city had transitioned from relatively lenient measures to an outright lockdown. All drinking water in the city was urgently requisitioned, becoming a strategic resource for epidemic prevention. My online shopping orders were canceled. The water supply issue remained unresolved, and it was only a matter of time before District J would feel the impact. I took out the water storage barrels and cleaned them thoroughly. Each barrel stood approximately 1.5 meters tall. After filling them with water, I placed 2 on the southern balcony and the remaining 1 on the northern balcony. I checked the controller again. So far, the solar panels had generated less than 2 kilowatt-hours of electricity. It was a cloudy day, which evidently had a significant impact on power generation. Spring City predominantly experiences cloudy weather in autumn and winter, with few sunny days and even less precipitation. Water and electricity were likely to become my most pressing challenges at this stage. Last night, I spoke with my parents on the phone. I repeatedly urged them to stock up on food at home, advising them against venturing outside or mingling with relatives during this period. Although Yandu City is quite distant from here, it is better to err on the side of caution. Gathering my resolve, I decided to promptly attend to the agricultural produce in the balcony and kitchen. 2 sacks of potatoes, I estimated, weighed around 100 pounds. I meticulously washed, peeled, and soaked the potatoes in a light saline solution before vacuum sealing them. The television in the living room was on. Nearly all channels were broadcasting rolling reports on the epidemic in Chen City. The stringent measures did not yield the expected results, as multiple outbreaks emerged within the city. This time, in the neighborhood where the outbreak occurred, someone captured sporadic footage that quickly circulated online. In the footage, two personnel clad in protective gear stood at the entrance checkpoint of the community. However, before long, one of the taller figures suddenly lunged at his colleague. The video abruptly cut off at this point. Nevertheless, the two individuals soon appeared on screen to apologize, claiming that the conflict arose due to overwhelming work pressure. This reminded me of recent news. Recently, Chen City has witnessed a surge in violent incidents, severely impacting public safety. People seem to have become increasingly irritable and quick-tempered. As I continue to browse through the comment section, a message from a healthcare worker caught my attention. Our hospital has not admitted any patients with unknown pneumonia infections, she stated. Instead, we are overwhelmed with surgical cases. Ironically, the hospital where she worked had issued a notice to cease operations. According to the latest regulations, only one hospital is permitted to remain operational within a designated administrative area. This was utterly unimaginable for Chen City, which was already in a dire situation. Unless, someone replied, unless the current medical methods are utterly ineffective. My mood grew increasingly heavy. I set my phone aside and resumed my work. Time swiftly passed amidst this repetitive labor. As evening approached, a gentle drizzle began to fall outside. Through the window, the community appeared almost deserted, with only a few fully equipped personnel managing supplies. Finally, in the early hours, I completed processing all the fruits and vegetables, which were now piled high on the shelves in the spare room. Due to maintaining the same posture for an extended period, my neck had nearly stiffened. A few days of exertion had led to a sense of soreness in my back and waist today. The sun warmed the quilt, and I found myself succumbing to laziness. It was not until midday that I finally mustered the will to rise from bed. I turned on the faucet, but no water flowed. November 19th, the third day of the lockdown. Water supply ceased. To be precise, the water was cut off in the early hours of this morning. By 5 o'clock, someone had already reported this situation in the residents group. The property management stated that they were in contact with the water supply company, suggesting that a pipeline had been accidentally damaged and required urgent repair, and urged everyone to understand. The water stoppage in District J was entirely within my expectations, however. I could not ascertain whether it was related to the ongoing epidemic. I relocated my toiletries to the balcony, where the solar panels were steadily generating power. Leaning against the railing, I gazed downwards. The world was changing too rapidly, making it difficult for individuals to remain unscathed. It profoundly alters one's behavior, lifestyle, and even thought patterns. I often felt a sense of estrangement. In that moment, I felt like a detached observer. Occasionally, I experienced loneliness. Although I had lived alone in this city since graduating from university, for some reason, I frequently found myself longing for my family and friends from my school days. Every night, without fail, I called my parents. I heard that everything was normal in Yindu City, and the situation there was likely much better than here. I no longer attempted to persuade them to stock up on supplies. Instead, I directly placed an order for the items on my shopping list, expecting them to arrive soon. Individuals in this age group often exhibit an extraordinary stubbornness, especially those who are fervently devoted to science. If my parents knew that all this commotion was merely due to a dream, they would surely scold me. Returning to the kitchen, I continued to wrap up the tasks from yesterday. Compared to the potatoes, the remaining items were much easier to handle. Corn simply required peeling the husk before vacuum sealing. The processing method for cabbage and bok choy was quite similar. Broccoli needed no preparation, saving me considerable time. Once all the vegetables were processed, the balcony and kitchen finally felt less cramped. Next, I spent a considerable amount of time researching how to optimize the solar panels for maximum efficiency. After scouring Taobao, I discovered that all solar panel mounts had a certain angle. However, the tools and materials at my disposal were severely limited. It would be impractical to install 8 solar panels at an angle on the balcony using only glue. Though my plans for optimal power generation had faltered, it did not hinder me from undertaking other repairs. I reinforced the points where the solar panels met the drying rack with hot melt glue and protected the exposed wires with waterproof tape. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Glancing at the time, it must be the volunteer responsible for deliveries. "Thank you, just leave it at the door," I approached. However, the ringing did not cease. Peering through the peephole, I noticed the light flickering. As I pondered this, a distorted face magnified by the lens, suddenly appear before me. One of its eyes was completely shrouded in shadow, with a pupil barely visible, swirling like a fly in its socket. He was looking in. Instinctively, I took a step back. I recognized him. It was old Yang, the security guard from downstairs. How had he come a look this way? Was he still old Yang? Yet, I was unaware that this was merely our first encounter. November 20, 2022. Today marks the 4th day of the lockdown. IT has returned. Ding dong, ding dong. Upon confirming that there were people inside, it grew increasingly patient and relentless. I retreated to the living room. Surveying my surroundings, there were no suitable weapons at hand. I recalled that I had purchased a toolbox a few days ago, which seemed to contain a hammer, so I retrieved it and held it firmly. I remained oblivious to what had transpired with Lao Yang, nor could I fathom why individuals in such a state were still engaged in the distribution of supplies. You must be more cautious, more perceptive. That voice rose from the depths of my heart. You know, they have already appeared. What is happening? Why do I harbor such thoughts? That I shook my head, striving to regain my composure since the outbreak of the pandemic. These voices have ceaselessly urged me to move forward. Meanwhile, bizarre occurrences continued to unfold. As of now, not only has the water supply not been restored, but even the mobile signal has become sporadic. Strangely, the nightmare that had plagued me for nearly 2 months seemed to have fulfilled its purpose and vanished without a trace. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed the unease swelling within me. Amidst the incessant ringing of the doorbell, I cautiously resumed my unfinished tasks. In the afternoon, I perused a plethora of materials. With 2 hours remaining until sunset, I finally delved into the final aspect of constructing the base, cultivating seeds. I retrieved the seed from the storage room and counted them. 500 grams each of spinach, bok choy, lettuce, chrysanthemum greens, and chili seeds, along with 1,000 grams each of soybean and pea seeds. I took a handful from each of the 5 bags of vegetable seeds and submerged them in warm water, as it is said that this treatment enhances germination rates. After soaking the seeds, I began to scrutinize my 2 balconies. The southern balcony, after placing 2 water buckets, still had a substantial area of empty space. I divided it in half with a pathway. The cultivation box could be assembled in various dimensions. I sequentially constructed the water storage layer and the drainage net, then poured in the compressed potting soil. Loosening it before adding fertilizer, IT took nearly 6 bags of potting soil before the garden began to take shape. The northern balcony was inherently small, with only a standing washing machine alongside the water buckets. Thus, I merely established a long, narrow seedbed near the outer edge of the balcony. All the seeds were initially sown here. After the seedlings matured and developed true leaves, they would be transplanted into the vegetable patch on the southern balcony. Regarding the rainwater collection system, I had purchased materials for both balconies, yet to be honest, my confidence was lacking. I could only attempt to try. The construction of the 2 balconies took longer than anticipated, but it instilled in me a great deal of confidence. This home was beginning to resemble a survival base. IT was neither warm nor beautiful, but it brimmed with vitality. There was a certain cruel beauty to it. When I returned indoors, the doorbell had ceased ringing. Peering through the peephole, I saw that Lao Yang had long since vanished, leaving only a solitary bag of supplies at the doorstep. I had no intention of opening the door to retrieve it. I was acutely aware that all I could do now was maintain silence and observe. In the ensuing days, the internet connection fluctuated between stable and erratic. I devoted more time to gathering and organizing information. Only by remaining sufficiently perceptive could one hope to survive. In the forest, the distinction between hunter and prey is not clearly defined. Laying down one's weapon signifies a transformation of identity. Clutching my phone, I unknowingly drifted into slumber. In a hazy state. I first heard a commotion, followed by loud banging on the door. I was jolted awake. The living room was enveloped in darkness. I crouched near the door, straining to listen to the sounds outside while fumbling for the hammer on the shoe cabinet. There were about 5 or 6 individuals outside. The corridor's motion sensor light was malfunctioning. They wielded flashlights, taking turns knocking on the doors of 3 households. The middle-aged man leading the group stood silently with his arms crossed. The man in a jacket spoke with certainty. I remember vividly. You saw it too, didn't you? The woman beside him nodded repeatedly. Yet despite the ruckus, no household opened their door to respond. Apart from their whispered conversations, the corridor was devoid of other sounds. Who were they searching for? I fished my phone from my pocket and accessed the owner's group chat, scrolling through historical messages. With so much water, we could easily donate some for everyone's in difficult times. We ought to help one another. Another fist pounded against the door, startling me and nearly causing me to drop my phone to oh, that was it. My anxiety surged. I had indeed stockpiled a considerable amount of drinking water. However, given that there were over 90 households in this building, how much would I need to distribute, and for how many days would it suffice? Better to avoid trouble. More than this, I was concerned about revealing my food reserves during the distribution process. I pressed my lips tightly together, remaining silent. As long as the other households did not cooperate, they could not pinpoint my location. After a brief discussion, the group moved to knock on the door of Unit 901. This time, it was the only woman among them who approached. She spoke sweetly. "Little sister, I recognize we don't wish to disturb you at such a late hour. However, the situation is special. We are all neighbors. Please lend us a hand." I recognized her as the cleaner from downstairs that I am quite familiar with. The owner of 903 and 902 just moved out a few days ago. "You are the only resident left on the 9th floor. We will all be living in the same building, and there will be many instances where we need to support one another." She attempted to say more, but the door of 901 swung open and my heart tightened abruptly. The corridor was congested with these individuals, preventing me from seeing the specific situation. I could only hear a girl's voice. Despite the overwhelming circumstances, her tone remained remarkably steady. "Excuse me, could you please check the time before visiting? Moreover, I cannot understand what you are saying. If you do not leave, I will call the police." At this moment, the crowd seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Auntie was just discussing with you. One cannot be so selfish. Haven't you received vegetable from us before? Everyone should contribute to the community. Didn't your teacher teach you that?" One man moved to strike, but the others quickly restrained him. "All right, I'm going to sleep now." The girl disregarded their chatter. "Good night, everyone." Before they could react, the door was shut once more. The man, infuriated, attempted to pound on the door again, but the remaining individuals, appearing more rational, dragged him away. The corridor fell silent once again. Returning to bed, I stared at the ceiling, lost in thought, and my mind raced with myriad reflections. I tossed and turned until dawn. After a sleepless night, I made a decision. On November 22 at 6:23 a.m., on the 6th day of the lockdown, I knocked on the door at 901. However, the next moment, I regretted it. What madness was this? What was I thinking? I had indeed knocked on the door of a stranger. Just as I hesitated to leave, the door swung open and a clear face greeted me. She appeared to have also had a restless night, her complexion pale and her demeanor somewhat haggard. Yet upon seeing me, her expression brightened. "Hello," I stood there, taken aback. This a convenient time for conversation. "Perhaps. Let us go to your home." Before I could finish my sentence, she stepped out of her doorway, pulling me back into 902. With the sofa and coffee table long cleared away, I gestured for her to sit at the dining table and poured her a glass of water. I sincerely apologized for the trouble caused last night. After considerable deliberation, I ventured to ask, "I wish to understand why. Why did you help me?" She had indeed witnessed the events that on the day of the water delivery. The workers had made several trips back and forth. She happened to be waiting for the elevator in the corridor. Having moved here for over 3 months, our encounters had been scarce, to the point where we were not even acquaintances. I could not comprehend why she had chosen to act in such a manner yesterday. She took the cup from my hand and took a substantial sip. "Well, Dottam, let me think about how to articulate this. Actually, it's not just the water. I've noticed many of your packages. Though there have been numerous reports about the pandemic, I didn't pay much heed, so, in a sense, you reminded me." "Yes, that's it." She blinked. "So consider my way of repaying your kindness. Does this imply that she had stockpiled supplies as well?" Of course, she was candid. "As someone to know, I genuinely hope to become your companion. However, do not interpret this as a threat. What happened yesterday was merely a small act of assistance." I lowered my gaze to drink water. I had contemplated the possibility of her exposing me or demanding something in return. Regardless of either scenario, I would not yield. Yet I had not anticipated that she would do nothing, simply returning the choice to me. She was astute, opting for the gentlest approach to convey her goodwill. Yet simultaneously, She was unexpectedly forthright, so much so that I struggled to conjure a grandiloquent excuse to decline her offer. For reasons unknown, there was a disarming warmth about her that made refusal seem impossible. After a long pause, I heard myself exhale aside. I may have to disappoint your expectations. Truth be told, I am utterly uninformed. Aware that I could not clarify further, I opted to rephrase my dream. A friend informed me that something dreadful may transpire soon. Not just dreadful. The situation may deteriorate even further. She did not delve deeply into my words, but rather took them at face value and continued speaking. Last night, the phone lines were already down. Then you suggested calling the police, just to intimidate them. Silence fell over the dining table. Had the base station also collapsed? The entire world seemed to be gradually derailing, irretrievably sliding into the abyss. I had thought I was fully prepared to face everything alone. Yet in this moment, when someone reached out to me, I instinctively wanted to grasp that hand. I must admit, humans are far more fragile than they imagine. Currently, communication was severed, and the corridor was hardly a safe haven. The predatory neighbors, the suspicious old Yang, these were all lurking threats. After some discussion, she returned to gather her personal belongings and moved various supplies to my home. I set up her bed in the living room and gave her a tour of the house. Although I was mentally prepared, I couldn't help but gasp at the mountain of vegetables piled up in the second bedroom. I pointed to a notepad hanging on the side. There's one on each shelf in different areas. Before storing, I counted everything and noted the expiration dates to prevent waste. You can help yourself to whatever you want to eat. Just remember to update the records. This row of shelves contains fuel canisters, so be cautious of open flames. I guided her through the living room. All the seeds are still being cultivated on the north balcony. The south balcony currently has only a few strawberries. There are still plenty of fresh fruits in the refrigerator. It's best to consume them within 2 weeks. That I continued to relay some precautions. Not bad. You're quite proactive, she remarked, leaning against the railing while surveying my rather unsightly rainwater collector. Her compliment made me feel a bit embarrassed, for I knew quite the opposite about myself. I am cautious and conservative, always filled with doubt and hesitation. That I am a contradictory person. Despite the pandemic lasting so long, I had seen various revelations, watched videos of people attacking each other online, witnessed many extraordinary epidemic prevention methods, and observed the zombie-like security guard old Yang. Yet I still found it difficult to associate this virus with the apocalypse, that I even stubbornly and naively referred to it as an epidemic. As if doing so would somehow restore our lives to normalcy in the near future, that I could not bring myself to cut ties entirely, that I couldn't recklessly take out loans or max out my credit cards. I couldn't decisively abandon my current home for a larger, safer dwelling, that I even considered selling everything I could on secondhand platforms, fearing a misjudgment. That why caution is a double-edged sword. What I have done thus far is the utmost of my capabilities. Rationality can sometimes lead one into a blind optimism and arrogance. The first lesson the apocalypse taught me was to trust my instincts. That I am not proactive. I merely force myself to abandon futile thoughts, thus giving the illusion of being action-oriented. She noticed the despondency in my expression and playfully nudged me with her shoulder. Today marks our first day as teammates. You and T be thinking of bailing on the welcome feast. Would you? It was a rather childish provocation, yet worked perfectly on me. So, at noon, I took the liberty of tossing 2 packets of tonkatsu ramen and a potato into the electric pot. I gritted my teeth and opened a 400g can of braised beef and a large bottle of orange juice. While eating, I realized we hadn't introduced ourselves. You can call me Xiaohe. I used to be a biology teacher. Unfortunately, I barely got a few days into my job before the institution underwent restructuring, leaving me unemployed for months. That I said with a rueful smile. Biology, then this virus falls right within your field of study, doesn't it? And remarked as she picked up a handful of noodles. Not all, I replied, still with a hint of bitterness. I only taught textbook knowledge. She nodded. I'm 2 years older than you and work at a nearby hospital. That was splendid. I suddenly felt invigorated. You're a doctor? Then I need not worry about falling ill in the future. Not exactly, she replied, becoming modest. Are you a surgeon or an internist? Not Western medicine. Could it be traditional Chinese medicine? Xiaohe, and it faltered, unable to meet my eager gaze. I'm a veterinarian. The day after and moved in, I was leaning against the bay window, engrossed in a book. The windowsill was covered with a thick blanket, and before long, I was dozing off in my drowsy state, I heard a woman's piercing scream. The voice was alarmingly close, and my sleepiness evaporated instantly. I hurried to the living room. Wherein stood on the balcony. Her complexion was pale, and she gestured for me to come over. Outside, the sounds became clearer. The noise originated from upstairs, no more than 2 floors above. Furniture was being dragged across the floor. Dishes clattering as they were overturned, interspersed with the panicked pleas and cries of a woman. And I exchanged a glance, both silent. Suddenly, all noises ceased. In the next moment, a shadowy figure flashed past before us. Crashing heavily onto the concrete floor below, I clamped my hand over my mouth, swallowing all sound back down, and quickly leaned out to take a look, then pulled me back into the living room and locked the balcony door. What happened? I managed to stammer. She shook her head. She won to survive. What on earth is going on? This is murder. I trembled uncontrollably. It's not murder. And Anne's lips turned white. It's suicide. There are hardly any intact pieces of flesh left on her. Her thighs and arms are nothing but bones. She was eaten. Before the words could settle, I heard the door of Unit 903 slam open. A man cursed as he dashed towards the emergency exit, seemingly pursued by footsteps behind him. 2 figures racing one after the other. No, it wasn't only the neighbors. Many people were involved. I could hear chaos erupting in the fire escape for a moment. The entire community resembled a battlefield. The residential area, which had been eerily quiet due to lockdown, suddenly erupted with a morbid liveliness, akin to a death spasm. Many rushed out of the lobby, but where could they escape? Standing in the open, unprotected outdoors only made them more conspicuous targets. Crying, pleading, roaring, I witnessed the crowd scatter in panic. I saw a man in the opposite apartment strangle his deranged wife with his own hands. I saw a child sobbing by the roadside while his grandmother gnawed on his hands and feet. In many places beyond my sight, countless individuals faced a harrowing choice. Kill them, or be killed by them. A tumultuous wave surged within my stomach. This horrific scene shattered my mental defenses completely. Why? I shrank back in my chair. Haven't we all been quarantined? Why is everyone infected? They're not just infected. Their symptoms manifested almost simultaneously, and said, furrowing her brow, could it be that they were all infected at the same time? Aside from living in the same community, these individuals had little interaction. How could they all contract the virus simultaneously? Are you suggesting the source of infection is not external, but within the community? I licked my dry lips, but after the outbreak, everyone was ordered to stay home. Even if they lived in the same area, there was no means of transmission, unless it came from some shared public source. Anne sat beside me. But I also consumed the supplies distributed by the community. And I was using water normally before the government announced the water cut. Why am I unaffected? I don't know that it was now my turn to respond. However, this also implied that within our community, there should be a portion of individuals like us who had not been infected. We just had no way of knowing how many. The slaughter continued until sunset. The heavy stench of blood stained the sunset and the sky crimson. As groups of infected individuals scattered throughout the community, in stark contrast to the earlier frenzy, they now stood in a daze, like machines that had lost power. The book of Genesis in the Bible recounts how God created various things over 6 days. By the 7th day, the work of creation was complete, and he rested. November 23, the 7th day of lockdown. The virus erupted within the community. So cold. Just as I was dozing off, I suddenly felt a chill, forcing me to curl my feet deeper into the blanket. However, the cold wind continued to seep into the room, making the curtains flutter. I shivered and climbed out of bed to close the open window. I reached for the light switch. Click. No response. The moonlight was bright, coldly illuminating my face. November 24, 1:30 a.m. The 8th day of lockdown. A power outage. I sighed, rising to find the LED magnetic light to install by the bed. Then pulled the blackout curtains tight. From now on, I would need to be cautious about electricity at night. Throwing on a jacket, I proceeded to install lights in the remaining rooms in the living room, and then seemed to have fallen asleep. The glass door to the balcony was tightly shut. Habitually, I checked the door lock for any irregularities, finding none. Xiaohe. Someone suddenly called from behind me. I jumped to the sound of her voice. Aren't you asleep yet? She rubbed her nose and pulled back a corner of the blanket. Why aren't you asleep? The power is out. I crawled in, wondering about the situation in Yindu. Why parents must be worried since they can't reach me. It's only a matter of time, she nodded, but I've noticed something strange. What? They're gone. Unin stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. All of them have disappeared. I wonder where they went. I knew she was referring to the infected downstairs. Although they resembled zombies, they were not afraid of the sun. Rather, they seemed to rise with the dawn and rest with the dusk. Where could they have gone? Enin buried her face in the blanket and mumbled. Do you think they will come back? Come back? You mean home? I recalled the owner of room 903. Since the outbreak began, the door to 903 had been wide open. It's just a guess that I believe they're still somewhere in the community. We could verify that. She pondered. For instance, we could try closing the lobby door. In no way. That's too dangerous. I was startled by her thought, imagining a zombie lying next door, and lower my voice. What if they are infected in the hallway, and you encounter them on your way? True, she conceded. I'll think of something else. Though we could survive, why was she always contemplating counterattacks? We lay in bed, each lost in our own thoughts, until we eventually fell asleep. The outbreak of the zombie virus lasted for 2 or 3 days. During this time, people fled their homes, only to be immediately engulfed by a larger horde. In this meat grinder of slaughter, survivors faced even graver challenges that we had to reallocate our electrical usage. Henceforth, our power consumption would primarily focus on the refrigerator, rice cooker, kettle, and lighting. The power of the induction cooker was far greater than I had imagined. Reaching an astonishing 2100 W, I promptly tucked it away and rummaged through my belongings to find the single-serve electric pot I had purchased during college. Although its capacity was only 0.8 L, it sufficed for preparing a few meals. After that, time seemed to pass swiftly. Perhaps it was having a companion that made the days less unbearable. After the outbreak, Laoyang vanished, and supply trucks ceased to arrive. The world fell eerily silent. IT felt as though everyone had abandoned the city overnight, leaving only Enin and me forgotten here. From home, we could not directly see the streets outside. The community was quiet. Most of the time, the zombies barely moved. They only went into a frenzy when a survivor, unable to bear hunger, took a risk. There was a brief resumption of water and electricity. I didn't dare to store water directly, but first boiled it in a kettle before filling the bucket on the balcony. Usually, and I could only use hot water to wipe ourselves down. Taking advantage of the restored water supply, we enjoyed a refreshing hot shower. Enin brought scissors, and we took turns trimming each other's long hair. During the days without water, hair had become a significant burden. Now, we decided to shave it all off. In the future, we would only need to give it a quick rub while washing our faces. I touched my bald head, then Enin's. It felt a bit prickly. Your skills are mediocre, I remarked. You weren't saying that when you asked for my help, she replied, turning her head to examine her reflection in the mirror. After spending more than half a month together, she had grown increasingly indifferent towards me. After that, there was no further sign of water or electricity. December 15th marked the 29th day of the lockdown, just as everything seemed to be gradually falling into place. I began to run a fever. Wrapped in blankets, I trembled through the night, unable to rise until noon the next day. Enin noticed my unusual pallor and reached out to check my forehead. Why is it so hot? Why didn't you tell me you were sick? She scolded, rummaging through the medicine cabinet for medication. You're a veterinarian. Do you plan to treat me like a dog? I mumbled incoherently. How could a veterinarian have no cats or dogs at home? Enin, you cold-hearted woman. She ignored my ramblings, placing a towel on my forehead and darting in and out, busy with who knows what. My little bok choy is about to mature. Remember to harvest it when I'm gone. I closed my eyes, my consciousness fading. Stop saying such ominous things, or I'll pull out your cursed bok choy. She shouted from the kitchen. I lost track of time until she shook me awake to unmade porridge. Once you drink it, you should feel better. I shakily took the bowl. What do you mean? I quickly corrected myself. I meant you'll be up and about in no time. You better be, she huffed, warning me. After sipping a few mouthfuls, I paused, and then I had another dream last night. I was neither an insider nor acquainted with any insiders. I was merely an ordinary person who happened to find myself in this situation. She listened quietly as I recounted my dream. When I finished, she remarked, actually, our brains collect and process far more information than we realize. much of which is stored in our subconscious and ultimately manifests as dreams. Intuition is essentially your subconscious assisting you in making decisions. It has proven correct many times that I told you. What kind of serious friends could you possibly have? She appeared enlightened. I took her remark as a self-deprecating comment. Slurping down 2 large mouthfuls of porridge and picking up a chopstick of pickled olives, it was so delicious that I felt reborn. After finishing the medicine, I began to feel drowsy again. Unin sat beside me, engrossed in writing something in her notebook. In a daze, I was transported back to the time before the apocalypse. This moment. Children would play joyfully in the square, and cars would occasionally pass over the speed bumps in the community, making a clang sound. The fever made my head feel heavy. So when the doorbell rang, I felt no sense of alarm. It wasn't until I met Anin's astonished gaze that I grasped the seriousness of the situation. Who could it be? We tiptoed to the door. Outside stood a young man. The dim corridor light made it difficult to see his face. He's coming for us. Anin tilted her head to listen for a moment and whispered in my ear. Just as I was contemplating, the doorbell rang again. It seemed he wouldn't give up easily. Can I help you? I forced myself to speak. You must have some spare vegetable seeds. Can we trade? His voice was soft, but struck my ears like thunder. How did he know? A chill ran down my spine, and I stiffly denied. I don't understand what you're talking about. After a moment of silence, he replied, All right, sorry for bothering you. It seemed our response was anticipated. A rustling sound came from the doorway. I leaned closer and saw him adjusting his backpack. Wait. And then suddenly called out, What do you plan to trade with us? I was puzzled by her intentions. With our supplies, we had no need to barter with anyone. Did I have some biscuits, water, instant noodles, whatever you need, he offered. How many of you are there? She inquired. Just when do we find it hard to trust you? He fell silent again. Oh, you need to wait at the end of the hallway. I'll bring you the seeds. Are you crazy? You want to go out? I quickly grabbed her. Anin's expression was serious as she grasped my hand in return. This is an opportunity. I have to try to... I didn't understand her reasoning. Wait. Anin's voice was soft yet resolute. No matter what happens, do not open the door, understood? I wanted to say more, but she had already turned the knob. Through the door, their conversation was muffled, barely making sense. What should I call you? Chen from the East Doublewood Forest. How do you know we have seeds? I observed it accidentally. He paused. Besides, your balcony is quite conspicuous. You don't seem to lack food. Anin continued questioning. Indeed, you could even manage some simple cooking. That would be accurate. And your supplies I replenish them regularly at the convenience store, he stated. Suddenly, their conversation halted. Through the peephole, I saw them standing by the corridor window, gazing at something. I turned to look outside. The sky was gray, and light rain had begun to fall. The raindrops were fine and gentle. After a while, Anin knocked on the door. When I opened it, the young man stood beside her, his bland face marked only by a pair of bottomless eyes. Shall he? Anin said, It's raining. Chen will be staying with us tonight. After dinner, I prepared fresh bedding for Chen and moved Anin's bed from the living room. I locked the doors to the master bedroom and storage room. What on earth happened today? What did you discuss outside? I finally couldn't hold back my curiosity. It's a long story. Anin reflected for a moment. Chen has been outside the community. He seems to know a lot about the zombies. According to him, they all return to the buildings at night. So will the zombies in the community return to the residential buildings? This closely aligned with Anin's conjecture. Yes, she nodded, but they won't ascend the floors. They will only linger in the lobby on the ground floor. Why? He mentioned that conserving energy is likely the fundamental logic behind zombie behavior. From this perspective, they should minimize all unnecessary expenditure. Anin continued, You see, apart from detecting survivors, they hardly move at all. Of course, that doesn't imply the corridors are safe. Some individuals have not ventured out from the very beginning. She added, Are they not afraid of water? I recalled the scene I witnessed in the afternoon. Amidst the rain, the zombies, which were originally scattered throughout the community, suddenly dispersed in all directions, disappearing into the buildings before sunset. I don't know about that. She gently shook her head. By the way, how did you agree to let Chen stay at home? This was my primary concern. Chen doesn't seem like a dangerous individual. Moreover, he is in the dark while we are in the light. Anin frowned. If he truly intended to act, there are ample methods available. It's a gamble. Today, I did him a significant favor. Tomorrow, I must find a way to extract some information from him. She sighed. were it not for this. I wouldn't have permitted him to enter. Whether it's Chen or the zombies, as long as we remain indoors, we should be sufficiently safe that I did not comprehend. Why would you take such a great risk? Indeed, why? And then softly echo my question. Shall he? You must ponder this carefully. When I awoke the next morning, they were already seated at the table, having breakfast. Upon seeing me, and then jabbed her fork into the fried egg on her plate. Shall he? Your sleep quality is truly commendable. She bore 2 prominent dark circles under her eyes. Chen was clearly the one she had brought back. Did he not keep watch throughout the night? I sat down and also took a piece of fried egg. Actually, that we have many inquiries to make of you. Noticing my presence, and then took the initiative to broach the topic. Have you encountered the Horde? Not exactly an encounter. I have been avoiding direct confrontation with them. Chen set down his chopsticks that, in simple terms, it involves adapting to their patterns. When the Horde returns to the buildings, it is relatively safe to walk outdoors. And vice versa. So far, I have not witnessed them consuming their own kind, so it is not inconceivable that they can mark friend from foe in certain specific ways. Do zombies have any other sources of energy besides humans? I inquired. After all, there are not many survivors they can prey upon. What sustains their activity? It seems not. The virus might suppress certain bodily functions to slow energy expenditure. He was indeed here for supplies. I silently nibbled on the perfectly fried egg without voicing this foolish question. The rain fell intermittently throughout the day. By the afternoon, my temperature had risen again. I lay in bed, feeling drowsy, occasionally roused for water or medication. By nightfall, after breaking into a sweat, my mind finally cleared, and then was utterly exhausted, offering a few words before burying her head into sleep. Feeling somewhat revitalized, I opened the door, intending to pour myself some water in the kitchen. Only to find Chen standing alone on the balcony. I tightened my clothes and approached him. He made room for me. I mirrored his stance, resting my hands on the railing. Gazing out, the city devoid of a neon filter appeared lifeless. I felt as though I were confined in a cramped matchbox, the night amplifying the oppression and claustrophobia. The rain has stopped. His voice was soft, as if speaking to me, yet also to himself. The evening breeze gently tousled his forehead, scattering moonlight across his face. You have something to say to me? Not really that I struggled to articulate, just casual conversation. What do you think of this place? Quite nice, he smiled slightly. I was certain Chen understood the essence of my inquiry, yet he deftly evaded my invitation. Thus, as an inn suggested, Chen seemingly did not require us. Don't you have any questions for me? For instance, why I have stockpiled so many supplies. He appeared utterly uninterested. If you truly knew something, you wouldn't still be here in this city. His face was shrouded in darkness. However, if you must inquire about something, you might share your perspective on me. What kind of person is Chen? He knocks on doors, exchanges supplies, shares information, and even dares to stay overnight in a stranger's abode. He is far too enigmatic and elusive. Frankly, I cannot discern his intentions. In truth, you do not care how we perceive you. After some contemplation, I spoke, just as we do not concern ourselves with who you are. He lowered his head, lost in thought. We do not need to understand each other, especially since it is beyond our capabilities. Because we are not meant to become friends, there is no need for us to leaf through each other like a book, nor to gaze into each other's faces and delve into each other's souls. We do not care who you are, where you come from, or where you are heading. Ultimately, we merely crossed paths in the dark, each with our own destinations. What we share is simply the courage and faith to pursue our respective goals, so that what I am saying is not an invitation. I am merely contemplating whether it is possible for us to journey together for a while. Shall he called my name for the first time? Why? Indeed, why? With an abundance of survival supplies, I assent it to avoid going out and forming partnerships. There will be no rescue. I heard my own voice sounding somewhat hoarse. On December 16, the 30th day of the lockdown, I faced this reality for the first time, that I have been unable to comprehend how these zombies, seemingly lacking in combat power, could plunge Chen City into such dire straits. After all, we live in an era of firearms. How could the Horde withstand bullets and cannons? Yet, after so long, the crisis remains unresolved. No broadcast, no reconnaissance aircraft. Water and electricity have not been restored. Nothing. This can only indicate that, beyond Chen City, everything has also succumbed. Following uncontrolled spread and proliferation, the virus has become a global catastrophe. The outside world is already overwhelmed, and Chen City, at the epicenter, may not receive assistance for a considerable time. Roads and communications are entirely severed. I'm unaware of my parents' situation. Should I go to Yindu, or should I wait for them to find me? Regardless of the path, this will be a prolonged struggle. Therefore, it is highly probable that we will need to venture out for supplies, and equally probable that we will encounter zombies and other survivors. For Inen and me, as two girls, this future appears exceedingly brutal. I believe it is precisely because she recognizes this that she is so relentlessly preparing for the impending day. Rather than claiming we chose Chen, it would be more accurate to say we have run out of options. Chen, do you intend to stay? I asked, enunciating each word. Whoosh! Someone abruptly pulled the curtains apart. Sunlight streamed onto my face, causing me to involuntarily furrow my brow. Stopped sleeping, Inen approached and pulled my covers away. If you sleep any longer, you'll miss dinner. I'm still a patient. I clung tightly to the blanket. Come on, your fever has been gone for ages. She suddenly remembered something. By the way, what were you doing last night? I explicitly instructed you to lock the bedroom door, and you actually forgot. Last night? It's all right. And then I interrupted her rambling. Last night, I sold the two of us to Chen. She stared at me with an expression of disbelief. What does that look mean? You need to purge those yellow fantasies from your mind. It is not as you imagined that I felt a chill under her scrutinizing gaze, but regardless of the type of selling. Are you certain it was successful? And then pointed to the door, he is packing his things to leave. What? I immediately jumped out of bed in the living room. Chen was leaning against the kitchen glass door, seemingly waiting for me to confront him. I need to go back and fetch some things. He spoke first. If you're interested in the outside, you can come with me. This was undoubtedly an invitation and could not refuse. I glanced at her, but she unusually did not immediately agree. This fellow had surprisingly kept his composure. I knew she was waiting for me to decide. Although I had spoken confidently while painting a rosy picture for Chen last night, I found myself lacking both courage and faith, and why time with Chen had been too brief. I could not ascertain what kind of person he was, leaving me to guess and surmise, attempting to find a reason he might agree with to keep him around. However, I did not anticipate that I would soon face the truth. The thought of actually going out with him to confront zombies made me hesitate once more. I hoped I was merely deceiving Chen and not fooling myself. How can we assist you? I steeled myself and asked him. I had never made plans to face zombies directly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been devoid of even proper weapons at home. Try to wear something thicker and avoid exposing any skin. He gestured towards our clothing. Zombies can sense sound and possess a certain degree of vision. Do not venture too close. Chen hoisted his backpack onto his shoulders. No need to coordinate. Just follow my lead. The distance between the two residential buildings was not far. Standing by the window, I could see numerous zombies standing on the street below. That a sense of unease crept into my mind. During the day, they are scattered throughout the community. Won't it be dangerous to move around? The density is relatively low within the community. Just be cautious. However, if they gather on the first floor, it will be impossible to circumvent them. It has time to set off. He glanced at the clock on the wall. There were still 4 hours until sunset. Besides our clothing, Inen and I donned masks and gloves. Just before we left, Chen opened the fire cabinet in the hallway, revealing a battered axe that I've already checked 903. There are no zombies inside. Your floor is currently safe. That we nodded in agreement, since Inen lacked a weapon. The axe was given to her. Fully armed, we cautiously made our way down the fire escape. Chen led the way. Staying half a flight ahead of us, I clung to the handrail, treading carefully. With each floor we passed, I closed the safety doors connecting the fire escape to the hallway to prevent any unforeseen circumstances that I thought you wouldn't want to go out, and then whispered. Squeezing my arm, I closed the fire door on the 8th floor, contemplated for a moment, and absent-mindedly replied, Do I look like I want to? You clearly have come to terms with it, yet you still pretend otherwise. She said, her expression brightening. We reached the 1st floor. After the outbreak had persisted for so long, it was my first time witnessing such devastation up close. The entrance was ajar, and a man lay sprawled on the ground. From a neck down, he had been completely devoured, with only his head hanging limply to one side, resembling a fish skeleton stripped of its flesh. The wintry temperatures had prevented complete decomposition, and, as I glanced at him, a maggot burrowed through his cheek. A wave of nausea washed over me. They've eaten quite cleanly. Otherwise, the stench of decay and swarms of flies would worsen the sanitary conditions, Chen remarked as he gazed at the corpse. Let us move, that we followed closely behind him. There were few zombies between the two buildings that we carefully avoided the remains of the victims on the ground as we maneuvered through the underbrush. Before long, we arrived at the opposite building 5-8. It seems easier than I had imagined, I whispered to her and she gave me an okay sign. Once inside, while Chen rummaged for supplies, we surveyed his home. Aside from an enormous floor-to-ceiling bookshelf facing the entrance, his apartment had scarcely any furnishings. Food and drinking water were piled on the living room floor. What are you doing? I asked in a hushed tone, noticing and searching quietly. She peeked onto the balcony and was about to say something when Chen emerged from the bedroom. And straightened up abruptly, inadvertently bumping her head and wincing in pain. Chen approached the balcony, removing the telescope from its tripod and opened a nearby cabinet. The item you're looking for is in here. Inside was a diesel generator, having recently selected power generation equipment. I recognized it immediately and rubbed her head, unfazed by being caught. Such a good generator, it would be a shame to leave it behind. Chen did not refuse that he opened his backpack, and the generator was small enough to fit inside. There were also 3 barrels of engine oil in the corner. He picked up 1 barrel, while N and I each took the remaining 2. They were heavy that I glanced at the label on the oil barrel. It was 4 liters. I wondered about the efficiency of the generator. Due to the weight, descending took considerably longer. When we reached the first floor, the density of zombies outside had noticeably increased. What time is it? Chen inquired. 4:30. I checked my watch. The sun was about to set. Can you manage? Chen handed me his barrel of oil. I nodded. Carrying 2 barrels of oil, I felt my steps grow heavier. Exiting the lobby, Chen observed the surroundings and whispered, "We can't go back the same way. We'll take another route," before he could finish. And then suddenly exclaimed, "Watch out." I never anticipated being so close to it. A zombie had appeared around the corner without warning. By the time I noticed, it was almost upon us. Its face was waxy, nearly a yellow-brown hue, with eyes completely obscured by a white film. Its deep purple nose and lips bore leather-like cracks. Before I could react, Chen had already swung into action that I watched as he raised the fire axe, bringing it down with great force upon the zombie, nearly cleaving its head in half. Brains splattered in a gruesome, my mind went blank, struggling to comprehend the situation. And shielded me, yet something still splattered onto my face. I reached up to touch it. "Blood, run," she urged, pulling me along. Chen was already preparing a second strike. Back in the lobby, I leaned against the wall and retched, and looked at me with concern. "I am fine," I muttered, wiping my mouth with my sleeve. "Hurry." Chen approached quickly, one hand unbuttoning his outer coat. "Take off all clothing that has come into contact with blood." I had never seen him so serious. So I quickly removed my mask and gloves, checking my clothes for any stains. He took the garments from me, rolled them up, and tossed them outside the door, leading us back to the stairwell. The smell of blood may have attracted more zombies outside. Summoning my courage, I peeked out. Despite the sun still being above the horizon, the horde was converging on the residential building. Several zombies had even reached the lobby entrance. "What should we do? Should we go back to your place?" When I began to retreat, I heard the sound of stiff footsteps crossing the lobby, drawing closer. Chen seeing him silent, I couldn't help but urge him quietly. "Do not go upstairs," he finally resolved, pulling a flashlight from his bag. "We'll take the underground garage." We immediately retreated down the fire escape to the basement level. Yet I had underestimated the zombies. They appeared sluggish, but once they locked onto their prey, they surged forth with astonishing speed. Burdened by the weight, I stumbled along. I watched the 2 of them reach the basement exit. I lagged behind. "Forget the oil! Let go!" and shouted urgently. Just as I reached a half-level platform, her words registered, and I dropped the heavy plastic barrels with a thud. I dared not look back, sprinting with all my might toward the exit. Behind me, chaos erupted. The oil barrels rolled down the steps, spilling their viscous contents, nearly causing me to slip when I stumbled out and then swiftly shut the fire door behind us. Bang, bang, bang in the next moment. Several zombies collided against the door. Don't worry about them. Just go. Chen checked my backpack, satisfied that it remained intact and undamaged. The sky was now dimming, and the garage was unusually dark without any lights. The flashlight illuminated dust-covered car roofs. Some car doors stood wide open, their owners long gone. The basement felt eerily silent amidst the banging of the zombies outside. It's 5 o'clock, I reminded Chen. Glancing at my watch, sunset is approaching. Looking out into the distance, I noticed the light at the garage entrance was gradually dimming. Darkness was descending. They would soon return to their lairs. Chen walked ahead in silence. Unfamiliar with the garage layout, I followed closely behind him. The horde had infiltrated the basement. Each shuffling footstep sent shivers down my spine. After what felt like going in circles, Chen finally stopped. In the beam of the flashlight, I recognized it as the underground entrance to my apartment building. Once home, I thoroughly disinfected all the backpacks along with the remaining oil barrel. I packed all the clothing worn today into a garbage bag. To avoid any lingering traces of zombie blood, we decided then it would bathe first, followed by the rest of us. Chen was on the balcony adjusting his equipment that I approached him. My apartment was considerably shorter than his, allowing me to see the scene below without needing a telescope. The opposite building was completely surrounded by the horde. The blood of these zombies seemed to drive them into a frenzy. Even more so than human blood, as the sun sank below the horizon, they showed no signs of dispersing. These zombies were unlike anything I had previously known. They seemed to have lost their vocal cords. Even upon discovering prey, they emitted no roars or howls. Thus, when you could see them, it often meant you were too close for comfort. Fortunately, we made it up before sunset. I shivered at the thought of our earlier encounter. I could scarcely imagine what the basement would be like at night, that I didn't have time to scout the garage, so I can only say we were lucky today. Chen handed me the telescope. Take a look. That I accepted it, and the face of zombie loomed large before me. Despite my mental preparation, my heart tightened. Wait, I adjusted the magnification down slightly. Some zombies were indeed emerging from Building 58. He nodded. The zombies within the buildings have also been drawn out, which means that if we had chosen to return upstairs just now, we would likely be surrounded by the horde at this very moment. The sensation of brushing against death sent a shiver coursing through me. Just as I was about to take a closer look and then emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed, Xiao, she called from behind. What's the matter? I turned to face her. Her complexion was quite poor, reminiscent of the first time I had laid eyes on her. As I approached, I noticed a slender cut above her eyebrow. Nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. It seems like some corpse blood splattered in there, she remarked, her face both beautiful and pale, and relocated to room 901 for self-isolation. Before she left, she reassured me. A person like me, who despises meat, is hardly likely to turn into a zombie. Remember to take care of your unfortunate cabbage. I want to eat it when I return. Yet, I could not muster a smile. And then took her notebook with her, stating she would diligently document any changes in her body over the next few days. She mentioned that our previous understanding of zombies was grossly insufficient, and that this time, we were bound to make significant progress. She also took my outdoor rope, assuring me that as long as she did not suddenly lose her sanity, she could bind herself securely. Furthermore, she instructed me not to hold back if she truly transformed. Although this zombie shared her skin, it was certainly not her. I lay in my bedroom, alone for the night. Over the next few days, I prepared meals punctually, hanging them on the doorknob of 901. Each bag contained a note from me. Today, I harvested some vegetables, and there's one particularly large one. I gave the old leaves to Chen. I've saved the tender ones for you. He so lazy, just lounging in the sun reading all day. How are you? Is your appetite normal? Have you developed a craving for meat? Upon retrieving the containers, I receive a reply, a note torn from her notebook with bold letters stating, Xiao, so far, my pupil size is normal.ps. Next time, use less salt. I crumpled the note in frustration. This woman was indeed sparing with her words. The following day, I wrote again, and then I worried we wouldn't have enough vegetables. So I turned the north balcony nursery into a vegetable garden. Chen eats too much. I'm beginning to regret taking him in. She replied, You make him sound like a dog. On the third day, the temperature dropped. I penned, and then the weather is getting colder. Remember to add more blankets. I wonder if the little night light you took has enough power. I place a new one in the bag. The strawberries seem ripe. I picked a few for you to taste. P.S. The zombies downstairs have dispersed. Her response was simple. The strawberries are good. On the fourth day, I wrote, and then the power generation is decreasing. Today, I extended the clothes drying rack on the balcony. It can now hold 8 solar panels. I've also examined Chen Lin's diesel generator, and it's not as efficient as ours. By the way, how does he have a telescope and a generator at home? He can't be one of those twisted scientists who create chaos in the world and then hide away to observe. Can he? P.S. I think he saw me writing this. She replied, you shouldn't criticize others. You're more like that than anyone else. P.S. He does seem a bit off, but his personality is acceptable. P.P.S. The canned food today was nice. I want the same tomorrow. It seemed even and found him a bit peculiar. However, his oddness was not one of exuberance, but rather an unsettling negativity. The more I understood, the more I sensed the cold undertone beneath his gentle demeanor. The closer I got, the more he felt unattainable, that I had not slept well, and on the 5th morning. I overslept. By the time I awoke, Chen Lin had already delivered breakfast. I wrote a note and placed it in the lunchbox. And then, if you think breakfast is unappetizing, that's normal since it was made by Chen Lin. I've been struggling to sleep lately, and I can't muster any energy during the day. Do you think he might be drugging me? She replied, it's definitely not as good as your cooking. On the 6th day, the cold intensified. After much contemplation, I finally wrote, and then, I'm worried about you. She responded with a blank note. Leaning against the window seat, wrapped in a thick blanket, I could see Chen Lin watering the vegetable garden through the glass. The sunlight was surprisingly bright today. I placed the note over my eyes, recalling something it had once told me. Shall he, if one day I need to make a sacrifice, I can accept it entirely, as long as it holds value. Too many have already died. Those who survive must bear something. For a long time, I regarded these words as a form of naive idealism. Yet at this moment, I felt a sudden connection with her thoughts. People are often deceived by their own eyes, as in possessed of strength far beyond her delicate exterior. If there were a protagonist in this apocalypse, it would surely be someone like her. I spent the entire day doing nothing but gazing out the window in deep contemplation. Nightfall finally arrived. Tomorrow would mark the 7th day. I lay in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, as if time had reversed. Not long ago, I too had spent sleepless nights like this. The next day, I awoke early and loved tea, yet due to a limited stock of tea bags. We rarely saw it on the table. I was often chided for my frugality, likened to a miser. I retrieved a bag from a small box in the storage room, brewed a pot of black tea, and poured it into a thermos. I also grabbed a thick slice of honey milk toast. At tea precisely 8 o'clock, I hung the breakfast bag on the doorknob of 9:01. Compared to yesterday, I felt like a whirlwind of activity. I meticulously cleaned the house, the most thorough I had done since the outbreak. Under my direction, Chen Lin changed all the sheets and hung the bedding out to bask in the sun. By noon, I prepared lunch and asked Chen Lin to deliver it. Meanwhile, I rummaged through the storage room for fertilizer and tended to the balcony's fruits and vegetables. The garden was expansive. Sitting patiently on a stool, I mixed the soil, ensuring the fertilizer was well incorporated. Chen Lin leaned against the railing, silent, not even looking at me, merely standing by from dawn till dusk. Eventually, the sun disappeared behind the high-rise buildings. I wiped the sweat from my brow and said, I'm going to cook now. Shall he? Chen Lin called out, but ultimately said nothing more. I brushed away tears as I retrieved the untouched lunchbox from the insulated bag. The food inside had long since gone cold. I turned on the stove and began to prepare dinner. The north wind howled, shaking the doors and windows, standing on the balcony, even with an additional coat. The December chill still seeped in through the collar. Chen Lin knocked on the balcony door, and I turned around. Through the glass, I could not hear clearly, but by reading his lips, I understood he was saying, Go take a look. The corridor was dark. Chen Lin shone a flashlight around, confirming there was no unusual activity before returning to the door of 9:01. He knocked, but no one answered. He knocked again. But still, there was silence from within. Chen Lin handed me the flashlight, signaling me to step back. Inserting the spare key left by and into the lock, he finally picked up the fire axe lying on the ground. Just then, the door swung open and a bleary-eyed head peeked out. What are you doing here? I was momentarily stunned, but quickly pushed past Chen and pulled her out from behind the door that I circled around her several times, ensuring she was unharmed, and my anger surged as I grabbed her by the collar and dragged her back home. Hey, hey. You were so gentle when you wrote to me. Don't give me that cheeky smile. I glared at her. Where have you been today? Why didn't you eat the food I sent? She ruffled her messy hair and chuckled. I was just afraid I'd turn into a zombie when I opened the door. Do you see what time it is? I pointed to the wall clock. The isolation period we had agreed upon had passed by a solid 4 hours. I was so hungry. I thought sleeping would help. She immediately adopted a pitiful expression. Xiaohe. I'm starving. I gritted my teeth and went to prepare her a meal, nearly breaking the ladle in my grasp. Amidst the clanging in the kitchen, Chen returned, carrying various isolation supplies I had prepared for an inn, along with a thick pile of blankets. In my excitement, I had completely forgotten about him. Inn stroked her chin and murmured, "When did this guy become so conscientious?" I thrust a pair of chopsticks in her hands. "Hurry up and eat." Chen sat down as well, and we both watched as Anna voraciously devoured the food on the table. Once she had eaten her fill, Chen handed her a stack of paper. "This fell out while I was cleaning. Take a look and see if you want it." Huh? I focused my gaze. Wait a moment. Was this a note I had written to Anna? The topmost sheet boldly declared, "Chen eats too much. I'm beginning to regret taking him." Anna seemed confused, wiping her mouth before taking a while to decipher the contents of the note. Huh. What is this? She feigned ignorance. "I've never seen it before. I don't know. I'm not familiar." It's definitely not mine. "Is that so?" Chen replied, putting the note back in his pocket. "Then I'll just keep it for now." "Certainly, feel free," he said, sensing the awkward atmosphere and promptly excusing himself with, "I doubt we'll go wash the dishes on the balcony." Only 2 of us remained at the dining table. I suddenly felt like I was sitting on pins and needles, a sense of unease prickling at my back, as if I had something lodged in my throat. I couldn't help but mentally chastise Anna for her lack of resolve. I wondered if Chen had seen it. Surely, he wasn't the type to pry into others' correspondence, was he? Yet, why was he smiling so joyfully? No, he must have looked at it. He was doing this on purpose. Just as I was caught in a moral quandary, and then suddenly exclaimed, "Xiaohe, come quickly." She rushed in and pulled me outside. Look, the wind had inexplicably ceased, and the outside was enveloped in silence. I lifted my gaze to behold countless snowflakes gently falling to it was snowing in Shin City. I extended my hand, and a soft snowflake landed in my palm. December 24, 2022. Day 38 of the lockdown. How wonderful. Tonight is Christmas Eve. The next morning upon waking, I immediately drew open the curtains. Although the winter wonderland I had imagined did not materialize, the snow that had settled on the ground was scant, and under the sun's rays, it had melted into puddles, leaving only a thin layer atop parked cars. It was enough to bring me joy. Snowfall in Shin City was a rare occurrence. Perhaps due to the absence of human activity, this winter felt particularly cold. I put on my clothes and hurried to the balcony, washing up while glancing around. The tarp also had accumulated a fair amount of snow, which melted and flowed into the water tank via the pipes. Chen was seated at the table, enjoying his breakfast. "Good morning," I said as I joined him. "You seem quite happy," he remarked with a smile. "Do I?" I coughed lightly. "It's just snowing. It's nothing significant." Well, he sipped his coffee and nodded. "I just happened to wake up early and spent half an hour on the balcony." When did he become so talkative? At that moment, Anna emerged from her room, slippers on her feet. I seized the opportunity to shift the topic, asking her, "Do you want milk or cereal for breakfast?" "Just like you," she mumbled through her toothbrush. Chen typically had a cup of coffee with a few slices of toast and I would have some milk or cereal, occasionally snatching a piece of his bread. Sometimes we would indulge in instant porridge to change things up. Tea was out of the question. I would never drink tea in my life. After Anna completed her quarantine, I had shoved a box of tea bags to the bottom of the storage box, avoiding her heart-wrenching gaze. Once she finished washing up and sat down, we officially began our discussion. This recent infection incident was undoubtedly the most significant crisis since the outbreak of the zombies. "Are you certain that blood splattered into the wound?" I inquired. "Yes," Anna nodded. "The color of their blood is much darker than that of an ordinary person." "I am certain. Have there been any anomalies these past few days?" "Not really. Everything seems normal. That's not right. That I fell into thought. You engaged in blood exchange. Logically, the probability of infection should be very high. This was precisely the reason for my despair. Xiaohe, Chen suddenly asked me, what are the typical modes of virus transmission? I pondered for a moment. Generally, it can be transmitted through mother to child, respiratory, digestive, contact, vector-borne, and bodily fluids. In an opener notebook, jotting down my words, crossing off bodily fluid transmission. Mother-to-child transmission was quickly dismissed as well. That IT shouldn't be through respiratory means. She crossed off another option. I had face-to-face conversations with the residents about drinking water last time. Nor vector-borne. Even in late autumn, mosquitoes had vanished completely. If a swarm of unidentified insects appeared now, it would undoubtedly be conspicuous. Moreover, I hadn't seen any relevant reports. Subsequently, contact transmission was also struck off the list, the public elevator being the most likely source of infection in the residential building. Was used normally by both N and me, without any precautionary measures taken. Finally, only the digestive transmission option remained. However, prior to the lockdown, our food and water consumption had been no different from anyone else's. Seeing this solitary option, an Anne's pen hovered in the air, lingering without descending. Suddenly, Chen reached out and took the pen, marking the last option with a bold cross. That I looked at him, bewildered by his intentions. Just as I was about to inquire, fragmented images flashed through my mind. Anne and I exchanged a glance, shock evident in our eyes. When all possibilities had been eliminated, whatever remained, no matter how implausible, had to be the truth. There is no transmissibility. The three of us spoke the final answer in unison. To be more precise, the existing survivors no longer exhibited signs of transmissibility. That I recalled the corpse downstairs and the scattered bones throughout the community. It was crucial to understand that consuming survivors was not an effective means of transmission. This could only imply that after becoming zombies, the behavior of the horde was no longer aimed at spreading the infection. We had all fallen into a thinking trap, assuming that all uninfected humans were spared solely due to their lack of contact with the virus. However, after our recent discussion, this notion clearly did not hold water. Therefore, the reality was likely that we had long been exposed to a viral environment. We merely had not been selected as hosts. This established barrier between predator and prey makes it difficult to categorize as either fortunate or unfortunate. On one hand, disregarding transmissibility would significantly increase our margin for error when facing the horde. Yet on the other hand, it meant that those who had vanished, those who ultimately did not become infected, had been devoured alive. So, is eating merely a means to survive? Anand's fingers lightly tapped the table. That if they go without energy intake for too long, they will still perish. Viewed in this light, zombies bore a striking resemblance to humans, albeit with certain abilities enhanced and others diminished. Their very blood is even more alluring than that of humans. Chen suggested, taking the deduction further. I knew he was referring to the zombie that had been killed. Its corpse had attracted a horde far larger than expected. Thus, under certain conditions, cannibalism may occur within the horde. And ever the hawkish advocate queried, could there be a method that incites zombies to turn on each other? It may not be so simple. That I contemplated. The last one that died might have lost some phenomenal information distinguishing friend from foe, which is why it was treated as a meal by its kind. Simply inflicting wounds may not be effective. Outright killing them would run counter to our objectives. Given the current circumstances, eliminating a single zombie would mean facing an onslaught of tenfold others. Such a cost was too steep. The dining table fell silent for a moment. That I need to check the convenience store later. Chen switched the subject. Previously, I had assumed he was only going out to scavenge for food. But now it seemed there was more to it. Having joined us, he no longer needed to worry about food shortages. What was his purpose for visiting the store? I glanced at him, but refrained from pressing further. We should avoid acting alone. Xiaohe, you should accompany Chen. What about you? And raised her hand, signaling, I request to be absent this time. She appeared somewhat unwell, looking considerably more gaunt. Although she said nothing, it was evident that these past few days had been quite arduous for her. This person was far from fearless. I nodded and quickly packed my agent 18-9, 20 a.m. Chen and I departed from home. Perhaps due to my previous experience, I no longer felt the same dread about going out as before. That we opened the fire escape door and descended the safety staircase. 8th floor, 7th floor, 6th floor. Upon reaching the 5th floor, my steps suddenly halted. "What's wrong?" Chen asked, noticing my gaze fixated on the floor. I shook my head, pulling him swiftly through the corridor. Only when we reached the 1st floor did I quietly reveal my discovery. "There's someone on the 5th floor. Last time we went out, I closed all the fire escape doors below the 9th floor. I remember." He led me toward the community entrance. Chen seemed well acquainted with navigating around zombies. However, if there are other survivors still residing in this building, that approach would inadvertently expose you as to when I closed the door, I slipped in some paper. If we are discovered, we need to ascertain who they are. They must have opened the fire escape door for some reason, causing the paper to drop. Later, they closed the door again, indicating they did not wish to be found. There could be other survivors. That's quite normal. Chen glanced up at the densely packed buildings of the community. It's not easy for them to have survived this long, but if they are observant, they might have already discovered us. I felt a twinge of concern. I had closed the fire escape doors above the 10th floor. That was a clear boundary. "All right," he nodded. "I will be vigilant." I studied his profile for some time. Having seen him decisively deal with zombies, I had initially assumed he was the type to be ruthless. Yet regarding this newly surfaced survivor, he showed no hostility. However, from our very first encounter, he seemed to possess this peculiar disposition. Lost in contemplation, we arrived at the entrance. The barrier at the gate had been shattered, and the door to the security booth stood ajar, revealing a scene of utter disarray within. The riot shields and steel prongs had vanished. Presumably taken by others, crossing the threshold, I beheld the exterior of the community for the first time in over a month. The road stretched out before me, remarkably vacant. There were few zombies in sight, suggesting they had not overflowed from the community. Standing once more on the city streets, a wave of nostalgia washed over me. Chen walked ahead, tall and somewhat disheveled, his hair curling from neglect. With each step, the hem of his long coat billowed behind him. His backpack appeared modified, featuring 2 leather buckles on the side, and his fire axe was securely lodged within. I turned my gaze towards the glass display windows along the street. Inside, a figure sported a hedgehog hairstyle resembling an Anne's, devoid of any bloodstains. There were no heaps of corpses along the roadside, nor any relentless zombies trailing behind. This scene was infinitely better than those I had witnessed in my dreams. And the thought filled my heart with joy. The convenience store soon came into view. A quick scan revealed that the shelves had been entirely stripped bare. Chen had visited twice before, and from his assessment of the inventory, it was clear that no other survivors had yet discovered this place. If I were in his position, I would have gone to great lengths to transport every last resource home for peace of mind. Yet he did not. Seemingly harboring other intentions, I observed him standing motionless before the cash register and approached to see a question mark scrawled in bold marker on the countertop. Did another survivor draw this? I inquired, astonished. No, he admitted candidly. It was me. Why would you draw that? I yearned to delve into his mind and uncover his thoughts. Aren't you afraid of revealing yourself? In truth, if someone notices that the stock is diminishing, I've already exposed myself. The drawing makes no difference. He pocketed the marker, adding, I merely wish to gauge their reactions. Regardless of its specifics, it conveys a certain amount of information. The absence of a response is, in itself, a response. The question mark lay there, solitary on the table, while the store had been emptied. Clearly, the other party had disregarded Chen-Lin's gesture of goodwill. Was his purpose for visiting the convenience store merely to ascertain this? A sudden thought struck me. When he knocked on my door that day, was it also to observe our reactions? What significance did that reaction hold? It was likely taken by the same group. He mused after a moment's contemplation that if someone chose to leave behind some supplies, they ought to respond to me as well. Thus, there's no scenario where multiple factions of survivors divided the resources without leaving a mark. You left them food, yet they took everything. That I felt a pang of sympathy for the lost supplies while subtly sowing discord. He chuckled softly. I'm not as altruistic as you suggest. Chen continued deeper into the store. Approaching a small warehouse, the lock was broken, and he pushed the door open to inspect inside, with me following closely. The space was already barren, save for a few rows of shelves and a set of office furniture. Just as I was preparing to exit, Chen suddenly grasped my arm. Before I could react, he swiftly covered my mouth with his hand. His touch was cold. Someone coming. Chen Lin gently closed the ajar door, plunging the warehouse into darkness. The intruder was rifling through the last remnants of food at the counter, mere steps away that I could distinctly hear the rustling of plastic bags. In the shadows, we quietly maneuvered towards the door, holding our breath to listen for any signs of movement while ensuring we didn't disturb the furniture. Moments later, a crisp zipper echoed through the air. Clearly, they had finished their looting. The individual seemed intimately familiar with the surroundings and did not return to inspect the warehouse. Their footsteps skirted around the counter and soon faded out through the front door of the convenience store. Once we confirmed their departure, Chen Lin pulled open the warehouse door. From his silhouette, it appeared to be a middle-aged man that we maintained a cautious distance as we followed, that he moved swiftly and soon entered the community, seemingly unaware of our pursuit. Ultimately, he dashed into Building 51. Chen Lin and I exchanged a glance. This was indeed my residential building. Were the survivors on the 5th floor, or from another level? I felt a twinge of regret. Had I known, I would have shoved that piece of paper back inside, perhaps to verify something. After waiting a moment longer, we cautiously pursued. Upon entering the lobby, I immediately noticed the tightly shut fire escape door. The door had been wide open when we descended. The sense of foreboding crept into my heart. Chen Lin tried to push against it, but the door remained unyielding. Peering through the crack, I saw that the two handles of the double fire doors had been tightly bound together with wire. He discovered us. I felt a throbbing in my temples. Since when? It could have been on the way here, or at the convenience store. Chen Lin's expression was grave, or perhaps from the very beginning. Are you suggesting he followed us to the convenience store? A shiver ran down my spine. This sudden shift in roles between hunter and prey caught me off guard. It's a possibility. Knowing we noticed him, he might have chosen to disguise himself as a survivor in search of supplies. Chen Lin stepped back a couple paces. Let us go check the garage. We promptly made our way to the underground parking lot. However, the deeper we ventured, the more unnerved I felt. Aside from Building 51, the underground entrances to all other units were secured with thick wire from the outside. The surface exits are likely the same, Chen Lin assessed. The wire was sturdy and resilient. Unless the doors were forcefully broken, those trapped inside would find it nearly impossible to escape. That I finally grasped the man's intent. He aimed to trap all survivors within the residential building. And we, due to our proximity to him, had become the last group to be dealt with. Chen Lin attempted to open the underground door to 51, and unsurprisingly, it failed. Unlike the other buildings, all exits from 51 had been locked from inside. Why is he keeping us out? My mind raced. The wires on the other buildings could be opened from the outside, and we could easily find a new refuge. It's futile. Chen Lin shook his head. Without water or electricity, and with the nearby supplies mostly scavenged, we wouldn't last long even in a safe haven. Everything seemed fine the last time I was here, so this person must have completed the lockdown during an quarantine. I tried to piece together more clues. That man clearly didn't act on a whim. Gathering such a substantial amount of wire indicates he had been planning this for quite some time. However, how could he ensure that no other survivors would open the doors from within Building 51? If he is certain there are no other living souls inside, it stands to reason that Building 51 was likely sealed off long ago. You simply didn't realize it because you never ventured out. Chen Lin's words struck a chord within me. This made sense. Thankfully, and it hadn't ventured out with us this time and could assist us from inside. But according to Chen Lin, this individual's methods should be exceptionally cautious and meticulous. He could have easily assessed the number of occupants before taking action. Why wait? That is incorrect. He had no reason to make such a blunder. Suddenly, it dawned on me that he didn't necessarily have to eliminate everyone in one fell swoop. He could easily pick us off one by one, because once he dealt with Chen Lin and me, and it would undoubtedly come down to investigate. All he needed to do was lie in wait in the hallway, poised to strike. Therefore, the greatest danger now wasn't us, but her. Two reconstructing defensive structures. One, let us go to your house first. I decided on the spot. We no longer lingered at the fire door, redirecting our path. Before long, we reached the entrance to Building 58. Even from a distance, I could smell the pungent aroma of pine. A large puddle of pale yellow liquid lay on the ground, apparently spilled from a toppled barrel of diesel. The wire was more troublesome than I had anticipated, proving impossible to untangle by hand. Fortunately, I had tools in my bag. I handed a pair of pliers to Chen, who struggled for quite some time before finally severing the wire. The door creaked open a narrow gap. In the dim light, a zombie stood with its back to us at the staircase corner. The confined space was saturated with the stench of blood and decay. "What should we do?" I inquired with my eyes. "We can't kill it here." Chen quietly closed the door again. "I'll draw them away." "No." I immediately objected. "The passageways here are mostly sealed off. Once they fixate on you, escape is impossible." This fool was reckless. He pondered for a moment. "What time is it?" I glanced at my watch. "Just past noon." Our time was running short. "Let us try using fire." He began to retreat while tearing a long strip from his clothing. "Diesel can't be ignited directly, but after evaporating for so long, the vapor concentration should be sufficient." "Will it explode?" I felt a twinge of anxiety. "The probability is low." With that, he ignited the cloth and tossed it toward the fire door. Simultaneously pulling me down under him, a wave of heat surged from behind us, and flames shot up several meters high, nearly engulfing us as well. In the haze, I caught a whiff of my own singed flesh. A loud bang echoed, but it wasn't an explosion. I strained to turn my head and beheld two zombies forcefully breaking through the door, stumbling out before quickly collapsing to the ground. Behind them, the stairwell had erupted into a raging inferno. Chen rose to search for a fire extinguisher, while I stood up, rubbing my forehead. The flammable materials in the stairwell were minimal, and with the aid of the extinguisher, the flames were swiftly brought under control. We ventured inside with our flashlights. The walls of the corridor blackened by smoke, revealing several lifeless bodies within. Someone tried to escape, but failed. Chen mused, tracing the knife marks on the inner side of the door. "With such a commotion, it will certainly attract the wandering zombies in the building." Gazing at the charred skeletons on the ground, I momentarily found it impossible to discern which belonged to the survivors. A chill of calm fury washed over me. Within this world, humanity seemed to have shed all constraints. Thus, all heinous sins were preemptively forgiven, and every act of brutality was absurdly condoned as we ascended the stairs. Silence enveloped us. Upon reaching the 22nd floor, Chen balcony was directly opposite 902. Lacking communication devices, how could we contact him without attracting attention? After staring across for a considerable time, an idea struck me. I activated the laser on my flashlight, a slender beam of red light piercing the 100 meters to illuminate the vegetable patch on my balcony. I waved the flashlight frantically, hoping it would quickly notice the signal. After what felt like an eternity, she finally peeked out. Upon seeing me, and it seemed to exhale in relief, likely thinking I was merely indulging in some childish antics, waving cheerfully before preparing to retreat indoors. I was frantic. I quickly thrust the flashlight into Chen hands and gestured towards the telescope on the balcony. At last, she realized something was amiss and lifted the scope to gaze in our direction. "And in danger." I held up the 4 large characters I had written on a piece of paper. Due to our lack of a telescope, we could only engage in one-sided communication. That I conveyed the situation to her and proposed to meet on the balcony every hour. With my anxieties finally easing, I reclined on the sofa. I had slept on the hard floor for so long that I had nearly forgotten the feel of a soft cushion. "Chen, where do you think he could be hiding?" Although it was temporarily safe, we could not break the current stalemate without addressing this issue. "There's no need to consider floors above the 10th. He replied, sitting cross-legged. I nodded, as it would be inconvenient to monitor from such a distance. "The likelihood is also low on floors 1 through 8, he continued. "The fire door has excellent soundproofing. Standing inside, one might not hear footsteps from the stairwell. Given the extent of his preparations, he would certainly choose a fail-safe location. Indeed, just like this morning, he was able to follow us the moment we set out." Indicating he was well acquainted with our movements, I swiftly recalled the events of the day. So, he could only have 2 hiding spots, either lying in ambush between the 9th and 10th floors, watching from above, or concealed in the basement, ensuring he could keep an eye on the exit on the 1st floor. Chen pondered for a moment and gently shook his head. "It can't be the basement, because he cannot ascertain which exit we would take. If we had left through the garage today, wouldn't we have crossed paths directly? Thus, there is only one possibility." He did not answer directly, instead casting his gaze towards Building 51. "In fact, there is another location that fulfills all the conditions we discussed." That would be 903. A shiver coursed through me. Upon reflection, the potential of 903 was even greater than that of the corridor. It was more concealed, safer, and allowed for direct observation of our movements. If this conjecture held, then the night Ann ended her quarantine, it was highly probable there was a fourth individual on the ninth floor. For various reasons, he had not rushed into action, but rather chose to lurk in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Thus, the challenge now is how to guide and then to bypass these two locations and descend to assist us in opening the door. I reaffirmed our objective, and it must be done swiftly. If there was no movement by sunset tomorrow, that individual would likely become suspicious and might resort to more aggressive means to force entry. At that point, we would find ourselves entirely at a disadvantage. Although our thoughts were clearer now, the dilemma had not been resolved. One location sealed off the stairwell, while the other obstructed the corridor. Unless Ann grows wings, I lamented. No, even if she had wings, she would still be discovered the moment she stepped outside. Upon hearing this, Chen looked at me, as if something had ignited within his eyes. Xiaohe, you are right that we cannot use the main entrance. Let her climb down 802, then come down from the 8th floor to find us. This was indeed a viable plan. The only risk was the potential presence of zombies in 802. However, such a degree of risk was acceptable that I promptly relayed the plan to Ann, agreeing to commence our operation at 3 a.m. the night time would likely see the zombies relax their vigilance as they sealed off the doors. Before that, Ann needed to fashion a new rope, as the only bundle of climbing rope had been taken by me. Chunlin's home had nearly run out of food. Fortunately, I had brought some compressed biscuits with me this morning, which, combined with drinking water, would serve as our lunch. The biscuits were not as hard as I had imagined. They were crisp and savory, with a faint peanut aroma. After eating, we leaned against opposite ends of the sofa, closing our eyes to rest, awaiting the arrival of night. T2. 55 in and appeared promptly on the balcony, her waist secured with the rope. She flashed her flashlight towards us twice. The operation was officially underway. To lighten her load, we did not allow her to bring the telescope. From this point forward, our communication would rely entirely on light signals. She crouched and climbed over to the exterior of the balcony, tying the other end of the rope to the railing. After pausing for a few seconds, she resolutely let go and leapt toward 802, and my heart tightened momentarily. Thankfully, she landed safely on the 8th floor. Though the rope was a bit long and provided little cushioning, T took her a while to rise, limping slightly, and she used her flashlight to signal me that everything is normal. I promptly replied. Received. She untied the rope from her waist and slowly entered the living room. Next, she needed to confront any potential zombies in 802 and unlock the basement's blockade. Time ticked by T4:02 a.m. And she finally returned to the balcony, flashing her flashlight twice again. It seemed everything had gone smoothly, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Chen had already returned to the sofa. In the darkness, his eyes resembled those of a feline, mysterious and profound. After a long contemplation, I could not help but ask, Chen, does the existence of other survivors mean that disasters like today could still occur? Is it inevitable to fall into such a passive situation unless others are dealt with first? This individual had no intention of engaging with us. Upon discovering our presence, he had harbored murderous intentions. Had it not been for his secure base and the asymmetric advantage of information, the three of us would have likely met our end today. Thus, when the adversary refrains from striking, we cannot discern friend from foe. And when one can finally distinguish between them, it is often too late. In this light, the initiative rests solely with the one who acts first. Reflecting on Chunlin's excessive leniency towards other survivors, I felt a twinge of concern. Are you too trusting of human nature? After a moment of silence, he sighed softly. I do not trust human nature. It is simply too complex to be delineated in terms of good and evil. For human civilization, the horror of the apocalypse lies not merely in the death of individuals. We often say, the human heart is the least to be trusted, and man-made disasters are worse than natural calamities. Yet their true meaning does not imply that. Once order is lost, the wicked can act with impunity. Rather, it is the weakness of human nature that renders most incapable of resisting the conditioning of their environment. Xiaohe, do you consider yourself a bad person? He countered with a question that I was taken aback, because what you just inquired about is precisely his viewpoint. He has merely acted on this idea before you did a course. You need not feel burdened by this. Under the given circumstances, it is a natural outcome of contemplation. But the issue is that it can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. When everyone believes this is the accepted rule of survival, it will inevitably become reality. Chen Lin's gaze was earnest. Perhaps there are numerous possibilities for humanity's future, but some paths are destined to be impassable. He sighed and shifted the topic. It is still too early to discuss this. Let us first resolve our immediate predicament. Chen Lin was not one to fervently advocate his views, yet throughout our interactions, I sensed he possessed unique insights on many matters. Simultaneously, I discerned a subtle rejection and aversion to social interaction behind his politeness and gentleness. Thus, I had to suppress my curiosity as long as he remained silent. I would refrain from asking. Today, however, was a rare occasion. I finally grasped how he thought, whether it was his initial contact with us or leaving marks at the convenience store. He had been diligently signaling while preserving his own safety as a figure emerging from the shadows. Chen Lin, at the expense of relinquishing some degree of control, afforded both parties greater opportunities and choices. We need not engage in a game where a single decisive blow determines the outcome. You may respond or choose not to. It matters not. What is significant is that we now possess the potential to return to the normal social protocols: interaction, exploration, negotiation, and consensus. Stealing a glance, I observed him resting with his eyes closed. I recalled how he appeared standing on the balcony, gazing into the distance, absorbed in a book on a lazy afternoon, and seated at the table listening to the playful banter between An and me. What thoughts occupied his mind during those moments? His contemplation had never ceased. It was not provoked solely by my inquiries. Time passed, second by second, until the dawn finally brightened. At 7:55 a.m., we successfully navigated through the garage into Building 51. With 5 minutes remaining before scheduled time, Chen Lin and I began our ascent up the staircase. Upon successfully reuniting with An, we proceeded together to the platform on the 9th floor. After confirming that the platform bore no signs of human surveillance, this location was decisively ruled out. The operation had finally entered its concluding phase at 8:00 a.m., and executed the plan by opening the fire door in the hallway and promptly turning to descend stairs. We surmised that he likely would not monitor directly at the door of 903, but would instead use the sound of An's exit as the cue for his actions. Chen Lin and I held our breath behind the door. The success of our endeavor hinged on this moment. Almost immediately, a figure darted out from the corridor. It was none other than the middle-aged man, but he moved swiftly, crouching low, intent on trailing and down the stairs. However, Chen Lin's speed eclipsed his own. With a swift blow of the axe's back, he rendered the man unconscious. I kicked away the weapon that had fallen beside him, a blood-stained entrenching tool, clearly tainted not only with the blood of the undead. Upon hearing the commotion, An quickly retraced his steps, that we brandished the ropes we had prepared in advance, and together we secured the man tightly. Chen Lin searched his pockets, discovering 2 keys and a wallet. According to the identification, the man's name was Wang Yong, and I dragged him downstairs. The pain from the steps soon roused Wang Yong from his stupor, but he struggled against the ropes. Exclaiming, "What is this? What do you intend to do? My brother is upstairs. You'd best let me go," and then struck him on the back of the head with a shovel, and he promptly became considerably more compliant. Once he regained his composure, a look of sheer terror crossed his face. "Wait, listen to me. This is a misunderstanding. You must have made some mistake." He had already deduced our intentions, in the face of death. This cunning executioner revealed his true nature, that I can be your muscle, help you scout, that I would be far more useful than that skinny fellow. You need not untie me. Just provide me with a bit of food each day, no. Just give me some water, and I can assist you in many ways. Please, do not kill me, I beg you. He trembled, tears and mucus streaming down his face as he incoherently pleaded for mercy. It was hard to fathom that this man had annihilated an entire community, committing such heinous acts, yet appearing to be merely an ordinary citizen wielding a butcher's knife, that we chose to ignore him. After waiting for a while on the first floor, Chen Lin finally descended, seemingly having completed the cleanup. "How did it go?" And an inquired. "I've checked inside. "There are no issues," Chen Lin replied, twisting the wire from the door. As the fire door reopened, the stairwell was illuminated. "I will go upstairs for a look," I announced. Although I understood he was deserving of his fate, I could not bear to witness his demise firsthand. Wang Yang's pockets contained 2 keys, one of which could unlock the door to 501. I ascended to the 5th floor and pushed open the door. The layout of the apartment bore a striking resemblance to my own. The master bedroom held a bed, while the kitchen and secondary bedroom were cluttered with various food supplies and hardware tools. I found no power-generating equipment. The bathtub contained some water, but it was nearly empty. The refrigerator was unplugged, its contents spoiled. A faint, unpleasant odor lingered in the air. But I traversed the living area and pulled open the tightly shut balcony door, hoping to air out the room. To my dismay, a more potent stench assaulted my senses upon opening it. It was then that I discovered the source of the odor lay outside, but a glance revealed a heap of debris and household waste piled on the balcony. With a conspicuous white cloth draped over a corner of the refuse, a gust of wind blew, and beneath the cloth, a human ankle was exposed. "Xiao He, do not look," and then rushed up from the stairwell to block my view. "It is fine. One becomes accustomed to such sights," I replied, closing the balcony door. Wang Yong must have lived alone. This individual was likely a survivor he had abducted. In any case, a conflict ensued between them. Chen Lin mentioned that this person was strangled. No. I held up a photograph from the television cabinet for him to see. The man within was around 40, wearing glasses, and appeared scholarly and refined. "This is the actual owner of 501. It was evident that Wang Yong was an intruder. The other key in his pocket was, in fact, the key to his own residence, shortly after the outbreak of the zombie virus. He had chosen Building 51 as his refuge. During the lockdown, Anin and I remained oblivious. Having not ventured outside, I was unaware of the specifics surrounding his encounter with the owner of 501. But it was likely a brutal tale of murder and plunder. Individuals like Wang Yong are referred to by Chen Lin as scavengers. They will go to any lengths to clear their surrounding territory of threats, be they undead or living humans, for in their eyes, there is no distinction. They are indifferent to your intentions or objectives. Merely appearing in their domain is sufficient to be perceived as a threat. Moreover, eliminating other survivors offers numerous advantages, seizing more resources and shelters, expanding their safe operational zone, and so forth. Thus, in the early days of the apocalypse, a significant number of survivors met their demise at the hands of their fellow humans, becoming meaningless sacrifices. However, Chen Lin believes that scavengers are merely a product of acute stress and will not represent humanity's ultimate fate. I hope he is correct, for I suddenly realize that I am utterly unwilling to encounter such individuals again. Just as true madmen never play by conventional rules, scavengers are equally unpredictable. That I had thought I had done enough. Hoarding supplies discreetly before the outbreak, conducting periodic inspections of the 9th floor corridor and stairwell, and ensuring that the blackout curtains in my home were drawn tightly. Yet, I overlooked a crucial aspect, confirming whether anyone resided within those walls was of no consequence to them. The cost of sealing off all exits to a building is minimal, with only benefits to be gained that, if they were even more radical, they could simply set fire to the entire residential building. While I pondered how to engage in a tactical exchange, they had already sharpened their blades. In the presence of scavengers, ordinary individuals appear as naive children. All my preparations seemed childish and absurd when confronted with them. Although Wang Yong had perished, I resolved to immediately fortify my defenses to ensure my own safety. The first step was to eliminate all wandering zombies within Building 51. That a certain hawkish faction had long been eager for this proposal, that we reinforced the exits on the ground floor and basement with thick wire. Then proceeded to clear each level in order from bottom to top. Given the relatively enclosed space and its elevation, the zombies we dispatched did not attract a horde like last time. It seems that pheromones are only effective within a certain range, and remarked after confirming that there was no commotion below, turning back to address me. Indeed, and besides pheromones, there may be other factors at play. I mused, recalling the zombies that had been incinerated in the underground garage, which had also failed to draw a horde. Blood could very well be a significant factor. The morning passed swiftly. After confiscating Wang Yong's entrenching tool, Chen Lin seemed to be on a roll, dispatching each zombie with ease. Much to an end's envied at last, we had cleared the zombies from the corridor and stairwell that I followed closely behind, meticulously documenting the conditions within the building. We had killed a total of 12 zombies, with 0 suspected survivors. 21 units were accessible. The rooftop, inaccessible. This building houses approximately 100 units, most of which remained tightly shut. We had no intention of forcibly entering. Even if zombies lurked within, it mattered little. They could not escape. The rooftop could not be accessed via the stairs, likely designed as a duplex for the top-floor residents. Given that all the doors on the top floor were securely closed and the absence of an elevator made access cumbersome, we abandoned the idea of utilizing the rooftop. After clarifying the situation, I felt as though I had stumbled upon a fortune in my most destitute hour. And do you know what a stroke of luck feels like? I sensed the hamster genes within me stirring with excitement. Even if it's just a screw, I must take it back. I took on the responsibility of gathering food, while then focused on searching for daily necessities. After establishing our respective roles, we immediately immersed ourselves in our tasks. On the day the zombie virus erupted, many residents fled in a panic, leaving their doors ajar. At that time, they had not yet reached a point of desperation. So many supplies remained within the rooms. Where's Chen? And then inquired as she searched around. I don't know. He probably went to find something that piqued his interest, I replied as I stepped into the kitchen. By the way, what do you think of what he said? There is some truth to it, she replied, still focused on stuffing items in her bag. However, that guy speaks with such persuasive flair that every time I hear him, I feel as if I've been brainwashed. Therefore, regardless of whether what he says is right, as long as he is useful, that's enough. In Anne's eyes, Chen was nothing more than a mere tool. I lowered my head and continued rummaging through the drawers. If only the virus had erupted 2 months later. If the temperature could drop a little more, even without electricity, the refrigerator could preserve food. Perhaps the meat in the freezer could be salvaged as well. By the time the first round of scavenging was complete, night had already fallen for quite some time. I began to tally the supplies at home. Over the past 1.5 months, we had consumed 18 barrels of drinking water. Since we had replenished once when the water supply resumed, the actual consumption might be doubled. There were still 50 boxes of self-heating rice left and over 120 packets of instant noodles. 2 boxes of compressed biscuits had hardly been touched, and rice, flour, and noodles had also been sparingly consumed. Approximately 8 boxes of individual rations remained, along with 8 large bags of cereal that we had eaten more than 2 boxes out of 20 boxes of canned food. And the eggs were nearly finished. Combined, we had 11 boxes of yogurt and milk. I had hoarded too many vegetables, and with the new crops reaching harvest, they turned out to be the most abundant supplies. I continued to catalog today's finds. The food items included 2 bottles of blueberry jam, a jar of peanut butter, a can of condensed milk, a bottle of salad dressing, and 2 jars of lao gan ma. All unopened 0.5 boxes of instant coffee, some sugar cubes, and 2 large jars of tea leaves. I also took some rice, yeast, and cooking oil. There were 2 bags of rice cakes and a jar of pickles. However, the most delightful discovery was a box of Haidaleo hot pot base and a pot of unripe cherry tomatoes found in room 402, and had also found quite a few items for hot water bottles. A multifunctional cooker with a grill, 2 sets of dumbbells, 10 boxes of tissues, 3 boxes of sewing supplies, 2 collapsible bathing tubs, over a dozen bundles of plastic bags, and 3 large bags of sanitary pads. Additionally, there were some commonly stocked medications and about 10 bottles of disinfectant spray. Leaning against the wall were 3 exceptionally thick mattresses. Where did you find these? I asked, feeling the fabric. That aren't they rather large? Isn't it meant to improve our quality of life? And swiftly diverted the topic. Shall he? Look at Chen Lin. Compared to him, I'm already quite normal. That I turned to see what Chen Lin had brought back. A reclining chair with cushions. What use is a rocking chair? She inquired. It's excessive, I nodded. Far more so than your mattress. That if he had brought back a game console or comics, I could understand, but she pointed at the fishing gear and a box of chess. Isn't this something an old gentleman would have in the park? Do you think Chen Lin might have faked his age? Is he really only 30? She questioned further. That certainly warrants investigation. I affirmed her inquisitive nature. A golf club? Is he planning to play golf? But he hasn't even brought any balls, she remarked, swinging the club a couple of times. Perhaps he forgot. That tends to happen with age. The issue of age seemed increasingly suspicious. A DVD player. This one is passable, and approached, picking up a disc from the device. But he's actually watching Crayon Shin-chan. Isn't that rated R? I stared at the cover featuring a boy in a red shirt and yellow shorts. Deep in thought. After all, he is an adult. Mutual understanding, perhaps. You too, Chen, who had been standing nearby, finally spoke. At least wait until I'm not around to speak ill of me. I was preoccupied with transforming our base and barely slept that night. Space in our home had become exceedingly limited to maximize resource utilization. I tidied up rooms 901 and 903 and began relocating supplies that I enlisted Chen to assist with the labor. I had initially intended to move the vegetables from the storage room as well, feeling it was a bit unfair to have Chen sleep in the living room. However, he seemed indifferent, so I abandoned the idea. All household waste was well sealed with no odor. I transferred it from an spare room to an empty unit on another floor. When the water and electricity first ceased, I had worried about waste disposal. However, upon observation, the building's sewage system remained unaffected. It was just necessary to manually fill the toilet tank before each use. I moved all of Wang Yang's tools back to room 903. There were several large rolls of thick iron wire, suggesting he had scavenged everything usable from the nearby hardware store. Consequently, the 9th floor was divided into 3 functional areas: living area, storage area, and work area. Rather than a work area, it was more like Chen-Lin's exclusive labor zone. Wang Yang's iron wire lock inspired me. However, the fire exit door in the hallway opened outward, unlike the ground floor, where 2 handles could be tied together. Thus, I hoped Chen could design a locking mechanism that would allow the 9th floor fire exit door to open only from the inside. Xiaohe, you have quite the talent for being a landlord, Chen, with his disheveled hair, said. Have you seen the rooster crows at midnight? Wonderful, this guy is calling me a miser. But given my current reliance on him, I could only assure him that I would bring him breakfast soon. Back in the kitchen, I steamed a pot of sweet corn. Just as I was heating the milk, and it appeared, drawn by the aroma. Go wash up first. I swatted her hand away. Someone clearly woke up early but pretended to be asleep. I strongly condemn such behavior. Not me. Who? I haven't heard of anyone that she feigned interest in the scenery. I shoved a box of LED motion sensor lights into her arms. Eat quickly. You need your strength for work. The corridor and stairwell were poorly lit, perpetually shrouded in darkness throughout the seasons. With these lights, we would no longer need to use flashlights to navigate. When I brought breakfast to Chen, he was already hard at work outside. He first drilled expansion screws into the wall, then twisted several wires together onto the nut, with the other ends forming a closed loop that fit snugly around the door handle. Once locked, no one could push the door open from the outside. Even brute force would only tighten the wires. Simultaneously, I decided to completely abandon the first floor and basement exits. I had developed a psychological aversion to doors that could lock from both sides. The 3 of us carried every large piece of furniture we could find on the lower floors to barricade the front and back doors. On top of that, we had Chen use expansion nuts and wires to create 2 nets, sealing both exits completely. Thus, including the entrance door, we had constructed 3 layers of protective barriers and gaze at the fortified entrance. Xiaohe, how are we supposed to get out in the future? I pondered with my chin in hand. I haven't figured that part out yet. Seeing her expression shift, I quickly added, just kidding. Honestly, this woman has no appreciation for my humor. After sealing the ground floor, the responsibility for connecting the building to the outside world was handed over to the 2nd floor. In my vision, we would use a ladder to enter and exit, setting it up as needed to avoid leaving any hidden dangers. All rooms on the 2nd and 3rd floors were locked. We had to let Chen descend from the balcony of room 402. Level by level, he bit down on his weapon, swinging on the rope with both hands. Although it was a perilous maneuver, he executed it effortlessly till we held our breath, listening intently. After a moment, we heard his voice from below. All set, come down, and you were right. Chen is indeed quite useful. I suddenly reflected, we ought to treat him better. The 2nd floor was soon under our control. After securing the spare keys we found, I began to inspect room 202. The primary distinction of this room from the one above was its 2 expansive terraces, which together likely spanned 30 square meters. The 2nd floor was approximately 4 to 5 meters above the ground. making it impractical to construct such a long ladder that I climbed over the railing and circled the perimeter of the terrace. To the north was a green belt, while the south faced the main road of the community. Peering over, I noticed an SUV parked directly below the terrace. Estimating the height of its roof, it could serve as a mid-level platform for ascending and descending. With my decision made, I climbed back inside. The room was now empty except for Where's Chen? He seems to have gone up, and replied, her eyes glued to the search for supplies in room 202. This guy really was quick on his feet. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Chen was indeed reclining with his eyes half closed in his chair. Teacher Chen, I called tentatively. He opened one to look at me. As the capable one, you should help us make a few ladders. That I poked the back of the chair with my finger, causing it to sway gently. That's not entirely out of the question. He replied, resting his hand behind his head. But since more work means more pay, have you thought about how you'll compensate me? Excellent. The tool has revolted, the laborer is rebelling, and the proletariat is rising. Most importantly, despite our deep bond, he had the audacity to demand payment. Yet, all I could do was silently curse him that I've thought of something. I said, how about you become our honorary captain from now on? You said the same thing when we first met, Chen reminded me. Did I? I've forgotten what grand promises I made, I replied, but this time it's genuine, more genuine than a needle's eye. And then, from now on, we shall no longer speak ill of you behind your back, I declared with utmost sincerity. After all, it was far more entertaining to speak ill to one's face. That sounds appealing. He shifted the conversation, but I only work for free for 2 hours each day. Any additional time will be billed separately to SO. That was his plan all along. Chen truly despises labor. After a brief respite of warmer temperatures, the chill has returned with an ominous persistence. Nevertheless, the interior of our home remains pleasantly warm and has somehow acquired an impressive array of furniture, including a floor lamp, a thick plush blanket, a square low table, and 2 reclining sofas. The mattress is quite comfortable. After lying down, the persistent headache that had plagued me for so long eased significantly. Chen, as the nominal leader and practical laborer, continues to perform reliably. He disassembled wooden boards from beds in other rooms, cut them to suitable sizes, and reinforced them with wire, crafting 2 exceptionally sturdy ladders. They are just tall enough to allow access to the 2nd floor terrace from the roof. Although he could be a bit lazy, his craftsmanship is commendable, far surpassing my own abilities. We have refrained from intruding into other residential buildings, maintaining a state of lockdown. However, we thoroughly explored every shop outside the community. Most of the food is no longer edible, but we managed to replenish some medical supplies and selected a few visually appealing apples and citrus fruits. Even if we cannot consume them, preserving their seeds is a worthwhile endeavor. By contrast, our greatest bounty came from the agricultural supply store at the back gate of the community, in addition to seeds. We exerted considerable effort to carry back any pesticides, fertilizers, soil, feed, and tools we could manage. Since we found a way to circumvent the lobby for entry and exit, our frequency and efficiency of outings have improved significantly. No season feels safer than winter nights, as all the zombies retreat to their buildings early, allowing us to traverse the streets with relative ease. Often, we transport supplies outside during the day, returning home under the cover of night. To facilitate our nocturnal tasks, Chen crafted several makeshift miner's hats for us using glue, helmets, and lights, thus liberating our hands. Additionally, he constructed a solar panel stand to my specifications. However, this was a paid project outside of work hours. Constituting our private transaction, in return, I relocated the power generation equipment and vegetable garden to 2 other rooms on the 9th floor, clearing space on the balcony for his rocking chair, judging by his expression when basking in the sun. He seems quite pleased with this arrangement. Tonight, it is Anne's turn to cook that I intentionally stepped in to observe. Anne is an excellent cook, particularly skilled at making soups. Unlike Chen, who often resorts to instant noodles and self-heating rice to satisfy us. She began by adding a small amount of oil to the pot. Once the bottom was heated, she tossed in the chopped bacon, stirring until the savory aroma filled the air. Gradually, she added segments of cabbage, salt, and soy sauce. I handed her an egg, and she skillfully separated the yolk, whisked it with water, and gently poured the mixture into the pot. Instantly, the broth transformed into an enticing golden hue. What is this? I inquired, noticing her mysteriously retrieving a bag from the cupboard that I found it. She whispered, "What do you think?" Upon inspection, I discovered it was a bag of concentrated soup base. Oh, that's why your soup tastes so good. You've been cheating. I felt slightly deceived. This is just an enhancement. She quickly covered my mouth. Don't let anyone know. Anne is quite protective of her culinary reputation. The first dish served was shredded potatoes with green peppers. Her knife skills were impeccable, with the potato strips cut uniformly and elegantly. Soon, the remaining dishes were presented. A plate of dry-fried cauliflower, 2 portions of heated braised pork in cans, and a large bowl of golden baby bok choy. We 3 sat together, the warmth of the meal enveloping us. I picked up a piece of braised pork. The ratio of fat to lean meat was perfect. I bit into it. The rich flavor burst upon my palate, instantly captivating my taste buds. By the way, and it reminded me, we've just run out of water in the kitchen. Remember to replace the barrel. How could it run out so quickly? I flipped open the ledger. We had already consumed 8 barrels of water this week. Let me calculate, and began counting on her fingers. Each person needs 2 liters of water daily, 3 liters for washing, and another 3 liters for washing vegetables and pots. We bathe once a week and do laundry every 2 weeks. We're already being quite frugal. It's just that the water isn't lasting. Indeed, we had devised numerous water-saving strategies. All our utensils have been replaced with disposable bowls and chopsticks. Eliminating excess water usage for washing, we had also implemented a system of recycling water. The water used for washing vegetables was repurposed for watering plants and mopping floors, and the water from personal hygiene was stored for flushing toilets. Yet it still proved insufficient. If I recall correctly, there's a river surrounding the community, Chen remarked, setting down his chopsticks. The water system in City S is well developed, so meeting our needs should be manageable. Is the river water clean? Given the number of deceased, it was possible the water source had been contaminated. IT should be fine, and then concurred with Chen Lin's idea. As long as we filter and boil the river water, it should suffice for daily washing. Just be sure not to mix it with drinking water. On a clear night, the sky appeared vast and distant. The temperature dropped further as I navigated through the community. The cold wind biting at my cheeks, I tucked my chin into my scarf and switched hands to carry the water bucket. Before long, I reached the riverbank, where the terrain was flat and the river wide. The shimmering reflections danced in the water, intermingling with the stars above. Tonight was stunningly picturesque, of course, as long as we did not mar the ambience with our presence. Chen Lin stood nearby with a large wooden ladder. With no one left at home to keep watch, we were reluctant to leave the ladder unattended. So we carried it with us, and I were laden with 7 or 8 empty plastic water bottles, which clinked together as we walked. Xiao He, and then set the bucket down to examine the water surface. There are fish. There are fish in the river, Chen Lin echoed, seemingly oblivious to the humor. I could not discern which of them was playing with wordplay. Ignoring their banter, I crouched down. The duckweed on the river's surface had withered under the brutal cold, revealing numerous fish beneath. They varied in size, most remaining motionless, while a few darted swiftly past, disappearing into deeper waters. Remembering the fishing gear at home, I swallowed hard. Chen Lin, judging by Anne's expression, she likely shared my thoughts. How can you address the leader so casually? I winked at her. Yes, she immediately grasped the implication. Captain Chen. Teacher Chen, IT was all a misunderstanding, a stereotype. NO activity is cooler than fishing. Captain Chen must have brought the gear home to expand our menu. Teacher Chen must have brought the gear home to diversify our diet. It's been ages since we had fish. Help us catch a FEW. Anne and I exchanged playful banter. That's doable. Each time I heard that, I knew he was about to negotiate terms. However, the time spent fishing must count towards work hours. Sure enough, Chen Lin was scheming to have a paid fishing day. I began to suspect that the entire water collection plan was part of his elaborate ruse. Captain Chen, your reasoning is lacking. How can tasks that serve the collective be counted as work hours? And then argued passionately. Exactly, I concurred. As the leader, if you threaten to strike every day, how can you set a good example for us? Chen Lin smiled innocently, pretending not to hear. What a sly fox. All right, I relented. But we must catch fish for it to count. Essendon filled the buckets with water. She sighed. Xiao He, if you negotiated like this at work, your boss would go bankrupt eventually. Just as I was about to salvage my reputation, I caught sight of a pair of glowing green eyes. It was a cat, entirely covered in black fur, save for a small white patch on its nose. The black cat was well-proportioned, not emaciated but rather robust. It stood motionless, half hidden in dense shrubbery, its head lowered, its gray-green eyes warily watching us. That It seems this is its territory, Chen noted. Meow, come here, I softly beckoned, extending my hand. Its round, large eyes regarded my outstretched hand. Then it gradually stepped back, swiftly vanishing into the underbrush. Could this river be the pond of Cat Brother? And then switched to another bucket to continue filling it with water. If so, it seems Cat Brother's hard days are ahead. I withdrew my hand, shouldering the filled bucket. Not only will we be stealing water from it, but Chen will be stealing fish as well. Since then, we have made weekly trips to the river for water, invariably choosing to do so in the late hours of the night. During the viral outbreak, all citizens were confined to their homes, effectively curbing the spread of the zombie horde. Previously, and it had dealt with one zombie in room 802, while Chen had dispatched 2 each in rooms 302 and 202 due to their lack of intelligence. Over 80% of the zombies were trapped behind their own doors. Only a small number chased after survivors, lingering in the community to this day. Although the proportions seem small, the absolute numbers are staggering. Our community consists of over 40 residential buildings. Based on our building situation, even if only one person in the 21 open units had turned into a zombie, the total number of zombies in the entire community would be nearly 900. Thus, out of prudence, we decided to linger only until dawn before returning home. Last week, we encountered Cat Brother again. That day, we chanced upon him returning from a hunt, a small sparrow clutched in his mouth. Prancing lightly across the grassy bank, that I waved at him and tossed a smaller fish from the bait bucket in his direction. Xiaohe, that was originally Cat Brother's catch, and reminded me. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities, I replied, unfazed, and threw another fish. Even if one confesses to the owner after stealing, one must still serve time, she chided, imparting her legal wisdom. Nonsense! How could such an adorable creature hold a grudge against me? I wondered if I would see him again today, that I reclined on the grass, resting my arms behind my head, while he sat nearby, the morning dew lightly dampening our jackets. The sunrise is truly fascinating. It always takes an eternity to transition from the dark of night to the dawn. Yet, when the sun finally leaps over the horizon, it is often but a fleeting moment. Once the sun rises, its warmth swiftly dispels the chill of dawn, along with the earthy scent of damp soil. I pondered Cat Brother. I turned my head to discover he had lain down behind us at some point. His glossy black fur shimmered like satin in the morning light. Good morning, esteemed pond master, and then greeted him with utmost respect. What have you been busy with lately? Cat Brother glanced at her, then turned his head away, grooming himself as if we were invisible. Have we made a mistake? I scrutinized him for a while. Cat Brother seems to be a girl. I asked that true, and then propped herself up. Aren't you a veterinarian? How could you misidentify? I teased her. Mistake, mistake. She scratched her head. Then should we still call her Cat Brother? What would you like to name her? I inquired. Little Black, but she's a Chinese rural cat. How would she comprehend English? You have a point. She conceded, but if you ask me, I stroked my chin. Let's call her Little White. That's absurd. She's clearly black. She interjected, no cognitive pollution allowed. A black cat named Little White would be quite cool. I attempted to broaden her perspective. Besides, there is also a Little White in the Shino family. That I told you to watch less Crayon Shin-chan, and then retorted angrily that I'll hold Chen accountable for this. In the end, neither of us claimed naming rights, and we decided to stick with the original title. Cat Brother yawned, the center of our attention, with a hint of boredom. Time to go. I checked the time and stood, brushing off the weed from my clothes. That I'll go call Chen. Chen truly loves fishing. He doesn't care about work hours, often sitting by the river for hours on end. Strangely, whenever the fish see him, they seem to line up determinately to bite his hook. That I can't discern any extraordinary fishing skills he possesses. Yet he always returns with a bountiful catch. That I in the end, and then I concluded that his mind control techniques must have advanced, perhaps achieving cross-species mental domination. When I approached, he was sitting with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. I waved my hand in front of him, but received no response. I squatted down to observe him. Chen does not have the robust features of a typical handsome man. On the contrary, his facial structure exudes a coolness, reminiscent of ink on rice paper. I was lost in thought. His eyelashes fluttered slightly. In the next moment, his eyes snapped open, the brown irises reflecting my face. Shao, he, spying on me. I stumbled back in surprise, nearly falling. Quick as a flash, he grasped my wrist. Nonsense, I immediately denied. You were so still. I merely checked if you were still breathing. And if I weren't? He unscrewed his water bottle and took a small sip. The captain's position would be mine, and the fishing gear would belong to him, and I effortlessly arranged his posthumous affairs, since confiscating the dumbbells, and has been fervently lifting weights at home, hoping to inherit Chen fishing gear one day. Very well, you two. Chen coughed from the water he choked on. Let us go. I decisively grabbed the bucket full of fish and made my exit. As I passed the lawn, and then was still clumsily attempting to approach Cat Brother, I selected a large fish from the bucket and tossed it over. The hefty specimen immediately caught his attention. This time, Cat Brother accepted my offering, though we chose not to disturb him further, tidied up briefly, and began our journey homeward. Chen catches were so plentiful that the freezer could hardly accommodate them. Thus, I devised an alternative plan. Our community has a pond, but the fish fry released by the developers had long been fished out, leaving only a barren pool that I replaced the dirty water. The sludge and aquatic vegetation at the bottom remained intact. Untouched, I typically select a few larger fish caught by Chen to bring home, while the rest are kept in the pond, receiving a daily feeding of crushed corn. Occasionally, leftover entrails from the fish would also be tossed in for them. Next, the weather suddenly turned severe, with days of relentless rain. In my recollection, winter in Shunshin City had never seen such terrifying precipitation. The continuous downpour and plummeting temperatures brought us to the brink of freezing. In such extreme weather, our equipment became unusually fragile that I promptly stowed away the solar panels and rain covers. We estimated that this winter, temperatures could likely plummet below -20 degrees Celsius, despite the windows being tightly sealed. The howling north wind seeped through the myriad cracks. The indoor temperature continued to drop. Taking advantage of these days, I decided to renovate our base further. We searched other rooms in the building for towels and bed linens, hoping to find sufficiently thick clothing for warmth. The hallway was brightly lit. Thanks to the motion sensors, we did not need to worry about wasting electricity. With the lights on, I truly felt that this building was entirely ours. Wandering through, it was as though I was traversing the halls of a secure and sturdy fortress. Chen twisted towels tightly, stuffing them into the gaps of the windows. He also sealed the space between the balcony door and its frame with bed linens. Outside, the rain poured incessantly, and the wind howled ferociously. Raindrops hammered against the glass like bullets. Yet inside, it was bright, warm, dry, and airtight. My balcony was open, but those of units 901 and 903 had been sealed. I inspected the growth of our fruits and vegetables. Fortunately, in this makeshift greenhouse, they had not suffered much from the weather. After the last harvest, I had replanned the vegetable garden. Previously, I had sown all the seeds at once due to inexperience, resulting in similar harvest times. Either they were too young by mid-month or too abundant by month's end. Many vegetables spoiled before we could finish them. This time, I learned from my experience and sowed portions every week, thus staggering the harvest times. Bored at home, I rummaged through a few cookbooks I had found and began to experiment with cooking WY4 in the afternoon. I was already busy in the kitchen. The middle shelf of the refrigerator was stocked with numerous steaks, bacon, cured meats, and sausages. The freezer was filled with 3 drawers of fresh pork chops, pork bones, prime beef cuts, chicken breasts, thighs, and wings, with a 1-year shelf life for these items. My provisions allowed for a weekly feast of fresh meat. As winter set in, the efficiency of the solar panels declined further. I was unsure how long this rain would last at concert electricity. I transferred the cooking duties to the portable stove. I retrieved a bag of pork bones from the refrigerator, blanched them, and placed them in a clay pot. Adding water, I turned the heat up high. After about 10 minutes, I tossed in chopped corn. Sequentially, I added salt, soy sauce, and chicken essence, covered the pot, and reduced the heat to simmer. Sweet and sour fish was a recipe, and it had taught me. After scaling, finning, gilling, and gutting the fish, I made a few cuts on each side, coated it with a starch slurry, and fried it in hot oil until golden brown. After frying, I removed it from the pot. I saw minced scallions, garlic, and ginger in the pot, then added soy sauce, sugar, salt, cooking wine, vinegar, and half a bowl of starch slurry to create the sweet and sour sauce. Finally, I drizzled the sauce over the fish and sprinkled some sesame seeds on top. The dish was complete. As for the chrysanthemum greens, they were simple to prepare. I plucked a few fresh stalks from the garden, stir-fried them with chili and minced garlic, and they were ready in no time. While the soup simmered in the pot, I decided to whip up a small dessert. From the pantry shelves, I selected 3 plump potatoes, peeled them, sliced them, and steamed them until soft. When they were tender, I removed them from the pot. While mashing the potatoes with a spoon, I added a splash of milk and a spoonful of salt. Once mixed, I sealed them with plastic wrap. The essence of mashed potatoes also lies in the sauce. I proportionally combined starch, oyster sauce, and pepper in the pot, adding a bit of water. The sauce quickly turned a light caramel color under the flames. I plated it, drizzled the sauce, and it was done in one seamless motion. Dinner commenced amid steaming plates and boisterous chatter. I discovered that Chen was not at all a dull or serious person. Indeed, those with quick minds seldom have dull tongues. If one day I saw him engaging in a verbal duel at the dining table, it would signify that he was in high spirits. Strangely enough, he seemed to be in a good mood lately. Dinner was early, but I felt a pang of hunger before bed. I found the leftover pork bone soup in the kitchen. Due to the weather, the soup had thickened to a jelly-like consistency, becoming semi-transparent and gelatinous. Since it was made with clear broth, it didn't taste greasy at all. I scooped out a chunk of the semi-solid meat jelly with a spoon and tasted it. Delicious. It was even more delightful than the usual meat broth. I continued eating until I was full. After washing up, I nestled in a bed. Outside, the wind and rain continued to rage. Listening to the sound of rain, drowsiness soon enveloped me. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, I hazily thought of Cat Brother, hoping he too could find sufficient food and a warm shelter. Last night, it seemed I dreamt of something. I endeavored to grasp fragments of the scenes, yet ultimately, I failed. Staring blankly at the ceiling, a sudden sense of discomfort washed over me, as if something had shifted. Lifting my head, I found it still asleep. The room enveloped in a profound silence. How tranquil it was. It finally dawned on me that all sound from outside had vanished. The patter of rain, the whisper of wind, the chirping of birds, gone. Leaving behind an expanse of stark silence, I rose to draw back the curtains, and the sight outside left me momentarily stunned. The world had transformed into a vast, white expanse. Snow had begun to fall at some unknown moment, now blanketing rooftops, treetops, and the ground. Even the cars parked by the roadside were half buried. The sun hung low in the sky, its glaring light reflecting off the snow, stinging my eyes. In the living room, Chen was unusually still in slumber. "Wake up, teacher Chen," I nudged him with my foot. "It's snowing." "Shall he?" Chen replied languidly. "I'm from the north." "Humph." No gratitude, it seems. That I stepped onto the balcony, where thick snow had settled on the railings, and a thin layer of ice had formed on the surface of the water barrel. After days of rain, the stored energy was nearing a critical level. Seizing the opportunity of the bright sun, I repositioned the solar panels and watered the vegetable patch. Upon returning, I found both of them awake. Chen had rapidly consumed 3 boxes of coffee from the 5. To make the remaining 2 last longer, he now brewed only half a packet, which had mocked as the last stubbornness of a fallen man. After breakfast, I reheated the soup from last night, deciding to head downstairs to find Cat Brother. The heavy snow had sealed the doors, forcing all the zombies to remain inside the buildings. In the vast snowy expanse, only our 3 sets of footprints marked the ground. Carrying the meat soup, I jogged to the riverbank, but Cat Brother was nowhere to be seen. We walked along the riverbank, quietly calling for him. Suddenly, and halted, her gaze fixated on the adjacent residential building. Following her gaze, I was astonished to see a golden retriever standing on a 2-tiered platform. It appeared exceedingly emaciated, its ribs starkly visible, and its long fur matted and dirty. "Wait!" I turned to run back. I called Chen. Chen was not at the riverbank. After searching several times, I finally spotted him on the main road of the community, standing in front of a car, seemingly examining something. "Teacher Chen," I called from behind. He turned. "What's the matter?" "I found a security captain to oversee vigilance and patrol. I urged him towards the riverbank. Absolutely reliable. You'll see. Before long, we arrived downstairs. The golden retriever, previously lying on the ground, struggled to its feet upon our arrival. Trembling, it was covered in snow, but too cold and hungry to shake it off. Woof! It attempted to leap onto the platform's edge. Woof, woof, woof! The sudden excitement tightened my chest. The barking echoed loudly in the still residential area. KK. Quiet. Chen intervened, extending his hands. Come down. He seemed to recognize this golden retriever. Following his command, KK instantly fell silent but still hesitated to jump down. Merely pacing anxiously, I scanned the surroundings. The earlier noise appeared not to have drawn the zombies' attention. The community remained as quiet as ever. However, I soon realized my misjudgment. NN's face went ashen as she stared ahead. They're coming. They seemed to materialize suddenly in the corridor between buildings. Initially, only a few zombies appeared. Yet as the horde rounded the corner, I realized the line was endless. Their cheeks were hollowed, and they had nearly lost all fat from their faces. The zombies were nothing more than mere skeletons, having been starved for far too long. Meanwhile, KK finally leaped down. Chen caught him but was propelled to the ground, rolling twice from the force. Run! We immediately retreated, but it was too late. The horde burst forth from the residential building, mere steps away from us. Their speed was astonishing. My mind went blank, and I could only follow closely behind Chen and then, together we sprinted across the snowy ground. The frigid air filled my lungs, burning like flames. Suddenly, something struck at my feet, but I had no time to acknowledge it. Then came another thud. Thud! It was not until the third time that it nearly landed beside my face. At that moment, I finally discerned its true nature. A zombie plummeting from above, now struggling to rise from the snow, barely able to lift its head. That I caught glimpses of silhouettes standing in the residential buildings flanking the road. Those predators confined within rooms also yearning to partake in this hunting feast. Most were obstructed by railings, yet a few had managed to tumble over the barriers, collapsing onto the ground. The snow was stained with splotches of deep brown. After running a short distance, the oppressive sensation behind us suddenly lightened considerably. I glanced back. The zombies that had fallen in the snow were now surrounded by the horde. I almost forgot that their blood was equally enticing. Taking advantage of this moment, we finally gained some distance. Upon reaching the base of Building 51, and then quickly set up a ladder. Chen, carrying KK, was the first to ascend, with me following closely behind. When it was Ann's turn, several zombies had already reached beneath the vehicle. Just as she prepared to climb up, a withered hand seized her ankle, if she had previously endeavored to avoid contact with the zombie's blood at this moment, and then had cast aside all such concerns. She unsheathed a fire axe from her waist and swung it decisively. The sharp blade swiftly severed the zombie's wrist. After she hastily climbed to the second floor, we immediately retracted the ladder. The severed hand remained tightly clamped around her ankle. I exerted significant effort to pry it open, inspecting closely. Thankfully, there were no wounds. Downstairs, more and more zombies awakened from their slumber. Each sought to claim a share of the corpses. I leaned against my knee, my legs trembling uncontrollably. My clothes were soaked with sweat, and the wind chilled my damp skin. Beside me, KK seemed to realize his misstep, crouching with his head lowered at Chen feet. Do you know each other? And panted, observing the pair of man and dog. Sort of. I played a few rounds of chess with his owner, Chen replied, rubbing his wrist, despite KK's emaciated appearance. The force of his jump from such a height was still considerable. Weren't you supposed to be looking for Cat Brother? He suddenly recalled. I had no time to respond when a meow echoed from behind. Turning around, I spotted Cat Brother's round, black face peering from the second-floor living room. Now, our trio had expanded to include 2 more members, and we had much to attend to. Chen was responsible for provisions, while Nen and I rolled up our sleeves to give KK a bath. This unexpected incident served as a significant lesson that I reminded myself to maintain ample vigilance and fear towards that which exceeds understanding. I had always believed that even zombies behaved according to discernible patterns as long as we respected their rules. We could sustain our current equilibrium, even achieving peaceful coexistence. However, I was mistaken, profoundly so. The so-called rules and balance were nothing but my wishful thinking. Night was far from safe. nor was the snow. Without a sense of fear, one could meet a swift demise. The snow fell intermittently, accumulating thicker upon the ground. The zombies downstairs finally dispersed after a week or so. Cat Brother occasionally slipped out for a snack. His hunting prowess was remarkable. Even in such frigid winter, he often found sustenance. Of course, there were times he returned empty-handed, at which point he would sit before us, demanding a share of our meal with an air of entitlement. January 20, 2023, Friday. Today marked the 66th day of the lockdown and the 30th day of the 12th lunar month. Early in the day, we ventured to the riverbank. After swiftly replenishing our water supply, we caught 5 or 6 large fish from the pond. This was our last outing before the new year. For the time to come, we planned to peacefully welcome the new year at home. Upon seeing us, KK immediately pushed the ladder down from the gap in the railing. With it, we no longer needed to lug the ladder around the community. To express its welcome, it dashed around the terrace in a frenzy. This time, it kept its mouth tightly shut, not making a sound if one disregarded its eyes squinted against the wind and its tongue flapping wildly with each step. KK still appeared quite impressive. Noticing our attention focused on him, he grew even more excited. However, at that moment, he slipped and fell flat on the icy surface. Truly, he is the royal security captain of the English court. Chen remarked, glancing at me, that I was surprised he remembered the title I had casually concocted. They're just so warm-hearted around here that I chuckled awkwardly, hastily urging the silly dog to stop. Very well. The golden retriever, the last glory of the sun, never sets empire, was truly embarrassing its owner. Upon returning, the 3 of us conducted a thorough cleaning of the 9th floor. The floors gleamed as if new, the corridors reflecting our silhouettes. The furniture in the rooms was polished one by one, and even the stairwell was swept with a broom and dustpan. All the bed linens, quilts, and pillowcases were replaced with fresh ones. All the out-of-season autumn clothes have been washed and dried. The preparations for the New Year's Eve dinner for the 2 little ones are complete. Compared to boiled dishes, Cat Brother prefers steamed fish. The fish, once steamed, becomes incredibly tender, preserving the essence of its flavor in the most authentic manner. I sampled a bit of the fish soup. It was quite fishy. Yet Cat Brother cannot resist it that KK's recipes are not dissimilar from ours. For each meal, we prepare an extra portion, cooking some vegetables and meat in plain water with just a pinch of salt. Among us, he is the least picky eater, always devouring every morsel cleanly. Waking up too early today, I found myself unable to resist dozing off in the afternoon to half awake. I instructed Nin, make sure to call me when preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. Absolutely. My body felt heavy. At times, even when awake, my limbs felt immobile. The dream was noisy, with many people gathered, seemingly engaged in urgent discussions that I squeezed among them, but could not decipher a word. Thus, my consciousness fluctuated between clarity and haze. Eventually, an unbearable headache forced me to open my eyes. The bedroom was dim, the outside world enveloped in darkness. Anne and I called, rubbing my head. "What's wrong?" She responded, entering the room. "Is your head hurting again?" I nodded. "I'll find you some medicine. Just lie down for a moment." After a while, she brought me a glass of water and helped me sit up. I glanced at the medicine box, which bore the name amitriptyline. "Is this a painkiller?" I had only heard of ibuprofen. "You bought this yourself. How can you not even remember its effects?" Anne looked at me helplessly, flipping the box over to reveal its indication for treating migraines. I swallowed the pill. Nonsense. This was clearly the medication she and Chen had retrieved from the pharmacy. The storage room still housed a plethora of other strange-sounding medicines. After taking the medication, my headache subsided significantly. "Why didn't you wake me?" I slipped on my slippers and got out of bed. "You two haven't finished the New Year's Eve dinner, have you?" "Of course not," and insisted. Chen said to let you sleep a bit longer. He would call you when everything was ready. Is this fellow genuinely so kind-hearted? Stepping out of the bedroom, I found Chen bustling about in the kitchen. I stared at the table for a long while. This is quite extravagant, isn't it? The hot pot was bubbling away on the induction cooker, the tomato broth having reached a rolling boil, with golden corn cobs bobbing about. Meanwhile, the multifunction cooker was set to low, preheating the grill plate. The remaining space on the table was filled to the brim with side dishes. Lettuce and chrysanthemum greens on one plate, cauliflower and potatoes neatly arranged on another. There was a plate of sliced rice cakes, half a bag of shredded cheese, and 2 blocks of instant noodles that a plate of chicken wings, coated in sauce, sat alongside another plate of fish cut into chunks. The kitchen was bustling, bringing forth a large bowl of fruit and vegetable salad. The bean sprouts were likely soaked from the yellow beans stored away. Sausages and freshly defrosted bacon were neatly arranged together. The beef was prepared in 2 styles, some sliced, some cubed. Cans of cola and orange juice were gradually placed on the dining table. And surprisingly, a few cans of beer appeared as well. I took one, feeling it would be remiss not to indulge in a drink amidst such a delightful atmosphere. Chen brushed a layer of oil on the grill plate, adding half a plate of chicken wings and beef chunks, and grabbed a piece of sausage. Sizzle. The moment the sausage hit the grill, it splattered hot oil everywhere. I waited for the beef to reach medium doneness, wrapped it in lettuce, and added some shredded cheese. The heat from the meat melted the cheese almost instantly. Once wrapped, I dipped it in the steaming black pepper sauce and took a generous bite. After feeling satiated, we retreated to the living room to rest for a while. On the television, a young boy named Xing was on a date with his sister, Nana. Meanwhile, outside the screen, Anan's face was plastered with little paper notes from losing too badly at Dodiju. Throughout the night, the hot pot and grill were heated repeatedly. We indulged in eating and drinking, empty bottles piling up on the table. Under the influence of alcohol, all worries, anxieties, fears, and concerns were swept aside. We blurted out many secrets in one breath. The diesel generator and the telescope were merely Chunlin's personal hobbies. He often goes camping in the mountains, equipped with necessary items like tents, portable stoves, and fuel canisters, although he hadn't brought them along this time, though we also learned some of his past. After graduating from university, Chen had not engaged in work, remaining unemployed at home. His parents were not in the country. It was unclear what negotiations led them to tacitly approve of his choices as fellow wanderers in this desolate world. The low employment rate in our nation bore some blame on us both. I couldn't help but reflect on my own situation. Before turning 24, I had been sailing smoothly through life, passing the college entrance exam with ease and pursuing a PhD. My daily routine revolved around toiling away in the lab, working on my thesis, occasionally assisting at the research institute managed by my advisor on weekends. I envisioned graduating on time and seamlessly stepping into a role at the institute. However, 6 months before graduation, my advisor encountered severe health issues. All his PhD students were reassigned to others, and projects were put on hold. My experiments heavily relied on the institute's equipment, making it nearly impossible to advance my thesis. Ultimately, I failed my defense and only received an undergraduate diploma. Subsequently, I became an unemployed biology teacher. A series of setbacks and failures left me sleepless for nights on end. Yet, under the baptism of despair, these wounds gradually healed without remedy. Humanity's most tangible and eternal adversary is death. In comparison to it, everything else seems trivial. We almost missed the countdown to midnight due to our revelry when making New Year's wishes. I thought of my parents far away in Yendu. Their life experiences far surpass mine. They have weathered countless storms. With the supplies I purchased, there should be no cause for concern in having drunk the most. Quickly succumbed to slumber at the table. I helped her to the bedroom and fetched a warm towel to wipe her face. Chen remarked that given the bond between An and me, it was hard to believe we had once been strangers. I too found it remarkable, and it seemed to possess a unique charm. Shall he called from the doorway, watching me tucking in. Are you preparing to sleep? Not yet. I winked at him. I have something I want to ask you. Cat Brother and KK had already eaten their fill, curled up in a corner, sound asleep. The small table had yet to be cleared, and playing cards were strewn about. I picked up a fallen card from the blanket, discovering it was the Ace of Hearts. Chen settled beside me, popping open a can of beer with one hand. Go on, he said, a smile dancing in his eyes. What do you want to ask? You only shared part of the story last time. I rested my chin on my knees. So, what will the future of humanity look like? He took a moment to process my question. Oh, that's what you want to know. Yes. Chen smile faded as he pondered. Before answering this question, we must first clarify one premise: the fragmentation of humanity in the apocalypse due to differing ideologies. Thus, the futures of various groups will vary. Scavengers like Wang Yong represent a mere fraction. The majority currently aligns with the rescue faction. You and N are relatively close to this type. Stockpiling supplies, maintaining silence, and awaiting military rescue. I nodded, though we lay flat with even greater resolve that, of course, not all rescue faction members remain stationary. If the fuel issue can be resolved, a considerable portion will choose to take initiative and search for humanity's last bastion. Chen continued. The essence of the rescue faction is the belief in the existence of a functioning authority. Their goal is either to find it or to be found by it. Strictly speaking, scavengers also belong to the rescue faction, albeit as an extreme self-serving subset. How can scavengers be considered part of the rescue faction? I interjected. They are clearly the greatest enemies of the rescue faction. Internal divisions and conflicts within factions are no less than those outside of them. Chen rephrased. Let us consider this. Scavengers sustain their individual existence through the plunder of others' provisions. However, all food has an expiration date. Moreover, resources are finite. Everything they do ultimately aims to endure as long as possible before rescue arrives. All rescue factions face a common dilemma. Over time, food resources will inevitably be depleted. Staples like rice and flour typically have a shelf life of around 2 years. This serves as their final ultimatum. What if rescue does not arrive after 2 years? I inquired, feeling a bit anxious. Thus, mere waiting is insufficient. Chen took a sip of his beer before the 2-year mark. The rescue faction must be adequately prepared. Prepare to become base dwellers. In the absence of timely rescue, base dwellers will become humanity's ultimate sanctuary. Base dwellers will reconstruct rules and order, absorbing as many laborers as possible, gradually restoring material production from basic agriculture. If everyone had chosen to be base dwellers from the start, wouldn't things have been much simpler? I asked again. He shook his head. Unless forced into a corner. People seldom change their stance easily. Although in the later stages, the base dwellers achieved a significant integration of apocalyptic humanity due to their strong inclusivity. Even a scavenger can conceal their identity and become part of it. However, in the early stages, it remains too fragile. The base faction is akin to those holding torches in the dark. They cannot and must not appear too soon. The choices made are reflective of the stage one is in. Even with an awareness of the trajectory of history, we cannot bypass any segment. We can only hasten its progression at most. The floor lamp casts a warm yellow glow, perhaps due to the influence of alcohol. Chen demeanor differs slightly from his usual self, infused with a seriousness tinged with languor. What type of person are you? I fix my gaze upon him. What do you think? He retorts, tossing the question back at me. You certainly don't resemble the rescue faction. Chen is far too lively compared to us, and I adhere to a consistent principle. Survive as long as possible, never exposing ourselves. And you don't align with the base faction either. While you do intend to expedite the transformation process, it seems that your motivation is not to become a member of the base humanity. He harbors no enthusiasm for becoming a manager, let alone being managed. There is no place for Chen within the base faction. The order established by the base faction will ultimately benefit every individual in the post-apocalyptic society. You require it to help you constrain other survivors. This is your mutual interest that I strive to articulate my thoughts as accurately as possible, yet you do not wish to fully integrate into the group. This was true of Chen before the apocalypse, and it remains so afterward. You are not within the fold at this point. I paused. Chen, you are a free man. He did not respond immediately, maintaining his previous posture in silence. After a long moment, Chen lifted his head. It was the first time I had seen such a smile on him that I knew it. He said, he understands me well. Lying flat in 100 ways on a clear night, the sky appeared lofty and distant. The evening temperatures had dropped further. Wandering through the community, the biting cold wind stung my cheeks that I huddled deeper into my scarf. Switching hands to carry the water bucket. Before long, I reached the riverbank. The shore was flat, and the river's surface was expansive. In the shimmering waves, the reflections of stars mingled. Tonight was truly picturesque, of course, under the condition that our presence did not disrupt the atmosphere. Chen stood aside with a large wooden ladder on his back. With no one at home to assist, we dared not leave the ladder behind. So we had to carry it with us, and I were hauling 7 or 8 empty plastic water buckets. The sound of the buckets clanging echoed as we walked. Xiaohe, and then placed her bucket down, observing the water's surface. There are fish. The small river has fish, Chen echoed, seemingly perplexed. I couldn't discern which of the two was playing the pun, not engaging with their banter. I crouched down. The duckweed on the river's surface had withered under the harsh cold. Illuminated by the overhead light, I could see numerous fish swimming beneath. They varied in size, most remaining motionless. Occasionally, a few darted swiftly through the school, disappearing into deeper waters that I recalled the fishing gear left at home, swallowing hard. Chen, judging by Nan's expression, she was likely thinking along the same lines. How can you call the captain by his name? I winked at her. Yes, yes, yes. She immediately understood. Captain Chen. Teacher Chen at IT was all a misunderstanding. It was a stereotype. There is no sport cooler than fishing. Captain Chen must have brought the fishing gear home to expand our menu. Teacher Chen must have brought the fishing gear home to provide us with meat. IT has been ages since we've had fish. Help us catch a FEW, and I chimed in together. That's not impossible. Each time I heard this, I knew he was about to negotiate terms. However, the time spent fishing must count as work hours. Indeed, Chen was scheming to fish on company time. I couldn't help but suspect that the entire water retrieval plan was part of his elaborate scheme. Captain Chen, your ideological level is lacking. How could matters concerning collective service be calculated in work hours? And then argued persistently. Exactly, I concurred as the captain. How can you lead us by striking for work every day? Chen smiled, feigning ignorance that a smiling tiger, I scoffed. Why did I concede it? But we must catch fish for it to count. And inside as she filled the bucket with water, Xiaohe, if you negotiate like this at work, your boss will be bankrupted eventually. Just as I intended to salvage my image, I looked up and spotted a pair of green, glimmering eyes that IT was a cat. Its entire body was covered in black fur, except for a small white spot on its nose. The black cat was well-proportioned, not emaciated, and could even be described as robust. It stood motionless, half of its body concealed in dense bushes. Its head hung low, and its gray-green eyes watched us warily. That IT seems this area is its territory, Chen observed. Mimi, I softly called, come here. Dear, its large, round eyes regarded my outstretched hand. Then it took 2 steps back and swiftly vanished into the underbrush. Could this river possibly be the pond of Cat Brother? And then switched buckets to continue filling water. This means Cat Brother's hard times are approaching. I reluctantly withdrew my hand and hoisted the filled bucket onto my shoulder. Not only will it have its water stolen by us, but it will also have fish stolen by Chen. Since then, we have visited the riverbank weekly for water. Without exception, we operate in the latter part of the night. During the virus outbreak, all citizens were under home quarantine. This effectively curtailed the overflow of the zombie tide. Previously, and it had neutralized a zombie in 802, while Chen had dispatched 2 each in 302 and 202, due to their lack of intelligence. Over 80% of the zombies remained trapped behind their doors. Only a few pursued survivors, wandering within the community. Although the ratio seems small, the sheer numbers are overwhelming. Our community comprises over 40 residential buildings. Based on our building situation, even if just one person in the 21 opened rooms had turned into a zombie, the total number of zombies in the entire community would approach 900. Thus, out of caution, we must return home by sunrise at the latest. Last week, we encountered Cat Brother again. That day, it happened to be returning from a hunt. A small sparrow clutched in its mouth, striding briskly across the grassy bank. That I waved at it, tossing a smaller fish from the bucket. Xiaohe, that originally Cat Brother's prey, and it reminded me that don't sweat the details. I brushed off, tossing another fish. Theft is theft. Even if you confess to the owner afterward, you still have to serve time. She lectured me. Nonsense. How could such a cute cat hold a grudge against me? I wondered if I would encounter it again today. That I lay back on the grass, resting my arms behind my head, while Nan sat beside me. The morning dew slightly dampened our jackets. The sunrise is quite fascinating. That IT takes a long time to transition from night to dawn. Yet when the sun finally leaps above the horizon, it often happens in an instant. Once the sun rises, its warmth quickly dispels the chill of dawn, along with the damp scent of the soil. Yes, I pondered Cat Brother. I turned my head only to find it had appeared behind us at some point. Its jet black fur glimmered like satin in the morning light. Good morning, esteemed pond master, and then greeted it respectfully. What have you been busy with lately? Cat brother glanced at her, turned its head away, and began grooming itself, indifferent to our presence. Have we been mistaken? I scrutinized it for a while. Cat brother seems to be a girl. Is that true? And then propped herself up. That aren't you a veterinarian? How could you misjudge? I teased her. An error. An error. She scratched her head. Then what should we call her? Little Black. But she's a Chinese rural cat. How would she understand English? That makes some sense. She nodded thoughtfully. If you ask me, I stroked my chin. Let's call her Little White. That's absurd. She is obviously black. She objected. No cognitive pollution allowed. How cool would it be to call a black cat Little White? I attempted to broaden her perspective. Besides, there's also a Little White in the new Jiju family. I told you to watch less Crayon Shin-chan, and then grumbled, I'll hold Chen-Lin accountable for this. In the end, neither of us secured the naming rights, and we decided to continue with the original name. Cat brother, the center of our discourse, yawned languidly. We should leave. I glanced at the time, stood up, and brushed off the grass clippings. I'll go call Chen-Lin. Chen-Lin truly loved fishing. Now he disregarded any notion of work hours, sitting by the river for several hours at a time. Strangely, every fish seemed lined up, resolutely biting his hook upon seeing him. That I couldn't discern any particular fishing technique he possessed, yet he consistently returned with a bountiful catch. And I unanimously concluded that his brainwashing skills must have improved. Perhaps he had achieved a level of cross-species mind control. When I approached, he was sitting with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep. I waved my hand in front of him a few times, but received no response. I crouched down to observe him. Chen-Lin did not possess the typical features of thick eyebrows and large eyes. That, on the contrary, his facial features exuded a sense of serenity, reminiscent of an ink painting on rice paper. As I stared, his eyelashes fluttered slightly. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly opened wide, and my reflection appeared in his brown pupils. Xiaohe, spying on me, he remarked that I stumbled back in shock, almost losing my balance. He quickly grasped my wrist. What nonsense, I immediately denied. Who told you to remain utterly still? I was merely checking if you were still breathing. And what if I wasn't? He said, twisting open a water bottle to take a sip. The captain's position belongs to me, while the shovel of the armory is for an I effortlessly arranged his posthumous affairs, after collecting the dumbbells, and had been fervently lifting weights at home every day, aspiring to one day inherit Chen-Lin's shovel. Well done, the two of you. Chen-Lin coughed from water he had inhaled. That let's go. I decisively grabbed the fishing bucket filled with fish and made my escape. As I passed the lawn, I noticed an clumsily attempting to approach Cat brother. I selected a large fish from the bucket and tossed it over. The sizable creature immediately caught its attention. This time, Cat brother accepted my offering, but we did not disturb further, tidied up a bit, and began our journey home. Chen-Lin had caught an overwhelming number of fish, far exceeding the capacity of the freezer. Therefore, I devised another plan. The community had a pond, but the fish fry released by the developers had long been fished out, leaving only a barren pool. That I replaced the dirty water, leaving the mud and aquatic plants at the bottom intact. I typically took a few larger fish that Chen-Lin caught home, while the rest were kept in the pond, fed daily with cornmeal. Sometimes, the remnants of fish guts from my cooking would also be thrown into the water to nourish them. Suddenly, the weather took a turn for the worse. Days of relentless rain ensued. To my recollection, the winters in Shunshin City had never experienced such terrifying precipitation. The continuous downpour, combined with the plummeting temperatures, brought us dangerously close to a freezing point. In such extreme weather, our equipment became exceedingly fragile. I promptly stored away the solar panels and rain covers. We anticipated that this winter's temperatures might plummet below -20 degrees. Despite the tightly shut windows, the howling north wind still seeped through various cracks. The indoor temperature continued to drop. Taking advantage of these few days, I decided to renovate the base further. We searched other rooms of the building for towels and bed linens, hoping to find sufficiently warm clothing. The hallway was brightly lit. Thanks to the motion sensor switches, there was no concern about wasting electricity. With the lights on, I truly felt that this building was wholly ours. Wandering through it, it felt like traversing a secure and sturdy ancient castle. Chen-Lin tightly twisted a towel and stuffed it into the gap of the window. He sealed the balcony door and bottom slot snugly with bed linens. Outside, the rain poured incessantly, and the wind howled fiercely. Raindrops hammered against the glass like bullets. Yet inside, it remained bright, warm, dry, and airtight. And wide balcony was open, but those of units 901 and 903 had been sealed. I checked on the growth of the vegetables and fruits. Thankfully, in this makeshift greenhouse, they were not overly affected by the weather. After the last harvest, I had reorganized the vegetable patch. Previously, I had planted all the seeds at once due to inexperience, resulting in nearly simultaneous harvests. Some months, there were gaps in produce, while others yielded far too much. Many vegetables spoiled before they could be consumed. This time, I learned from my experience and sowed portions of seeds every week, thus staggering the harvest periods. Bored at home, I turned to a few cookbooks I had found and began experimenting with cooking by 4 in the afternoon. I was already busy in the kitchen. The middle shelf of the refrigerator was stocked with numerous steaks, bacon, cured meats, and sausages. The freezer was filled with 3 drawers of fresh pork chops, pig bones, cuts of beef, chicken breasts, thighs, and wings, with a shelf life of only a year. Based on my stock, I could enjoy fresh meat weekly. As winter set in, the efficiency of the solar panels further declined, that I was uncertain how long this rain would last. Conserve electricity. The cooking duties shifted to the portable stove. I took a bag of pork bones from the refrigerator, blanched them, and placed them in a clay pot. Adding water, I turned the heat to high. After about 10 minutes, I added chopped corn. Gradually, I incorporated soy sauce and chicken essence, then covered the pot and reduced the heat to simmer. Sweet and sour fish was a recipe Ellen had taught me. After scaling, finning, gilling, and gutting the fish, I made several cuts on both sides, coated it with starch water, and fried it in hot oil until golden brown. Once fried, I removed it and added chopped green onions, garlic, and ginger into the pot, continuing to saute until fragrant. That I then mixed in soy sauce, sugar, salt, cooking wine, vinegar, and half a bowl of starch water to create the sweet and sour sauce. Finally, I drizzled the sauce over the fish and sprinkled some sesame seeds to finish. The chrysanthemum greens were simple. I picked a few fresh ones from the garden, stir-fried them with chili and minced garlic, and had them ready in no time. While the soup simmered, I decided to prepare a small dessert. From the pantry, I selected 3 plum potatoes, peeled and sliced them, then steamed them until soft. Once done, I took them out, mashed them with a spoon, and added a bit of milk and a spoonful of salt. After mixing, I sealed it with plastic wrap. The essence of mashed potatoes also lies in the sauce that I carefully measured out starch, oyster sauce, and pepper, adding a bit of water to the pot. The sauce quickly turned a light caramel color under the flame's heat. I plated it, drizzled the sauce, and it was done in one smooth motion. Dinner commenced in a steamy atmosphere and concluded amidst lively chatter. I observed that Chen was not the stern and serious person I had imagined. Indeed, a quick-witted mind often accompanies a sharp tongue. If one day I saw him engaged in a spirited debate at the dinner table, it would mean he was in good spirits. The unfortunate part was that he seemed to be in high spirits lately. We dined early, yet I still felt a twinge of hunger before in the kitchen. I found the leftover pork bone soup. Due to the cold weather, the soup had transformed into a jelly-like, semi-transparent gelatin. Since it was made with clear broth, it was not greasy at all. I scooped out a chunk of the semi-solid meat jelly and tasted it. Delicious! It was even more flavorful than the usual meat soup. I continued eating until I felt full. After washing up, I snuggled in a bed. Outside, the wind and rain raged on. Listening to the sound of rain, drowsiness quickly enveloped me. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, I vaguely thought of Cat Brother, hoping it too could find sufficient food and a warm shelter. It seemed I dreamed of something last night, that I struggled to grasp fragments of scenes, but ultimately failed. As I stared at the ceiling, I suddenly felt out of sorts, as if something had changed. Raising my head, I saw an still asleep, and the room was eerily quiet. How tranquil! I finally realized that there was not a single sound outside. The sounds of rain, wind, and birdsong had vanished, leaving only an expanse of silence. I got up and drew back the curtains, and the sight outside left me speechless. The entire world had transformed into a blanket of white. Snow had begun to fall at some unknown time, now blanketing rooftops, treetops, and the ground. Even the cars parked by the roadside were half buried. The sun hung low in the sky, its bright rays reflecting off the snow. Stinging my eyes, in the living room, Chen was surprisingly still asleep. "Wake up, Teacher Chen, I kicked him lightly. It's snowing. Shao he, Chen Lin replied languidly. I am from the north. Well, if he wouldn't appreciate, so be it. That I stepped onto the balcony, where a thick layer of snow had settled on the railing, and a thin sheet of ice had formed on the surface of the water barrel. After consecutive rains, the stored power was near the warning line. Seizing the opportunity of the sunny day, I moved the solar panels back outside and watered the vegetable patch. When I returned, both of them were already awake. Chen Lin drank his coffee quickly, having polished off 3 boxes in no time. To make the remaining 2 boxes last longer, he now only brewed half a packet per meal, which he mockingly referred to as the last stubbornness of a fallen man. After breakfast, I reheated the soup from last night and decided to go downstairs to find Cat Brother. The heavy snow had sealed the doors, forcing all the zombies to remain inside the buildings. In the vast expanse of snow, only our footprints, one deep and one shallow, marked our passage. Carrying the meat soup, I jogged to the riverbank but saw no sign of Cat Brother as we walked along the riverbank, softly calling for it, and then suddenly stopped, staring intently at the nearby residential building. Following her gaze, I was astonished to see a golden retriever standing on a 2-level platform. It appeared quite emaciated, its ribs prominently visible, and its long fur was mostly matted and dirty. Wait, I turned and ran back. I'm going to call Chen Lin. Chen Lin was not by the riverbank. After searching several circles, I finally spotted him on a main road of the community, standing in front of a car, seemingly studying something. Teacher Chen, I called from behind. He turned around. What is it? I found a candidate for the security team leader, responsible for vigilance and patrol. That I tug him toward the riverbank. Absolutely reliable. You'll see that in no time, we arrived downstairs. The golden retriever, which had been lying on the ground, attempted to stand as we approached. Its body covered in snow, but it lacked the strength to shake it off due to the cold and hunger. Woof! It tried to leap onto the edge of the platform. Woof, woof, woof. The sudden surge of exhilaration caused a tightening in my chest. The barking of a dog echoed loudly in the silent residential area. KK. Be quiet, Chen Lin admonished, extending his hands as he spoke. Come down quickly. He seemed to recognize the golden retriever. Responding to his command, KK promptly fell silent, yet it hesitated to leap down from the platform, merely pacing in place. That I surveyed my surroundings, noting that the earlier noise had seemingly gone unnoticed by the zombies. The community remained as tranquil as ever. However, I soon realized my misjudgment, and, pale as death, fixed her gaze ahead. They're coming. They appeared to materialize suddenly between the buildings. Initially, there were only a few zombies, but as the horde rounded the corner, I discovered that the line stretched endlessly. Their cheeks were deeply sunken, their faces nearly devoid of flesh. The zombies were mere skeletons, having gone far too long without sustenance. In the meantime, KK finally leaped down. Chen Lin caught it, but was thrown off balance, rolling on the ground twice. Run! We immediately retreated, but it was too late. The horde surged out of the residential building. Merely a few steps away from us, their speed was astonishing. My mind went blank. All I could do was follow closely behind Chen Lin, and then we 3 dashed across the snowy landscape, the frigid air filling my lungs like a searing flame. Suddenly, something struck my foot, but I had no time to spare. Then came another thud. Thud. It was not until the 3rd time that something nearly grazed my face. Landing just to my left, that moment, I finally discerned its true nature. It was a zombie that had fallen from above, struggling to rise from the snow as it barely lifted its head. I noticed numerous silhouettes standing in the windows of the buildings on either side of the street. Those predators confined within their rooms desired to partake in this feast. Most were hindered by railings. Yet some had managed to topple over them, sprawled lifeless on the ground, staining the snow with splotches of deep brown. After running a short distance, the oppressive sensation behind us suddenly lightened considerably. I glanced back. The zombies that had fallen in the snow were now encircled by the horde. I almost forgot that their blood was equally enticing. Seizing this opportunity, we finally created some distance, arriving at the base of Building 51, and then quickly set up a ladder. Chen Lin was the first to ascend with KK on his back, and I followed closely. When it was Anne's turn, a few zombies had already chased us beneath the vehicle. Just as she prepared to climb up, a withered hand seized her ankle, as she had previously tried to avoid the blood of the zombies. At that moment, She had entirely shed those concerns. She unsheathed a fire axe from her waist, striking down without hesitation. The sharp blade instantly severed the zombie's wrist. After it ascended to the second floor in a few swift movements. We immediately retracted the ladder. The severed hand remained firmly clamped around her ankle. I exerted considerable effort to pry the fingers open and inspected the area carefully. Fortunately, there were no abrasions below us. An increasing number of zombies stirred from their slumber. Each one yearned to partake in the bounty of their fallen kin. I leaned against my knees, my legs trembling uncontrollably. My clothes were drenched in sweat. As the wind blew, the fabric clung coldly to my skin. Beside me, KK seemed to realize its wrongdoing, curling up at Chen-Lin's feet. "Oh, you know each other?" Inen inquired, catching her breath as she observed the pair of man and dog. "I suppose so. I played a few games of chess with its owner," Chen-Lin replied, rubbing his wrist. Although KK had become emaciated, it still jumped down from such a height with considerable force. "Weren't you supposed to be looking for Cat Brother?" he suddenly recalled. Before I could respond, a meow echoed from behind. Turning around, I spotted Cat Brother's round, black face peeking out from the second floor living room. Our team of 3 had now gained 2 new members, and we had our work cut out for us. Chen-Lin took charge of the provisions, while Nen and I rolled up our sleeves to give KK a bath. This unexpected incident served as a significant lesson that I reminded myself to maintain sufficient vigilance and trepidation towards the unknown, that I had always believed that even zombies had discernible behaviors, as long as we respected their rules. We could uphold our current equilibrium and perhaps even achieve peaceful coexistence. But I was wrong, terribly wrong. The so-called rules and balance were merely figments of my imagination. Nightfall was not as safe as I had thought, nor was the snowy landscape. Lacking a sense of fear, one could perish swiftly. The snowfall fluctuated between heavy and light, accumulating thicker on the ground. It took 7 or 8 days for the zombies below to completely disperse. Cat Brother occasionally sneaked out for a quick meal. Its hunting prowess was formidable, often yielding sustenance even in this frigid winter. Of course, there were times it returned empty-handed, at which point it would sit before us, demanding a share of our meal with unabashed entitlement. January 20, 2023, Friday. Today marked the 66th day of the lockdown and the eve of the Lunar New Year. Early in the morning, we ventured to the riverbank. After swiftly replenishing our water supply, we fished out 5 or 6 large, plump fish from the pond. This was our last outing before the new year. We intended to remain at home, welcoming the festivities with peace of mind. Upon seeing us, KK promptly pushed the ladder down from between the railings. With it in place, we no longer needed to haul the ladder around the community. To express its welcome, it dashed around the terrace. Its legs a blur. This time, it kept its mouth tightly closed, not letting out a single bark, but if one overlooked its wind-blown eyes and the tongue flailing with each stride, KK appeared quite regal. Noticing our attention focused on it, KK became even more animated. Unexpectedly, it slipped, sprawling across the ice. "Truly, it is the appointed guardian of the English royal family you have chosen," Chen-Lin remarked, turning to me. I was surprised he remembered the title I had casually invented. "Their local customs are indeed quite enthusiastic." I chuckled awkwardly, hastily urging the foolish dog to cease its antics. "Well done, golden retriever. The last vestige of glory from a son never sets empire," making its owner lose face. Upon returning, the 3 of us undertook a thorough cleaning of the 9th floor. The floors gleamed as if newly polished, the corridors reflecting our silhouettes. The furniture in the rooms was meticulously dusted, and even the stairwell was swept clean. All bedding, blankets, and pillowcases were replaced with fresh ones. Every piece of autumn clothing was washed and dried. The 2 little ones' New Year's Eve dinner was prepared in advance. Cat Brother preferred steamed fish over boiled. As the flesh became tender and the aroma retained its purest essence, I sampled a bit of the fish soup. It was quite fishy, but Cat Brother relished it. KK's diet closely mirrored ours, that we always prepared an extra portion of rice at every meal, boiling vegetables and meat in plain water with a pinch of salt. Among us, it was the least finicky, always licking its bowl clean. Rising early took its toll, and by afternoon, I found myself unable to resist a nap, that half awake and half asleep. I instructed Nin, Be sure to wake me for the New Year's Eve dinner." Absolutely. My body felt heavy. At times, I seemed awake yet unable to move my limbs. The dream was tumultuous, with many people gathered, seemingly engaged in urgent discussions that I squeezed among them, yet could not discern a word. Thus, my consciousness fluctuated between clarity and haze. At last, an unbearable headache compelled me to open my eyes. The bedroom was dim, the window outside completely dark. Anne and I rubbed my head, calling for her. "What is it?" She responded, entering the room. Your head hurting again." I nodded. "I'll go find you some medicine. You should lie down for a bit." After a while, she returned with a glass of water, helping me sit up. I glanced at the pillbox, which bore the name amitriptyline. This a painkiller? I had only heard of ibuprofen. "You bought this medicine. How could you forget its effects?" And then looked at me helplessly. Flipping the box over to reveal that it was indeed indicated for treating migraines, I swallowed the pill. Nonsense. This was clearly something she and Chen had scavenged from the pharmacy. There were plenty of other bizarrely named medications stored away. After taking the medicine, my headache eased considerably. "Why didn't you wake me?" I slipped on my slippers and got out of bed. "You two wouldn't have finished the New Year's Eve dinner already." "Would you?" "Of course not." And insisted. "Chen said to let you sleep longer. He would wake you when everything was ready." Was this guy genuinely so kind-hearted? Stepping out of the bedroom, I found Chen busy in the kitchen. I stared at the table for a long moment. That was quite a feast. The hot pot bubbled on the induction cooker, the tomato broth already boiling, with golden corn pieces bobbing within. Meanwhile, the multifunctional cooker was set to low, preheating the grilling plate. The remaining space on the table was filled with an abundance of ingredients. A platter of lettuce and chrysanthemum greens, another plate of chopped cauliflower and potatoes, a platter of sliced rice cakes, half a bag of shredded cheese, 2 packs of instant noodles, and a plate of chicken wings coated in sauce. There was another platter of fish cut into chunks. The kitchen continued to produce more dishes, a large bowl of salad. The sprouts likely soaked from the yellow beans in storage. Sausages and freshly thawed bacon were arranged together. The beef was prepared in 2 different styles, some sliced, some cubed. The table was gradually filled with Coca-Cola and orange juice. To my surprise, there were even several cans of beer. I grabbed a can. Felt wrong not to indulge in some alcohol, given the delightful atmosphere. Chen brushed a layer of oil onto the baking tray and placed half a tray of chicken wings and chunks of beef. And then also picked up a piece of sausage. With a sizzle, the sausage met the surface of the tray, causing droplets of oil to splatter. I waited until the beef was cooked to medium. Wrapped it in lettuce and added some crumbled cheese. The heat from the meat melted the cheese almost instantly. After wrapping it up, I dipped it in some steaming black pepper sauce and took a generous bite. When we grew tired of eating, we moved to the living room to rest for a while. On the television, a young boy named Zinzinu was on a date with his sister Nana. Outside the screen, and Anne's face was covered in small paper notes from losing too badly in a card game. Throughout the evening, the hot pot and the grill were continuously heated that we paused intermittently, leaving a table piled with empty bottles and cans. Under the influence of alcohol, all our worries, anxieties, fears, and concerns were cast aside. We revealed many secrets in one breath. The diesel generator and telescope were merely Chen personal hobbies. He often went camping in the mountains, equipped with tents, portable stoves, and fuel canisters, though he had not brought them this time. That we also learned about his past. After graduating from university, Chen had not engaged in work and had been unemployed at home ever since. His parents were not in the country, and it was unknown what negotiations they had undergone, but they tacitly accepted Chen choices. As fellow wanderers in this bleak world, we bore an undeniable responsibility for the country's dismal employment rate. I couldn't help but reflect on myself. Before turning 24, my life had been smooth sailing. That I had passed the college entrance examination and pursued a direct doctoral program, and my daily routine revolved around the laboratory, working on my thesis and occasionally assisting at my advisor's research institute on weekends. I envisioned graduating on time and seamlessly taking over the work at the institute. However, 6 months before graduation, my advisor faced a serious health issue. All doctoral students were reassigned to others, and the project was put on hold. My experiments largely depended on the institute's equipment, making it nearly impossible to progress with my thesis. Eventually, I failed my defense and only received my undergraduate diploma. Subsequently, I became an unemployed biology teacher that a series of setbacks and failures tormented me to the point of sleepless nights. Yet amid the tribulations of my existence, these wounds gradually healed without treatment, that humanity's most tangible and eternal enemy is death. In comparison, everything else seems trivial in our revelry. We nearly missed the countdown to midnight. When making New Year's wishes, I thought of my parents far away in Yindu. Their life experiences far surpassed mine. They had weathered storms of all kinds. Coupled with the supplies I had procured, they would surely be fine and drank the most, and soon fell asleep on the table. I helped her to the bedroom and brought a warm towel to wipe her face. Chen remarked that given the bond between An and me, it was hard to believe we had not known each other before. I too found it remarkable, and seemed to possess a unique charm. Xiaohe, he said, standing by the door and watching me tucking in, "Are you preparing to sleep?" "Not yet." I winked at him. "I have something I want to ask you." The cats, Brother Cat and KK, had long since eaten their fill and curled up to sleep in the corner. The small table remained cluttered, with playing cards strewn everywhere. I picked up a card that had fallen onto the blanket. It was the Ace of Hearts. Chen sat down beside me and opened a can of beer with one hand. "Go ahead," he said, amusement glimmering in his eyes. "What do you want to ask?" "Last time, you only told me half." I rested my chin on my knee. "What will the future of humanity ultimately look like?" He took a moment to comprehend my question. "Is that what you want to know?" "Yes." Chen sobered, pondering for a moment. "Before answering this question, we must first clarify a premise. In the apocalypse, humanity is divided into groups based on differing ideologies. Thus, the futures of different groups are not the same. The scavengers, like Wang Yong, constitute only a small portion. Currently, the most numerous are the rescue faction. You and are quite similar to this type. Hoarding supplies, remaining silent, and waiting for military rescue. I nodded. Though we were more thoroughly lying low. Of course. Not all members of the rescue faction remain stationary. If fuel issues can be resolved, a significant number would choose to take the initiative and seek out humanity's last stronghold. Chen continued, "The essence of the rescue faction is the belief that a functioning authority still exists. Their task is to find it or be found by it. Strictly speaking, scavengers also belong to the rescue faction, just an extreme, self-serving part." "How can scavengers be part of the rescue faction?" I interjected. "They are clearly the greatest enemies of the rescue faction. The internal divisions and conflicts within factions are no less than those outside them." Chen rephrased. "Let us think of it this way. Scavengers maintain their individual survival by plundering others' food. However, all food has an expiration date. Moreover, resources are finite. Ultimately, everything they do is to prolong their existence until rescue arrives. And all members of the rescue faction face the same dilemma. As time passes, food resources will inevitably be exhausted. Staple foods like rice and flour have a shelf life of about 2 years. That is their ultimatum. What if there is still no rescue after 2 years?" I felt a twinge of anxiety. Thus, waiting alone is insufficient. Chen took a sip of his beer before the 2-year deadline. "The rescue faction must prepare in advance. Prepare to become base-dwelling humans. In the absence of timely rescue. Base-dwelling humans will be humanity's final refuge. Base-dwelling humans will reconstruct rules and order, assimilate as many laborers as possible, and gradually restore material production, starting from basic agriculture. Now, wouldn't it be much simpler if everyone had chosen the base-dwelling path from the outset?" I inquired further. He shook his head. "People hardly change their stance unless pushed to the brink. Though eventually the base faction achieved a strong inclusivity, resulting in a grand amalgamation of humanity in the apocalypse. Even scavengers can go incognito and become part of it. However, in the early stages, it was too fragile. The base faction is like someone holding a torch in the dark. It cannot and should not appear too early. The choices made are contingent on the stage we are in. Even if we know the trajectory of history, we cannot skip any links in the chain. At most, we can only accelerate its progress." The floor lamp emitted a warm, golden light. Perhaps due to the alcohol, Chen demeanor seemed different from usual. Serious yet slightly languid. "So, what kind of person are you?" I gazed intently at him. "What do you think?" He returned the question. "You certainly don't resemble the rescue faction. Compared to us, Chen was too active. An and I adhered to a consistent principle. Survive as best as we could without drawing attention. Nor do you belong to the base faction, although you do intend to hasten the transition." It shouldn't be for the purpose of becoming one of the base-dwelling humans that he was not keen on becoming a leader, let alone being managed by others. There was no place for Chen Lin within the base faction. The order established by the base faction will ultimately benefit every individual in the post-apocalyptic society. You needed to help restrain other survivors. That is your shared interest that I endeavored to articulate my thoughts as accurately as possible. But you do not wish to fully integrate into the group. Even before the apocalypse, Chen Lin had been this way, and so he remained afterward. You're not part of the system to this point. I paused. Chen Lin, you are a free man. He did not respond immediately, maintaining his previous posture. After a long while, Chen Lin lifted his head. For the first time, I saw such a smile on his face. I knew it, he said. Xiao, he understands me well. The rescue faction and the base faction, I felt a little elated from the compliment, eager to continue, but KK, who had been sleeping nearby, suddenly perked up, alerting me with a low growl. The night was as still as water, with not a sound to be heard. What had it sensed? KK, sit down. I tried to calm it, yet it grew increasingly restless. Chen Lin and I exchanged a glance, preparing to step outside and investigate. The hallway was frigid, the chill quickly sobering me. After checking the other two rooms, we arrived at the fire exit. The iron lock on the door was tightly secured to the handle. Nothing seemed amiss. The staircase was silent, but on the 9th floor, aside from the drumming of my own heartbeat, there was no other sound. After waiting a moment longer, we retreated into the room. During our absence, KK had not settled down, but was pacing in the living room. Brother Cat had also awakened, sitting by the balcony, occasionally reaching out a paw to scratch at the sliding door in front of it. Chen Lin approached and slowly opened the door. I followed him onto the balcony. It was even colder outside than in the hallway. The silver moonlight illuminated the snow, casting a bright glow that I gazed down for a while, but detected nothing unusual. Suddenly, something dripped onto my neck. Had it started to rain? I reached up to touch it, and the sensation was akin to thick phlegm that I abruptly looked up. The yellowish-purple face hung upside down above me, its mouth slightly ajar as a foul liquid slowly dripped from the corners. Plop! Another drop fell. I suppressed my nausea and wiped the saliva from my face. Chen Lin had already redirected the beam of his flashlight. In its glow, I spotted a zombie suspended like a measuring stick from the railing of the 10th floor. Its face, distorted and swollen, revealed bulging veins and protruding whites of its eyes, nearly dislodged from their sockets. UGH. Its body swayed precariously in mid-air. It emitted a broken, guttural cry from deep within its throat, gradually crescendoing. Ugh. I glanced at the other residential buildings hidden in the night, recalling the scene from the last time we rescued KK. Both Chen Lin and I understood that we could not allow it to continue its cries. What should we do? I whispered. I'll go up, he replied, turning to find the necessary tools. The household ladder stood over 1 meter high, and once atop it, half of Chen Lin's body dangled precariously in the air. I secured a safety rope around his waist and bent down, preparing to tie the other end to the railing. Just then, Chen Lin suddenly fell over the handrail, both him and the ladder tumbling down. By the time I reacted, the safety rope had already slipped several meters. Instinctively, I tightened my grip on the rope. Before I could wrap it around my hands, the force from the other end slammed me against the railing. The impact brought a ringing in my ears, leaving me dizzy. Simultaneously, I felt the rope slipping uncontrollably from my grasp. And in zombies besieging cities, surviving humans. At that moment, I couldn't focus on any of that. All I knew was that if I let go of the rope, Chen Lin would plummet over 30 meters to his death. The thought sent a chill through my entire being. I wasn't sure if my voice was loud enough. The ringing in my ears robbed me of control over my volume. I nearly gritted my teeth as I shouted, "Come help!" With all my strength, I twisted my arms, and, after several attempts, the rope finally wrapped around my wrists, halting its descent, though I had no idea how much longer I could hold on. At that moment, I vaguely heard the bedroom door crash open. Out of the corner of my eye, someone came rushing towards me, nearly tumbling over. She was finally awake. Meanwhile, I felt the weight of the rope lighten. What happened? Did Chen Lin fall? I shouted in a panic and rushed to the edge of the balcony. Glancing down quickly, don't worry, it's the zombie that fell from him. There had been 2 people on the rope. Without delay, She wrapped the end of the safety rope around the railing and secured it with a knot, then pulled on the rope from the front to relieve some of the weight. With her assistance, I suddenly felt my legs give way. Collapsing onto the ground, it was then that the sharp pain registered, as if the rope in my hands had transformed into a scalding blade. My knuckles trembled from overexertion, rendering even the simplest movements impossible. Concerned for Chen, I pushed myself up. He had successfully climbed onto the edge of the 8th-floor balcony and was untying the rope around his waist. Behind him, the ladder lay in ruins, and went to the stairwell to open the door for Chen, leaving me to clean up the aftermath. Logically, I should have been unable to hold on to 2 grown men by myself. Noticing the end of the rope was damp, I realized that the security captain, panting with his tongue out at my feet, was the true hero of the night. I patted KK's head, promising to reward him with chicken breast tomorrow. Soon, both men entered the house, one after the other. Chen bore several scratches on his neck, and his clothes were torn. Don't worry. He noticed my gaze. I'll treat it with iodine later. What on earth happened? I gulped down a large swig of water, still looking a bit dazed. Chen explained that he had been shoved over the railing by the leaping zombie. The creature had immense strength, and once it grabbed him, Chen found himself momentarily helpless, only managing to break free by snapping its wrists. They had lost all sense of pain. Nothing could quell their hunger for flesh. The zombies have grown stronger, Chen remarked. Indeed, it seemed they had regained their vocal capabilities. Previously, zombies had been silent pursuers, allowing us to devise strategies when encountering the occasional few. However, now a new signal had emerged within the horde, further constricting our options, leaving us with little choice but to flee. I was uncertain how the zombies above had discovered us, but their senses had undoubtedly sharpened. What could be the reason for their enhancement? I inquired. Surely it can't be attributed to KK's earlier cries. Logically, that made little sense, as many survivors had been pursued during the initial outbreak, their screams far more piercing and prolonged than KK's. I have been pondering that as well, Chen replied after a brief silence. The sound isn't the cause. Rather, it appears to be a consequence. Instead of saying the cries have strengthened the zombies, it would be more accurate to say they have revealed the current state of the horde. They have already become stronger. We only just realized it. I grasped Chen meaning. Temporal causality does not equate to logical causality. We had not engaged with them for far too long. The zombies appear to have gained strength after our last rescue operation, but the true timeline of their mutation likely stretches back further. A dull thud echoed from outside the window. Without needing to rise and investigate, we all understood the source of the sound. Following the recent events, the neighborhood would soon be bustling once more. Our discussions regarding the cause of the mutations yielded no definitive answers, prompting us to shift our focus to analyzing the zombies' behavioral patterns. Not only had their abilities intensified, but their congregation times were also elongating. The first instance occurred beneath Chen building, where the zombies had gathered for about 3 days. The second instance did not disperse until a week later. How long would this time last? Their capabilities are not only increasing, but their behavioral habits are changing as well, and it noted in her notebook that I couldn't help but recall that hanging faced at this moment, they shouldn't be so active. What truly concerns me is that they may ultimately disregard all rules, plunging into complete chaos and riot. There are already signs of this. Chen proposed a worst-case scenario one day in the future. They may no longer adhere to any routine at that point. Zombies would roam day and night, possessing heightened senses, and could coordinate through their cries to locate prey. Another thud sounded, seemingly in response to Chen worries. As yet another zombie crashed onto the second-floor terrace. The houses can no longer contain them, and frowned. They want to break free, should all the zombies from the lower floors surge into the neighborhood. The density of the horde would escalate dramatically. Additionally, the plight of other survivors remained a pressing concern. Though, based on my observations, we appear to be the last defenders of this community, I still dared not let my guard down. During this time, I will take KK to sleep on the second floor, that if anyone approaches, at least I'll be able to react immediately, Chen stated as he gathered his belongings. Moreover, I worry that the zombies on the lower floors may not lose their mobility immediately after falling from the terrace. It would be troublesome if they invaded the stairwell. After our discussion, we decided to move to apartment 202 together. The 3 of us would take turns keeping watch around the clock, perhaps due to the distance. The high-floor zombies remained silent, just as Chen had predicted. Many troubles stemmed from the lower-floor zombies. Due to insufficient height from their fall, most had not died instantly. In the initial days, the terrace was teeming with vague remnants of flesh and blood. Many zombies had completely fractured spines, their upper bodies barely hanging onto their lower halves by mere scraps of skin. Yet this did not hinder their crawling toward one another, engaging in tearing and being torn, hunting and being hunted, consuming and being consumed. The cycle of slaughter among the zombies escalated once more, this time even including their injured kindred in their gruesome diet. We only began to clear the second floor once the zombies had ceased their descent entirely. Chen shoveled all the remains down to the ground along with the accumulated snow, while Nun and I disinfected and masked the scent with alcohol. Next, it would depend on how long it took for them to disperse. As long as the horde remained below, no survivors would dare approach, thus creating a barrier that sheltered us. I retrieved the radio once more. During the first month of the lockdown, I had clung to it every night as I slept. However, the greater the hope, the more profound the disappointment. Following a series of events, I gradually forgot about its existence. Now, Chen predictions had completely extinguished any thoughts I had of coexisting with the zombies. I found myself back in my initial state of mind. I attempted to engage in other activities to distract myself, such as making dough. None of us particularly enjoyed noodles. The stockpile of dried noodles remained untouched, let alone the flour. Therefore, I made several batches of steamed buns. KK surprisingly relished them, prompting me to prepare more and freeze them for later. Feeding him only required reheating, far more convenient than rice. I even fashioned a pullover for KK from an old sweatshirt, embroidering its name on it. However, due to my lackluster sewing skills, the neckline was excessively large, rendering KK's outfit a tragically low-cut design. Cat Brother, embodying the spirit of the modern woman, maintained her habit of venturing out to forage. In the most fortuitous of moments, I captured 2 plump and delectable spotted doves for 3 consecutive days. The bond between the 2 little ones flourished increasingly. However, to be precise, it was KK who unilaterally believed that the relationship with Cat Brother was growing stronger. IT often experienced sudden bursts of energy, bouncing around Cat Brother like a spring. Initially, Cat Brother was startled by KK's erratic behavior, but over time, it seemed to have acclimatized. If there was a problem that could not be solved with a single meow punch, then 2 would suffice. After experiencing Cat Brother's formidable punch, KK moderated its approach and began expressing its affection in a more genteel manner. In these moments, Cat Brother's expression was always intriguing. Perhaps she neither wished to smell KK's rear nor be subjected to KK's olfactory curiosity. Throughout the winter, KK diligently harassed its new friend, while Cat Brother devised ways to evade the enthusiastic friendship of a certain golden retriever. During this time, and it accompanied me as we tinkered with the radio, made steamed buns, and witnessed the daily spectacles of cat-dog confrontations. Whenever I sewed, she would be by my side, organizing the yarn. Not worry. She seemed to easily see through my anxiety. There will be a solution. Just focus on what you want to do. I dropped my needle and thread, gazing at her through tear-filled eyes. And then, are you holding the male lead script? Of course, she straightened her posture. I'm certainly more reliable than Chen. After listening to Chen apocalyptic social model, and maintained a cautious stance. However, it was undeniable that each of us began to harbor concerns regarding staple food supplies. To varying degrees, if the issue were merely one of quantity, it would be easily remedied. With so many residential buildings in the community, one could simply sweep through a block to gather ample rice and flour. Yet, considering the time constraints, the problem became rather intricate, as Chen articulated. This was a dilemma faced by every rescue team. The packaging on the rice at home indicated that it would expire in September of this year. In truth, if stored properly, the shelf life could extend further. But what about thereafter? 3 years later, 5 years later? Only by finding suitable crops for cultivation can we eliminate the potential for a food crisis in the long term. Regardless of whether rescue arrives, it is always wiser to prepare for calamity than to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost. I had discovered seeds for rice and wheat at the agricultural supply store. Yet we remained utterly ignorant of how to plant and harvest them. The only crops I felt confident in cultivating were root vegetables, such as potatoes and sweet potatoes. Alas, I had already processed the potatoes in storage, rendering them unsuitable for cultivation. After much contemplation, I surmised that only at the supermarket could I find sprouting potatoes, but we must set out promptly. I resolved silently. As temperatures rise further, they will begin to rot. Now is the final opportunity. For the rescue team, this undoubtedly represented a challenging ideological shift. It was not that I was unwilling to consider long-term solutions. Rather, once I approached the issue from that perspective, it would equate to a direct denial of the existence of rescue. Contemplating what we would eat 3 or 5 years down the line would imply an acceptance of the notion that our current state of existence would persist indefinitely. Everyone has a predetermined stance, and I am no exception. How many would dare to risk the imminent danger for an unknown crisis years hence? Yet, the cruelty of survival is precisely reflected in this, when one realizes that something is amiss. When rescue is indeed delayed, it is often already too late. In the 3 to 5 years sustained by store provisions, the vast majority of seeds would have already succumbed to mold and expiration. Once the heavy snow seals the doors, it will be too late for everything. I sighed. Should we call Chen over to discuss a concrete plan together? And then smiled knowingly at me. Actually, there is already a draft. Would you like to hear it? Observing her expression, I slowly grasped the situation. How naive of me. She was clearly engaging in a strategic retreat to advance. Days passed, one after another. And the weather grew increasingly warm. 2 weeks after clearing the balcony, the horde of corpses gradually dispersed. The snow began to show signs of melting. On March 9, the third day of thaw, we set out for the supermarket at precisely 5 a.m. The night was eerily quiet. Shadows meandered through the open spaces between the buildings. We traversed the community silently and swiftly. In the distance, the exit came into view, but Chen suddenly altered course towards the roadside. Before him, a car parked outdoors blinked its taillights twice. How did you manage that? And Anne's eyes widened. This wasn't mentioned in the plan. Their vehicles were in the underground garage and should not have been accessible. Found it. Chen had already settled into the driver's seat. I've had the key for a while. It took me some time to locate the car that I recalled. On the day I met KK, he had been inspecting this very vehicle. This fellow certainly thought ahead. The car swiftly exited the community. The streets were devoid of life, indicating that no zombies had yet ventured out for nocturnal activities. I rolled down the rear window. The night breeze brushed against my face, carrying the chill of early spring. Though I possessed a driver's license, years had dulled my skills. T5. 23. The car came to a steady stop by the roadside opposite the supermarket. As the sky gradually brightened, I could finally discern the structure before me. The supermarket stood 5 stories tall. Externally, there appeared to be no changes. Everything seemed frozen in time since my last shopping expedition. It seems there are words written up there, and pointed at the entrance on the first floor, Survivor Gathering Point. She read each word slowly. Could this possibly be to the human base? And then I exchanged glances. Chen, however, remained calm. Revealing no thoughts, he turned the key, reigniting the engine. Through the windshield, I caught sight of zombies streaming out of the supermarket entrance at T6. 11. Dawn broke. The horde was immense, given its size. It would not be long before it spread to this street. Chen began to reverse slowly. Watching from a distance, my mood grew increasingly somber. Amongst a throng of individuals clad in white protective suits stood over a dozen military zombies. So, the military had indeed arrived. They had not only failed to eliminate the horde, but had also become part of it. The car continued to retreat. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the air. I then noticed that a figure stood atop the supermarket's rooftop, looking down upon us. What should we do? Should we leave? I had not anticipated the situation would become so complicated. Let us observe. Chen halted the vehicle after reaching a safe distance, and frowned. Could this be a trap? My heart raced as well. After all, it had been less than 4 months since the outbreak of the zombies. Logically, the base should not appear so soon. It should not be a trap. Chen shook his head slightly. If their intention were to hunt survivors, there would be no need to display that sign or blow a whistle. Indeed, that it is in the absence of precautions that one is most easily caught off guard. If their aim were to kill, why would they expose themselves to their target? After waiting a little longer, 3 individuals descended from the building. They gestured for us to enter through the back door. "You all wait here," Chen said as he unfastened his seatbelt. "What nonsense," and reached out to stop him. "If you think it's safe, we go together. If you think it's dangerous, we leave together. No need for any lone heroics," that I nodded. "Exactly. All right," he contemplated briefly and conceded. "Let us ensure our weapons are ready." The earlier whistle had stirred the horde into a frenzy. However, as the sound faded, they gradually settled down. We followed the instructions to circumvent the supermarket's main entrance. Here, it was unclear what had transpired, as the glass facing the street lay completely shattered. The rear door of the supermarket led to an emergency exit. "Hello," the foremost figure, a young man in his 20s, greeted us with a bright smile. "I am Chen, the deputy leader of this gathering point." "Hello," Chen extended his hand. "Oh, not be alarmed. We mean no harm." After a handshake, Chen stepped aside to allow us passage. Most of us escaped from nearby communities. "Are you considering joining us?" A buzzcut youth chimed in. "We have everything here, just lacking manpower. It may be a bit presumptuous to say, but we are in dire need of labor." Chen scratched his head. "If you could join us, the leader would be very pleased." Chen did not directly refuse. "We will consider it." The others erupted in hearty laughter. "And oh, worries. Caution is wise. That I was the same way when I first arrived." Chen did not press further. "You can select some supplies from below the 3rd floor. The leader will be back soon. Hopefully, you can meet him before you leave." And no sooner had he finished speaking than the back door swung open. A tall man in military attire strode in from the dawnlight. "Zhang, there are 3 newcomers." Chen immediately approached, showing evident respect for the imposing figure before us. As the man drew closer, I noticed he carried a rifle slung across his back. "Nice to see you all. After a month, we finally reopened," he remarked, exuding no sense of intimidation. He nodded at us. "Hello, I am Zhang Yifan. Let's have a word upstairs." In truth, we had already agreed before disembarking we would not delve too deeply into their base. Merely a brief exchange before heading home. However, this armed military man could undoubtedly illuminate many of our uncertainties. Exchanging glances, Chen nodded. "Then we shall trouble you." The escalators within the mall only reach the 3rd floor. All paths beyond are obstructed by shelves. Zhang Yifan led us upward. This fire escape provides direct access to the rooftop. There are fewer zombies near the back door, so we usually enter and exit through here. By the time he finished speaking, we had already arrived at the 6th floor rooftop. The fire door at the top had been modified, with large steel plates welded on both sides. The original lock had been removed and replaced with a massive bolt. The locking rod was as thick as an arm. Once we all entered, the door was secured once more. This floor was spacious. To the right of the entrance, a stack of firewood stood as tall as a person, neatly arranged against the railing. To the left lay a large cultivated area. Considering its size, transporting soil alone would be a significant undertaking. In the center stood a warehouse-like structure. A bonfire blazed on the open ground in front, sending curling wisps of smoke into the air. Groups of people sat around the fire, curiously observing us. We followed Zhang Yifan over, and immediately, 4 individuals stood to relinquish their seats. "It's fine, I'll stand," he said, pressing a hand on one person's shoulder to encourage them to resume their seat. Chen is in charge of daily management. "You've already met him." He began to introduce us to the members of the base. "That is Elder Gu." He pointed toward a corner of the rooftop. Upon hearing Zhang Yifan, the elderly man turned his head. He was in his 60s, short in stature, with a grim visage. His sharp, downward slanting eyes bore a predatory glint. I noticed a red whistle hanging from his neck. The earlier whistle sound must have come from him. Before retirement, Elder Gu was a football referee. Now he is our base's most astute lookout. No noise escapes his notice. After the introductions, the entire group consisted of 9 men and 2 women, totaling 11 individuals. "I've never seen a pair arrive together," Chen commented, causing a sudden tension in my chest. I was acutely aware that our team had also been formed later. Could this be mere coincidence? Since they had arrived early, they had yet to eat breakfast. After a brief introduction, everyone dispersed to prepare for cooking. Seizing the opportunity, I approached them. "How is everything?" "Not too good," Chen replied, his brow furrowed. "The military has entered the city, and some have undergone mutations. This means survivors have a chance of acquiring firearms. If everyone relies on cold weapons, conflicts between bases and individuals remain manageable. However, the introduction of guns alters everything. I had always harbored an inexplicable fondness for the base. In my mind, it resembled an idyllic pastoral era, where everyone toiled together in farming, hunting, and fishing. Yet the emergence of firearms shattered my idealism. New armed factions would arise beyond the base, and some bases themselves could become embodiments of violence. Consequently, the freshly established order might face imminent collapse. Once more, is he truly a soldier? And then gazed intently at Zhang Yifan. Weaving through the crowd, that if one can acquire a gun, obtaining clothing would be even simpler. He should be. His thumbs and index fingers bear thick calluses, a mark left only by those who have handled firearms for an extended period. Chen Lin's words did little to alleviate my concerns. But this base seems to have emerged too early, doesn't it? I inquired that no, the situation is different, and encountered with a newfound perspective. The administrator here is a military man, armed to boot. Thus, its cohesion and discipline are unparalleled by ordinary bases. It can be regarded as an exception. Indeed, Chen Lin concurred, typical bases exhibit much weaker constraints, and internal issues tend to be far more severe. For instance, the balance between labor and output, that if the food reserves are insufficient to sustain a large base, they will regress, transforming back into rescue factions or even scavengers. Moreover, there are significant gender imbalances. He merely hinted at this point, refraining from elaboration. Yet I understood his implication. In a world governed by strength, women might become a peculiar resource, allocated and utilized by male leaders. Surely Zhang Yifan doesn't expect us to balance the gender ratio? Anin queried, her expression peculiar. Not necessarily. Having the elderly, women, and children in the team serves as an innocuous badge, and it is only natural for them to be more welcoming toward us. Mealtime, someone called out from distance. Breakfast consisted of sliced steamed buns, rice soup, and pickled vegetables. That it was evident that they were well versed in the art of culinary preparation. Various side dishes accompanied the porridge, including my favorite sour pickled beans. During the meal, Zhang Yifan recounted the outbreak of the virus from another perspective. Each time a survivor arrived, he would retell the entire sequence of events that we had now heard it for the 11th time. On November 19, 2022, the third day of the city lockdown in Shunshin City, the government issued a full regional lockdown order. The demilitary district urgently dispatched 50,000 troops from Haishi City to assist with epidemic prevention in Shunshin City. The remaining police forces in Shunshin City also participated. According to unpublished data, the outbreak exhibited a multi-point explosion characteristic, radiating from the center to the suburbs, with infected individuals displaying pronounced violent tendencies. By the time the military entered the city, apart from Changming Island, the remaining 15 districts had reported cases. The urban area accounted for over 80 of the total infections. Therefore, most of the troops were sent to the 8 central districts to enforce martial law in the infected communities, while approximately 16,000 soldiers were dispatched to the 8 districts outside the perimeter. Zhang Yifan was among them, stationed in District J with 2 regiments of soldiers. All soldiers were divided into small units to maintain security and transport supplies. After the virus fully erupted, they were ordered to remain on standby. Yet, just 3 days later, a large number of infections began to appear within the military. In Zhang Yifan's unit of 8. Only he survived after being bitten by a zombified comrade who had succumbed to the virus. And then, Anin could not suppress her curiosity. Then I lost contact with my superiors, he recalled, shaking off the reverie. The command post was located at the city government, and the situation there must have been dire. It appeared that the virus had experienced 2 peaks of outbreak. Point 1 occurred on the 7th day of the lockdown, and another on the 10th day. Yes, I listened. I silently organized the details in my mind. Wait, this was incorrect. The second peak also fell on the 7th day, coinciding with the military's entry into the city. This conclusion startled me. Could it be that everyone entering Shunshin City would become infected and mutated 7 days later? How could the virus possibly adhere to territorial boundaries? Moreover, according to Zhang Yifan, their food and water were uniformly supplied by the military, and they constantly donned protective gear after entering the city. How then were they infected? Surely I was missing something. This narrative pulled everyone's thoughts back to 4 months prior, creating a solemn atmosphere at the table. After finishing our meal, we rose to take our leave. We had previously discussed the matter of staples with Zhang Yifan, who provided us with two options: either participate in labor or offer equivalent food in exchange. This condition was not unreasonable, so we planned to return home to fetch some vegetable seeds as barter. Zhang Yifan instructed Chen how to escort us downstairs, accompanied by the young man with a buzz cut, whom I recalled was named Zhao Heng. Their camaraderie seemed strong. They had been the ones to greet us earlier. "Are you really not going to stay?" Zhao Heng asked as we descended the stairs. "This is a supermarket. Doesn't tea tempt you?" "Oh, it does," I replied, following his lead. "Perhaps the next time we meet, we will have moved in. He painting us a rosy picture. Shun Hao chuckled. "But since you've come all this way, Captain Zhang specifically instructed that you not return empty-handed." We descended from a fire escape to the first floor. The glass doors had all shattered, making it quite convenient to enter the supermarket from the street. "Can't we just come in through the stairs?" And then inquired. "No, the fire doors in the stairwell are all locked from the inside," Zhao Heng explained. Captain Zhang advised against linking the supermarket and fire escape to prevent zombies from breaching. I scanned the area. Although many supplies had been moved to the rooftop, there remained plenty of items. "Where were the coffee shelves?" "Deputy Captain, what happened to the glass downstairs?" I asked while searching, striking up a conversation with Shun Hao. "Just call me by my name. I'm not quite accustomed to that," he replied, a bit embarrassed. This was originally the captain's idea, but then something unexpected happened. It turned out that Zhang Yifan had initially attempted to keep all the zombies outside. However, this provoked the horde, which surged in the mall and nearly breached the barricade made of shells on the third floor. So, whatever you do, do not provoke them. Disrupting their habitual behavior, killing a companion in front of them, or excessive noise can incite a horde riot. By the way, he suddenly remembered. "Wait here. I'll fetch you some good stuff." As Shun Hao departed, a commotion erupted from the shelves behind me. Turning around, I discovered it was Chun Lin. "Are you scavenging for supplies?" "What else could I be doing?" he retorted, avoiding eye contact. "Waiting for someone to bring me good things?" This fellow was eavesdropping. He seemed to know what I was thinking. "It's because you were speaking too loudly." I ignored him and began to wander nearby. At the end of the shelf stood a fire exit. Was this the passage that Shun Hao mentioned? The lock was on the inside of them all. I walked over and attempted to turn the latch. With a click, the door surprisingly swung open. Outside was the corridor we had just ascended. I hurriedly closed the door, new concerns rising within me. This door could keep zombies at bay, but it could not deter humans. Any outsider entering the mall could easily access the interior passage. Thus, it was up to us to guard against our own kind. Gu Lao was the key figure responsible for the supermarket security. Just as I thought this, a sharp whistle echoed from the top floor, and was not far away. Upon hearing the whistle, she approached us. Had new survivors appeared? Simultaneously, a second whistle sounded. Although the precise meaning of the whistle eluded me, it was evidently a higher-level alert. Soon after, a third whistle followed. I vaguely heard a conversation. It seemed someone was ascending the escalator from the first floor. "Run!" Shun Hao and Zhao Heng came sprinting from the opposite end of the supermarket. "It's hostile humans. We are in deep trouble," he said as he opened the fire door, leading us swiftly out of the mall. The atmosphere on the rooftop was tense. Upon our arrival, the iron door was immediately locked shut again. Zhang Yifan pushed through the crowd toward us. 2 vehicles, 8 people, all armed with rifles. His face was pale. They probably stripped them from the corpses of soldiers. There only one entrance to the rooftop. I assessed the iron door before me and quietly asked Shun Hao. "No, the mall's escalator also leads to the rooftop." He guided me inside. I then realized that besides the fire exit, there was also a back door to the rooftop. Shun Hao pulled aside the plastic sheeting nailed to the wall. Hidden behind it was a glass door connecting to the mall. The space inside was small. Neatly stacked against the wall were barrels of drinking water, with the escalator just a few steps away. A chill ran through me. This glass would scarcely withstand an axe, let alone bullets. Noticing my pale complexion, Shun Hao hurriedly reassured me. "It's fine. Besides the shelf barriers, we have other defensive structures. This escalator has already been destroyed by the captain. It's completely severed in the middle. They can't." Before I could finish my sentence, a burst of bullets whizzed past my cheek. Instantly, screams erupted, and the crowd descended into chaos. In the turmoil, someone yanked at me, and I turned my head. Jiu Lao was limping, pushing us toward the throng. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Move back. I stumbled as I was pulled, nearly colliding with someone. Why are you still running around at a time like this? Chen appeared quite agitated. All right, let's put that aside for now. And interjected. Are you injured anywhere? I shook my head, reaching to touch the wound on my cheek. It was merely a scrape. Everyone had gathered in the far corner of the rooftop. Although the tempered glass was shattered, it remained tenuously intact, not fully bursting apart. The cracks obscured our view of the situation within. Chen Hao seemed uninjured. He reported, his lips ashen. Zhang team, they seem to have a ladder. Zhang Yifan remained silent, merely aiming his gun forward. Chen Lin slightly turned, shielding An and me behind him. That moment, the glass door was slowly being pushed open. It was an 8-person squad. Fully armed. The last man even wore a military uniform. Zhang Yifan immediately turned his gun toward him. The atmosphere seems a bit tense. The man completely disregarded the gun pointed at him, smiling apologetically. Have we been rude? Huang Yu, he kicked the man beside him, who was holding a gun, in the waist. You should apologize that he was tall and thin, but that kick sent Huang Yu crashing to the ground. I'm sorry. Zhang Yifan ignored the prostrate Huang Yu, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the eccentric man before us. You are not a soldier. When did I claim to be one? He adjusted the collar of his uniform. Is it wrong to strip a dead man of his clothes? Do you even deserve that? Zhang Yifan coldly retorted. There is no need to be so confrontational. He maintained a smile. I come in peace for a collaboration. Lu Changfeng extended his hand. Zhang Yifan remained unmoved. Watching that hand suspended in mid-air, I felt a wave of anxiety as the standoff persisted. Chen Hao stepped forward and grasped that hand. Hello, this is our captain. Zhang Yifan. I am. Mid-sentence, he abruptly halted. Taking 2 steps back, Chen Hao's legs buckled, and he collapsed, convulsing in a pool of blood. A short knife was visibly plunged into his chest, the blade deeply embedded. The crowd erupted in screams again. The man who had just been speaking with me had, in an instant, become a lifeless body. I felt my body tremble uncontrollably. Lu Changfeng. This man was nothing short of a madman. On the ground, Chen Hao's body had ceased to convulse. Watching his bloodied face gradually lose its vitality, I felt a chill on my chest. He had done nothing wrong, yet he had become a sacrificial lamb to intimidate others. Nearby, Lu Changfeng retrieved a handkerchief and meticulously wiped the blood from his fingers. Shall we continue now? This was an unabashed threat. Zhang Yifan spoke through gritted teeth. What do you want? Quite simple. All resources must be prioritized for our use. He neatly folded the handkerchief and returned it to his pocket. Of course, in return, I will ensure the safety of the entire assembly point. Killing zombies is a physically demanding task, and our team is already at a disadvantage. You understand, don't you, Captain Zhang? Even though everyone knew they would never waste ammunition on zombies, Zhang Yifan had no leverage to refuse. This base was already targeted by these parasites. The only options lay before us were to live grotesquely or be entirely exterminated. As for the specifics, we can find a place to discuss at length. Lu Changfeng stepped closer, draping an arm over Zhang Yifan's shoulder, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. You, he pointed at Chen Lin, must also participate. Lu Changfeng approached further, and Chen Lin met his gaze unflinchingly. And you better watch your eyes. Be careful I don't gouge them out. With that flippant remark, he turned to the others. The rest can listen in at their leisure. Brother, what about me? A young man wearing a headscarf stepped forward from the group. Am I free now? Yes, Lu Changfeng replied with surprising gentleness. You are free to go play. Can I play however I want? He narrowed his eyes, revealing a meaningful smile. They'll have to wait until the business is concluded. Lu Changfeng waved his hand. Leave 2 people behind, point 1 to guard the platform, and 1 to accompany me inside. The rest follow Shiyu. Why are they taking Chen Lin? I quietly asked in as the crowd dispersed. He hasn't even spoken. They probably see him as a threat. She shook her head slightly. What do we do now? I mused aloud, pondering whether they would leave after the negotiations were over. Prepare for the worst. And then softly advised. The one left to guard the platform was none other than Huang Yu, the one who had been kicked to the ground earlier. Zhao Heng and the others cautiously crawled toward Chen Hao. Huang Yu did not intervene. The remaining members of the base huddled together, trembling. Some people simply do not regard others' lives as valuable. That a voice came from behind. Turning around, I saw Gu Lao, The whistleblower. There will be more deaths. His lips were tightly pressed, and his cheeks trembled slightly with anger. With Yifun's temperament, it's only a matter of time before negotiations collapse. Yes, Shen Hao's death was merely the prologue. I don't know what Lu Chongfeng has experienced to make killing seem so trivial. Zhang Yifan is in grave danger. And Chen Lin is also in Lu Chongfeng's hands. The temperature had inexplicably dropped again. I was inadequately dressed, shivering from both fear and cold. It's going to rain. And then glanced at the sky. I tilted my head back. The clouds had thickened ominously, darkening overhead. Suddenly, a commotion erupted inside the warehouse, followed by 2 gunshots. Who was firing? I felt my heart tighten to know I had to think of a way to eliminate these people. But would there truly be a way? They were all armed, and the mall was filled with their kind. Calm down. Calm down, that I told myself. I gazed at the sky, countless images flashing through my mind. It was going to rain. That was good. But that alone was not enough. While they are unaware of the fire exit, seize the chance to argue end Jiu Lao instructed before turning to leave. Wait a moment. I quickly stopped him. After much contemplation, I mustered the courage to plead, Uncle Gu, I would like to ask for your help. Even in such dire times, he still remembered to look out for us. His heart seemed softer than it appeared. He said nothing, his brow furrowing deeper. If all goes well, that everyone can survive. How confident are you? He stared at my face for a long time. Don't do anything foolish. 70%. I gritted my teeth at. In truth, I was uncertain. Yet, apart from taking a gamble, there was no other choice. After all, the situation couldn't possibly worsen, but my legs are not in good shape. Girl, are you sure I could be of help? Rest assured, this is undoubtedly your forte. Inen, who had been listening on the side, still appeared somewhat perplexed. What do you intend to do? I will explain later. I half knelt and crawled towards Zhao Hong. It was too taxing for Inen to handle everything alone. I needed to find her some assistance. Although the assembly point was bustling, the atmosphere was fraught with anxiety and fear after Lu Chongfeng's display of authority. As the closest companion of Shen Hao, if Zhao Hong refused to cooperate, it was implausible that anyone else would. I inched closer to them. The corpse on the ground had already stiffened. I trembled as I reached out to close its eyes. These people will not spare you. At least Captain Zhang will certainly not survive. The few gathered around exchanged glances towards Huang Yu, confirming that he was oblivious to our conversation before whispering back. What do you mean? Do you think they will allow a person of prestige and capability to continue leading here? Lu Chongfeng desires nothing more than a non-threatening granary, every member posing a threat. Apart from Captain Zhang, will be systematically eliminated. Even if one manages to survive by luck, they will become the new underclass, to be commanded and enslaved that a butcher's knife will hang over everyone's head day by day. Zhao Hong remained silent. Rest assured, I will never risk your lives. That I relayed the plan to them. Of course, only the parts requiring their involvement. That I spoke slowly, ensuring they comprehended every word. It really just this simple. The others appeared somewhat swayed. Indeed, when the time comes, try to persuade everyone to take shelter in the granary from the rain. However, Zhao Hong, you must find a way to remain on the platform. He seemed about to say something, when suddenly his expression shifted. In the next moment, a gun barrel pressed against the back of my head. What are you saying? I carefully turned around. Huang Yu stood right behind me. I apologize. I shrank back. I'm so cold. I merely wanted to borrow a coat. Shen Hao lay motionless nearby. His blood now darkened. He glanced at me before quickly averting his gaze. Return to your original position. Under Huang Yu's gunpoint, I slowly walked back to the corner and crouched down. Meanwhile, Zhao Hong and the others hesitated repeatedly before finally signaling their agreement. That I took a deep breath, reevaluating every step of the plan. In such intense concentration, my fear gradually dissipated. Anne was the last to know the plan. Yet simultaneously, she was the only one who understood the entirety of it. No, she immediately objected. It's too dangerous. I know, but there is no better way. Moreover, I am confident I can make it work. Her face turned pale as she hesitated. Then let me go in your stead. We can swap tasks. I had anticipated such a request from her. And you know my execution is a mess. I simply cannot accomplish your task. I would ruin it. But I gently grasped her hand. Trust me. After enduring numerous life and death moments, an unspoken understanding had developed between us. Finally, She made up her mind. All right, I will handle the outside. You must be careful. I was about to relay more details when a girl wearing round glasses suddenly squeezed beside us. What are you planning to do? I don't understand what you mean. I frowned. This unexpected factor set off alarm bells in my mind. She pondered for a moment before rephrasing. How can I assist? At that moment, a bolt of lightning split the sky. Though it was barely past 11 o'clock, the sky had darkened as if it were evening. Time was running out. What is your name? I inquired. Oh, Chen, like the flower. Follow my instructions. That I briefly outlined a few points to her. She gazed at me intently, saying nothing further. Another flash of lightning pierced the clouds, and after a long while, the thunder rumbled in the distance. The temperature continued to drop before the rain even began to fall. We were already shivering uncontrollably. It's going to rain. Someone remarked, shouldn't we go inside? But I thought I'm scared. The speakers were Oh Chen and another girl with short hair. Did he not say it was fine to observe? We could get hypothermia in this weather. Chen turned to the crowd. If we all go inside together, we can keep an eye on each other. I agree. A boy beside Zhao Heng stood up, appearing quite anxious, his voice trembling. Gradually, a few more voices chimed in, while the rest remained hesitant, torn between following the crowd and entering the granary. Chen approached Huang Yu. Sir, aren't you coming in? It's about to rain. Huang Yu glanced at her, but said nothing. Not an easy opponent, I mused. This girl not only possessed remarkable composure, but, more importantly, had discerned my intentions. Drip. The clouds finally parted, and large raindrops began to cascade down. With Chen leading the way, the crowd gradually made their way towards the granary. Yet Huang Yu still showed no intention of entering. Soon, only I and an Uncle Gu and Zhao Heng, who guarded Shen Hao's corpse, remained on the rooftop. What was he waiting for? Was he concerned about Zhao Heng? The atmosphere became tense. There's no time left, and an urge softly. I can manage alone. Let him go in. Reluctantly, I signaled for Zhao Heng to enter the base. I had intended to leave someone with an un, but ultimately failed. Strangely, despite this, Huang Yu remained unmoved. This man seemed resolute in executing Lu Changfeng's orders, sir. The cold made my voice tremble as I wiped the rain from my face. Everyone has gone inside. Aren't you coming? If something goes awry inside, and Captain Lu gets angry, we will also suffer the consequences. He looked at me, then at the remaining two, and sat in the rain, hugging her knees, while Uncle Gu stood nearby, limping on one leg. Perhaps it was something I said that struck a chord. After a moment of hesitation, Huang Yu truly lifted his gun and walked towards the granary alongside me. The crowd had gathered at the door. I stood on tiptoe to peek inside. They were seated at the dining table, negotiating. Huang Yu entered with his gun drawn, and I quietly closed the granary door behind us. Lu Changfeng quickly noticed something amiss. What are you doing here? I instructed you to stay outside. I hadn't anticipated his reaction would be so swift, but I could not allow Huang Yu to exit. Hello, Lu Changfeng, I called out as I squeezed through the crowd. The warehouse fell eerily silent. Everyone was taken aback by my direct address. Only Chen Lin remained unfazed, albeit with an ashen expression, noticing my entrance. He immediately approached. Don't move. The warning echoed alongside the gunshot. A bullet grazed Chen Lin's pant leg, narrowly missing his shoe. Lu Changfeng didn't even glance at the shooting point, redirecting the gun back at Zhang Yifan. Chen Lin froze. His marksmanship was impeccable. I steeled myself and walked further in, attempting to project confidence. How are the negotiations going? Have any conclusions been reached? Quite interesting, he chuckled softly. And who might you be? Who I am is inconsequential. At this juncture, I found myself surprisingly calm. That I did not come to negotiate. That I merely wished to know to whom I've been assigned as a resource. Suddenly, my gaze faltered. Upon approaching, I noticed that Zhang Yifan's right hand was pinned to the table with a dining knife, and his rifle had vanished. The perpetrator, grinning, clutched the knife handle. Your members are far more astute than you. Captain Zhang. When I turned back, the amusement in Lu Changfeng's eyes had vanished. I knew his patience had worn thin. Captain Lu, I halted before him. Aren't you curious? Aren't you curious why I dare speak to you this way? Perhaps you've realized that not everyone is entered. If I were you, I would certainly inquire further. Huang Yu's expression changed, and he reported, Captain, there is still a girl and an old man outside. Why are there still people outside while you are here? Lu Chongfeng interrupted him. His voice was low but carried a chilling undertone. Huang Yu stuttered, unable to articulate a response. Go. Lu Chongfeng surmised that the warehouse was locked. Use your gun to open the door. Wait, I interjected, yet no one paid me any mind. Huang Yu crossed through the crowd to the door. Just as he raised his gun to aim, a piercing whistle echoed from outside. My taut nerves instantly relaxed, and my legs felt weak, nearly unable to support me. Captain Liu, you surely wouldn't wish to damage this door. That I leaned against the table, sitting down, because it will soon become the last barrier between you and the corpses. The whistling continued, blending with the rumbling thunder, unrelenting, that if you insist on breaking out, Uncle Gu will simultaneously unlock the iron door that connects to the corridor. All the zombies in the mall will swarm onto the rooftop. So, I hope you refrain from acting impulsively. The sound of rifle fire echoed from below, and Lu Chongfeng's expression darkened. His team members were still inside the supermarket. Hey, as long as your brother is willing to surrender his weapon, we will allow him to come up. As for the others, it is regrettable. This was, of course, a deceitful lie. Unin could barely hold the escalator, let alone discern who was coming. But to prevent him from losing control of his emotions, I had no choice but to say this. And then, leave your weapons behind, and I will let you go. Let us go. He scoffed coldly. That indeed, Lu Chongfeng nodded. A rather good proposal. He stood up and walked toward me. Although he spoke words of praise, his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. You may begin to pray. He grasped my wrist and lifted me up. The gun barrel, which had been aimed at Zhang Yifan, now pointed at my head. Pray that Xiao Yu is unharmed. Otherwise, I will make your life a living hell. Almost simultaneously with him shifting the gun, two other figures in the room sprang into action. Zhang Yifan drew a kitchen knife and pressed it against the neck of his teammate behind him. Chen Lin lunged forward and pinned Huang Yu down. That we all realized that in this room, the only one truly willing to pull the trigger was Lu Chongfeng. The last two remaining teammates had been subdued, yet he appeared unfazed. Let her go. Zhang Yifan had reclaimed his firearm. We will exchange hostages. Do not negotiate with me. Captain Zhang, Lu Chongfeng shielded me with his body. Within 1 minute, I want to see the warehouse door open. He forced me to retreat toward the back. Chen Lin stood among the crowd, instinctively following our steps as I was about to disappear from his sight. Everyone, retreat to the door. Lu Chongfeng's threat echoed from above. You would want to witness me committing murder, would you? Chen Lin's knuckles were slightly pale as he gripped his gun, remaining motionless for a long time. It wasn't until Zhang Yifan pulled him that he began to slowly back away. Lu Chongfeng retreated to the end of the warehouse, halting behind a massive pillar. You think your plan has succeeded, don't you? His voice was suppressed and low, as if he were desperately concealing his sorrow. You think I am holding you hostage in order to escape, don't you? You believe I have compromised, that I am afraid, don't you? I remained silent until this moment. The gunfire inside the supermarket had ceased. You had better bring Xiao Yu safely before me as promised. If you fail to do so, there is no need to bother that old man. I will personally open the door and unleash the horde. Infuriated, he scoffed again. I've long since grown tired of living. I just don't know if you share the same result. Lu Chongfeng was far too clever. I knew it would be difficult to deceive him. I just anticipated the depth of the bond between the two brothers. With the zombie horde in chaos, how could Lu Xiyu possibly survive? Was he prepared to throw caution to the wind? What should I do? With a creak, the warehouse door reopened. Very well, Lu Chongfeng issued a second command. In 5 minutes, bring Xiao Yu in 0.5 minutes? How is that possible? I tried to calm him, even if I need to find someone. We require more time, don't we? Isn't that part of your plan? His tone dripped with sarcasm. What? You can't manage it now. Before I could respond, Lu Chongfeng suddenly exerted force, shoving me violently against the corner of the pillar. Crack! I heard the sound of my brow bone fracturing. The excruciating pain forced me to bend over. He did not release me, yanking my hair to compel me to straighten up. You seem utterly oblivious to your predicament. Lu Chongfeng's voice buzzed in my ears, and suddenly he barked. Who? I managed to raise my head, my right eye barely opening due to swelling and drenched from head to toe. Walked in. You had better not harm her. Killing too many will not benefit you. A hostage is only valuable when alive. Ensuring the safety of the hostage guarantees your own security. Are you here to educate me? Lu Chongfeng scoffed. You make a valid point. But I couldn't care less. I certainly am not. She raised her hand at the door. I just want to inform you that your brother did not come up. They escaped from the first floor. Escaped? Lu Chongfeng froze. Indeed, he was wearing a headscarf. He's easy to recognize. Anin continued. I can take you away. Let me be your hostage. Anin. I shouted, get out. Let's hear it. His grip tightened slightly, forcing me to tilt my head back. Blood trickled in my eyes, blurring my vision once more. Take the fire exit. There are no zombies there. Her voice came from ahead. What do you mean? All the fire doors have been closed the entire time. The zombies have not invaded. Lu Chongfeng paused for a few seconds after hearing this. Very good. Excellent. He twisted my head, compelling me to look into his eyes. What is this? A feigned retreat. I stifled a groan of pain. Indeed, the whistle blows could not lure the zombies to the rooftop. However, I could not allow Uncle Gu to take the risk of opening the door on the ground floor. The Lu Chongfeng subordinates were scattered throughout the mall. It was uncertain whether anyone would discover this passage. If they encountered them during the back and forth, all would be in vain. But now it seemed they had yet to discover this passage and had fallen into the zombies' encirclement. I had too few cards in my hand. With a mix of truth and deception, I could only barely maintain the situation without losing ground. There is no feigned retreat. She does not understand this place at all. Anin denied without flinching, gradually moving closer to us. She cannot guide you. Only I can take you away. Until this moment, Anin was still desperately trying to find a way to exchange me. Thank you for the information. You may leave. Lu Chongfeng's words halted her in her tracks. Anin wanted to say something more, but was abruptly cut off to not test my patience. While I cannot kill her, it is no issue to make her suffer a little in advance. Lu Chongfeng slowly lowered the gun, aiming at my knee. One last time, my eyes stung terribly, and my vision grew increasingly blurred. Had I been too reckless? What would Lu Chongfeng do next? I truly had not thought through how to extricate myself. The plan had progressed to this point, far exceeding my expectations. 3 weapons. Place them all on the ground. He shouted to those outside. The remaining 12 individuals line up opposite the warehouse. His memory and observational skills were astonishing, accurately counting the number of people and weapons without error. We cannot agree to this condition. The IT was Chun Lin's voice. I understood that once everyone surrendered their weapons and lost the ability to retaliate, this man behind me would undoubtedly unleash a massacre without hesitation. Where is Zhang Yifan? Lu Chongfeng suddenly grew alert. Why isn't he the one responding? You seem to not have grasped the situation. Chun Lin's voice was calm and steady. From now on, who you speak to and how you negotiate is no longer up to you. Lu Chongfeng disregarded this statement and immediately pushed me toward the door. Everyone stood in the rain. Huang Yu and the others had been tightly bound, their weapons confiscated by Chun Lin and Zhao Heng, but a quick glance revealed that Zhang Yifan was conspicuously absent. Where is he? Lu Chongfeng shouted. Just then, someone approached from the opposite side of the rooftop, gun in hand. That I believe this condition has been met. The speaker was none other than Zhang Yifan, and I noticed his chest rising and falling rapidly. Through the rain, the two men silently faced each other. Let's take a step back. After a moment, Zhang Yifan spoke. I will surrender my weapon. Not enough. Lu Chongfeng raised the stakes. You will be tied with your hand behind your back. Among the three, he was most wary of Captain Zhang. When it came to shooting, the psychological resilience of an ordinary person could not be compared to that of a soldier, agreed. Once tied up, Zhang Yifan turned his back, displaying the ropes on his hands. Chen Lin stood to the side, holding his gun in a rather standard manner. But I knew he was entirely inexperienced. The fire exit door had been opened, and Lu Chongfeng pushed me outside. The cold rainwater struck me, causing me to shiver involuntarily. My muddled mind began to clear. After entering the passage, Lu Chongfeng ordered them to lock the door from the inside. After completing this, he did not leave immediately, but instead lay in wait behind the door. The wind howled, and the iron door slammed repeatedly against the frame and latch. My heart raced. The initiative had returned to Lu Chongfeng's hands. If there was any commotion inside, he would undoubtedly shoot without hesitation. However, apart from the sound of wind and rain, the rooftop was eerily silent. I began to relax, slightly, that I did not know how long had passed. But once I was certain no one was tailing us, he began to lead me downward. The fire escape was poorly lit, and several times I nearly missed a step. Hunan's words seemed to have provided him with considerable comfort. Lu Chongfeng's mood had stabilized significantly. I could see at least he no longer wore that desperate expression of mutual destruction. What would his next move be? Before his departure, he had no choice but to be somewhat polite to me. But what would he do after? Lu Chongfeng would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to teach me a lesson, and this time, it would likely be far worse than mere superficial injuries that we arrived at the ground floor. I heard the sound of a backpack zipper being opened. After a moment, he began to push me toward the front door. Through the shattered glass, I noticed a barren emptiness. All the zombies had congregated toward the upper levels. The rain showed no signs of relenting. In the distance, I spotted two black vans parked at the entrance, prominently visible amidst the misty white surroundings. We paused at the supermarket entrance. Beyond that lay the rooftop's line of fire. I scrutinized the two vehicles before me. They were not only entirely black, but also had their windows tinted with a dark film. If the interiors had also been specially modified, bullets might not pose a significant threat. Lowering my gaze, I suddenly realized that all the tires appeared to be melted against the pavement. It dawned on me that during the few minutes that Chen Lin and Hun had bought us, Team Zhang had already made an appearance. It was he who had let the air out of the tires. Lu Chongfeng stood still for a moment and remarked, "Is that all you've got?" "You go," he said, pressing the car key, causing the headlights to flicker. "Get the stuff from the trunk." Was he planning to change a tire here? I stepped into the rain and opened the trunk. But in the next moment, I was taken aback. The back seat of the van had been entirely removed, replaced instead by a mid-sized motorcycle. "Drag it out." His voice drifted from behind, and I remained motionless. "I told you to drag it out." Lu Chongfeng raised his voice. Riding a motorcycle alone would be perilous amidst gunfire, let alone with an added burden. I understood that he had already abandoned the idea of taking me with him. Or perhaps he had never intended to from the outset. Once this task was completed, I would have lost my last semblance of value. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of the SUV we had arrived in. Chen Lin had parked across the street, merely 20 meters from the entrance. My heart raced. "I have a card." But I turned, the torrential rain blurring my vision. Getting in the car is your only chance to evade Zhang Yifun's bullets. This was the truth. He stared at me, his expression inscrutable. "With the car, you can take me away," I continued. "I don't want to die here. Regardless of what happens afterward, at least for now, I do not wish to perish." "Don't play tricks." Lu Chongfeng finally removed his mask of a smile, coldly warning me that he holstered his handgun, retrieving the rifle he had been carrying on his back. I had no idea where he had received such firearms training. But his accuracy was undeniable. The only certainty I had was that any unnecessary movement on my part would result in my immediate demise. I raised my voice toward the rooftop, shouting, "Chen Lin, toss me the car keys." Moments later, something was thrown down. I picked up the keys and walked across the street. Lu Chongfeng could not leave this shooting blind spot. I had to bring the car back to him. "Say it again. Don't play tricks," he warned me once more. The 20-meter stretch of road lay barren, devoid of any cover or hiding spots. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Chongfeng allowed my actions. Once inside the driver's seat, I fastened my seatbelt and started the vehicle. Directly in front of me, the ominous barrel of a gun never strayed from my head, having not driven in a while. My palms were slick with cold sweat as I gripped the steering wheel. I recalled the necessary maneuvers while releasing the handbrake. I pressed the accelerator. The SUV began to move slowly. Feeling the sluggish acceleration, I inwardly cursed my misfortune. This SUV was far too heavy. The distance of 20 meters was insufficient for any meaningful speed, especially not in a race against bullets. The vehicle posed no threat to him. What should I do? My mind was a blank due to anxiety. Just then, the sound of shattering glass erupted from the supermarket's back door. Someone was coming down. I quickly realized that the guards on the rooftop must have witnessed my entire driving sequence. My position was also Lu Chongfeng's. Once they confirmed the safety of the fire escape, they would surely arrive, but I had not anticipated that Lu Chongfeng would take measures at the door first. While I was momentarily dazed, he had already leapt into the back seat in a few swift strides. After firing 3 shots around the corner, he drew his handgun and pressed it against my neck. "Drive." I swiftly stomped on the accelerator, and the car shot forward. The force of inertia violently threw us back into our seats. In the rearview mirror, I saw Chen Lin rushing around the corner. However, in the face of our high speed, his figure quickly diminished. Now was the moment. Gritting my teeth, I abruptly yanked the steering wheel. Bang! The vehicle collided with the stone steps of the roadside and began to flip violently. Amidst the chaos, something struck my face with great force, and I felt everything fade to black. Hang, who was calling my name. Her voice was so gentle, reminiscent of my mother. I tried to move toward the sound, but I found myself immobilized. Suddenly, the scene shifted. A large, heavy stone lay atop me. I lost track of time before finally opening my eyes. I was in a room separated by curtains. Overhead, pipes crisscrossed, and the bed was pressed against a gray concrete wall. I was back in the warehouse. As my consciousness gradually returned, the pain followed suit. My entire body felt as though it had undergone a disassembly and reassembly. Yet, thankfully, every part remained in its rightful place. Two voices drew nearer. You need to eat something. If this continues, he won't recover, and you'll fall ill first. I know, I'll get to it later. Don't wait. Let me heat up the food. You need to eat now? No, Zhang team. Hey, Zhang Yifan. Clearly, the other party ignored her refusal. Suddenly, the curtain was yanked open, and bright sunlight flooded in. Xiao and then paused for a moment before rushing in. You're awake. I nodded at my throat was dry and hoarse, and it took me a while to regain my voice. What time is it? March 11th H. You've been unconscious for 2 days. In and looked at me with concern. Do you feel unwell anywhere? I gently shook my head. What about Lu Changfeng? He wasn't wearing a seatbelt. He died instantly. I saw his body fly out of the front windshield. What about Lu Xiu? Did they really escape? How could that be? Of course it was a ruse, and then shook her head. The bodies and equipment of their squad haven't been accounted for yet. We'll have to wait until the horde disperses, she continued. Chen has been buried. One of the 2 captives was executed, but Huang Yu remains. I did not press further. Zhang Yifan must have had his reasons for such actions. Some people cling to the base, while others are absorbed by violent organizations. There are no right or wrongs. Everyone merely seeks to survive as best they can. It seems everything has been resolved. I'll sleep a bit longer. I close my eyes again, so as not to disturb you and Team Zhang. Stop talking nonsense. Her expression was peculiar. Don't tarnish our pure friendship. Why so agitated? I tease her further. Aren't you considering it? Zhang Yifan, with his sharp brows and bright eyes, was tall and upright, in military attire. He exuded an air of righteousness that he resembled a gentle blade. Not all swords are forged for killing. Some are meant to protect. Enough, and then shook her head as if to dispel the thought. You'll find out after spending a few days with him. This guy is more nagging than my mother. I smiled, but the motion pulled at the wound on my face, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. What about Chen Lin? I grimaced and asked her. He just got replaced. He probably isn't. He slept. Why? Oh, you want to call him? No. Let him rest. I recalled his sour expression. I could only expect to be scolded if we met. At that moment, Zhang Yifan entered, lifting the curtain. And then, you come with me. He paused upon seeing that I was awake. Team Zhang, thank you for your help these past few days. I express my gratitude. No need for such formality. Seeing his right hand bandaged, I couldn't help but recall the standoff. Lu Changfeng was ruthless, but it had shown remarkable courage. You actually dared to demand a hostage exchange at gunpoint. I said, wide-eyed with lingering fear. That was bold. What? Zhang Yifan's voice rose in surprise. Annan, feeling guilty, rubbed her ear. It didn't affect the plan, so don't mind the details. It seems someone had been insincere and hadn't fully adhered to the agreement. Seizing the opportunity, I issued a dismissal. All right, you go eat with Team Zhang first. All right, I got it, and then muttered as she stood up to leave. However, she paused when pulling back the curtain. Why aren't you coming in? She asked someone outside. I'll wait until you finish speaking. Chen Lin's voice came from the doorway. Oh no, I immediately shut my eyes, feigning sleep. But when did he arrive? Had he already heard me speaking? With that thought, I opened my eyes slightly. Chen Lin sat across from me. Awake? He didn't expose my ruse. How do you feel? Is it very painful? I nodded pitifully, hoping he would take my injury into account and refrain from scolding me too harshly. I'll go get a hot water bottle. He rose to his feet, stating, the doctor said you have soft tissue bruising and need to apply heat. Wait a moment, I grasped his arm. Are you? Not angry anymore. What reason do I have to be angry? Chen Lin feigned ignorance. Certainly, it's because we didn't heed your advice. Before being taken away, he had specifically warned us not to act rashly. You two really are something. Chen Lin shook his head slightly. At crucial moments, each of you has your own ideas. Isn't that due to your influence as the captain? I flattered him, aware that Chen Lin's options this time were quite limited. He couldn't devise any plans, but could only strive to find opportunities. Subsequently, he recounted the events of that day in detail. Once inside the warehouse, everything outside proceeded smoothly, and had moved all the bottled water from inside the glass door to the edge of the escalator, which took quite some time. The next step was to roll each of these water barrels down the escalator one by one. After Uncle Goo whistled, the team reacted swiftly and prepared to return along the same route. However, their ladder was hastily constructed and lacked sturdiness. With each barrel weighing nearly 20 kilograms, it rendered their retreat nearly impossible. Was Lu Changfeng tampering with the door on our way out? I recalled. Indeed, he placed a glass bottle on the handle. As soon as someone opened the door from the inside, the bottle outside would fall. Oh, that was how it was. I wondered if he had carried it with him or simply picked it up from the dining table. Lu Changfeng was cunning and ruthless, undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Yet he also exuded a sense of contradiction in front of others. He could kill without hesitation, even treating his teammates with disdain. But when it came to his brother, he seemed to transform into a different person that I often pondered. Can such a lack of empathy in an antisocial personality still harbor love? Can he truly experience familial bonds? If so, why does he fail to recognize that the lives he takes are also someone's brother? Someone's son? Nevertheless, these questions would remain unanswered, forever sealed with Lu Changfeng's demise. Afterwards, I lay in bed for over a week. The base had no proper doctor, only a school medic from the infirmary, who had administered emergency treatment. Thanks to the dual protection of the seatbelt and airbags, the car accident had not resulted in fatal injuries. Under the cover of night, Chen Lin returned to the community. This time, he replaced the water and provided enough staple food for several days. With the sudden drop in temperature, KK's buns were more durable than usual. How is everything at home? I inquired. Quite well, Chen Lin replied. During our absence, KK had relied on Cat Brother for sustenance. Cat Brother had been working 2 jobs, nearly exhausting the doves in the community, truly worthy of being Cat Brother. And I marveled, however, it seems that fellow has found a boyfriend. What? I was taken aback. Had Cat Brother found a new love so quickly after we left? It seemed rather excessive. Cat Brother's grown up and developed her own opinions, and then expressed with a touch of melancholy. What is he like? Is he handsome? I only saw his back. He seemed to be a calico cat. Chen Lin chuckled. You should trust Cat Brother's judgment. It appeared that spring was indeed a season ripe for romance. That on March 20th, I finally managed to get out of bed, with an aunt's support. I ventured to the rooftop for some fresh air. The sky was high and blue, the scent of the torrential rain long gone. Zhang Yifan was busy tending to the fields. The pressure of survival at the base was immense. With so many people, it was uncertain how much staple food would be required to sustain everyone. Captain Zhang, thank you for your hospitality during this time. I awkwardly began, though I would love to continue enjoying free meals here. There are still numerous messes to clean up at home. Zhang Yifan did not press me to stay. His gaze lowered, and after a moment, he lifted his head and smiled at us. All right, let us leave tomorrow. Whether for a celebration or a farewell, let us gather again tonight. Observing his expression, I felt a wave of uncertainty. However, remaining at the base indefinitely was not a viable option. Even if I were to move, it would require careful planning. You all continue your conversation. I feigned an excuse to slip away. I'll take a stroll by myself. Uncle Goo was stationed at his usual lookout. After staying for nearly half a month, I had a general understanding of the security measures in place. Dawn was the most perilous time. 8 this hour. Zombies would collectively transition from indoors to outdoors. Most survivors would choose to move during this window, avoiding encounters with hordes and taking advantage of the vacant buildings. Therefore, Uncle Goo often had a stand guard during this time that I approached him. The view here was excellent, nearly allowing me to take in the entire street. Hey, why are you out dressed like that? Uncle Goo immediately urged me to return, quickly put on another layered, Uncle D. Oh, you know how cold it is today? I clutched the railing stubbornly. I might suffer from heat stroke. Nonsense, he frowned, but this expression no longer intimidated me. After our previous collaboration, Uncle Gu and I had become quite familiar. He had even taken charge of all my meals during my recovery. While his cooking skills were average, his presence in the kitchen was formidable. Coupled with his fierce expression, I always felt I might be the next one to be placed on the chopping block, awaiting the knife's judgment. Really, how could such a warm activity as cooking always be surrounded by such an air of menace? Therefore, whenever it was Uncle Gu's turn to cook, and it would keep a watchful eye nearby. Xiao He, Uncle Gu's expression is truly terrifying. She rubbed her arms. Every time he adds salt, I feel like he is poisoning the food. Poisoning is out of the question. Despite having fallen ill, under Uncle Gu's care, I had not only maintained my weight, but had actually gained a bit. Whereas Xiao Hong, I glance around. He hasn't skipped work again, has he? Uncle, you're far too lenient. That little brat can't sit still. Uncle Gu expresses frustration. No amount of scolding seems to work. Indeed. Though our interactions were limited, Zhao Heng's abilities did not impress me. Not even compared to that girl named Oshinin A.S. if on cue. Uncle Gu shifted the conversation to her. That Shernin girl is quite obedient, always eager to take on tasks. Yifan wants to cultivate a new plot of land in the neighboring park, and she's been busy day and night these past few days. Shernan had arrived at the base a month before us. According to Uncle Gu, she had always been enthusiastic about collective affairs and was quite capable. After this incident, Zhang Yifan entrusted many tasks to her without hesitation. So what about her and Zhang Yifan are they that I hesitated to ask? During my days of illness, Shernan had visited several times. For some reason, I always felt her gaze towards and it was peculiar. Could it be that there was some Klitsch love triangle brewing? What about them? Uncle Gu countered, it's nothing that I scratched my head. Perhaps I was being too sensitive. Maybe she was solely focused on her career, intent on surpassing Zhang Yifan to become the captain of the base, and Anne's unexpected charm could very well assist her in this endeavor. Was there a possibility that Zhang Yifan might leave the gathering point and wander the world with us? I suddenly began to contemplate this possibility earnestly. Girl, Uncle Gu suddenly fixed his gaze on me. Do you not like Yifan? No. I shook my head vigorously, immediately denying this dreadful assumption. Absolutely not that I knew it. You are with that fellow named Chen. Uncle Gu's eyes, already small, narrowed further, making them nearly disappear. Hey, I quickly interrupted him. Uncle, please don't say such things. Why was this person still so gossipy at his age? The next day at dawn, Zhang Yifan drove us back to the community, accompanied by Shernan. Since many survivors had driven to the base, and given that 2 of Liu Chongfeng's cars were still operational, there were quite a few vehicles at the gathering point. After the SUV was deemed unusable, Zhang Yifan had replaced it with a silver sedan. Now, the trunk of this car was stuffed full of cat and dog food. It seemed that this trip to the supermarket had not been in vain. The hour was still early. The 2 cars navigated the empty streets one after the other, and sat in Zhang Yifan's car, and I had no idea what they were discussing, although the banquet's food couldn't compare to our New Year's Eve dinner. Once the bonfire was lit, the atmosphere was delightful. Zhang Yifan refrained from drinking, maintaining control over the proceedings as usual, and also drank little, appearing carefree as ever. I couldn't discern whether she was happy or not. These 2 seemed to be bidding farewell with such nonchalance to be by the time I regained my senses, the car had already arrived at the community entrance. The roads inside are quite complex. Perhaps we should stop here and head in on our own. I expressed my concern that they might get lost in the community. Don't worry, Shernan assured, gently steering the car through the gate. I've been here a few times. My friend lives here. I nodded, not wishing to impede her. There were more zombies roaming the community now. Chun Lin directed her to maneuver around the horde toward Building 51. The car had barely come to a halt when a fluffy figure appeared on the balcony. It stood alert, scrutinizing our every move. Only when we opened the car door did KK recognize us. Even in a state of excitement, it swallowed all the cries into its belly and joyfully spun in circles on the 2nd floor. Before departing, Zhang Yifan assisted us in transporting everything from the trunk to the terrace. When the sweet potatoes ripen, I will bring them over. There is no need for you to make another trip. It is unsafe out there. He paused for a moment. Take care, everyone. After that, we were passively cut off from all external information, once again engulfed by a horde of corpses that I thought to myself, had the zombies not mutated, our relationship with the base might have been even closer. Time passed swiftly, and soon April arrived that I conducted a thorough inventory check. There were still 3 bags of rice left and just over a bag of flour. We had consumed a fifth of the potatoes on the shelf. The cabbage and bok choy, the 2 vegetables we consumed the most, had dwindled to half their original quantity. We had over 20 boxes of self-heating rice remaining, more than 50 packets of instant noodles, and about 4 boxes of individual rations. The meat in the freezer had been consumed more rapidly than anticipated, with one of the 3 drawers completely emptied. Over 100 cans remained, which deepened my anxiety. Initially, the high-rise apartments greatly ensured our safety. However, as time wore on, this became a disadvantage. The difficulty of venturing out increased, effectively trapping us within the building. The resupply of food and drinking water was becoming increasingly arduous. The struggle for survival was gradually morphing into a war of attrition, with the outcome resting on which side could endure longer. I couldn't help but reconsider the idea of moving. Compared to the community, the number of zombies on the streets was significantly lower, although there was a potential for zombies to overflow later. At this stage, the disparity between the numbers inside and outside the community was stark. I wondered what Zhang Yifan had discussed with and after returning. She had remained sullen. Did she prefer living at the base? If we were to move, would Chen Lin agree? With these thoughts, I couldn't help but sigh heavily. What's the matter? Chen Lin looked up from his book. I'm feeling down, I replied gloomily. It's because I'm overthinking things, so I'm caught in a dilemma that he astutely summarized. Why ask me if you already know? I mumbled softly. But how do you know that my choice would put you in a difficult position? Chen Lin closed his book. Why don't you just ask me, because I already know your answer. I answered in my heart. For me, moving to the base or staying at home made little difference. However, it was different for Chen Lin. He must have an aversion to communal living. That's a stereotype. Xiao he supported his chin on his hand, so next time you encounter such a situation, remember to consult me. What if he actually agreed? I widened my eyes. You can accept go to the base? Yes. One tea to be a strain for you. No, really, he certainly looked quite reluctant. Yet, there's no perfect solution. Someone must make sacrifices. I felt a bit moved and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, we won TB living at the base. There was a commercial street outside the supermarket, filled with 2-story low buildings. The number of zombies there was fewer, making travel easier, and it was quite close to the base that, if we could move there, all our problems would be resolved. After finalizing this idea, I was eager to announce the news to Anin. Just then, a loud crash echoed from upstairs. Recently, zombie activity had been increasing, and we had grown accustomed to various noises. However, this sound was particularly loud, unlike the clatter of furniture falling. Why are they so active at night? Chen Lin frowned and peeked her head out from the bedroom, and we exchanged glances. Should we check it out? She suggested that I nodded, a flicker of unease crossing my mind. The sound had faded, and now it was impossible to pinpoint its exact location. Chen Lin opened the fire escape door. Before we could act, a figure darted past my feet. KK. I called out urgently. Yet, it didn't stop. In just a few moments, it vanished deep into the hallway. Was the sound coming from upstairs? And then looked in the direction it had disappeared. Why is it running downstairs? Let us go take a look. Chen Lin had already started heading down. Each fire escape door was firmly shut. When we found KK, it was squatting in the corridor on the 2nd floor. Upon seeing us, it immediately jumped up and dashed towards the door. Woof, 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 woof. My heart raced with alarm. Ever since learning from the previous incident, I had hardly heard KK bark again. T must have discovered something. Chen Lin leaned against the door and listened for a while, then gently turned the doorknob. The fire escape door opened a narrow crack. The 2nd floor corridor was empty. Aside from room 202, which we typically used, the other 2 doors remained tightly shut, as usual. We exchanged glances and stepped inside the room. The night breeze gently swayed the living room curtains. Chen Lin reached out to part the curtains. The entire terrace was suddenly laid bare before us. I quickly surveyed the surroundings, but found nothing unusual. However, KK, who had been following us, suddenly bolted towards the terrace. Woof woof, and then quickly shone the flashlight in its direction. Under the beam of light, I noticed something clinging to the edge of the platform. It was a pair of hands. Someone, what are you doing here? Upon recognizing the person, I was momentarily stunned that I quickly reached out to pull her up onto the platform. Shernan struggled to climb up, The ladder she brought wasn't tall enough, leaving her stuck in mid-air. Did something happen at the base? Enan asked nervously. No. She waved her hand. Tomorrow is the captain's birthday. If he can come, he would be thrilled. Oh, that was the reason. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Why didn't Captain Jean come? I inquired. He doesn't know about it yet. She smiled, adjusting her glasses. We want to surprise him. A surprise. This person seems quite savvy. Indeed, the collective gaze of the crowd is sharp. Exactly. I nodded repeatedly. If Enan could attend, it would indeed be a significant surprise. Remembering my previous baseless speculations about her, I felt somewhat embarrassed. You want to come up and sit for a while? We need to tidy up first. All right. You all carry on. I want to be a bother. Back upstairs. Chen seemed very interested in the tools in room 903. I led him into the bedroom. Although we wouldn't stay long this time, I still filled the food and water bowls for the two little ones. In addition to various outdoor supplies, I stuffed a pair of knee pads into my backpack. They were knitted for Uncle Goo, who had leg issues and often stood, causing significant strain on his knees over time. And then stood there, unmoving. Compared to me, she appeared entirely unenthusiastic. What's wrong? I halted my actions. I'm not really keen on going, she stammered. Come on, cheer up. I shook her shoulders. You're the rumored girlfriend. If you don't go, what is the point of the birthday party? Hold up, what nonsense. Enan wriggled out of my grip. You're all really mistaken. Is it truly a misunderstanding? Of course. All right, I pretended to take off my backpack. Then I want to go either. I was actually hoping to discuss the moving plans with Captain Zhang while I had the chance. Moving? What moving? And then perked up her ears that I explained the plan to her. If Zhang Yifan could lend a hand, we might be able to move everything in one go, considering the base has plenty of vehicles. But she hesitated again. Why so suddenly? Not sudden at all, I quickly asserted. This decision is made for everyone's better survival. Absolutely not to cater to individual preferences. You're insane. All right. I'll wait for you downstairs. I hastily made my exit before she could officially start scolding me. Just past 8 in the evening, we boarded the vehicle heading towards the base. Looking out the window, the zombie density outside had already reached half of what it was during the day. Chen, how did you manage to drive in? I gazed in astonishment at the horde. I inched my way in, she sighed. It took me over half an hour for such a short distance. Will it take us that long to get out? And then frowned. Not necessarily, Chen replied, then pressed the accelerator. She drove swiftly, maneuvering the vehicle through the community at high speed. Whenever she was about to hit a zombie, she would always find another route. When avoidance was impossible, she tightly gripped the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Her driving style was astonishingly aggressive. Bang! Another zombie was sent flying. The pursuing horde was left far behind. We quickly drove out of the community. Nice driving. Chen rarely complimented anyone. You have a good memory too. I'm just familiar with this area. She adjusted her glasses. The vehicle eventually stopped at the back door of the base. Chen took out some alcohol and began cleaning the bloodstains on the car. The front of the vehicle seemed to have been reinforced. After this bout of collisions, there were surprisingly no visible scars. After waiting a while, Zhao Heng came down to open the door. Apparently, it was his turn to be on duty today. You're here. He greeted us with a smile, clearly unperturbed. Once everyone entered the hallway, he locked the bottom door. As we ascended, he checked the locking status of each fire escape door. It seemed no one else would be entering or exiting tonight. This was the final inspection. We followed the stairs to the top floor. Knock, knock. Zhao Heng tapped twice on the iron door of the rooftop. Captain, it's me. The sound of the latch being unfastened echoed from within. Is that Xiaonan returning? Zhang Yifan remarked as he opened the door, his tone laced with reproach. That girl is getting bolder, coming back so late. The latter part of his sentence was abruptly swallowed. Zhang Yifan blinked slowly, clearly taken aback by the number of people standing behind the door. His gaze swept across the group, finally resting on and you. What brings you here? He stuttered, his tongue tripping over the words. Unable to resist teasing him at his moment of fluster, I chimed in, What's this? There are clearly 3 of us. Why does Captain Zhang only see one? That can't be. He hastily waved his hands, awkwardly shifting the focus. Xiaonan should have at least given me a heads up, something to prepare for. Then, Captain, prepare a bit more. Chen offered no mercy. Shall I escort them back? No. Laughter erupted among us all. Strictly speaking, tomorrow marks Zhang Yifan's birthday. The group buzzed with chatter about the details of the celebration, that we should add a few more performances. Someone suggested. Henge will surely take the lead. Absolutely not. Zhao Heng cast a desperate glance to the side. Sister Nan, let us skip the performances. Shernan appeared lost in thought, her gaze distant. Sister Nan? Zhao Heng waved his hand in front of her. She returned to reality with a smile. Of course, the majority rules. Make sure to perform well. Someone nudged Zhao Heng's shoulder. Sister Nan is watching you. Following the lively banter, the crowd dispersed as the night deepened. The warmth of late April enveloped us, the air tinged with the scent of approaching summer. Many had moved out of the warehouse, settling down in small clusters atop the platform that I nestled into my sleeping bag, gazing up at the vast expanse of stars. How beautiful! I couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, Chun Lin responded softly. I must admit, I'm quite surprised, I murmured, that you were willing to live at the base. Although this particular detail was ultimately omitted from the final plan, Chun Lin's earlier declaration still caught me off guard. That's so. He rested his hand behind his head, his eyes fixed on the night sky. For me, it wasn't a difficult decision at all. That I nodded, realizing that this world is not devoid of individuals who relish their uniqueness. Each person possesses their own preferred lifestyle and choices. Rather than rigidly adhering to their own rules and principles, he, much like respecting his own desires, respects the choices made by someone accustomed to freedom. Chun Lin has undoubtedly faced numerous struggles and made many compromises. Yet he does not regard these concessions as a given. On the contrary, it is precisely his acceptance of kindness that enables him to make sacrifices for others. Only then did I comprehend what he meant by stereotypes. Perhaps I do not know him as well as I had imagined. Noticing my silence, he changed the subject. Hasn't it not come out yet? No, she might still be chatting. The discussions regarding the relocation fell squarely on An's shoulders. However, given how long she had been inside, it was hard to say they hadn't discussed other matters. She's not usually like this. Chun Lin shook his head in disbelief. This is quite the preferential treatment. I stifled a laugh. Without comparison, there is no harm. Especially with Zhang Yifan as a reference, the contrast between the two became even more pronounced. Anan, with her bluntness and fiery temperament, showed little interest in Chun Lin's convoluted thoughts. Moreover, after his arrival, she subtly sensed a shift in her previously unchallenged position as the driving force of action. For a considerable time, she harbored a peculiar sense of rivalry. During the major cleanup of Building 51, every time she felt a zombie, she would glance back at me, her expression clearly conveying, "See, I'm not so bad, my." Of course, all those bumps along the way dissipated over a few cans of beer during the New Year's Eve dinner. I still vividly recall her slurred accusations against Chun Lin, ranging from his laziness in cooking to his preoccupation with fishing. She even addressed his supposed neglect of team responsibilities and how he had shamelessly claimed KK's affection due to their long-standing camaraderie. Yet, Chun Lin was also quite childish. He often encouraged me to turn An's treasured red tea leaves into milk tea, fully aware of her unrequited love for the military shovel, and would hang it prominently in his home. After encountering Zhang Yifan, he teased just as much as I did. However, none of this hindered their friendship or camaraderie, nor did it impede their mutual trust, allowing them to safeguard each other's backs. I cast a quiet glance at him. The gentle evening breeze swept by, and Chun Lin had already drifted off to sleep. If there exists anyone in this world worth sacrificing for, aside from my parents, it would surely be these two. Perhaps it was the unfamiliarity of the new environment, but I found my sleep to be restless, in a hazy state between slumber and wakefulness. I sensed movement beside me. Blinking awake, I realized it was Uncle Gu, already on guard. "Uncle, what time is it?" I sat up and rubbed my eyes. The dawn was just breaking, and the entire base remained enveloped in slumber, punctuated by the soft sounds of snoring. "Almost 5, he replied, glancing back. "Did I wake you?" "No, not at all." I quickly shook my head, suddenly recalling the knee pads still resting in my in my eagerness to gossip yesterday. I almost forgot about them. By the way, I sat up abruptly, reaching for my backpack. "I brought you a gift." "A gift? For me?" Uncle Gu blinked in surprise. Yes, I found the knitted knee pads and scampered over to him. I estimated the size. "If it doesn't fit, I can adjust IT. IT fits. It fits. He brushed his hands against his pant legs, reassuring me that IT will definitely fit. Just so you know, this is my first serious attempt at needlework. So you mustn't. My words caught in my throat as I witnessed him suddenly collapse toward me, that I saw blood mist rising behind him. Uncle! Instinctively, I reached out to catch him, unable to bear his weight. We both fell to our knees. Dr. Sue, I trembled, turning my head in desperation. Where's Dr. Sue? Is anyone there? Anyone! I cried out, pleading for help. My hands shook uncontrollably. Uncle Goo opened his mouth, but uttered nothing. With each breath, more blood surged from his mouth and nose. Don't talk. Don't talk. I fumbled to wipe away the blood. Uncle, hold on. The doctor will be here soon. Chen Lin, Zhang Yifan, I shouted behind me, causing a stir in the warehouse. Everyone, stay away from the rooftop edge. Zhang Yifan hurriedly donned his clothes, bending over as he approached, simultaneously shouting to the others. Get down. Everyone down. Just as his words fell, another scream pierced the air, and someone collapsed to the ground. Xiaohe, I felt someone shaking my shoulder. Are you hurt? I stared blankly at the elderly man in my arms. His hand had fallen limply, the white knee pads he had clutched now lying in the blood-soaked ground. Uncle Goo, he will be all right. He will recover. Chen Lin wiped my tears away. It's too dangerous here. We need to retreat. He took the body from my arms, and together with Zhang Yifan, they carried Uncle Goo back to the warehouse entrance where the remaining people had gathered. Shernan stood among the crowd, her face paler than paper, her frail body trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Yifan rolled Uncle Goo over, revealing several gunshot wounds on his back. These are gunshot wounds. They used a silencer. Gazing at the elderly man on the ground, I felt a wave of disorientation wash over me. The memories surged forth unexpectedly that I recalled our first meeting, his stern demeanor that intimidated all who approached. Each wrinkle on his fierce face radiated an air of keep your distance. I remembered the resolute gaze he had when facing Lu Changfeng, his unwavering cooperation. I thought of his attentive care during our meals. More often than not, he had simply left us with his back, standing day after day at the corner of the rooftop, guarding the base and each child within it. Silence enveloped the group as we stood speechless. Suddenly, a mocking greeting from outside shattered the stillness of the rooftop. Long time no see. Everyone. Who could that be? Zhang Yifan remained silent, merely loading his rifle. Huang Yu suddenly reached out to grab him. Captain. That voice, his pupils dilated at It's Lu Xiu, the brother of Lu Changfeng. The image of the bandana-wearing youth flickered through my mind. I said, he dead? And then stammered, in the supermarket, along with a few others. The horde only dispersed today. Zhang Yifan replied with difficulty. Haven T had the chance to clear the battlefield. What do you want? Shernan stepped forward, shouting toward the door, her emotions teetering on the brink of chaos. What exactly do you want? The ancient adage states. Every grievance has its origin, and every debt has its owner. The voice from across the way drifted in with an ethereal quality, upon hearing him casually mention Uncle Goo. I could no longer contain my anger and unleashed a torrent of the most vile and venomous curses I could conjure. Yet, Lu Xiu remained remarkably composed, seemingly impervious to my invectives, even when informed of Lu Changfeng's tragic demise. He displayed no visible turmoil. This was a stark contrast to his demeanor a month prior. The obliteration of his team appeared to have forged him anew. Ignoring my outburst, Lu Xiu continued, We both know who is responsible for my brother's death. As long as these 4 individuals willingly reveal themselves, I will not impose on anyone else. I do not grasp your meaning. Chen Lin interjected, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Shernan. First, remove the sniper, she stated decisively. I do not wish for any more casualties among our members. That is out of the question, Lu Xiu retorted with firm finality, if you wish to avoid further injuries. It would be prudent to make a decision quickly. I will grant you 10 minutes. I shall await you downstairs. How many of them survived? I murmured to myself. Logically, the entire squad should have perished. I found it hard to believe anyone could emerge unscathed from such a massive pile of corpses. Did you mobilize the entire team last time? Zhang Yifan suddenly recalled. Was anyone left behind at the base? Huang Yu shook his head. Everyone is here. It now appeared they had at least 2 survivors. However, my intuition suggested the number might be greater. Why is it so coincidental? Chen Lin asked abruptly, his voice low enough only for an enemy to hear. His words sparked a realization within me. We had only just arrived at the base when this calamity struck. Could it be mere chance? Perhaps that Lu Shiyu is entirely unaware that we reside elsewhere. He merely selected a day at random, and our encounter was nothing more than a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, and speculated that, of course, there's a second possibility. She paused, after managing to evade the tide of corpses. He concealed himself near the supermarket. Our comings and goings were likely right under his nose. He probably chose to act only after confirming our presence. What if we never return? I inquired. Would he continue to wait? And then frowned at the implication. Both explanations possess their own logic, Chen Lin declared. Yet he posed two chilling questions that sent shivers down my spine. But why does Lu Shiyu know there are 4 of us? How can he be certain of which 4? The internal dynamics of the base were undoubtedly compromised. Otherwise, Lu Shiyu could not possess such intricate knowledge of these details. Today was rife with coincidences. We were brought here immediately after the corpse pile dispersed. Had we delayed by even a single day, Zhang Yifan might have discerned the unusual number of remains downstairs, prompting increased security measures throughout the base. Confronted with a sudden assault, we would not have found ourselves in such a passive position. Emotions only serve to weaken a person. That I wipe my tears away, that I must find a way to unearth the perpetrator. Who could it be? The back door on the first floor was securely locked, yet Lu Shiyu moved about with ease. Could it have been Zhao Heng's machinations? Or perhaps Shernan, if she had not brought us here. This entire scheme would never have materialized. However, she was merely an executor. The entire base was aware of our arrival. Thus, the one who proposed the idea might indeed be the true mastermind, observing her sobbing beside Uncle Gu. I found it hard to believe she was the architect of this massacre. Could it be Huang Yu? That too seemed implausible. Moreover, the most vital question remained: what motive did these base members have to assist Lu Shiyu? Even if they encountered him by chance during an outing, they had no reason to continue serving him upon returning to the base. Captain, please do not go down there. Zhao Heng urged. He cannot do anything to us. This platform is easily defensible. We can hold out for quite some time. That's correct. Someone else echoed that if they had a way in, they would have breached the door long ago without wasting words. The rooftop door had been reinforced since the last incident, with thick steel plates added on both sides. Unlike those keyed locks, which could be breached with just a couple of shots, the base's locks were crafted from iron rods. Unless the entire door was destroyed, intruders would find it impossible to access the rooftop. Zhang Yifan nodded and began distributing weapons. For rifles and 2 handguns, the ammunition was exceedingly limited, and Chen Lin, Zhao Heng, and Shernan each received a handgun, while I too was allotted one. That Zhang Yifan refrained from arming Huang Yu, perhaps sensing the internal issues within the base. The gunfire below had ceased. Given the limited ammunition, they understood the futility of squandering bullets on meaningless displays. Uncle Gu's death cast a pall of gloom over all. Daylight broke, and we awaited Lu Shiyu's next move in silence. Suddenly, a burning scent wafted through the air. What is that smell? And began to cough. Dark smoke billowed from the rear of the warehouse. There's a fire, someone shouted. Zhang Yifan immediately sprang to investigate. I too leaned out to observe. The glass doors leading to the mall were ablaze, flames leaping high and thick smoke billowing forth. The shattered glass provided no obstruction whatsoever. The fire on the 5th floor is intense. Zhang Yifan returned, his face blackened from the smoke. I cannot ascertain the situation on the other floors. It makes no sense for it to spread so rapidly. Chen Lin mused, glancing at the inferno. Did they use an accelerant? What are your intentions now? And asked anxiously, regarding Zhang Yifan. While the building is not yet fully engulfed, we must descend to extinguish the flames. He retrieved a fire extinguisher from the warehouse. I felt a headache coming on. Was this a trap? Whether by threat or arson, Lu Shiyu was intent on driving us outside. Going down now was the worst possible course of action. Zhang Yifan unyieldingly commanded, "You all stay here. The fire on the 5th floor is severe. I can handle alone." What nonsense, and frowned. If we're going, we go together. Absolutely not. You are to remain here. Follow orders. What is this? And then picked up 2 cans from the ground. I am not your soldier. You. Zhang Yifan was visibly flustered. Captain, Chen Lin interrupted their dispute. You cannot persuade her otherwise. Let it be. We all go together. I nodded in agreement. Zhang Yifan could not cower on the rooftop, wagering the lives of base members, and would not agree to let him confront the flames alone. And I, though aware this was a poor strategy, would stand by Nan's side if she was resolute. Xiaonan, Zhao Heng, the above is entrusted to you. Zhang Yifan ceased his hesitations and donned a military backpack. Captain, Shiren lowered her head, her words of caution unspoken. With a creak, the iron door swung open. Zhang Yifan scanned the hallway vigilantly before being the first to step through the threshold, followed closely by Chen Lin. And in an eye, clutching fire extinguishers trail behind. The door closed solidly behind us. The stairwell remained as dim as ever, with the smoke less dense than on the rooftop. Zzz. I thought I discerned a faint electrical buzzing. However, when I paused to listen more closely, the sound vanished. Had I misheard? Noticing my stillness, they regarded me with confusion. What's wrong? And mouthed to me, I gestured for silence and began to search the stairwell. Zzz. I took the flashlight from Chen Lin, systematically eliminating potential sources. Steps, normal. Ceiling, normal. Corners, normal. Finally, the beam fell upon something taped to the iron door, and tiptoed to retrieve it. It was a recording device. The tape within emitted a faint zzz as a cold sweat broke out across my brow. Zhang Yifan immediately pressed the rewind button. Impossible that if you wish to avoid injury, it would be wise to decide quickly that I will be waiting downstairs. Liu Shiyu's voice echoed ominously. No wonder he appeared so unfazed during our conversation. And oh wonder his voice always seemed to carry an ethereal distortion. He was not even outside the door. Simultaneously, we recognized a traitor within the base. Typically, such monologues would easily give away the ruse, as Liu Shiyu could not possibly anticipate our reactions. For him to instill such unwavering belief that he was just beyond the door, another's cooperation was essential. Only with their assistance could his performance be completed. And that person could only be Shiren that in retrospect. Her abrupt interruption of Chen Lin's inquiry was likely an attempt to avoid revealing any inconsistencies. Why? Zhang Yifan stared at the recording device in disbelief. He slammed his palm against the door. Why? Captain, I am so sorry. The voice from behind the door sounded tormented. You all must not come closer. Zhao Heng stepped back. Then a gunshot rang out from the rooftop. She had fired. Captain, I do not wish to harm anyone. Uncle Gu's death truly was an accident. Her voice trembled. I should have foreseen this. I should have foreseen this. Taking a deep breath, her tone became resolute once again. However, I cannot turn back now. Your target is us, is it not? Chen Lin suddenly inquired. You are a resident of our community, aren't you? He continued. That is why you are so familiar with the conditions there. The person opposite remained silent, offering no rebuttal. That I quickly grasped the crux of the issue. You misunderstand. It is not that we sealed off the building. And no one will admit to it. She softly interjected. Whether it was a lockdown or not, no one will acknowledge it. Even if what you say is true, even if you were once victims yourselves. But once you escaped, what did you do? Even knowing there were others alive in the community, aware that those individuals were struggling between life and death, you still did not open the door. Did you? Simply untangling the wire, would it have threatened your lives? Her words render me speechless. That I admitted that my initial decision to keep the lockdown was driven by the fear of encountering a similar situation. With Wang Yong dead and no witnesses, the distrust among survivors would only intensify. But that could not serve as an excuse for self-justification. She was right that I foresaw some deaths and then watched them unfold. Once the door was locked, my mother began to fast, refusing even water. She relentlessly reserved all possibilities of survival for her child. But as that child, how was she to survive? Her voice remained soft. Soon, the body began to swell and reek. She had no choice but to drag it outside. She consumed the last drops of water. The houseplants were as dry as straw, yet she devoured them all. With provisions exhausted, she even contemplated the corpses, luring them one by one and slaying them with a kitchen knife, bleeding them out, feasting on their flesh. For a prolonged period, she survived on these during this time. What were you doing? I had no retort. Xiaonan, You did nothing wrong, and did not dispute this, that I understand your position, and thus I fully accept this punishment. But know this, those burdened with too much cannot tread lightly on their path. Live well for yourself in the life that follows. In and place the recorder down, shrugging at Zhang Yifan. It seems we have caused you trouble. Suddenly, her gaze faltered. Where is Chen Lin? At her words. I turned my head. The Chen Lin who had just stood behind us had vanished. Only the three of us remained in the narrow corridor. We exchanged glances, and then hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs. Zhang Yifan immediately pivoted his weapon. We cannot stay here. The newcomer was indeed Chen Lin, his chest heaving violently. Run. As soon as he spoke, the once quiet corridor erupted into chaos. Zhang Yifan's expression shifted. That sound was all too familiar to everyone present. The horde of corpses that was upon us. We immediately dashed down the stairs. With the 5th floor ablaze, the fire exit on the 4th floor became our nearest escape route. We had to leave the corridor before the horde arrived. Where are they? I asked in and leaned over the railing for a glimpse. They're on the 3rd floor. There was no time. Descending further would likely lead to a direct confrontation with them on the stairs. A sudden halt. We paused on the 4th floor landing. Back to the 5th floor without a moment's hesitation, we turned back upwards, standing before the fire exit. Zhang Yifan extended his hand to gauge the temperature within. Meanwhile, the horde finally appeared in our line of sight. Chen Lin immediately raised his hand and opened fire, the front line of corpses collapsing instantaneously. But in the next moment, more zombies clambered over their fallen comrades. The entire corridor was filled with the tide of the undead, surging towards us relentlessly. After several rounds of gunfire, the number of zombies showed no sign of diminishing that a magazine was quickly exhausted. The sound of an empty chamber echoed from Chen Lin's weapon. Out of bullets, and swiftly unlatched a rifle and tossed it over. Yet, in those brief seconds, the horde had surged forth. I had long since depleted my ammunition. Overwhelmed by the stench of blood, I could not help but turn my head and close my eyes at that moment. The sound of gunfire crackled from behind. Tat, 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 tat. I opened my eyes abruptly to see the fire exit being forcefully breached. Zhang Yifan had finally freed up his hands. Retreat, quickly, he shouted at us. With fierce fire support, the momentum of the horde was suppressed, but we fought our way back, finally retreating into the mall just before the last magazine was emptied. Bang, 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 bang. The horde did not relent. With their relentless battering, the door groaned under the strain. Due to the lock being violently destroyed by bullets, the door could no longer close properly. It was only through and in my desperate efforts that the horde was kept at bay, by the time Zhang Yifan and Chen Lin managed to drag over a shelf to block the exit. I was nearly spent. After catching my breath, I scanned the surroundings. The fire in the mall was minimal that a glance revealed the origin of the flames was beside the escalator leading to the rooftop. At an Anne's feet lay an empty alcohol bottle, identical to the one Chen used for disinfecting vehicles. This was part of the base's routine disinfection. It seemed Lu Shiyu had used it as an accelerant. Presumably, Chen was also concerned he might change his mind and burn everyone alive on the rooftop, which is why he provided only a small amount. Zhang Yifan fixed his gaze on the empty bottle. Slowly speaking, when Xiaonan first arrived at the base, she was nothing but skin and bones. She told me she had consumed all the food, and seeing the snow piled high enough, she grit her teeth and jumped from the window. Ultimately, I am not a competent leader. If she had trusted me enough, she would not have chosen to handle this alone. That I hung my head in silence. When did Nen begin to recognize us? Just a short while ago, we had fought side by side to bring down Lu Chongfeng. Why had her attitude shifted upon my awakening from unconsciousness? On the day she arrived, Shen Hao and Zhao Heng were both delighted. Zhang Yifan's voice carried a hollow sadness. They said opening on the first day of the new year was a good omen. The assembly point would surely become livelier, but now not the three of them. He did not continue to. I sighed deeply within. Merely a few months had passed. Some had crossed over, while others faced division. Who could have foreseen such an outcome when we first met on New Year's Day? Wait, the first day of the new year, I felt as though I was missing something. Why thoughts were abruptly pulled back to 2 months prior. I suddenly realized the root of the issue. It was not New Year's Day, that it was New Year's Eve. That night, Chen Lin nearly fell from the 9th floor, as a survivor in the community. Chen must have heard my cries very clearly. I could no longer recall if I called out an Anne's name loudly during my confrontation with Lu Changfeng, but she must have grown suspicious, insisting on accompanying Zhang Yifan to escort us back. There was no escaping this. Even if we avoided this trap, another would await us. We fell into a contemplative silence, each harboring our thoughts. What were you doing down there just now? And then suddenly recalled something and turned to ask Chen. Her choice to reveal herself at this moment signifies that her task is complete, Chen said, bracing himself against the shelf. That I was pondering how Lu Shiyu might kill us. And then, what did you see? I pressed for more information. Even now, I was unclear about the means he employed, because before the zombie invasion, I heard no sounds. How had Lu Shiyu managed to lure the horde into the corridor while ensuring his own escape? He had bound a zombie on the first floor alive. Thus, he did not need to appear near the corridor at all. Chen shifted his grip on the shelf. The horde outside continued to hammer insistently against the door. He merely needed to fire a shot from a distance, and all the nearby zombies would flock to him. So, Lu Shiyu set the fire to drive us down. I deduced further that I believe so. Chen nodded. Even if Captain Zhang did not anticipate this, Chen would certainly have proposed going down to extinguish the fire. He would never agree to that. And shot a glance at Zhang Yifan, who merely pursed his lips in silence. Then their team would have divided the tasks. Some started the fire, some sniped, and others placed the recording tape behind the door. That I continued my analysis. The reason Lu Shiyu did not reveal himself was that he feared we might lose control and confront him directly. That makes sense, and agreed. Zhang Yifan also nodded slightly. However, Chen did not immediately affirm my hypothesis. That I just replayed all the details from this morning in my mind. He said that I think there is another possibility. Is it possible that all along it has been Lu Shiyu alone? Could their team have truly survived in such numbers? It seems illogical. Therefore, I am inclined to believe that Lu Shiyu survived for various reasons and was discovered by Chen. After that, they reached some sort of agreement. That I recall that Uncle Gu mentioned to me that Chen had been coming home late these days. Could it be because of Lu Shiyu? However, I did not interrupt. Instead, listening as Chen continued. Lu Shiyu has many enemies, but Chen only wishes to eliminate the three of us. They share common interests, yet there are conflicting aspects. This plan must be the result of a mutual game of strategy. I believe Lu Shiyu must have previously promised not to kill old Gu, but he has broken his word, and the recorder had just begun to ask, when suddenly a zombie outside unleashed its strength. The fire door was immediately smashed open, causing goods on the shelves to tumble to the ground. Something yellowish-white appeared in the GAP. In an instant, it blinked. I realized. This was at a zombie's eyeball. Zhang Yifan reacted swiftly. Firing several shots towards the GAP at the same time, we exerted our strength together. With a loud bang, the door was once again shut. This interruption sent my thoughts into disarray. What were we just discussing? We were talking about the recorder, and it reminded Chen resumed. The recorder was placed in advance. That I noticed when it rewound it. There was at least an hour of blank tape before Lu Shiyu started speaking. Old Gu usually rises at 4:30. And the shooting occurred at 5:10 this morning. That if we work backward, Chen must have activated the recorder and opened the front door around 4. They must have rehearsed the timing countless times to achieve such a flawless execution today. However, the issue lies in the fact that the recording tape is the most uncontrollable and risky aspect of this plan. Why would Lu Shiyu do this? The most likely scenario is he is now alone. The complex layout of the mall means he cannot possibly trap and eliminate us all by himself. Thus, one of the purposes of the recording is to make us believe we are surrounded. The second purpose is to divert our attention, buying time for the fire. Indeed, because of the tape, I subconsciously believe that Lu Shiyu lay in ambush in the stairwell. Meanwhile, the raging fire extinguished any thoughts we had of a prolonged standoff on the rooftop. The illusion of a sniper made us abandon the idea of escaping via rope from the top floor. Suddenly, I recalled that aside from the initial shots, the so-called sniper downstairs seemed to have fallen silent. Chen had misled us from the very beginning. The alleged sniper was merely a false lead. What shall we do next? And asked, somewhat confused, in a contest of stamina and endurance. How could we possibly compete with the zombies? What appeared safe now was, in truth, leading us into a new predicament. If Lu Shiyu is indeed alone, the situation may not be as dire. Zhang Yifan rummaged through his bag for paper and a pen, uncapping it with his teeth. You mentioned that there is a zombie tied up on the first floor. Is it inside or outside the door? It would be more accurate to say it's at the front entrance. All right. Zhang Yifan swiftly sketched a blueprint of the supermarket. The front entrance of the supermarket faced southeast, leading to a shopping street. The back door was located in the northeast direction, across from a park. If Lu Shiyu can simultaneously target Old Gu and the zombie, he circled 2 spots on the map. Based on the trajectory of the bullets, his position must be here. Zhang Yifan tapped the paper twice. There is a row of colored steel houses, about 2 stories high. Judging from the sketch, these low structures were situated beside the park, almost directly opposite the back door of the supermarket that we needed to avoid this shooting range. Are there any vehicles near the front entrance? I inquired. Escaped the horror behind us. We would need a means of transportation. There are, but they're not fully repaired. Zhang Yifan produced a set of keys from his bag. That's Lu Chongfeng's car. 3 of its 4 tires have been replaced. The last one hasn't been changed yet, and there aren't enough spare tires. They'll have to do that. I gritted my teeth and took the keys. The zombies in the hallway continued their relentless charge. The door thudded against the shelves. Xiaohe, you can't drive this kind of car. Take Chen Lin with you, and directed. You all focus on finding the vehicle. Zhang Yifan and I will hold our ground here. We need to hurry. We can't hold out for long. I nodded, and the 4 of us synchronized our watches. And no matter what happens, we meet at the supermarket's front entrance in 5 minutes. I know you 2 are our best bet, and offer me a reassuring glance, but please be cautious. On the other side, Zhang Yifan and Chen Lin completed their handover the moment we released our hold. The horde outside seized the advantage. The shelves emitted a harsh screech against the ground. The gap in the fire door widened. Quickly, Zhang Yifan and Anan shouted in unison, taking a deep breath. I switched on my flashlight and ran towards the depths of the 5th floor without looking back. There were no windows, nor any lights. Apart from the fire source, only a sliver of faint light filtered through the glass door from the rooftop. The entire mall was not much brighter than the hallway. It wasn't until I approached the fire point that I realized the escalators inside the mall were designed in parallel rather than in a crisscross fashion. Each adjacent floor had different access routes. This meant we couldn't simply ride the escalator straight down to the 1st floor. With each level we ascended, we had to navigate anew to find the escalator to the next floor. Upon discovering the dead end, Chen Lin quickly sought out the supermarket's directional signs. Meanwhile, I seized a moment to remove the safety pin from the fire extinguisher and aimed the hose at the base of the flames. Though the fire was diminishing, I decided to extinguish it preemptively to avoid complications during our subsequent retreat. This way, Chen Lin confirmed the direction and urged me in a low voice, coming. Just as the 2 canisters of dry powder finished, I set down the extinguisher and caught up with him that we moved silently among the shelves and encountered no zombies on the 5th floor. The density of the undead on the 4th floor was similarly low. Whenever we came across an obstruction in our path, we found ways to circumvent it. However, the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, starting from the 3rd floor. The air was thick with an indescribable stench due to poor ventilation. Standing on the escalator and looking down, I could see a significant number of wandering zombies. Unlike those in the community, most of them were dressed in medical protective gear, mechanically wandering between shelves. The light from my flashlight swept across their faces, but I could see nothing due to their masks at this moment. Only 3.5 minutes remained until our agreed time that I couldn't help but wonder if I had underestimated the daunting nature of our task. Could we truly reach the 1st floor in the allotted time? Chen Lin had already arrived at the 3rd floor via the escalator. I took a deep breath and followed, in the darkness. Chen Lin's path seemed peculiar, that he frequently took unexpected turns and occasionally even retreated. After rounding another corner, based on experience, I knew that a few dozen meters ahead lay the next downward escalator. Yet he suddenly halted. What's wrong? I whispered to him. Chen Lin crouched down and pulled me along. The situation ahead is unclear. He whispered in my ear, you hold on to the shelves while I climb up to take a look. I nodded, and no wonder the first part of our journey had gone so smoothly. During our earlier high vantage point, Chen Lin had already noted the approximate positions and movement patterns of the zombies. I glanced around. The nearest one was about 5 meters away. As long as I was careful, it should not be disturbed, right? The flashlight lingered on the zombie's face that it wasn't wearing a protective mask. Perhaps it had fallen off during the chaos. Just as I was intently observing, the zombie's eyes suddenly blinked. Could it still perceive light? I was startled and quickly moved the beam away. But it was too late. The creature wobbled slightly and began to slowly approach us. My blood felt as if it had frozen at that moment. Had it spotted me? No. It must just be a normal reaction to the light. Otherwise, it would have alerted its companions with a cry long ago. I forced myself to remain calm. 0.4 meters, 0.3 meters. The sound of its protective suit rubbing against itself was distinctly audible in the silent supermarket. The zombie continued its advance. Not only that, but its shoulders began to heave rapidly. What was it doing? As it drew closer, I noticed the mask on its face was inflating and deflating. That it was sniffing. Though the mask dulled its sense of smell, as it drew nearer, it could discover us at any moment. Just then, Chen suddenly sprang up from the ground and charged at the zombie with incredible speed. Before I could react, he landed a punch squarely on its face. Strangely, I did not hear the sound of flesh meeting bone. Time seemed to freeze for 3 seconds as the figure clad in protective gear collapsed to the ground with a thud. In the next moment, all the nearby zombies turned their gaze towards us. I froze in place, but the horde did not charge at us. They slowly withdrew their gaze, resuming their previous patterns of movement. That I leaned against the wall and gradually slumped down. The pounding of my heart announced its return. Chen dragged the zombie back to my side, his hands trembling slightly. That it dead. It's just unconscious. That he extended the object in his hand towards me, saying a police stun baton given by Zhang Yifan. I exhaled in relief. Thankfully, there were no wounds or bloodshed. What is its effective range? I inquired. Its design resembled that of a flashlight. If it could incapacitate the zombies without inflicting harm, it seemed a viable option. It can only stun them for 3 to 10 minutes, Chen replied, seemingly aware of my thoughts as he shook his head slightly. That I glanced at my watch. Only 1 minute and 40 seconds remained. There's no time left. We had squandered too much time here. At this rate, the number of zombies on the second floor would only increase, given our pace, even if we were fortunate enough to remain undetected. Reaching the first floor on time would be impossible. Suddenly, I realized a more pressing issue. With so many zombies, how will Enan and Zhang Yifan come down? Faced with the horde, they could not navigate as stealthily as we had. In other words, without clearing the area for them in advance, these two would inevitably find themselves caught between the zombies. I had to admit, I had misjudged the situation in the mall, mistakenly believing that most of the zombies were concentrated in the open area ahead on the first floor. Little did I know that the previous horde attracted by Lu Changfeng had already spread throughout the supermarket. This misjudgment was undoubtedly fatal. Chen leaned silently against the wall. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he crouched before the unconscious zombies and began to unseal his protective suit. There's no other choice. Let's give it as he spoke, he stripped off the entire protective suit. All those zombies have acute hearing. It is not an inevitable condition for them to attack. Just like before, without continuous stimulation, they will quickly lose their sense of direction. The key lies in their sense of smell. In truth, we had long speculated that the horde distinguished friend from foe through scent. However, the question remained, what if we were to become tainted by the scent of zombies? Smearing zombie blood on our faces would only invite greater trouble. For a long time, we believed this hypothesis had little practical significance. Yet now, I understood Chen intention. This protective suit, worn by zombies for over 6 months, might be the key to breaking the deadlock. Externally, it could continue to emit a similar scent to confuse the horde. Internally, its airtight design could effectively block the emission of our own scent. Moreover, since most of the zombies in the mall wore masks, their sensitivity to smell would only decrease. That moment, Chen had already donned the suit. With only his eyes exposed, wait for me here. His silhouette swiftly vanished into the darkness. The supermarket was poorly lit, and I dared not turn on my flashlight, so I silently remained in place. Waiting, the surroundings were eerily quiet. However, for now, the absence of noise was the best kind of silence. After a short while, Chen returned. The plan had proceeded smoothly, and he now held another protective suit. I grasped his arm. We'll split up shortly. Although I could not discern his expression, I sensed he furrowed his brow. You go ahead to scout. so we don't encounter unforeseen circumstances later. I'll head up to assist the two of them. Without protective suits, they won't be able to escape. Don't worry, I can manage. I pointed to the half-don suit. Besides, I have this. I know. Chen sighed. I know you can. Then I leave the lower floor to you. With him around, I always felt a sense of reassurance by the time we gathered the other two suits. The minute hand had reached its final circle. The hands of the clock emitted a faint green glow in the darkness. Only 50 seconds remained until the designated retreat time that we set off together, heading in opposite directions, each plunging into the vast horde of zombies. I relied on memory to navigate back. The scent from the mask nearly suffocated me. After 6 months of wear, all traces had been inherited by this mask, which was now tightly pressed against my mouth and nose. With each breath, the urge to vomit surged. I must not throw up. Absolutely not. I'd lost count of how many times I'd gritted my teeth to swallow back the rising food. At last, I returned to the 5th floor. Only 15 seconds remained, and I quickly pulled down the mask and sprinted between the shelves. 10 seconds. I rounded the first corner. The 5th floor was eerily empty, seemingly devoid of any zombies. 5 seconds. I turned the second corner. The fire near the escalator had completely extinguished. Using the light from the rooftop, I saw the two individuals in front of the fire exit preparing to evacuate. Wait! I quickly halted them. We can't leave. Why are you back? And then stared at me in shock. Where's Chen? I'll explain later. Just put on the suits. I immediately tossed the protective suit to her and took her place. Watching Enin swiftly change, Zhang Yifan hesitated for a moment. He could not fully exert himself, struggling to armor himself while bracing against the shelf. Even so, the fire exit was being pushed open at an alarming rate. The hinges groaned under the strain. We could not wait any longer. There's no time. Seeing the horde about to overrun the 5th floor, I pulled the two of them. Change while we move. Zhang Yifan nodded. His protective suit was half on as he adjusted the cuffs and zipper. Turn off the flashlight. I pulled down my mask and dashed toward the descending escalator. Just a few steps in, a loud crash echoed behind me as a shelf collapsed. I dared not look back, sprinting downwards at full speed. Before I returned to the 3rd floor, Zhang Yifan finally completed his outfit. Perhaps our hurried movements had been too loud. The zombies had not lost track of us due to the protective suits. The sound of pursuing footsteps grew closer. Simultaneously, a series of noises drew the horde on the 3rd floor toward us. A zombie stepped onto the escalator, followed closely by another. The corridor was narrow. I could only turn my back against the railing to give space to the ascending zombies. More and more brushed past me, some even colliding with my shoulder. It's fine, I reassured myself. We were like a drop of water emerging into the ocean, and they could not discover us. Taking a deep breath, I steadied my trembling legs and began to feel my way downwards. Meanwhile, the horde appeared above on the escalator. Their anger had not dissipated with our silence. Piercing shrieks filled the air that I continued downward. This was good. The collision of the two zombie tides was a rare opportunity. They mutually restrained each other, potentially buying us more time to escape. As long as their attention was diverted, as long as suddenly Enin tugged at my sleeve, her face pale as she pointed upstairs. Following her gaze, I saw chaos behind me. Several white figures were entangled. What were they doing? Rip, whose protective suit had torn. Amid the intertwining figures, something slid down the escalator. A waxy yellow face appeared in my view. Its protective suit was shredded, exposing the body beneath that had nearly become a yellowing, wrinkled human skin, propped up by its skeleton. Soon, it was dragged back up to had changed again. The zombies' diet had expanded once more. This time, the enraged horde began to attack their own indiscriminately, even if they bore no wounds. A chill ran down my spine. This also meant that the protective suits we wore would soon lose their protective effect. We had to escape them all before the next wave of evolution was complete. I trembled as I quickened my pace. The faint scent of blood permeated the air. Perhaps stimulated, the horde on the 3rd floor had also become restless. By the time I reached the corner where I had separated from Chen, the zombies that had previously collapsed on the ground had vanished without a trace. I crouched low, shrinking deeply into the protective suit, navigating against the tide of zombies. Logically, most of the zombies on the 3rd floor should have concentrated at the escalator's entrance, and the scattered horde throughout the mall should have been significantly reduced. However, the further I advanced, The more astonishing the density of zombies became, nearly shoulder to shoulder, leaving no space for us to stand, but I could not stop. Behind me, more and more zombies were caught up in the slaughter. The excited shrieks of the horde, the sounds of flesh being torn and chewed, mingled with the crashing of overturned shelves. The snowball was rolling larger and larger, and the entire mall was gradually being ignited. After another turn, the descending escalator to the second floor finally came into view. At the same time, I finally understood the reason for the sudden increase in zombie density as a continuous tide of corpses surged from the second floor. My vision was filled with white protective suits, completely blocking the corridor. Thud that I heard my own sweat dripping onto the floor. The mall had no windows. The fire escape was unusable. The escalator was right in front of me. Yet I felt utterly powerless. Hunin and Zhang Yifan maintained a half-squatting position behind me. I turned sideways, pointed ahead, and shook my head. Zombies continuously collided with us. That in a moment, we found ourselves in a predicament. Just as we were at an impasse, Zhang Yifan stepped forward, gesturing to switch positions with me. Before he could continue, a zombie suddenly fell at my feet. They were closing in. Time was urgent. I immediately waved my hand to stop him from speaking further. Zhang Yifan understood and took the lead, slowly moving toward the escalator. The zombie at my feet had been eviscerated, exposing its white ribs. The scent of blood excited it immensely, for the zombies devoid of pain perception. The distinction between consuming and being consumed seems negligible. Point one extended its hand into its hollow abdomen, pulling out a segment of intestine to shove into its mouth, suppressing the tumultuous churn of my stomach. I steeled myself to follow the group with utmost focus. We were now entirely submerged in the ocean of corpses to avoid being scattered. I held tightly to Anin's right hand. The crushing force from all directions made it feel as though I could scarcely breathe. Too close, through the visor of my protective gear, I could distinctly see their skeletal faces. Time became an indistinct blur until we finally reached the escalator. In that moment, I grasped Zhang Yifan's plan. Although the two descending escalators were nearly impassable, a pair of narrow handrails lay between them. Zhang Yifan swiftly slid down the handrail to the second floor. That I clumsily emulated his movements, but the handrail was too narrow and steep. In the darkness, I struggled to maintain my balance, inching downward bit by bit. A piercing scream erupted beside me. The unyielding tide of zombies showed no sign of slowing. Instead, their heightened density exacerbated the frenzy. And then had already leapt down the escalator, reuniting with Zhang Yifan. That I was merely 3 meters away from completing my descent. Just a little more. Yet just before reaching the end, a claw-like hand suddenly latched onto my shoulder. Even through my clothing, its nails dug into my flesh. Hiss! In the next instant, my protective suit was violently torn apart, exposing my shoulder and back to the open my limbs stiffened in shock. Just as I teetered on the brink of despair, sparks erupted from the darkness. It was Zhang Yifan. Quick! He doesn't have many bullets left. And his voice jolted me back to reality. Gritting my teeth, I flipped off the handrail. Using the bodies below as steps to hasten my reunion with them, in this frantic dash through the mall, one singular thought consumed my mind. Run. My brain felt as if it had short-circuited, leaving behind a void where strategies and plans once resided. My heart raced, pumping every ounce of blood into my muscles. I had no doubt that at this moment, all the zombies in the mall had joined in this life-and-death pursuit. Faster, even faster, a metallic sweetness surged in my throat, and my lungs wheezed like a dilapidated bellows. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, my legs grew heavier. The screams behind me drew nearer. I felt myself being uncontrollably hurled back into the horde of corpses. In the chaos, 2 figures seized my clothes from either side. The sudden force caused me to stumble. Hold on. Zhang Yifan had already discarded his mask. There are only a few zombies left on the second floor. If we can get out, we can survive. And then said nothing, merely clutching my hand tightly. This intense sprint was no easy feat for her either. Finally, the last descending escalator appeared before us, supporting each other. We stumbled downwards. Virum. Faintly, I heard the roar of an engine. With a rev of the accelerator, a van careened backwards into the mall. The vehicle came to a gradual stop at the foot of the escalator, its trunk wide open. Get in, Chen Lin's head popped out of the driver's seat. We leapt simultaneously into the rear of the van. Before I could steady myself, the vehicle shot forward like an arrow. The roar of the engine echoed throughout the mall that I gripped the side handle tightly, straining to turn my head. Behind us, several zombies clung to the rear doors, but as the vehicle accelerated, they were violently flung to the ground. With the resistance gone, the back doors slowly lifted again that I witnessed a relentless tide of corpses spilling out from the mall. The white protective suits flooded the empty streets, behind the seemingly endless horde. A crimson sun rose steadily. The bright sunlight bathed my face, making it difficult to open my eyes. Yet, I felt no joy in surviving, only an overwhelming fatigue and weariness. The entire city had become the spoils of the undead. The building facades were overgrown with moss. The once bustling roads were now stained with blood. In this dilapidated, decaying, unsustainable world, they were the protagonists. How could I triumph over them in their own narrative? In this moment, I felt acutely the insignificance and impotence of the individual. Shaking my head, I forced myself to regain composure. What are our next plans? We must eliminate Luciu, and then unscrewed her water bottle and took a large gulp. A person like him will come looking for you if you do not seek him out. She was right. The engine noise was significant. Luciu would undoubtedly be aware that we had escaped. Moreover, our specific location had long been exposed. We could either take the initiative or endure passive assaults. This battle was one of life and death, inescapable, that I theoretically agree. However, killing Luciu will be challenging. Zhang Yifan checked our 4 guns. We have only these remaining bullets. He opened his hand, revealing 2 brass rifle cartridges. What do you think? I tapped on the back of the driver's seat, after breaking free from the horde. Chen Lin slowed the vehicle. With a tire missing, the steering wheel had become exceedingly difficult to control, requiring his full concentration on the road that I think we shouldn't. Chen Lin surprisingly did not advocate for direct confrontation. From every angle, our chances of success are minimal. That I understood his point. Having just escaped the tide of corpses, it was indeed not the best time for battle. But allowing Luciu to operate in the shadows was akin to strapping a ticking bomb to our bodies. Should we retreat directly? An unsettling feeling stirred within me. If you wish to gamble on the odds, I can drive back. Chen Lin glanced at me through the rearview mirror, but I will not stop. Since we are at a disadvantage in terms of weaponry, we should not exit the vehicle. The remaining bullets should hit if possible, that if not, we will expedite our relocation plans to tonight. Fine, let us proceed with that. Zhang Yifan reloaded the bullets into the magazine. The vehicle turned right at the intersection, taking a wide detour towards the supermarket's rear entrance. The trees lining the roadside retreated in my view. At the end of the park, I vaguely spotted a row of temporary houses with blue roofs and white walls. With a couple of clicks, Zhang Yifan completed the loading. The sunroof opened slowly, and he half rose to rest a rifle on the roof. Aiming straight ahead, I peered through the window, assessing the row of houses from a distance 2 stories tall. There were only about 10 rooms in total. Where would Luciu be hiding? I turned to look at the mall building across the street. The 2 structures were merely separated by a road. The angle was steep to hit the rooftop. One would need to shoot from the 2nd floor in the silence. The colorful steel houses drew closer. I focused intently on the 2nd floor window. Just then, stones suddenly flew up on the road to the left front. Whoosh! Someone was aiming at the tires. However, that shot missed slightly. Chen Lin gripped the steering wheel tightly, refraining from turning abruptly. In this situation, even the slightest disruption could cause the vehicle to lose balance entirely. He's on the roof. And it had already detected the clue. I raised my head. The figure sprawled on the rooftop was none other than Luciu, clad in protective gear. Zhang Yifan did not pull the trigger immediately. The car was still moving at high speed. Due to the unstable center of gravity, the vehicle occasionally swayed slightly. This was undoubtedly a significant challenge for him. Luciu seemed to realize this as well. Thus he had abandoned the idea of shooting Zhang Yifan from the outset. Another volley of bullets effortlessly pierced through the vehicle's body, leaving the rear sides riddled with holes. This time, the target was the fuel tank. At that moment, the van finally reached the colorful steel house. Just as we brushed past, Zhang Yifan fired. Bang! The bullet skimmed the rooftop, landing just in front of Luciu's right side, sending shards of metal flying and cutting his cheek. He remained motionless, allowing blood to flow from the wound. The two dark gun muzzles silently faced each other, poised to deliver lethal blows at any moment. Zhang Yifan's expression was grave that we had only one bullet left. The standoff did not last long, that a gunshot shattered the delicate balance between the two. Immediately, a torrent of gunfire rained down with ferocity. However, this hail of bullets did not descend upon us. Who was firing? My eyes widened in disbelief. I saw two figures standing at the rooftop's edge. Zhao Hong was shooting downwards, the muzzle flaring with fire. Chen stood beside her. Too far away, I could not discern her expression. The sudden betrayal exceeded everyone's expectations, catching Lu Xiyu off guard. Although he understood that killing Gu Shu would mean another reckoning with Shernan, it was evident that such reckoning should not occur at this moment. After all, the common enemy still loomed before them. The firepower blanketed the rooftop. After a round of gunfire, although Lu Xiyu was not injured, he was forced to tumble down from the eaves in a disheveled manner. At that moment, Zhang Yifan had been waiting for a long time, that he decisively pulled the trigger. The last bullet soared towards Lu Xiyu like a meteor. Clink, 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 the ejected shell casing bounced off the roof before hitting the ground again. On the other side, the bullet struck Lu Xiyu's right shoulder with precision. His already unstable form faltered, and he tumbled down the stairs, sliding several meters along the steps. The immense impact tore at his arm, leaving only a mangled remnant dangling by his side. Lu Xiyu struggled to lift his head, his eyes fixed on the direction we were fleeing. Without a hint of hesitation, he braced himself and began to inch back up the stairs. On the steps above, his firearm lay abandoned. Not far away, a horde of corpses had caught the scent of blood and was ominously gathering. Lu Xiyu struggled to ascend the staircase, a long trail of blood behind him resembling a welcoming carpet, eagerly awaiting its destined guest. The other end. The zombies had made their appearance. The rifle was within reach, yet he was still 2 steps short. The individual on the stairs extended his left hand in desperation. Then, I could see nothing more, for Lu Xiyu was engulfed entirely by the tide of the undead. I turned my gaze away, a mix of emotions swirling within me, that on the rooftop, Shernan stood with her arms crossed, observing us. Zhang Yifan lowered his weapon and waved at her. Are you expressing gratitude or provoking her? And asked, her expression peculiar. Certainly gratitude. Zhang Yifan's words were interrupted by the sound of gunfire. The sudden noise jolted me, pulling me back from my thoughts. Turning around, I noticed that Shernan had inexplicably acquired a handgun that I shrank back, reassured. We had driven far enough that a typical handgun would be ineffective. How could she? Zhang Yifan appeared incredulous that Shernan would aim a gun at him. Don't act all innocent now. And instead, exasperated. You didn't think Shernan had forgiven us, did you? Zhang Yifan looked taken aback. Isn't that the case? No wonder she shot at you. And it shook her head. She bears a grudge against us for her mother wanting to kill us, and against Gu Lao for wanting to eliminate Lu Xiyu. Her desire to kill Lu Xiyu stems from a deeper hatred, but that doesn't erase our past grievances. Chen Lin chuckled lightly. So, as the target of vengeance, fleeing in terror is the highest form of respect. You catch on quickly, unlike Zhang Yifan, whose face practically screams gratitude, and inside. Moreover, Shernan likely doesn't want us to feel that she's assisting us. Zhang Yifan still couldn't grasp the nuance, but she is. All right, enough. I interjected, trying to smooth over the tension. Although Zhang Yifan failed to comprehend the subtleties, I began to understand an Anne's implication why saving us. Shernan was effectively overturning her long-held beliefs and objectives. Perhaps it was this very hatred that had sustained her through countless days and nights. Thus, in those final gunshots, her message was clear. Our opposing stances remained unchanged. She neither rescued nor let us off. Nor did she require our thanks. Much like her brief alliance with Lu Xiyu, she had merely chosen to join forces with us at that moment to confront a common adversary. Yet, as Zhang Yifan observed, she was undeniably aiding us, though she could not acknowledge it. The conflict between Shernan and us was, to a significant degree, irreconcilable. Due to various reasons, this was not a matter of forgiveness and being forgiven. Apologizing for the harm already inflicted would seem insincere and trivial. Thus, we opted to accept her full wrath. For Shernan, having reached this juncture, there was no turning back if she were to easily forgive us. What would that mean for the deaths of her mother and Uncle Gu? We could not apologize, and she could not forgive. Perhaps continuing down this path of misunderstanding was the best conclusion. I glanced back one last time. The supermarket had vanished beneath the horizon. What a twisted individual she was. The van drove away without a backward glance towards the community that I knew that greater troubles awaited us ahead. We observed the community from across the road for quite some time. The last time we had driven out, not only had we drawn a large horde to our doorstep, but Chen had also crushed and flung countless zombies away. I was uncertain whether they had evolved under the stimulus of blood, much like those in the mall. After some deliberation, we resolved to enter through the side gate. The vehicle was restarted, and during this interlude, Ann and I meticulously checked the windows. Here, the zombies were unmasked, their sense of smell undoubtedly heightened. We cautiously maneuvered into the community, with Chen refraining from accelerating. The van relied solely on the engine's idling power as we navigated through the throngs of the undead. Outside, pairs of zombies meandered along the roadside. Despite knowing they couldn't see through the tightly affixed tent, a chill ran down my spine at the moment our eyes as we ventured deeper into the community. The horde visibly thickened. Swish! Another zombie's arm collided with the headlights. The situation was dire. We had a long way to go before reaching home. Even if we could safely park below, how would we escape the encirclement of the undead? Should we go over the top? Eyeing the sunroof, I began to formulate our next course of action. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was stifling. From an inside, I noticed a zombie that had just been grazed. Standing still and fixated on the passing vehicle, I couldn't shake the feeling that the number of zombies had increased drastically, not merely due to our deeper entry into the community. Pressing my face against the glass, I sensed shadows trailing behind the van. Yet, my limited view made it impossible to discern further details. Had I attracted them? I lowered my head. During the intense chase in the mall, my protective suit had been reduced to tatters, revealing blood-soaked clothing beneath. Just then, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. My head collided painfully with the window. What happened? And then whispered. Chen remained silent, lips pressed tight. I in front of him. 5 or 6 zombies roamed the main road, completely blocking our path. Zhang Yifan surveyed the surroundings. Is there no other route? Can we reverse? And queried, I fear that's impossible. Chen knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. They're closing in. He spoke. The horde had silently arrived, surrounding the rear of the vehicle. What are they doing? And it hesitated, leaning closer to this moment. She was separated from the zombies by only a thin layer of glass. Damn it, she muttered. So close. I can almost see be careful. My voice sounded raspy and harsh to my own ears. I pointed at the bullet holes left in the sides of the vehicle. Where light flickered ominously, I suddenly appeared at one of the holes, only to vanish swiftly, replaced by a nose. They've spotted us. The next moment, Chen slammed the accelerator to the floor. The van surged forward, violently carving a bloody path through the horde. A long scream pierced the air from behind. The community instantly erupted into chaos that I was thrown against the rear door. The violent jolting rendering me momentarily incapacitated. Zhang Yifan seized my clothing, yanking me back in a position that I grasped the inner handle of the door tightly. Bang! The tires rolled over a speed bump. The tremendous noise and brief lift caused me to feel as if the vehicle might shatter into pieces at any moment. Chen was in dire straits as well. Many zombies had not been flung away, but instead piled upon the hood. With his view obstructed, he was driving almost blindly. We're almost there. I attempted to offer him some perspective from the side. On 3, turn left, point 1. Another zombie was hurled into the air upon impact, point 2. Suddenly, the vehicle's dashboard lights began to flicker erratically, accompanied by a blaring alarm as the turn approached. Chen eased off the accelerator, and I curled up tightly. Yet before I could count to 3, a deafening explosion erupted from beneath the vehicle. Simultaneously, the van spiraled out of control. I felt myself propelled upward with the vehicle, then crash back down heavily. The sensation of weightlessness compelled me to shut my eyes, and my head throbbed painfully. All sounds seemed to vanish in an instant. Something struck my face, and my mind grew foggy, along with my consciousness. Woof! Woof! Woof, woof, woof! Amidst the haze, the sound of barking drew me back to reality, accompanied by a sharp pain in my back. I struggled to open my eyes. The car door loomed overhead, and my backpack's contents were strewn across the ground. And I strained to sit up. I'm fine, she averted her face, coughing violently. Zhang Yifan was pinned beneath everyone, essentially serving as our cushion. His face was pale, and I couldn't tell where he was injured. Bang! A zombie was assaulting the windshield, its cracks expanding gradually. The vehicle shook violently under the relentless onslaught. Chen Lin, there was no response from the driver's seat. A sudden chill gripped my heart. Chen Lin. Silence reigned. In a panic, I crawled over. Chen Lin lay motionless amidst the shards of glass, eyes closed. Devoid of life, my hands trembled as I reached for his breath. Suddenly, the person before me opened his eyes. Why didn't you respond? I felt an urge to knock on his head, curious about the thoughts inside. You only thought of me now? Chen Lin's colorless lips curled into a faint smile. Be careful, or you might miss my last words. This guy was utterly outrageous. How could he joke at a time like this? Zhang Yifan remained sprawled on the ground. Annan reached out to help him up, but he gasped in pain. Then I noticed his left arm was severely dislocated, grotesquely hanging at his side. It's nothing. He grasped the back of the chair and rose to his feet. Although beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead, he reassured us, it's not that serious. The relentless tide of zombies continued to assail the windshield. Spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the glass. Let us get out first, Chen Lin declared, climbing up the car door using the armrest. Zhang Yifan's left arm was immobilized due to a fracture. With our combined efforts, he was the second to be pulled onto the roof, and I quickly followed suit. The tremendous pressure from the high-speed driving caused the left rear tire to burst. After flipping over, the vehicle slid along the ground for several meters until it collided with a car parked by the roadside, finally coming to a halt. Fortunately, both sides of the windows were made of tempered glass, and the shards did not form sharp edges. Except for Zhang Yifan, we all sustained minor injuries. The loud crash of the overturned vehicle attracted more zombies, their faces reflecting an unsettling excitement. They abandoned their assault on the glass and began to attempt climbing upwards. The roof of the car felt like a small island amidst a vast ocean, teetering on the brink of collapse under the relentless surge of the undead. It seemed that in the next moment, we would be engulfed by a single wave. The four of us sat in silence atop the car for a moment. Woof woof! KK's cries echoed. Once more, It anxiously paced back and forth on the terrace, while we were still nearly 20 meters above the ground. Any ideas? And glanced at me, then at Chen Lin. Let us move from the roof, Chen Lin suggested, seeking my approval. That I nodded. Indeed, there was no better alternative. But this height may not deter them, he added. Let us give it a try, Chen Lin resolved, quickly organizing his backpack. We'll proceed from here. I pointed out a row of cars by the roadside to an inn and the others, elaborating further on our plan. The order will remain as it was before. Chen Lin will lead, and I'll bring up the rear. These vehicles are not like vans. The zombies might be able to climb onto the hoods. So we must not linger. I instructed, and no matter what happens, just keep your eyes shut and run forward. Your AR-M gaze fell on Zhang Yifan's forearm, where the fracture was visibly swollen. I'm fine. He waved his right hand dismissively. Let us set off now. All right. Chen Lin was the first to leap from the front of the car, with the three of us closely trailing behind. The roof was slick, and I focused on maintaining my balance as I hurried towards Building 51. The entire process was fraught with tension, but ultimately uneventful. When I jumped onto the last sedan, Chen Lin had already climbed the ladder to the terrace, and Zhang Yifan was halfway up. Despite his left arm being injured, he moved with surprising speed, a testament to his military background. Earlier, our rapid advance had kept the zombies at bay, unable to reach the rooftops in time. However, we had now reached a critical juncture. Shadows of shrieking figures surrounded us, with the edges of the vehicles teeming with the undead. Gripping my fire axe tightly, I prepared for the worst. Crack, and then swung her weapon decisively, aiming for the highest climbing zombie, striking down at its neck while simultaneously kicking its right shoulder. The axe withdrew, dark red blood gushed from the wound. The zombie fell backward in a heap. Yet more hands reached up from below, determined to ascend, just as it seemed we might lose our position, and then scrambled back up the ladder. Shao He, retreat, together. Okay, I shouted back without turning. You go first. I'll follow. The fire axe had dulled somewhat, and as I swung it down, it became lodged in a zombie's skull. Just then, two more began to clamber onto the hood. I couldn't afford to extract my weapon. I dashed towards the ladder instead. However, after climbing only a couple of rungs, my body suddenly tilted, leaving me dangling precariously in midair. Looking down, I saw a zombie had reached the roof, its skeletal hand gripping my ankle. Creak! The ladder slipped on the car's surface, emitting a sharp screech. Just as I was about to fall, the descent halted abruptly. Above, Chen and Zhang Yifan, one on each side, had grabbed the ladder's crossbar. The sudden pull caused both to collide forcefully with the railing of the second floor, and the ladder swayed slightly in the air. Without a weapon, I was helpless against the zombie clinging to my ankle. Despite its emaciated form, it held on with surprising strength, unyielding as I kicked my leg. Gritting my teeth, I decided to ignore it and continue my ascent, but my right foot suddenly felt heavy again. The pressure threatened to pull me down the ladder. Looking back, I saw several zombies using their fallen comrade as a stepping stool to climb up. Xiaohe, toss up the backpack. The rope is in your bag. Anan's pale face appeared at the terrace. Hurry, they can't hold on much longer. Before she finished speaking, the ladder sank several inches. Just then, a flash of motion caught my eye. Before I could process it, KK leaped onto the roof, promptly lunging at the zombie's back and biting into its neck. With a sharp crack, warm liquid splattered. The weight on my ankle lifted as the horde began to tumble down the ladder. KK fell heavily to the ground, letting out a mournful whine. Woof woof. It stood up, limping, and looked at me on the ladder. In the next moment, the dark mass of zombies engulfed it. KK. My mind went blank. Leaving only the memory of its gaze, that I scrambled down the ladder. Its thick fur and swift movements gave me hope. There must be a way to divert the horde. Perhaps it could escape. Perhaps. What are you doing? Xiaohe, and Anne's anxious voice called from above. Get back up. But KK was still below. How could it dare to jump down, given its fear of heights? Just as I was filled with urgency, a golden figure suddenly burst through the encirclement of zombies. IT deftly navigated through their legs, but continued to circle below. Run, KK. I shouted in commands that understood. Go to the riverbank. Go to the riverbank. KK. Woof woof. KK hesitated, then finally darted towards the riverbank. Fearing it would turn back, I refrained from calling its name again. I hurriedly ascended the terrace in leaps. Upon seeing me safely escape, Zhang Yifan let out a groan and collapsed onto the ground, and then rushed to support him. Upon unfastening his protective suit, we discovered that the strain from our recent exertions had caused a fractured bone to pierce through his skin. Blood gushed from his left arm. A gruesome sight. We must stop the bleeding first, Chen stated, quickly assessing the wound. We have any gauze or bandages? I began to rummage through my bag, but it was mostly filled with tools, leaving no suitable items for staunching the blood flow. Observing the tattered protective suit, I decided to cut a piece with scissors. Chen wrapped the cloth around the area just below Zhang Yifan's elbow. Looping it 3 times before tying a knot, he placed a pin on the knot and secured it further. Gradually twisting the pin, the cloth tightened, effectively controlling the bleeding. Is this a pressure bandage? I inquired, watching his movements. Yes, just a temporary measure, he replied, helping Zhang Yifan to stand. Be careful not to touch his left arm. Finally, we returned home. The house felt desolate, and Cat Brother was nowhere to be found. We laid Zhang Yifan down in the living room. His lips were pale, his chest rose and fell rapidly, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Remember to loosen the tourniquet every half hour, Chen remarked as he entered the storage room. Let us prepare for wound cleaning now. Xiaohe, come help me. Sure, I replied. Several medicine boxes have been strewn across the floor of the secondary bedroom. Is there any hydrogen peroxide at home? He asked. I shook my head. Only iodine. Using only soap and water for wound cleaning may not suffice. He pondered. I'll go mix some saline solution shortly. I watched him for a while. How did he know so much? Perhaps sensing my gaze, he explained without looking up. Camping inevitably leads to various emergencies. I know a bit about first aid, but he continued. Flipping through the instructions, Zhang Yifan's injury is severe, and the risk of infection is high. I'm not well versed in medication. I felt the same. Having no doctor around was indeed troublesome. I took the medicine box outside to find However, each field is a mountain apart, and she was equally a loss that I could only sift through the medications based on their indications, filtering out the anti-inflammatory, antibacterial, and anti-infection drugs, cefaclor, cephrodine, levofloxacin. But when it takes, and how much? I had no idea. I emerged from the storage room with a medicine box. They were already cleaning Zhang Yifan's wound. 2 basins of soapy water had turned crimson with blood. Chen Lin was using saline solution for further rinsing. The blood was washed away. The wound on his arm was fully exposed to the air, revealing the underlying fat and fascia. After reapplying iodine for disinfection, Chen Lin untied the tourniquet and proceeded to bandage the wound with gauze. The wooden splint had already been prepared. We wrapped it together with the bandage around Zhang Yifan's left arm. Throughout the entire process, he remained silent. By the time the wound was treated, his shirt was soaked with sweat. Whether from pain or the chilling effects of blood loss, his body trembled incessantly. I took his temperature, 37.8. A mild fever. His body was already showing signs of inflammation. And poured warm water, and we administered a dose of cephalexin according to the instructions. The dosage for subsequent medications would be adjusted based on his condition. After taking the medication, Zhang Yifan fell into a deep slumber. Chen Lin continued his work in the studio, meticulously refining the materials. The brace stabilizing the injured area was a makeshift solution he had hastily assembled, and its craftsmanship was rather rudimentary. He intended to create a proper splint. I gathered my soiled clothes and carried them to the balcony. The protective suit could be washed and reused, and approached with a basin, pouring the dirty water into the sink. Xiao He, do not bear too heavy a psychological burden. You have done exceptionally well, she reassured me. My hands paused in the midst of washing. She lathered soap in her hands, scrubbing the bloodstains from the basin. Being the last to walk in the line is inherently shouldering the risk for the entire team. In situations like just now, no one could easily escape. It is not you who led KK into danger. Rather, it was KK that happened to save you, and seemed to possess an uncanny ability to see through my thoughts. Just the mention of KK made the emotions I had so painstakingly suppressed churn within me once more. Had it escaped the horde? Was it injured? If not for saving me, it would not have found itself in such peril. Did you not see the agile and graceful figure of KK when it departed? And it nudged my shoulder in comfort. The zombies are powerless against IT. Is that truly the case? Why? She shot me a sidelong glance. Do you dare to question its prowess? Have you lost your mind? It is a royal guard dog, after all. If only it were as she claimed. I sighed heavily. However, Anand's expression suddenly turned serious. Whether it be KK or a person, if, in the future, someone chooses to sacrifice themselves for another, then we must respect their decision. Whoever survives should not feel guilt or anguish. Only in this way can their sacrifice hold value. What do you mean? I glared at her. If you dare to act recklessly, I will throw caution to the wind as well. You had better not compete with me on who could die faster, I threatened bluntly. Given my skills, survival was a challenge, while seeking death was all too easy. No, and immediately shook her head vigorously. I was merely suggesting even if it's unacceptable that I interrupted her. Yes, and shrank her neck. Why are you so fierce? Hey, where are you going? She called after me. You haven't finished washing the clothes? I'm going to find Chen Lin. I darted through the living room. He surely had a way to save KK. The door to 903 was unexpectedly locked after knocking twice. Chen Lin finally appeared, slowly opening the door. What are you busy with? I tiptoed to peek inside. He stepped left to block my view. It seems someone is worried I might be slacking off and has come to supervise. I have a favor to ask of you. I blinked. Because of KK, right? Chen Lin returned to his seat. I am currently devising a solution. There are too many zombies, and I do not know its exact location. Which complicates matters. He shifted his tone to offer comfort. It should hold on for a few more days. Do not rush. Chen Lin had known KK the longest. Although he said little, I could still sense his unease. I lowered my head, unsure what to say. What is it? He set down the wooden board, his hands. You think I'm blaming you? I shook my head slightly. I just feel. You seem to carry a heavy burden. He did not deny it. I am indeed troubled, and it pertains to KK. However, it is not as you imagined. I am contemplating where the problem lies, for them all to hear. Every moment has been a narrow escape. The further we go, the more powerless I feel. The consequences of failure have long exceeded what I can bear, and only now do I comprehend. Therefore, rather than pondering how to resolve the trouble, it will be better not to fall into trouble in the first place. Chen smiled at me. Leave everything to me. You need not worry that I felt somewhat lost, sensing that he was not speaking solely about KK. Frowning, I sat on the sofa and casually grabbed a cushion. His expression changed abruptly that I, too, was taken aback. Beneath the cushion lay 2 large bottles of saline solution and medical iodine, alongside a bag of blood-stained cotton. You were injured? I exclaimed, rising abruptly. Numerous fragmented memories flashed through my mind. T must have been from the accident earlier. How could he, seated in the driver's seat, have sustained only minor abrasions? The image of Chen-Lin's pale face surfaced in my thoughts. Thus, at that moment, he had not deliberately chosen to remain silent out of jest. The intense pain must have rendered him incapable of speaking, and I had failed to notice his distress, believing him without question. It's just a minor injury. Chen-Lin stepped forward, attempting to retrieve the medical supplies. That a minor injury? I blocked his hand, raising the bag before him. Why not mention it? Why handle it alone? His form hesitated, and after a long pause, he finally replied, "It is not what you think. Shouted, I was afraid you would worry." Chen-Lin softened his tone to reassure me. "It really is nothing. Let me see." Note that I was taken aback by his refusal. Why not? Because the wound is located quite high. I had to remove my pants to clean it. I scrutinized him for a long time, unable to discern which of his words were true and which were false. "Where is the wound?" He pointed to his left leg. I fetched scissors and cut a palm-sized opening in the pant leg. The wound had been treated. The area was indeed small, aside from some redness and swelling. It appeared to be of no major concern that I re-wrapped the bandage, my mind swirling with doubts. If it were truly as minor as he claimed, his reaction seemed overly dramatic. Furthermore, the wound was on the outer side of his calf, far from the area he described. Surely, Chen-Lin was not trying to deceive me with a trivial wound. "Are there any other injuries?" I inquired. He shook his head. "Yes, that's true." I examined him closely, finding no other traces of bandaging on his leg. Chen-Lin grasped my wrist. "It is true. Take off your clothes and let me see." "What is it?" "Nothing." "Then hurry and turn around," I urged him. "All right." Chen-Lin turned his back and removed his t-shirt. Since the car had flipped to the left, most of the significant injuries were concentrated on that side. Upon inspection, I found severe bruising on his arms and shoulders, while his back appeared slightly better. Fortunately, none were open wounds. Applying ice should expedite his recovery. "Did you hit your head?" "No." "What about your ears?" "No, but they look a bit red. If you are injured, speak up. Do not endure in silence, understood?" Just as Chen-Lin was about to respond, his body suddenly stiffened. Following his gaze, I noticed a figure standing at the door. You ate in and holding the laundry basin, stammered, "I just thought what was I here to do?" She blinked a few times. "Oh, right, I was going to hang the clothes." Hanging the clothes, she muttered as she shuffled towards the door, nearly tripping over the threshold in her haste. With a click, the door was closed again, and the atmosphere in the room shifted to one of awkwardness. "Is it over?" he asked. "There's nothing major," I stuttered, influenced by its presence. "Then I will get dressed." Okay. "What is it?" Chen-Lin turned a glance at me. "Nothing." I averted my gaze. She was probably looking for me." "All right." Chen-Lin had donned his clothes. "You may go." The situation felt even more peculiar on the balcony. The damp protective suits hung to dry, and the sound of clattering dishes emanated from the kitchen. Anne was preparing lunch. The rice had already been rinsed, and she was blanching beef bones and frozen chicken wings. I hesitated at the door, unsure whether to enter. "Come in," and turn her head. Why did she appear so exhilarated? "Calm down a bit." I knew she would react this way. "You should manage your expression better." "Do I need to manage it?" She patted her face. "Your features are all out of place." She laughed heartily, then sighed deeply. Chen-Lin, the biggest liar in this world, with a face that screams restraint. I almost fell for his trick. Even rabbits do not graze on grave soil. What grave soil? It is clearly the grass by the burrow. Realizing I had misplaced the focus, I quickly corrected myself. No. Where did the rabbit and grass come from? That is utterly nonsensical. Oh dear, and patted my shoulder. Do not sweat the small details. What I mean is, Chen-Lin is not the right person. Of course, I meant his character is lacking. I certainly did not imply anything regarding his other attributes. Before I could finish, I covered her mouth that I must formally request a chance to defend myself. She blinked, listening to the entirety of my account. Did you understand? She nodded. However, as soon as I released my hand, then resumed her previous expression, I also wished for the nurse to help me check my body. Did this woman truly grasp what I was saying? Are you starting again? No, she raised both hands. I was just saying, isn't this a bit too fast? She habitually elaborated. Of course, I mean your progress is too rapid. Not that Chen Lin is too fast. Mind your words. I quickly interrupted her and waved her hand dismissively. Got it. She languidly plucked a leaf of cabbage, snorting coldly. This time, Chen Lin will fall into my hands. The world has long suffered from Chen Lin, and shook her head knowingly. I remember what happened with Zhang Yifan. This time, I must repay him with interest. She chopped down decisively on the cap. Gritting her teeth, there's absolutely nothing between Zhang Yifan and me. He is just spreading rumors. What? Shoo, keep it down. This time she warned me. It's the truth, but that in my mind suddenly became muddled. Let me think, but you obviously looked glum after you returned. Didn't you? What did you two talk about in the car that day? That day, Daddy said your condition was still unstable and that it would be better if you could stay at the base a bit longer. After all, there are doctors that... So you were worried about me? Otherwise, she lifted the half-cooked meat from the pot to drain. But you clearly want to move into the base. I want to move into the base. But it has nothing to do with Zhang Yifan. She scratched her head. I just feel it's a good opportunity for a transition. The base has doctors and security. Joining them is certainly wiser than being stuck in the upper levels. I initially thought you guys would probably disagree. Wait, are you really doing this for me? And Zhang Yifan, how could that be? I waved my hand awkwardly, tears welling up inside me. Could it all be a misunderstanding? I pressed on, but you two talked for so long last time. Didn't you discuss anything else apart from moving? Not really. Did I waited for her to continue. We also analyzed the situation a bit. After saying that, and then tossed 2 chilies into the T, and waited, and don't you like Zhang Yifan? On the contrary, and smiled, correcting me from what I've seen, he is actually very responsible and proactive. With little of that pointless chatter, he can be considered one of my most admired friends. What is the difference from a nice guy card? That I murmured quietly. You all misunderstood. Zhang Yifan is fully devoted to the base. So he definitely doesn't have the time to think about such matters. She tasted the bone soup with a spoon, nodding contentedly. Delicious. Zhang Yifan was still in deep slumber. We had already prepared his lunch in advance. To avoid disturbing his rest, we moved to the next room for lunch. Go call Chen Lin for dinner, and set the dishes on the table. I acknowledged her. The amount of information had been overwhelming, and I still hadn't fully processed it. Although I hadn't directly discussed Zhang Yifan with an N, this was just too absurd. The studio door was half open. I knocked on the door frame. Dinner's ready. Okay. Chen Lin stood up, his expression as usual. Why you look so down? It's complicated. I'll let him back. I'll explain later. We had just sat back at the dining table when An entered with her bowl and chopsticks. Wait, it hadn't she returned to normal. Why was she back to this expression? I nervously accepted the chopsticks she offered. But if she wasn't targeting me, why was I so anxious? Clearly, Chen Lin was the one in greater danger. Remembering his usual calm demeanor, I felt that an grudge was hard to repay. However, Chen Lin had already stood up. Why don't you two eat first? I'll finish the stand. What is wrong with this guy? Was he trying to slip away? Before he could finish his sentence, he was pushed back into his seat. Captain, that is not how it works. And who usually called him by his name, unexpectedly addressed Chen Lin as captain. You can't fight a protracted battle without replenishing your strength, and my hand trembled as I held the chopsticks, sensing that she would continue to embellish. Sure enough. She added, I mean a protracted battle with zombies. I wasn't referring to you two. The chopsticks almost snapped in my grip. I knew it. There was no divine explanation. She was doing this on purpose. Eat up, and shoved the bowl back into Chen Lin's hands, earnestly patting his shoulder. The more intense the battle, the more energy you must intake promptly. This statement was already peculiar without needing further elaboration. She had commenced her offensive. Captain, what's wrong? And tilted her head. Looking at Chen Lin, if you have anything to say, feel free. I'm very democratic. I couldn't help but glance at Chen Lin. He seemed to be smiling, yet not quite. That he licked his lips, attempting to speak several times, but held back each time. How rare it was to witness this expression from him. and who said our captain is a skinny bamboo pole, and then slammed her fist on the table. That's absolute nonsense. Such a familiar description. After long thought, I remembered that this was something Wang Yong had said. Xiaohe, you agree, right? Ah, the question suddenly turned back to me. What do you think of the captain's physique? And then gestured for me to add fuel to the fire. I could tea that moment. Chen Lin finally spoke, and in a serious tone, made her wilt slightly. I didn't dare make a sound. Was he getting angry? He raised the spoon in his hand. Did you make this soup? The sudden change of subject caught him off guard. Yes. Why? It's too delicious. Chen Lin slowly shook his head. I've never had such good soup in my life that I nearly dropped my jaw. Such extravagant praise coming from him was astonishing that it seemed someone had completely given up the fight and surrendered. It proved that once a person chooses to kneel, everything becomes simpler. Right, and an eyes sparkled, immediately emphasizing, this time I didn't use the concentrated soup treasure. Your cooking doesn't need the concentrated soup treasure at all. Chen Lin seriously commented, the vinegar stir-fried cabbage is also completely different with the addition of chili, and clapped her hands. That's something I specifically added. The chicken wings are also cooked perfectly. I just randomly braised them. They don't represent my true level. She scratched her head. Modesty. Chen Lin set down his chopsticks. Your biggest problem in cooking right now is being overly modest. That's not a good thing. This was too outrageous. I glanced at Nun, who was nodding vigorously. Indeed, the enchanting soup was even more delicious than the bone soup. As evening approached, we took Zhang Yifan's temperature, although he still had a low fever. He appeared to be in much better spirits. Seeing his condition stabilize, I breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that his injuries hadn't worsened was already excellent news. After feeding him some food, we moved his bed into the room. The living room was bound to have people moving around, while the master bedroom would be much quieter after the second debridement, and then I cleaned the gauze bandages on the balcony. The wound was oozing quite a bit. Apart from frequently changing the gauze, there was no better solution at the moment. When I stocked up on medical supplies, I had only gathered a symbolic amount. Counting the open ones, we had a total of 3 boxes of gauze that was unlikely to last until his wound healed. Therefore, even though we knew these were single-use items, we decided to reuse them, thoroughly washing them before sterilizing them in boiling water. All the brand new gauze would be prioritized for inner layers, trying to ensure that the parts in contact with the wound remained clean and sterile. Did you get your revenge today? I asked her. Sort of, and then pondered. I thought Chen Lin would resist a bit. Xiaohe, I'm telling you, he seems guilty. There must be something wrong. Did I ask there a problem? I countered, holding back laughter. Wasn't his evaluation quite fair? That as shrewd as dust descended, the gentle evening breeze caressed my cheeks. I tucked my hair behind my ear, that I could no longer remember which day it was since the zombie outbreak. April was drawing to a close. The insects, which had been silent all winter, were subtly hinting at a comeback. And switched on the 2 small lights overhead. We had long since stopped avoiding the use of electricity at night. Darkness gradually enveloped the neighborhood. It felt like an ordinary and peaceful early summer evening. But I knew that they were lurking downstairs. In the afternoon, I had gone to the second floor to clean up the blood left by Zhang Yifan. A few zombies stood on the car roof that had been used as a platform. Their senses had become sharper. Before I could exit the balcony, the horde began to howl loudly, recalling my thoughts. I glanced outside the balcony. The range of light was quite limited. The outline of the opposite building loomed vaguely in the night. I couldn't see the river from my home, nor did I know how KK was doing. I had thought this through carefully. Zombies didn't seem to exhibit strong aggression towards other types of mammals. I have occasionally encountered the fleeting figures of stray cats on the city streets. Therefore, with the absence of our feline companion this time, there was no excessive worry among us. Hunin's reasoning held merit. After all, KK had navigated through such a dense horde of corpses at noon. Suggesting that its predicament could not be too dire, Lu Chongfeng's van was completely wrecked after its overturning. Although the sedan sent by the base was parked downstairs, the vicinity of the terrace was entirely besieged by zombies. The idea of driving to the riverside to retrieve KK seemed implausible, as even descending from the second floor had become a challenge. Xiaohe, and then hung the gauze out to dry. Do you think Zhang Yifan could contract tetanus? Probably not, I replied absently, preoccupied with thoughts of KK. But his wound looks terrifying, and then shuddered. Is it really not serious? Well, that while there's a possibility, the odds are likely slim that I contemplated seriously. Tetanus is usually caused by iron objects. And the wound isn't that large. I gestured to illustrate. In fact, narrow and deep wounds are more susceptible to infection. At this point, I faltered as the image of Chen Lin's leg wound flashed through my mind. Narrow and deep. Unmistakably a puncture wound rather than a scrape or tear. What's wrong? And then inquired, noticing my change in demeanor. He lied. He has known all along. The details I had previously overlooked magnified before my eyes. The panic upon being discovered. The repeated evasions, the deliberate concealment. All the vague suspicions finally found clarity in this moment. He must understand the severity of the wound better than anyone else. That it was precisely because he knew that he didn't want me to see. Who? Anin was puzzled. Chen Lin, he is injured too. The 3 sets of protective clothing hanging on the balcony rustled in the wind, one set prominently displaying a long tear on the pant leg. Anin listened in silence while examining the damaged areas of the protective suits. Let us first confirm the wound. Anin urged, pulling me along. Come on, we need to find him till we traverse the corridor, the studio lights aglow. Chen Lin sat at the table, pencil in hand, sketching a layout of the community. What's the matter? He looked up. Xiao, you mentioned you're injured. And then spoke calmly. I thought I might help you tend to your wound. No need. Chen Lin lowered his head, continuing to revise his blueprint. I've already cleaned it up. Yes, that's so. I couldn't help but interject. His pencil paused. I circumvented Anin, crouching by the table, reaching to unveil the gauze. Xiaoyi attempted to grasp my wrist, but I shrugged him off. The gauze tore away. The wound gradually revealed itself to you. That's so. I inhaled deeply, striving to steady my trembling voice. UV attended to it. The redness had not subsided. In fact, it had spread ominously. The wound had turned a dark red. Blood clots adhered tightly to the gauze, while white pus mixed with fresh blood dripped down. And gasped in horror, Chen Lin pulled up his pant leg, covering the gruesome injury. It's not as severe as it looks. How long do you plan to keep this hidden? I interrupted. Or are you simply not planning to tell us at all? Though Chen Lin was right in front of me, I suddenly felt as if he were miles away, as if he might vanish at any moment. In such medical conditions, the mortality rate for tetanus could be exceedingly high. He must be aware of this. How could he not? Recalling his words from earlier, I suddenly grasped their true meaning. Rather than dealing with trouble, it's better not to get into trouble from the start. You weren't talking about KK, were you? You were speaking of yourself, weren't you? The wound is a complication. Infection is a complication. Seeking a vaccine is an even greater complication. He had lost the confidence to lead us safely away. Thus, he chose the most straightforward and brutal means of evading these troubles, while we were left on the outside. I was undeniably angry that I wanted to confront him vocally. Yet upon meeting his gaze, all words became lodged in my throat. The tears I fought to suppress now fell uncontrollably. Why does it always end up like this? I do not wish to be coddled, nor do I want him to shield me. Only the weak require protection. Thus, I continuously remind myself that I must grow faster. I yearn to share the burden with him, to stand beside him with conviction, fighting together. Yet, evidently, I remain far from that goal. Perhaps it is precisely my current self that led him to choose to gamble on survival alone. Chen Lin attempted to wipe away my tears. I evaded his outstretched hand and turned to Anin. Have you made a decision? Let us get ready. She glanced at her watch. We'll depart shortly. The vaccine must be administered within 24 hours. It was now 7:14 p.m., 9 hours since the crash. Wait, Chen Lin stood up. Where are you two going? What do you think? And then shot him a sidelong glance that I'll go, what? I'll go to the hospital to get the vaccine myself. He repeated, Oh, you genuinely believe I didn't hear you correctly? Are you out of your mind? Anin could not hold back her expletives. With your leg like that, how can you possibly go? It's nothing that if you don't want to waste time, then propose a feasible suggestion. After a moment of silence, Chen Lin sighed heavily. Then let us go together to no, I gently refuted. His wound had already reached a level that affected his mobility. He was merely enduring without showing it. Continuing to move would only exacerbate his injury. Yet, I knew this reason would not suffice to keep him behind, just as Chen Lin could not convince either Anin or me to stay back. Thus, from the very beginning, I had not intended to do so. Instead, I presented him with a choice devoid of options. There are only 2 intact suits left. If you don't go, N and I can each take one. But if you insist on going, then wear mine. You have an injury on your leg. Not wearing protective clothing will only expose us more quickly. Indeed, that is the case, N recalled. The zombies downstairs remained watchful. The situation at the hospital was unlikely to be any better. Although the camouflage effect of the protective clothing diminished significantly after washing, it still served a purpose in concealing our scent. Without this layer of protection, we would not stand a chance against the horde. That if Chen was adamant about going, I would be directly exposed to the zombies' keen sense of smell without protective gear. I understood that he would not wish to take such a risk. The lesser of 2 evils must prevail. Only by making him realize that going would worsen the situation would he concede. Chen furrowed his brow. Given his personality, he likely would not relinquish his stance easily to prevent him from devising an actual plan. I continued. Zhang Yifan also needs someone to look after him. We can't just leave him alone at home. When we return, I plan to detour to the riverside to retrieve KK. This way, we could address both matters simultaneously. However, getting him upstairs is also a problem. It would be much smoother if someone were there to assist. I could beckon them to sit back on the sofa. So, the biggest issue now is, how do we get downstairs? The situation below required no further elaboration. We all knew too well. Must we use a vehicle? Nen stroked her chin. What if we simply walk there? I understood Nen's point. The car, as the focal point of our battlefield, had been thoroughly surrounded. In such a scenario, choosing to drive was inherently risky. However, the city hospital lay 3 kilometers away. A journey of such length without a vehicle could lead to unforeseen complications. Let us keep that option in mind for now. I mused for a moment, but it would be best to divert or disperse the horde. Disperse. Chen repeated slowly. Why did you use that term? He had finally engaged in the discussion. Well, that I've made an observation, though it has yet to undergo practical verification. It might be more aptly termed a hypothesis. I continued. They seem to possess a natural fear of flames. For instance, in the mall, the noise we made while prying open the door was quite loud. Yet it didn't attract the zombies inside, did it? Moreover, during our traversal of the 5th floor, I did not encounter a single zombie. Could it be that the fire in the merchandise section helped drive them away? Reflecting back, perhaps I should not have extinguished that fire. If the flames had remained, the horde in the corridor might not have surged into the mall, and we would not have found ourselves in such a predicament. Wait, zombies! Fired at a series of images suddenly flashed in my mind that I recalled. Chen, do you remember those zombies we burned to death with gasoline? He paused, then met my gaze. He had come to understand that clear the stairs of zombies. He had ignited the oil drum himself. The sight of the zombies writhing in agony remained vividly etched in my memory. Should not be that I slowly shook my head. Why struggle? Haven't they long since lost their sense of pain? A brief silence enveloped the group. But N questioned, why are they afraid of fire? I found myself unable to answer that conundrum. Could it be that their brain degeneration led them to instinctively fear flames? Chen pondered for a moment. From their perspective, they might no longer be able to recognize fire. So, rather than saying they fear fire, it would be more accurate to say they are afraid of its manifestations. What truly instills fear in them might be the blinding light or extreme heat, or perhaps something entirely different. But regardless, fire remains exceedingly perilous. Once ignited, it can swiftly spiral out of control. He cast a glance in my direction. The same goes for going to the hospital. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from using fire. Understood? Upon realizing he had finally relented, allowing us to act independently, I eagerly nodded. Understood. We can't drive away the horde. We can't seriously intend to walk there, can we? And expressed her frustration. The wall clock indicated it was 9 o'clock. She rose from her seat. You all continue to discuss. I'll prepare a backpack checklist. The living room fell silent once more, save for the ticking of the second hand. Suddenly, Chen turned his face towards me. Wait, I quickly intercepted him. You've already thought of something, haven't you? He gently nodded. I said a solution I can conceive. Of course, it's just that Xiao he needs to break free from conventional thinking. The couch cushion had pulled out a long thread. Unmistakably the handiwork of Cat Brothered, I stared at the thread, momentarily lost in thought, unsure of where my reasoning had gone awry. Conventional thinking. What if we reverse engineered the process from the outcome? the thread wrapped around my finger for a second time. To reach the hospital, that we only had the options of driving or walking. Should we choose to drive, we would have to divert the zombies. If opting to walk, we would need to abandon the south terrace surrounded by the horde and escape from the second floor through other windows. Presently, there were no other means of transportation or exits. The thread wrapped around my finger again. Wait, that is not right. To be precise, this building has 3 entrances that just that the lobby and basement have been sealed off by us. Similarly, we are not limited to just this one car downstairs, and Chen Lin's vehicles are parked in the garage. And I had almost forgotten about that I figured out. We have been constrained by the conditions we set for ourselves, failing to realize that the situation and environment are evolving. The previous lockdown of Building 51 was largely aimed at the surviving humans rather than the horde. However, after enduring a long and harsh winter, it is safe to say that the survivors in this community, if not the entirety of Shunshin City, have dwindled significantly. The zombies' behavior has also undergone a tremendous transformation that a few months prior. They were nocturnal. Thus, we could not drive freely during the day. As night fell, the returning horde would completely encircle the garage. For an extended period, those 2 vehicles were effectively useless to us. However, now, the horde no longer adheres to a day-night schedule. Aside from a few locations where fierce conflicts occurred, the density of zombies elsewhere is relatively uniform. The garage is no exception. Mid-sentence, and in return to grab the toolbox, I called out excitedly. We can exit through the basement. Let us take your car. At 9:36 p.m., 3 backpacks lay neatly on the floor. 2 were empty, while 1 was filled with various useful items that a small amount of food and drinking water. In addition to 2 fire axes and a police baton, I had packed a large bottle of alcohol for any unforeseen circumstances. Scissors, a pry bar, and pliers were retrieved from the toolbox. The rest were familiar items: a lighter, gloves, rope, a flashlight, and spare batteries. We descended the stairs to the first floor. The heavy barriers we had once erected were now to be dismantled by our own hands. Chen Lin used the pliers to cut through 2 strands of barbed wire. Chen and I worked together to move the furniture blocking the door aside. The fire door leading to the garage finally came into view. The motion sensor light cast our shadows against the wall. With Chen Lin's profile obscured in the backlight, I still feel. You can't convince Xiao He, so now you're trying to persuade me, right? And didn't T given the chance to finish. You better think about how you're going to repay us after retrieving the vaccine. She donned a mask and handed 1 to me as well. Are you ready? I'm about to open the door. I nodded, double-checking our protective gear, and took a deep breath. Click. The wire in her hand was severed by the pliers. The door creaked open silently. The garage was cloaked in darkness, the light filtering through illuminated only a small area in front of the door. The car was parked to the right. Upon pressing the key, the headlights flashed twice with a brief beep. We held our breath for a moment. Anomalies that I'll back the car out. Wait here. And then stuffed the backpack into my arms. Wait, I'll come too. Just as I intended to follow, Chen Lin grabbed my wrist. What is wrong? I turned back. Just then, the hallway's motion sensor light suddenly extinguished. In an instant, we were engulfed in darkness. Be careful on the road. His palm was warm. Don't push yourself. All right. After a long pause, Chen Lin sighed above me that I was thinking to have I ever answered the questions posed by Xiao He correctly? Hospital chapter. Before dawn, the vehicle glided steadily along the road. Aside from the areas illuminated by the headlights, the flanking sides were enveloped by the thick cloak of night, and was driving at a leisurely pace. Can you see the road signs clearly? I inquired. Do you need me to shine a flashlight for you? Since moving here, I had yet to visit the hospital, and no worries. I'm quite familiar with this route. What were you all discussing earlier? And glanced at me. I felt like Chen Lin was on the verge of tears. Nonsense, it's not that dramatic. I rubbed my nose. He told us to stay safe. And then he said, we can discuss other matters upon returning to... I asked that all? Nothing more. Upon seeing me nod, and then slap the steering wheel. Serves him right. Let him cry. He doesn't even cherish the opportunities we create for him. He would never cry. He appeared more composed than anyone else once the lights were on, as though he hadn't just spoken to me that I rolled down the window. The streets raced backward in the rearview mirror. Just moments ago, Chen Lin's figure had faded from my sight in a similar manner. But what did that statement truly mean? Why did he say, I have never answered correctly, My thoughts spiraled, and suddenly, the car window was rolled up. We arrived, and it softly alerted me. I lifted my gaze. The enormous shadow of the hospital loomed beside the road, resembling a beast poised to pounce on its prey. I encircled the wall in search of an entrance. The headlights gradually swept across the outpatient building, the shadows of the glass curtain wall gliding over the lobby. Don't drive in. I urged, just stop outside. We unbuckled our seatbelts and exited the vehicle. The surroundings were eerily quiet. A white tent for epidemic prevention stood at the hospital's main entrance, peering across the road into the hospital grounds. I was astonished to see not a single zombie in sight. What is going on? Anne furrowed her brow. Could it be that this place hasn't been infected? It was improbable, with such a high volume of foot traffic. It should have been one of the most severely affected locations. This abnormality left me with an unsettling feeling, but there was little time to dwell on it. Where do we go to get the medicine? The outpatient building, and then pointed to the structure at the forefront. Vaccines are in the central pharmacy, while gauze, bandages, and medical supplies are likely in the injection room and emergency room. All right, I glanced at my watch. It had just passed midnight. Let us go. The rustling of leaves accompanied our steps. Fallen, dried leaves had blanketed the street due to neglect. The pallid moonlight spilled onto the ground, casting long, slender shadows, just as we were about to step into the tent. I suddenly heard a faint cough. Forward momentum halted, and I reached out to grasp it, and yet, before I could ascertain, the sound vanished once more. The only noise remaining was the rustling of the branches. What's wrong? And Anne's voice was soft. Was I mistaken? I shook my head, signaling her to proceed. We passed through the tent, and the emergency hall lay before us. I switched on my flashlight. It was a 6-story red brick building, showing signs of age, the sign that red emergency was dim, and a faint musty odor lingered in the air. The beam of my flashlight swept through the interior of the hospital, which was equally deserted, save for a solitary banner hanging in the hall. Wishing you a speedy recovery. The faded letters testified to a time long past. I pushed against a glass door, but it was locked. The emergency room was actually closed. Moreover, it looked nothing like the chaotic scene I had envisioned. Everything here seemed orderly and clean. And an approach to inspect. This glass should be easy to shatter. Wait, I stopped her. Let us circle around first. There might be an open window. Treading cautiously on the lawn outside, and then I meticulously inspected each ward's windows, only to find them tightly sealed. Though the hospital was deserted, it was evident that this was a well-organized evacuation. Gazing at the empty rooms, a sudden realization struck me. I remember now that it's normal that there are no zombies here. This facility was likely shut down before the outbreak of the virus. In the government's initial lockdown order, it was stipulated that aside from designated hospitals, all other medical institutions were to cease emergency services. This hospital was probably on that list. With this thought, my taut nerves began to relax. Is it really that fortunate? And Anne asked, skepticism evident in her voice, that we've endured such misfortune for too long. I sighed, and now that we finally encounter a stroke of good luck, we can't help but be suspicious. At that moment, a cough echoed from around the corner ahead, that we froze in place, and heard it too. Instinctively, I covered the flashlight, plunging us into darkness. After what felt like an eternity, my eyes gradually adjusted to the dim conditions. Who was coughing? A zombie or another survivor? Cough, cough. The sound was alarmingly close. Given the proximity, the individual must have overheard our conversation, yet they offered no reaction, not even an attempt to conceal their cough. Presenting themselves directly before us, and I exchanged glances, unable to determine if this person was friend or foe. She gestured towards the sidewalk beside us, and I nodded. As we distanced ourselves from the buildings, we cautiously advanced toward the corner. The noise of shattering glass would soon escalate. If this individual harbored ill intentions, conflict was inevitable. As we drew closer, a shadow, sitting against the wall, slowly came into view. The figure hung their head, utterly still. Gritting my teeth, I turned on the flashlight. The first thing I noticed was a shoulder patch emblazoned with SWAT.IT was a special police officer, clad in black tactical gear. They sat sideways, their shoulders shaking from coughing. No amount of speculation could have prepared me for this scene. Are you all right? I tentatively inquired. We are. Upon hearing my voice, the figure slowly lifted their head. A chill ran down my spine, and I immediately turned and fled. Behind us, a mournful roar pierced the night. Suddenly, the air was filled with the rustling of footsteps that my scalp prickled. There were certainly more than just 3 of us running across this lawn. "This way!" and shouted, smashing a glass panel of the consultation room with her axe. As soon as we climbed through, the horde of corpses arrived in pursuit. The windowsill was low, providing no barrier for us or the zombies. "Wait," I stopped in. "Don't let your clothes get stained with blood." She promptly retracted her raised axe. I tore down 2 curtains, quickly soaking them with alcohol. There was hardly any combustible material in the consultation room. I dragged a doctor's desk to the window, laid the curtains across it, and ignited them. The flames leapt up swiftly. However, unlike in a mall, the horde did not disperse, but instead halted a few meters away. Moreover, more and more zombies began to converge towards us, ultimately surrounding the windowsill in layers. Together, we moved another desk, tossing it beside the blaze. "You're quite decisive with the fire," she said, leaning against the wall to catch her breath. "What did I tell you? It's suspicious for good luck to fall upon us." Where did they all come from? By the flickering light, the horde outside was fully visible. Few wore police or protective uniforms. Most donned blue and white, striped patient gowns. The special officers stood at the forefront. Their skin beneath the helmet appeared scalded, covered in large and small blisters. Without flesh on their face, the skin clung tightly to the skull, making the blisters appear as if they had grown from the bones. This condition was not uncommon among the horde. They must have come from the inpatient department. And then squinted. I had forgotten about that. That place admitted many patients, along with numerous family members staying by their side. Keep your distance. These zombies were once patients themselves. Who knows how many pathogens they carry. "Let's go," she said, shouldering her backpack. "We need to find medicine." The corridor was enveloped in darkness, the flashlight failing to illuminate its end. Once the door was shut, the din of the horde diminished immediately and moved swiftly, and I followed closely behind. The hospital at night felt even more intricate and constricted. After traversing much of the facility, we finally returned to the emergency hall. A thin layer of dust coated the blue plastic chairs in the front area. A beam of light swept across the wall. Beneath the bold lettering of Chest Pain Center, a prominent directional arrow was drawn. "This is IT," and handed me the flashlight and swung the fire axe toward the central pharmacy window. The glass proved sturdier than it appeared, resisting her blow without shattering. "The pharmacy is locked. We can't get in," and then panted. "Xiao He, it seems we caused quite a bit of damage. Do you think they'll make us pay for it later?" "After all this destruction, we're not going to worry about one more window," I replied, shaking my arm and joining in. Crash. The glass finally shattered. "The medications are organized by category. Keep an eye on the labels on the shelves." And it instructed me that I'll check the rescue room. All right, I steadied myself on the counter and jumped inside. The pharmacy was spacious. Following Ann's guidance, I quickly located the area for Western medicine. The injection section was stocked with various syringes and boxes of saline drips. Soon, I discovered 2 types of tetanus vaccines. One packaged in purple for tetanus immunoglobulin and the other in blue for tetanus antitoxin. Unable to discern their precise differences, I decided to take both types and stuff them into my backpack. Peeking out from the window, I was startled to find a group of zombies gathered outside the glass door. Drawn in by the commotion, the rescue room door remained tightly shut, and it had yet to finish her search. Seizing the moment, I aimed to gather more supplies. The faint scent of disinfectant lingered in the air. The hospital was eerily quiet, like a graveyard. Navigating through the shelves, I struggled to decipher the various obscure medication names. The events of the night replayed in my mind, a bit unsettling. But what was the problem? Cardiovascular, captopril tablets, not needed. Not due to the cough, nor because the contagious diseases made them appear more terrifying. Respiratory, Staphylococcus aureus tablets, not needed. That special officer zombie, why was it sitting on the ground? I had never seen a zombie adopt such a posture. Otherwise, I wouldn't have approached them so readily. Antimicrobial, amoxicillin dispersible tablets.hm. I raised my head, noticing that this row was filled with various antibiotics. I took 2 boxes of each and stuffed them into my backpack. Moreover, the fire's effect was significantly diminished. Why was that? Or was my assumption fundamentally flawed? Lost in thought, a loud crash suddenly resonated. I jumped, quickly zipping up my bag and exiting the pharmacy. In. I pushed open the door to the rescue room, but it was empty. The gray floor and white ceiling tiles made this place resemble a large ward more than a rescue room. 7 or 8 beds lined up to the right. The flashlight beam reflected off the stainless steel stands, casting a cold, piercing light. The nurse's station was on the left, with several empty emergency carts leaning against the wall. Outside the emergency hall, the agitated horde had begun to assault the glass facade. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thumps echoed in the hall. Other than that, the facility was eerily silent. What had that sound been? Had a horde of zombies broken in, or had it encountered some other danger? Hesitating for a moment, I stepped into the rescue room. The beds were bare, various vital sign monitoring devices hanging lonely at the head of each bed. The hallway was cluttered with chairs for family members. I carefully maneuvered around them, turning my wrist as the beam of light danced around the room. Suddenly, a side door entered my view that I realized there was another room within the rescue area. The door was tightly shut, the signage faded and unreadable. In. Are you in there? No response. I bit down on the flashlight, gripping the fire axe as I cautiously advanced. Without my toolkit or any alcohol, my options were limited. It seemed I would have to confront the zombies directly this time. The closer I got, the more I could detect a faint, unpleasant odor. As I reached the door, the stench peaked. Clicked. I forcefully pressed down on the handle and swung the door wide open. Blinding light burst forth from behind the door, the sudden brightness nearly blinding me. In the haze, a distorted face appeared before me. Instinctively, I raised my axe. Yet, just before striking, I halted my motion. Turning my face away, the harsh light vanished. My rapid breaths echoed in the confined space. I removed the flashlight, leaning against the sink for support for a moment. This was an accessible restroom, quite small. After accommodating a toilet and sink, there was barely enough space for me to turn around. My reflection in the mirror revealed a ghostly pale face, almost indistinguishable from that of the zombie at first glance. I shook my head. Not in the rescue room. Perhaps that search was complete. Indeed, she mentioned needing to go to another place. My temples throbbed violently. Nearly 24 hours had passed without a moment of sleep, and both my mental and physical strength were nearing their limits, that I couldn't recall where she had said she was heading. Just as I hesitated, I heard the door to the emergency room creak open. Who could it be? I extinguished my flashlight, and darkness immediately enveloped everything around me. Was it an? No, that couldn't be right. If it were her, why wouldn't she use the flashlight? The door continued to creak incessantly. There was more than one person entering. It was them. They had truly made their way into the hospital. A cold sweat trickled down my back as I pressed against the wall and crouched down. From the state of the corpses, it didn't seem like she had encountered them. She should be safe. She must have heard the commotion. She would definitely come back to find me. But where should I wait for her? The pharmacy or the emergency room? Could she anticipate that I had come looking for her? Even worse, the hospital's interior was pitch black. Even if we brushed past each other, I couldn't be sure I would recognize her. After much contemplation, I decided to leave the emergency room first. The lobby had a large glass wall, which might provide a slightly better view. That I stuffed the flashlight and axe back into my bag, crouched down, and felt my way toward the restroom. It was dark. The entire room had no windows. There was no difference between keeping my eyes open or closed. That I pressed tightly against the wall and slowly groped my way out, relying on memory. The corpses remained eerily quiet. No, more accurately, they hadn't moved at all. That it felt as if I was the only one left in the emergency room. The beds, equipment, and the haphazardly placed chairs became deadly obstacles. I absolutely could not touch them. I abandoned a route I'd taken and prepared to circle around from behind the nurse's station. Wait, the image of the special police zombies suddenly flashed in my mind. They weren't moving. Was it because they were seated? My hands, which were resting against the wall, froze in place. Just then, a sound of fabric rubbing against something emerged from ahead. Something slowly brushed against the back of my hand. A rush of blood surged to my head. My mind went blank. I stared wide-eyed into the oppressive darkness. Time seemed to freeze until the tremors of my muscles jolted me back to reality. I suppressed my racing heart and tried to withdraw my hand slowly. Just a bit slower. Yes, all right. Hasn't noticed you yet. Good. Just a little more, just as I was about to escape. A hand firmly grasped my wrist. Shall he? Upon hearing that familiar voice, my legs turned to jelly, and I nearly collapsed. And you almost scared me to death. I'm the one who nearly died from fright. She exhaled deeply, lowering her voice further. Did you get the medicine? Yes, I whispered. Are you all right? I'm fine. I took a detour from the second floor, and the corpses didn't T-spot me. I thought I wouldn't be able to find you. My nose tinged with emotion. That sounds good, but it feels ominous. How foolish of me to be so worried about her. She still had the presence of mind to crack a dark joke. This woman has no heart. That I rubbed my eyes and got back on track. What's the situation outside? Chaotic. She moved closer, speaking softly. The fire's likely out. That pile of wooden tables probably didn't even catch fire. Look at the state of this hospital. It's a wonder that a wooden door could hold back the horde. Remembering her mention of the second floor, I asked, is the staircase close? It's right nearby. Take me there. The first floor was too crowded with zombies. Rather than searching for an exit in the throng, it was better to head upstairs. Perhaps due to our conversation, the zombies in the room became agitated once more. We immediately fell silent and continued toward the door. Tap, tap. A zombie shuffled past us. The room was filled with the sound of shoes scraping against the floor, the noise echoing painfully in my chest. I had no idea how long we had been moving when it suddenly halted. That I extended my hand. Before me stood a solid concrete wall. Good that we had reached it dead and that we turned around the corner. If I remember correctly, the exit of the emergency room was very close. Point 1 step, point 2 steps, point 3 steps. The texture of wood met my fingertips that I let out a slight sigh of relief. And then also stepped back, waiting for me to pull the door open. However, just as I was reaching for the handle, a sharp scraping sound suddenly erupted behind us. That I whipped around to the end of the hallway. Something seemed to be dragged along slowly. Creak. It was a chair. That a zombie must have kicked it. The thought had barely crossed my mind when that wooden chair fell to the ground with a loud crash. The deafening noise reverberated throughout the room. In the next moment, the flashlight was abruptly turned on and yanked me up, and with her other hand, she swiftly opened the door to the emergency room. Moonlight flooded into the hallway. The dim corridor was teeming with heads, densely packed. That sight nearly robbed me of my fighting spirit. This way, and then darted into the staircase. Her shout jolted me back to reality. Run. I took off at full speed. Just then, the stairs felt as if they were melting away, making it impossible to gain traction. Each step seemed to sink into a quagmire. Lift foot, plant foot. The beam of the flashlight swung wildly as I sprinted. Shadows danced rapidly on the walls, my vision blurred, leaving only the flickering light before me. Run. With a single leap, I ascended 3 steps at once that I dared not look back. Behind me, footsteps, breathing, the sounds of slipping shoes mixed in a cacophony, echoing in the confined hallway. My chest heaved. The mask made each breath a struggle. Too many, far too many. Even if I dashed into the clinic now, it would be futile. The flimsy door could not hold them back. I shouted to the figure ahead, get rid of them first. No response. That we rounded another half flight. The enormous number of 4 loomed before me, and suddenly veered into the 4th floor's corridor. Catch! She tossed the flashlight to me. Help me light the way. I scrambled to catch it. Meanwhile, the horde had already burst out of the hallway as we raced around the massive circular corridor. And yanked open her backpack to the next intersection. She suddenly threw something. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic object bounced on the tiles before crashing down. Finally, it struck something, producing a muffled thud that I closely followed her. Running had become instinctive, even though every fiber of my being screamed for me to stop. My legs continued to move mechanically. Crash. Another glass panel shattered from the tool she had thrown in and was enveloped in light. Her backpack had shifted to her chest, and she rummaged inside for something. This time, she didn't throw it away, but held it tightly. Prepare to head upstairs, she whispered as I raised the flashlight. Another fire escape was at the end. I gritted my teeth and accelerated to catch up. Just before stepping into the corridor, I forcefully threw the flashlight in the opposite direction. Roll, roll, roll. The light source dimmed instantly. In the pitch darkness, we supported each other as we ran upstairs. Footsteps continued to rush past the entrance. That I couldn't ascertain how many zombies had been diverted or how many had followed us inside. The winding staircase finally revealed its end. We had reached the top floor. We stumbled out of the stairwell. The visibility conditions had improved slightly. I scanned the area, just as I was about to duck into the nearest clinic, and abruptly stopped me at the same time. The zombies behind us finally revealed themselves. They were still pursuing us. With no time to ask further, we immediately retreated deeper into the hospital. After several turns, and then abruptly darted into a department corridor. Pulling me to her side, I glanced around, and my heart sank. This was a dead end. The zombie horde halted at the corridor's intersection. I stood rigidly against the wall. The sudden silence seemed to deprive them of their target, their footsteps growing slow and scattered. Had they left, just as I was straining to listen, a face with indistinct features suddenly peeked around the corner, nearly colliding with it. Meanwhile, a bluish-purple arc of light flickered in the darkness. Due to the proximity, I even caught a whiff of a burning smell. The figure then convulsed and collapsed to the ground, and stepped back 2 paces, her gaze fixed intently ahead. In her hand was a police stun baton. We waited a long time, and there was no sound outside. We exchanged a glance and cautiously peered out. The corridor was empty. The horde had long since vanished. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding and slid down against the wall. And also pulled off her mask and sat down beside me. After a brief silence, she suddenly chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" I lowered my mask. I was laughing. Zombies aren't so formidable after all. Just a moment ago, we had been fleeing in panic. This person still had the audacity to make such grand statements. "I'm serious. Shall he?" She adjusted my head firmly. "Zombies are growing stronger, but so are we." "Don't you think so?" Gazing in her eyes, I felt a momentary daze. Yes, it's true. We're also growing stronger. The events of the past felt a distant memory. I only vaguely recalled that during the early outbreak, I used to suffer from insomnia night after night, that I often ponder what else is worthy of my concern. I am unscathed, untouched, neither parched nor famished. My room is stocked full of survival supplies. I ought to feel fortunate. Yet, why do I still feel a sense of trepidation, as if walking on thin ice? This can only imply that these provisions fail to furnish me with genuine security. An abundance of food, medicine, and potable water, along with a robust refuge, do not suffice to instill a sense of safety within me. How can I feign ignorance to the fact that the world is spiraling towards ruin? How can I indulge in the delicacies stored in my refrigerator amidst the carcasses illuminated by the dying sun? The desolation of this apocalypse does not render my home a sanctuary of warmth and safety. The zombies lurking below cast a pall over every meal, rendering them tasteless. For an extended period, I found myself unable to simply relax. However, this situation eased once I ventured outside. Each encounter with the undead paradoxically reconstructed my sense of security. Correcting my fears of the unknown and uncontrollable, I began to comprehend their habits, scrutinize their behavioral logic, even contemplate what they might fear. The zombies seemed to have transformed into my old adversaries. Though fears still clawed at me in their presence, it was no longer potent enough to strip me of my agency. Annan was right. I could scarcely have imagined, 6 months ago, that I would dare to infiltrate a perilous hospital in the dead of night. Indeed, I nodded emphatically. Believing in one's abilities is the prerequisite for manifesting them in and articulated. "Shall he?" You consistently underestimate yourself. She released her grip and shifted the subject. "However, these zombies have become quite peculiar." I returned to the present. Indeed, it was not merely an enhancement of ability, but rather a plethora of bewildering changes. "Have you noticed?" And glanced at the zombies sprawled on the ground. They are silent. This revelation jolted me. That IT had been the same since our first encounter with the SWAT zombie. Aside from a few scattered cries, the horde in the hospital was eerily quiet. I struggled to make sense of it. Let's discuss this thoroughly when we return. Perhaps Chen will have some insights, and continued to gather her belongings. His intellect is the only thing of use. These two could argue even from a distance that I stood up, preparing to exit the nearest examination room. With a click, the door was unexpectedly locked from within. The 6th floor houses the equipment and archives. Every room must be locked. We cannot enter. And don her mask once more. Moreover, I realized that even in an examination room, there is nowhere to secure a rope. What shall we do? I recalled the layout of the examination room on the 1st floor. Aside from a few tables and chairs, the space was indeed barren. She pondered for a moment. Follow me to T2. 34 a.m. We returned to the hospital corridor and silently gestured ahead, where a rest area awaited. Moonlight streamed through the windows, casting a silvery sheen over the rows of iron benches. There were few zombies from the 6th floor, only a sparse handful, not obstructing our path. I turned to survey the surroundings. Having cowered here all night, I finally discerned the design of the entire outpatient building. 2 fire escape staircases stood opposed on either side, dividing the area in 2 to above the 2nd floor. The center was hollowed out, resembling a large character. Standing at the railing, I could faintly see the registration and billing counter on the 1st floor. The 6th floor was enveloped on 3 sides by various departments, leaving one side as a vast rest area. Our destination. This is it, Annan whispered, pointing to the window before us. Descending from here leads to the hospital's main entrance. We promptly split up to seek a point to secure the rope. Out of the corner of my eye, I sensed a shadow beside the waiting chairs shift, just as I was about to focus. A figure darted out from the corridor. "Watch out!" I shouted a warning, but it was too late, and was instantly tackled to the ground, sliding several meters along the floor. The zombie clamped its hands tightly around her neck. As if attempting to twist her head off entirely, I rushed forward to pry its fingers loose. Yet no matter how I pulled, the creature remained immovable. Why? It was so frail. How could it possess such strength? The axe! I fumbled to unfasten my backpack, but halted upon grasping the axe. No, I couldn't kill it. The entire building's horde was still watching us. The electric baton. Where was it? It must have been knocked away earlier. I hurriedly crouched to search that moment. I heard the crack of bones. I couldn't wait to find the electric baton. With a swift motion, I lunged forward, gripping the zombie's throat from behind. It instantly began to thrash violently. Its emaciated hands seized my wrist with a force that felt capable of shattering bone. My left hand clasped my right hand tighter. I gritted my teeth, constricting my arms further as the oxygen dwindled. Its struggles intensified. Its sharp nails scraped against my protective suit, nearly distorting the fabric. Thud! In the chaos, we both toppled to the ground, and I felt dizzy, yet my arms did not relent. Tighter. My vision darkened, and the mask slipped away unbeknownst to me. The zombie's head pressed closely against my face. Sparse hair brushed against my cheek, and the rancid odor of grease invaded my nostrils. I suddenly experienced a moment of disassociation. In that instant, I felt as if I were not killing a zombie, but a human. The struggles in my arms gradually weakened. During this time, I seemed to lose all sense of time. Everything transpired in a heartbeat, yet felt prolonged. In a daze, I heard someone calling my name. Xiaohe. Coughed out and coughed hoarsely. Xiaohe. Only when she crawled over did I realize I had released the lifeless zombie from my grasp. It lay still, cold and rigid, no longer convulsing. A piercing headache consumed me, as though countless needles were simultaneously pricking my nerves. I turned away, retching. The acid in my stomach burned my throat. Memories of the recent encounter flooded my mind. It lay on top of me, dead, motionless, its body temperature plummeting. Yet, I had not let go. I had burned them alive. I had witnessed their cannibalism and self-cannibalism. I had seen them die in various gruesome ways before my eyes. I had even severed their heads with an axe. But this time, the visceral reality of a human body convulsing made me physically nauseous. "Are you all right?" Annan gently nudged me. I shook my head, accepting the water she offered and gulping down a large mouthful, suddenly recalling the terrifying sound of cracking bones. "What about you? Are you okay?" I nearly saw stars. She rubbed her neck. "Chen indeed has tremendous strength. Breaking a finger is arduous for me. Yet he could twist the zombie's wrist off. I'm relieved to hear that." I exhaled deeply, leaning against the armrest of the waiting chair. The clouds had obscured the moon, and the building's interior light dimmed once more. This was the second time I had suffered setback. I still could not acclimate to their sudden transformations, hastily drawing conclusions once again. The zombies on the 6th floor were far more numerous than the 7 or 8 I had observed. They had not become cleverer, nor had they learned to conceal themselves. Yet from the results alone, their altered demeanor indeed made the horde more challenging to detect. Many more lurked in the shadows of those dim corners. A fact I frequently overlooked in and tossed 2 chocolate bars my way that I caught them, tearing open the wrappers with my teeth. That my stomach resisted the food, but reason dictated that I must consume it. Who knew what battles awaited us? The immediate task was to sustain our strength and accumulate energy. After stuffing the chocolate into my mouth, I continued to survey the rest area. Potted plants, waiting chairs, a water dispenser. My gaze wandered until it settled on a nearby pillared. Oh, you want to tie it there? And notice my intent. Isn't it too far from the window? We have no choice. We shall give it a try. I secured one end of the rope and let the other end dangle down from the window. Did I it long enough? She inquired. I can't tell. Outside, it appeared as if the abyss of a deep vertical shaft. The rope quickly disappearing from view. I rummaged through my bag for the last flashlight, twisting it on. No, it only reaches the 3rd floor. After confirming the location, I immediately extinguished the light. This climbing rope was at least 20 meters long, ample for a typical residential building. However, the hospital's floor height exceeded that of standard residences, and the horizontal distance traversed down the corridor consumed over 10 additional meters. Now, the length was insufficient, so we must descend to the 4th floor for the rope to reach the ground. And then finally spoke after a lengthy silence. The thought of the 4th floor sent chills down my spine. We had just escaped the jaws of danger. Must we now return? I silently untied the rope, mentally retracing our route. We had ascended to the 4th floor via fire escape A, then crossed the circular corridor to reach the 6th floor via fire escape, but that path was now tainted by the presence of zombies. After several iterations, I realized that no matter how we maneuvered, it was difficult to avoid them on our way down. However, this time, we could not afford to recklessly return to the horde, for what lay ahead was not withdrawal, but rather an advance into the unknown. Once the situation escalated, we found ourselves surrounded by zombies with no clear route of escape. Annan brought over some alcohol, and I complied by extending my arms. After being disinfected from head to toe, I took the spray bottle from her to sanitize her. What's wrong? It's so cold. She shrank her neck. I'll do it myself. She rummaged through her bag and handed me a new mask before meticulously cleaning the traces of our struggle from her body. I withdrew my gaze, plunging once more into contemplation that if we couldn't descend directly, should we resort to fire? But who would ignite it, and where would it be placed? Moreover, we lacked sufficient flammable materials. The extinguished bonfire in the 1st floor clinic dispelled that notion. Or perhaps we could divert them. With what? Sound? Not enough. That a more intense stimulus was necessary. Scent? The only items that bore our smell were the t-shirt and long pants beneath our protective gear. Relying solely on that to distract them seemed implausible. Blood? Yes, blood. I immediately turned my gaze toward the corridor. It was shrouded in darkness. Yet I knew a corpse lay there, that we couldn't leave a wound. We had to use its blood. And as she paused her task. What is it? I've thought it over. We need to lure the horde away from the 4th floor. And using blood is the safest option. But the problem is, how exactly do we do that? If we bleed here directly, before the target even arrives, we'd already be surrounded by the zombies on this floor. Annan pondered for a moment. So, you mean we need to ensure it bleeds sufficiently while maintaining a safe distance? Exactly. Leaning against the window, I suddenly recalled Lu Xiu that he had once triggered a zombie tide with a single bullet. Being far from the immediate scene alleviated any concerns about retreat. I had to admit, his method was a textbook solution to our current predicament. However, we lacked firearms. Surely, we couldn't use an axe. Should we set a trap? No, too complex, with low feasibility. In that case, An seemed to have an idea. What if we simply throw it down from the corridor? What do you think? That might not work. After mulling it over twice in my mind, I wholly endorsed the plan. Looking back now, I realized my flaw. I always focused too much on details, often getting lost in a single approach, neglecting the most straightforward solutions that, in contrast, was the opposite. Regardless, we finally had a way to leave this place. How is it that you possess both combat prowess and intellect? Is that even fair? I feigned indignation. Unexpectedly, she didn't rise to my bait. Xiaohe, there's another issue. What is it? If you were to drive, would you recognize the route? The rope can only lower one person at a time. If something goes awry, I fear chaos will ensue. So, I believe we both need to be prepared to drive. Annan pulled out a notebook from her bag, Whoever gets in the car first occupies the driver's seat. Then after we evade the horde, you can take the wheel. That I frowned, sensing something off about her suggestion, and remained non-committal. The light was dim. With the sketch completed in the dark, she brought the notebook close to her nose, scrutinizing it. Stop drawing. I pressed her hand down. It's unsettling me. Puffed. She couldn't help but laugh. What are you worried about? Restrain your imagination, please. That I solemnly declare. I'm only familiar with the vicinity of the hospital. If you end up driving us to some desolate wilderness, we might never return home. Really? Absolutely. She responded repeatedly. The light's getting better. Outside the window, the clouds finally dispersed. Moonlight streamed in once more, and lowered her head, diligently drawing. Her hair fell beside her face, revealing her fair, slender neck. That I scrutinized her closely, finding no visible injuries. Was I overthinking it? Did I notice her mask was slightly askew? Did I reach out to adjust it? But she recoiled as if electrocuted. Our eyes, it was then I saw that beneath her mask, she was wrapped in a thick layer of gauze that almost entirely covered the right side of her face, and averted her gaze, flustered. Let me see. My voice was soft this time. She didn't shy away. As I peeled back the gauze, a deep abrasion running across her cheek came into view. The skin from her cheekbone to chin was severely swollen and reddened. Fortunately, it had scabbed over, with no further bleeding. It must have been a result of her fall. The zombie gripping her neck likely sought to turn her face toward it, drawn by the scent of blood. She must have felt immense pain when I sanitized her with alcohol earlier. I sighed quietly. I rummaged through my bag for a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, preparing to tend to her with a cotton swab. "Child, are you angry?" she murmured, not responding, and furrowed her brow in frustration. "It's all my fault for being so careless." After learning we needed to return to the 4th floor, she began to worry whether this wound would impede our escape. Once I finished cleaning, I replaced her gauze, and I am indeed quite upset. But what should I be angry at you for? For having a backup plan, or for having considered an escape route for me so early on? And then you must understand, we have no other choice. Our lives have long been intertwined. I tore a map from the notebook, crumpled it, and tossed it out the window. You must trust me. Trust that I can bring you home. And blinked, gazing at me in confusion. Seeing her like this, my irritation flared again. If you dare deceive me again, you'll regret it. I assure you, there will be no next time. She obediently promised. Thankfully, her injury wasn't severe, as long as our plan proceeded smoothly. This minor wound shouldn't pose significant trouble. Without further delay, we lifted the zombie toward the glass railing T4. 02. Looking down from the inner side of the corridor, the hospital resembled a gaping abyss. 3-2-1. Let go. A heavy thud resonated from below as the body hit the ground, and I held my breath, waiting for the horde's reaction. 0.10 seconds, 0.20 seconds, 0.30 seconds, a full minute passed. The vast courtyard remained eerily silent. We exchanged glances, bewildered by the unexpected stillness. As time ticked away, I could no longer contain myself. I switched on my flashlight, directing it toward the 1st floor. In the outpatient hall, the discarded zombie lay at the center. Blood pooling across the tiles, the horde surrounded it, mechanically stuffing the indistinct flesh into their mouths. Gazing at the sparse gathering, an ominous premonition surged within me. The numbers were off. I quickly redirected the beam toward the 4th floor. They hadn't descended. Why? I found myself momentarily stunned. In those fleeting seconds of distraction, some zombies sensed the light and turned their gaze toward me, and swiftly snatched the flashlight and extinguished it, then pulled me back toward the window. Why is this happening? The plan we had painstakingly devised now appeared to be a dead end. Why thoughts were once again thrown into disarray? Why couldn't they detect the scent? They had done so before, on New Year's Eve. Zombies had leaped off the terrace, tracing back to the 7th floor. The hospital's 4th floor was only a mere 10 meters off the ground, still within a confined space. How could the scent not rise? Was it due to the zombies? Had they lost interest in their kin? Yet the horde on the 1st floor was still ravenously consuming. What was the reason? Why were these zombies so different from those we had encountered before? This sense of unfamiliarity and dislocation had shadowed me since entering the hospital. Could it be that they were an entirely different type? Thus, the previous intelligence and conclusions had failed to apply to them. If that were the case, Did these zombies possess any contagion? A flurry of questions raced through my mind, leaving me chilled to the bone. There was no way to verify these thoughts. The cost of trial and error was too steep. Despair washed over me like a rising tide, nearly submerging me. Just then, and then suddenly grasped my arm. This. Her eyes widened. Look over there. A beam of light broke over the horizon. Following, it was a second beam. They approached the hospital, growing ever closer. Our eyes were fixed outside. Both of us plunged into profound shock. It was a convoy. No, to be precise, it was an entire fleet of vehicles. There were 6 in total, moving slowly. The massive headlights illuminated the road ahead. The flags at the front of the vehicles fluttered in the wind, bearing insignia identical to Zhang Yifan's shoulder insignia. Oh my God! Enin gasped. Those are military vehicles. Quick, quick, quick! Give me the flashlight. That I yanked open the window. Urging her, she promptly handed it over. That we must stop them. That singular thought consumed my mind. Chen Lin was still waiting for the vaccine, and Zhang Yifan needed more professional treatment. While we remained trapped in a hospital with no means of escape, that I waved my arms desperately. However, the convoy showed no signs of stopping. This wouldn't do. The beam's penetration was insufficient. It's too late. Shouted and grabbed my arm. We need to go down and intercept the vehicles. What plan do you have? I inquired. Do you remember how we got up here? Her fingers traced a zigzag in the air. We took the A staircase to the 4th floor, crossed the corridor, and then ascended to the top via the B staircase. The trajectory of a zombie horde follows a similar path. Therefore, to return to the 4th floor, we must use the A staircase. Indeed, the greatest challenge lies ahead. This route would only bring us close to the 4th floor, but not allow us to actually return. The stairwell and corridor were swarming with zombies. How could we resolve this? As if sensing my thoughts, and then slowly articulated the latter part of her plan. As for the zombies blocking our way, I'll divert them. What are you joking about? Just listen to me. She pressed down on my shoulder. First, we'll descend to the 5th floor via the A staircase, and then separate. You stay put while I search for the fire escape B staircase. I understood her intention, to lure the zombies away from another staircase. But what comes next? What do you plan to do afterward? I'll create a distraction and then retreat back to the clinic. If it's as simple as you say, then let me go, and you stay. Calm down, shall he? This is not the time for emotional decisions. Anin was anxiously tugging at her hair. I'm more familiar with the terrain here. And even if I get entangled, I'm confident I can shake them off. Moreover, I'm injured, and the risk of being discovered is already high. But if my task is merely to attract their attention, then that becomes an advantage. That I'll be the bait, and you handle the action. This is the best plan. She was correct, yet I could not acquiesce. Forget it. Let them pass. We can devise a longer-term plan. Don't say foolish things, shall he? What about Chen Lin? What about Zhang Yifan? You must admit, we can no longer leave together. She pointed out the window to IT is precisely because of the military that we now have a slim chance of survival. This allows you to return to rescue me. Do not squander this opportunity. The dawn light was beginning to break. The convoy was about to pass the hospital gates. I believe you can stop them and get me out. Likewise, you must trust in my ability to survive. Let's go. She urged once again. Gritting my teeth, I pulled her towards the fire escape. Don't overexert yourself. If you fail, it's okay. Do you understand? All right. She nodded firmly. We reached the 5th floor. Watching Anin's figure vanish down the corridor, I leaned against the wall and crouched down. I had given her everything I could possibly use. Now I was left with only a bundle of rope, a pair of gloves, and an axe. The dawnlight was faint, and the stairwell remained shrouded in darkness. I could see this moment. Anin's situation was undoubtedly far more perilous than mine, that I could not wait for the zombies to disperse entirely before taking action. As long as she could lure away a portion of them, I would act immediately. Just a portion. Lost in my tumultuous thoughts, the hallway suddenly erupted with urgent footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. The zombie tide surged violently. An unending wave crashing onto the 5th floor, the sudden frenzy causing the floorboards to tremble. Yet their target was not me. I swiftly turned to the fire escape. The mass of zombies had vanished from sight. What was happening? Why had I heard no sound? My face drained of color as I stood up and dashed down the stairs. The entire 4th floor was deserted. What had she done to incite such madness in the horde? I dared not dwell on it. I hurriedly wrapped the rope around a pillar and secured the other end around my waist. In the morning light, the second military vehicle had already passed through the hospital gates. I tightened my grip on the rope and leaped from the windowsill. Ryup. My body plummeted rapidly. I strained to control my descent, but it was futile. The rope slipped swiftly through my grasp, leaving only a burning sensation in its wake. Just as I felt my form teetering beyond control, the rope around my waist suddenly tightened, abruptly halting my fall. Cough. For a moment, it felt as though my internal organs were being crushed. I gasped for breath, glancing down to assess my situation. The rope had wrapped around me several times and was insufficient to reach the ground, and I found myself suspended 2 meters above the earth. At that moment, the third military vehicle was passing slowly. Grasping the rope with my left hand, I fumbled with my backpack, retrieving the axe and gripping it tightly. The blade scraped against the rope, sending shavings cascading. With each motion, my body felt heavier. The rope constricted painfully against my ribs, every movement producing a creaking sound from my bones. Thud. I crashed heavily onto the grass. The fourth and fifth military vehicles departed in quick succession. Ignoring the pain radiating from my ankle, I limped toward the entrance. Hurried up faster. Wait! Finally, just as the last military vehicle was about to leave, I stumbled onto the road. Stop! Screech. A sudden brake screeched, tires skidding across the pavement. The driver stared at me, astonished, seemingly unprepared for someone to block him at such a moment. Squad leader. His expression shifted as he leaped from the vehicle and stood at attention that I struggled to turn around. The entire convoy had halted, and a man in military attire approached from the front. My friend is still inside. She is surrounded by zombies. I pleaded, dragging my injured leg as I moved toward him. She is on the 5th floor of the outpatient department. Please, I beg you to save her. Please. He scrutinized my face, coldly interrupting. What is her name? Hin Yin Hong. And her? Wang Yan. You 4 go up. He gestured with his eyes. Instantly, a few men jumped from the military vehicle. Upon hearing this, I finally succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed to the ground. Darkness clouded my vision. Before my consciousness faded, I heard the commotion around me. She fainted. Hurry, lift her onto the vehicle. The white bricks and walls glowed brightly, refracting light that compelled me to squint at a wide, expansive table loomed before me, and a figure sat across from me. Who is it? Where is this place? Before I could examine further, a fissure suddenly appeared in the scene, shattering like glass. I jolted awake. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The convoy moved in a serpentine formation on the road, engines rumbling deeply. Outside, daylight had fully arrived, and my head throbbed, and I struggled to open my eyes to assess my surroundings. The entire vehicle was draped in camouflage tarpaulin, with only the rear left open. A dozen soldiers occupied the sides, while the remaining space was cluttered with identical hard cardboard boxes, nearly taking up half the area. Noticing the commotion, someone glanced in my direction, but quickly diverted their gaze. I had been placed in the innermost part that I could not see the street outside, nor did I know how far we had traveled. Excuse me. I leaned against the door, attempting to rise, out of the corner of my eye. I caught sight of my wrists, realizing my hands were bound with rope. Why am I tied up? I struggled against my bindings. You have mistaken me. I am not infected. Right? What about an? My movements froze as I anxiously inquired. Where is my friend? Where is she? No one responded. It was as though they had not heard my question that I scanned over the crowd and spotted 3 deflated backpacks cast aside. Medicine boxes, bandages, and hydrogen peroxide lay scattered. That was in his backpack. Did you find her? Please let me see her. The dialogue fell silent. Receiving no response, I limped toward the backpack, dragging my injured right foot. What are you doing? A burly man with a scruffy beard shot up. I hastily pleaded, Can you tell me which vehicle Inen is in? I'm really worried about her. He glared at me, his lips pressed tightly together. Refusing to answer my query, I had no choice but to crouch down and rummage through the backpack. If you need these medicines, feel free to take them. I only need 2 tetanus shots. With my hands bound, I could only use my teeth to unzip the backpack, shoving the antivenom at my feet into it. Where's the human immunoglobulin? Frantically, I searched through the T last. A familiar shade of pale purple came into view. Just as I was about to pick it up, the burly man suddenly stepped forward, crushing the medicine box underfoot. Put it down. Seeing him reach for it, I instinctively turned to shield the backpack against my chest. In the next instant, something heavy struck my back. Taken by surprise, I collapsed to the ground. The intense pain forced a groan from my lips, cold sweat trickling down my cheeks that a pair of military boots halted before me. "Give me the stuff!" The second command came from above. The dull ache in my back had turned numb. Struggling to lift my face, I inquired, "Who are you?" As he drew closer, I discerned that their insignia differed slightly from Zhang Yifan's. While the patterns were similar, the text was entirely different. The space where the war zone name should have been was blank. Furthermore, the craftsmanship was shoddy, clearly a hand-sewn counterfeit. "Last warning, return to your position." I ceased to respond, clutching the backpack tightly against me. I would never surrender the vaccine that IT was a price and had paid with her life. A voice suddenly pierced the air as I raised the gun stock, ready to descend once more. "Zhao Lei, that's enough." I lifted my gaze to see the military-clad man who had previously engaged with me. "Zhou, don't." The man with the scruffy beard attempted to interject, but was swiftly interrupted. I need to repeat myself." "Return to your posts." "Yes, Captain." The man closed the book he had been perusing and stood. "Stop the vehicle. Bring her down." I was escorted from the military vehicle by 2 soldiers. The convoy had halted on a desolate highway, devoid of any signs of life. Had they left the city? A chill ran through me. Without any directional markers, I could not ascertain how far we were from Chuncheon City. As we moved forward, we quickly reached the end of the line. The convoy now consisted of only 3 military vehicles. The other 3 had vanished without a trace. He stood before the last vehicle and yanked back the tarpaulin and lay pale on the stretcher. Motionless, I instinctively rushed toward her, but was firmly restrained by the soldiers on either side. And then the figure on the bed remained silent. Her eyes closed. 2 doctors in white coats stood within the vehicle, seemingly part of the accompanying medical team. "What's the situation?" "Immediate surgery is required." They shook their heads, but the vehicle lacks the necessary conditions. "Did you hear that?" He turned his gaze towards me. I nodded vigorously, my gratitude spilling forth. "Thank you, Doc. Thank you." This man had become my only lifeline in this dire moment. "Please, take her away first. I have 2 friends waiting for me at home. They're severely injured." My words tumbled out rapidly. Fearing he might lose patience. "1 is a soldier from the D Department. 72nd Group Army, among the first to enter the city. He has a fracture. The other has contracted tetanus. I must deliver the medication back. IT, seems you still do not grasp the situation." He furrowed his brow and instructed those inside the vehicle. "Lift the sheet so she can see." The doctor pulled back a corner of the blanket, revealing a harrowing injury. How could she have been hurt like this? The exposed skin was riddled with bite marks, nearly devoid of intact flesh. Her arms bore the worst of it, with glimpses of white bone visible in certain areas. The infected wounds had begun to fester. "We are not here to save lives. If you waste any more time, I will leave both of you behind." I was returned to my previous position, confined in the farthest corner of the vehicle. Soldiers encircled me tightly, this time binding my feet as well. The sun rose and set. The night was vast, the moonlight casting a frosty sheen against the walls of the vehicle. The guards on duty were engaged in quiet conversation, their breath visible in the cold air. The temperature was dropping. The convoy continued northward, the rear lights flickering in a blinding manner. Someone approached, pulling down the tarpaulin at the back of the vehicle. My watch had been confiscated at the outset. I leaned against the cardboard box, head bowed. What time was it now? 11? 12? Or had it already turned to the early hours of the next day? Chun Lin, was he still waiting for me? Suddenly, a military blanket was tossed at my feet. The person turned to leave. "Captain Zhou," I called out to him. Zhou frowned but did not speak, remaining where he was. "I've thought it over. You are regular troops, aren't you? Military transport vehicles, fuel reserves, firearms and ammunition, food supplies, medical equipment. These are resources that no civilian organization could possibly assemble." I glanced at his insignia. Even if an organization could achieve this, why craft such a FAAD? Yet I still don't understand. I took a deep breath and continued. "You say your mission is not to save lives, yet you rescued Anan and me. You are willing to heed my request to penetrate a perilous hospital, but refuse to assist other survivors in equal peril. If it is due to pressing matters, then why detain me when I propose to return alone?" He crossed his arms, remaining silent. Why inquire about names? Aside from confirming identity, I cannot fathom a better reason. So what? He stared at me, unwavering. What are you trying to say? I am pondering whether we might be your objective, or perhaps there is some use for us. Not saving lives actually implies not saving ordinary people. In other words, being saved correlates with having worth. I had rehearsed these words countless times in my mind. It seems I have again wasted your time. Gazing at his ever-shifting expression, I returned the question to him. So, Captain Zhou, would you truly abandon us? We locked eyes for what felt like an eternity before he suddenly chuckled softly. Objective? Places of utility? Is this all you self-righteously presume? He shook his head, reverting to his usual indifferent demeanor. You overestimate yourself. I do not require your cooperation, nor is there anything that necessitates your assistance that I do not comprehend the basis of your certainty. Frankly, I find it laughable. Very well, I understand. Ignoring his scornful tone, I nodded gently. It seems I misjudged. A jolt ran through the vehicle as it shook slightly. I had finally resolved to continue the conversation. Regardless of necessity, I will do my utmost to cooperate with you. I only wish to ask a few final questions. Would you simply nod or shake your head? Is that acceptable? Please on my tone was nearly a plea. Speak, his brow furrowed deeper. Whoosh, the cold wind lifted the tarpaulin, casting the interior into a flickering light. Outside lay a frozen expanse, silence enveloping us. The sounds of wind, conversation, engine hum, and the crunch of wheels over snow had all vanished, and my heart raced in the stillness. Why do you ask? Zhou Mo's gaze was complex. Because you told me, I replied. In our earlier conversation, you revealed this. After a long silence, he nodded slowly. Thank you, I managed a smile. Thank you, Captain Zhou. The convoy continued onward, driving for an entire day and night. Finally, in the early hours, a checkpoint halted our progress. Zhou Mo opened the tarpaulin and conversed with a soldier at the roadside before the military vehicle began to move. A sense of excitement filled the air as the atmosphere within the vehicle shifted. Someone ripped off an insignia and tucked it into their pocket. The soldiers began to pack their bags in unison. Gradually, streetlights appeared along the roadside, flickering like distant stars. The warm glow of light swept past the vehicle, retreating into the horizon. Ultimately, the convoy stopped before barracks. Soldiers rushed forward to facilitate the unloading of boxes from the vehicle. The top two boxes were unsealed, revealing canisters of fire extinguishers within. How did it go? All smooth. A man approached, patting Zhou Mo on the shoulder. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. Though he wore a smile, an unspoken authority radiated from him. Report, instructor. The first team has completed its mission and has returned safely. Very well, he nodded, casting a glance in my direction. The volume of their conversation dwindled. The biting wind was relentless. The military blanket offered little solace against the frigid temperature, and I trembled violently from the cold. In my peripheral vision, I sensed all eyes were upon me. Take her inside. Zhou Mo signaled to two nearby soldiers to untie my bindings. The barracks were hastily constructed from shipping containers. I was led into the innermost room. It was dim, still cold, yet far more tolerable than outside. My wrists ached subtly. Utilizing the faint light filtering in from the corridor, I approached the bed and sat down. Silence enveloped the space. Drip. Melting snow water fell onto the windowsill. Why did they look at me with such expressions? The earlier scenes replayed in my mind. The patrolling soldiers halted by the roadside. Officers leaned against the barracks door, whispering that a truck passed by, and someone leaned out of the passenger seat. Why those expressions? Curiosity, suspicion, disdain, and hatred. Gazing at my reflection in their eyes, I felt utterly alien. In the subsequent days, it was as if I had been cast aside in this place, aside from the regular delivery of meals. I encountered no one else. During the lengthy stretches of solitude, memories of the past would surface unbidden in Chen, Zhang Yifan. Time marched on relentlessly. Yet in the end, I found myself returned to the solitary state in which I had begun. My friends seemed to exit my life in the order they had entered. Occasionally, I would think of Uncle Gu and Sherinan, KK, and Cat Brother. It felt as if there was still time, yet also as if it was far too late. The overhead fluorescent lights abruptly flickered to life. 8 o'clock sharp. The lights-out period had concluded. Footsteps echoed closer down the corridor. Is that her? I heard so. She doesn't look particularly special. Indeed. How ironic is it that so many have starved on the front lines, yet we still send them food? Someone spat vehemently. Enough. Cease your words. The hatch at the bottom of the door swung open. A stainless steel tray clattered to the floor, with a bun rolling aside that I approached, picked up the tray, and retrieved the bun, wiping it on my sleeve before taking a bite. The sixth night arrived. And Zhou Mo came. Wang Yian's condition has stabilized. She just hasn't awakened yet, that I nodded. Since they had tirelessly rescued him from the hospital, they would not allow her to come to harm easily. Thank you. Please take good care of her. He remained silent, handing me a piece of paper on which the words confession were boldly inscribed. Just write whatever comes to mind. All right. Then I shall take my leave. As I watched him depart, I stepped back and leaned against the wall. Though I had long suspected this, a flicker of hope still lingered within me. Now, with this confession in hand, my illusions were shattered. Indeed, if they were not the ones at fault, then it could only be me. They were not here to save me. They were here to apprehend me. But what had I truly done? As night fell, my dreams became a tangle of confusion once more. A pale-faced boy stood before me, that I recognized him as my senior. Tables and chairs lay askew in the corridor. The laboratory, a chaotic mess. Navigating through the clamorous crowd, I spotted the professor pacing anxiously. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and a voice inquired, "Is this all there is?" "Yes," I replied with my eyes closed. "Very well," to continue to breathe deeply. "There is nothing here to disturb you." "Relax. Yes. Just like that." Her gentle voice echoed in my ears. "Oh, not dwell on the details. Gradually, you'll find that everything begins to blur. It is just an ordinary morning that you arrive at the laboratory. Everyone is anxious. It is because the professor's wallet is missing. No. Dr. Wang, I shook my head. I cannot do it. I cannot pretend to forget these things." The person opposite me stood up, and I finally caught a glimpse of her face. At the same moment, I opened my eyes in the darkness. The bed was cold and hard. The dawn seemed imminent. I sat up, arms wrapped around myself. Drip, drip. The melting snow fell from the eaves day after day. At the moment the 1,932nd drop fell, the door was pushed open from the outside. I knew my reckoning had come. Handcuffed, I was escorted to a conference room, aside from a long table and several rows of chairs. There was no other furniture. At the end of the long table sat 3 middle-aged individuals in their 40s. They wore black robes with golden trim, their red fronts adorned with golden buttons. The room was small, yet filled to capacity with high-ranking officers adorned with various insignias. Zhou Mo was not among them. I took my seat. A man in a suit nodded at me. "Miss He, I am Wu, your defense attorney. Have you brought the documents? A pretrial confession may lead to leniency." I silently handed over the papers. He glanced at them, shrugged, and set them aside. "The 001 criminal court is now in session." After announcing the court's order, the presiding judge turned to me. "Defendant, please state your name. He Nian Hong. Gender, female. Ethnicity. H ethnicity. ID number .3 XXXXXXXXXXXX. Verified without error. We will now proceed to the court investigation phase. The prosecutor will read the indictment." To which the defendant may respond. The man who had been seated across from me stood up. Dressed in a black suit, a gleaming badge pinned to his right lapel, Lin, Wu reminded me. The prosecutor, defendant He Nian Hong, born in '97, did undergraduate studies in biological sciences at C University. During my time there, I qualified for direct doctoral admission and subsequently worked in Professor Dai's laboratory, conducting research on pathogenic organisms. Lin held up 2 documents, the list of laboratory personnel and the public announcement for direct admission. On January 9, 2022, the Research Institute submitted an accident report to the Spring Shun City Animal Epidemic Prevention Center. The report mentioned the escape of experimental animals, which may carry viruses. It is currently undetermined whether it is a zoonotic disease. He read each word deliberately. According to the data, this is highly homologous to the virus outbreak. However, the Institute assessed the risk level of this incident as level 3, meaning a general biological safety event. Clearly, this report concealed certain facts. The prosecutor's voice suddenly grew distant and muffled. Fragments of memory streaked across my mind like shooting stars. Tables and chairs were violently pushed aside. There's nothing here. Nothing here either. My junior, her face glistening with sweat, exclaimed, Professor, we've searched everywhere. What do we do? We can only report it first. The mentor trembled as he signed his name in the responsibility report section. I stood to the side, watching everything unfold. A fierce headache pulled me back to reality. What's wrong? Wu inquired, tilting his head that I supported myself on the table, slowly shaking my head. In mid-March 2022, Professor Dai was relieved of his duties, and the project was halted. In June of the same year, the defendant failed her doctoral defense. In July 2022, the defendant moved out of the city and befriended a neighbor named Wang. Accomplice Wang, born in 95, graduated from T University, majoring in an 8-year clinical psychology program. During her master's studies, she underwent a year-long residency in the psychiatric department of J District City Hospital. After graduating in June 2021, she began working at the Guanglin Road Psychological Counseling Center. From August to late September, the defendant visited the center multiple times for psychological counseling. He held up a photo of the girl's delicate features slowly overlapped with those of Dr. Wang. I felt a moment of dizziness. Xiaohe, you do not need to force yourself to forget. You must learn to cover it in and pause her note-taking. Stowing her pen back in her white coat pocket, the closure of the research institute was only due to the professor's illness. He was so unwell that he had to resign. Disjointed memories intertwined with the prosecutor's voice, causing my head to throb. Wang's master's thesis was titled The Impact of a Sense of Losing Control on Depression, the mediating role of perceived stress. In her paper, How Can Psychological Resilience Be Enhanced? She stated, despair is a full-bodied and powerful emotion that can give rise to stronger humanity. In another paper, she hypothesized, experiencing thorough despair can instead give rise to restrained optimism. I believe this is a benevolent emotion. At this point, Li Yin paused. This court believes that the defendant and Wang likely reached a mutual understanding, agreeing to serve as each other's experimental subjects, conducting observational studies amid a backdrop of apocalypse. In November 2022, just before the virus outbreak, the defendant began purchasing large quantities of supplies. Yin presented my online shopping list to the judge. This unusual purchasing record is also the reason the two entered the prosecution's site. Based on this, we have reason to suspect that the previous incident involving the escape of experimental animals was not an accident, but rather a deliberate act. This court believes that the defendant He Nianhong is suspected of intentionally releasing infectious disease pathogens. Her actions have violated Article 115 of the X law and should be pursued for criminal responsibility under the crime of endangering public safety. Defendant, do you have any objections? The presiding judge inquired. Why words were interrupted by a familiar voice. Have you all gone hysterical? Are you all deranged? The conference room door had been opened at some point. Zhou Mo wheeled in, draped in a blanket, her pale face the only visible feature. He Nianhong, you worthless creature. You wouldn't dare confess, would you? Setting the empty tray at the door, I returned to my bed. Beside my pillow lay the confession Wu had returned to me. The crumpled paper remained untouched, glaringly blank. After some thought, I folded it and tucked it into my pocket. 3 days prior, the courtroom had descended into chaos, disrupted by an ultimately concluding amidst a cacophony of discontent. Following that, I was returned to my confinement. As for the prosecutor's accusations, I sighed gently. I remembered everything that in fact, since 2021, we had already been advancing this project. As a product of synthetic experimentation, we referred to it as the H virus, derived from the initial of the English word hibernation. Thus, more often, we called it the hibernation virus. The original intention of the hibernation project was to prolong the lives of cancer patients. It is well known that the metabolism of tumor cells is exceptionally active. Thus, by decelerating the metabolic rate of cancer cells, one can, to a certain extent, inhibit the expression of oncogenes within tumor cells. The H virus was conceived for this very purpose. It targets the thyroid gland of living organisms. By suppressing the secretion of thyroid hormones, it enables the human body to maintain a lower metabolic rate. The initial phase of the project proceeded remarkably smoothly. Compared to the control group, all the white rats injected with the H virus exhibited a lifespan extension of at least double. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred when the subjects were switched to smaller mice. Just as this thought crossed my mind, the doors swung open abruptly. "What brings you here?" Upon recognizing the visitor, I was taken aback. "Come, I'll take you to a different place to stay." Seeing me frozen in place, Zhou Mo raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave?" "Let us talk." As we walked, he tossed a thick military coat my way. "Team 2 has brought back a wealth of information, including your consultation records." "Team 2? I immediately leaped off the bed. "Did they see my friends? How are they?" "They're fine. The team doctor has already treated their wounds." "But," he shifted the topic, "you still haven't answered me. Why did you ask that question back then?" With the assurance that they were safe, the tension that had gripped me for days began to ease. Why thoughts were drawn back to that stormy night. I in the swaying compartment of the vehicle. I had posed 2 questions. Did the other 3 military vehicles go to my home? If so, would they save Chen Lin and Zhang Yifan? Zhou Mo had answered both affirmatively. Otherwise, I would never have obediently followed the convoy northward. I have ruled out one erroneous answer myself, and you have helped eliminate another. The remaining possibilities were already exceedingly scant. They were neither there to rescue me nor to solicit my assistance. They had bound me tightly and searched my backpack. It all seemed like an execution of a capture mission that I donned my coat and followed him outside. The streets were devoid of pedestrians. A soldier stationed in front of the barracks glanced our way before averting his gaze. I inhaled deeply. The frigid air rushed into my nostrils, sending a shiver down my spine. It seems Chen Lin and the others are enjoying the privileges of citizenship. I truly worried for nothing. I jested as I trudged through the snow. Zhou Mo halted at my words. "Actually, Zhao, that he didn't mean it. The families, friends, and comrades of these soldiers are almost all left behind in the south. When the virus outbreak occurred, they were on the front lines providing support. Zhao Lei, a man who wouldn't flinch at a mere scratch, was kneeling on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably that day that he saved many. Yet he could do nothing for his childhood sweetheart and his 1-year-old daughter. I share this not to defend him. Regardless, once this fellow understood the situation, he reported it to the instructor and accepted his punishment. He sighed. During the great evacuation, we lost many outstanding comrades. Now, with the merging of public security and judicial systems, procedures have been simplified. Coupled with the loss of documentation, Team 2 was delayed on the road and couldn't return on time, which explains the seemingly casual nature of this trial. It's all right, I understand. But that will prosecutorly be angry about Anan's remarks? Recalling her outburst, I worried she might land herself in trouble. Zhou Mo chuckled. You underestimate his magnanimity. I nodded, suddenly realizing, by the way, where is Anan? How is she? She's resting in the hospital. Before, she endured pain with a painkiller to come find you. Don't look at me like that. I couldn't stop her. Where's the hospital? My heart twisted at this news. Take me there quickly, don't rush. Visiting hours are already over. Let us wait until tomorrow. Rest assured, seeing my persistent demeanor, Zhou Mo raised a hand in assurance. Her condition is stable, and her recovery is progressing well. Really? Indeed. All right then, I conceded. Let us go first thing in the morning. After walking a while longer, we exited the military-controlled zone. The atmosphere outside was decidedly livelier. The streets bustled with activity. Shops partially rolled up their shutters. For a moment, I felt as if I had returned to the time before the outbreak. Zhou Mo paused in front of an apartment building. You'll stay here for now. Room 302. It's fully furnished. Okay, that I hesitated before speaking. Team leader Zhou, I still want to ask that why are you willing to help us? That is a good question. That he handed me the key. Wang Yan once said something very true. A villain cannot become a good person merely due to amnesia. Back in the vehicle, I suspected there might have been a misunderstanding, so have I now completely cleared my name? I examined the keychain in my hand. Not quite. We've merely secured your release. You? Yes. Besides me, your parents are also involved at MY parents? I widened my eyes in astonishment. Are they at the base? It's difficult to explain in a few words. Take a look at this first. Zhou Mo handed me a booklet, its cover emblazoned with the title chronicle of the 2022 virus, and he pointed to a nearby small white building. Report to the research lab at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Professor Wang will be waiting for you there. I ascended the stairs, changed shoes, and turned on the lights. Eagerly, I flipped open the thin booklet. Lines of blood-stained text met my gaze that I stood frozen, absorbing the words for what felt like an eternity. It wasn't until the biting northern wind slammed the entrance door shut that I snapped back to reality. That I thought to myself, I must admit that we are all murderers. After extensive discussions in the meeting, Country Z has vetoed the proposal to use weapons against the horde of corpses that prevent the further spread of the virus. All commanders, scientific researchers, and government officials being transported north have voluntarily chosen to remain stationed in place instead of retreating. A month later, the remaining forces from the 5 military districts gathered in the border town of East City, totaling less than 100,000, that on January 28, 2023, the first rear base was established. By February 5, 2023, Professor Wang Yang experimentally validated the theoretical conjectures of Professors He and Jing, demonstrating that specific medications could reverse the damage inflicted by the H virus on the human brain. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the nation. By this time, nearly 3 months had elapsed since the outbreak of the virus. Estimates suggested that the surviving human population numbered only between 20,000 to 50,000, while the infected surpassed at least 1.5 billion, constituting 47% of the national population. On January 28, a directive was issued, marking the official commencement of the rescue operation codenamed Revival. The military was renamed the People's Rescue Army, dedicated to the mission of rescuing the infected across various cities. I closed the book. All my questions found reasonable answers. Why did the blood of the zombies possess the same allure? Why did they resort to cannibalism? Why did they exhibit body warmth? Why did they convulse like ordinary humans at the brink of death? Because, in essence, they were still humans. This also elucidated why modern weaponry had yet to make an appearance. I had thought of myself as the survivor, unaware that the true targets of rescue were them. Vivid images from the past flashed before my eyes. Severed heads from axe blows, bodies charred by gasoline, gunshot wounds, individuals thrown from great heights, crushed beneath wheels, and those strangled to death. All of these that were once human. After a night of fragmented nightmares, I stood before the small white building the next day, my heavy dark circles betraying my lack of sleep. The IT was a 3-story domed structure, its exterior appearing quite new, as if recently painted. With 10 minutes remaining until the appointed time, I hesitated before knocking on the laboratory door. Soon a head popped out. "Hello. Who are you looking for? Is Professor Wang here? You're looking for Director Wang." He scrutinized me from head to toe, suddenly stammering, "Why you're Yin Hong?" Yes, indeed, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. I no longer doubted that my infamous reputation had reached the base. Oh no, you're the daughter of Professors He and Jing. He flung the door wide open and pulled me inside. I've attended their lectures. They're so cool. I admire them both so much. I found myself momentarily confused. Professor He seems so serious. I never expected such a romantic name. Yin Hong, just as he shook his head in disbelief. A voice called from behind. "Sun Ning. Has Xiao Hang arrived?" I turned to see a middle-aged man in his 50s standing outside. His graying hair and rimless glasses gave him an air of elegance and approachability. Surely this was Professor Wang Yang. "Professor Wang, hello." I bowed to him. He smiled and stepped inside. I graduated in the same class as your parents, and we began working together afterward. Technically, you should call me Uncle Wang. The last time I saw you, you were this small. He gestured with his hand. Now you're a grown young lady. Professor Wang observed me, as if gazing through me and seeing another person. "Xiao Hang, you truly resemble your mother." Why mother? Are they at the base? Professor Wang shook his head. "You must have seen the chronicles. Your parents did not retreat to the rear base. They stayed on the front lines. Rest assured, they are both doing well. The supplies you brought have been a tremendous help." "Xiao Hang," he said, taking a seat at the table. "What exactly happened back then?" I sighed. It was entirely an accident. It was an ordinary afternoon. Everyone was engrossed in their respective tasks. Y Jr. and I were in the breeding room recording the condition of the laboratory mice. However, upon checking one of the incubators, we discovered that the cage, which should have housed 3 experimental mice, now contained only one. I rushed to inspect that moment. The sole remaining white mouse turned around, its once white fur now drenched in crimson. Blood dripped from its fur onto the wood shavings at the bottom of the cage. Clutched in its embrace was a gruesome mass, the head of one of its cage mates, My junior's scream instantly captured the attention of the entire lab. Everyone hurried over, and one noticed that a large anesthetized mouse on the experimental table was gradually awakening. He did. Why Senior's face went pale. I'm finished. He clutched his curled golden hair, collapsing into his chair. His once bright blue eyes dulled. I'm doomed. I'm done. We subsequently ransacked the laboratory looking for answers, but to no avail. Professor Dye eventually reported the incident truthfully and submitted all relevant data. Since it was a normal white mouse that escaped, rather than a failed experimental subject, the professor assigned a level 3 risk assessment. I swear, there was no intentional concealment during this process. Is that so? Professor Wong mused, leaning back in his chair. Xiaohe, do you know why the second phase experiment failed? I shook my head. After the incident, the project was halted, and the reasons for its failure were sealed away. It was due to temperature. The H virus is highly sensitive to environmental temperature. The body temperature of rats is around 39 C, while that of mice fluctuates between 37 C and 39 C in the first phase of the experiment. The high temperature limited the virus's activity, which is why no anomalies were observed. Xiaohe, that escaped white mouse, was likely an asymptomatic carrier, so the human body's temperature was the ideal breeding ground for the virus. With this thought, I found myself blurting out my questions. Uncle Wong, how exactly is the H virus transmitted? I feel it differs significantly from the initial laboratory version. Your instincts are correct. He nodded. From a moment of the leak to the infection of the first human, the H virus underwent numerous changes. Xiaoheng, what are your thoughts on this virus? I pondered for a moment. Long ago, I believe there might be congenital immunity, meaning all surviving individuals were born with antibodies. However, that conclusion was later disproven as time went on. This hypothesis became increasingly untenable. 7-day outbreak, regional limitations, solitary individuals possessing higher survival rates. As new clues emerged, the notion of congenital immunity clearly failed to provide a convincing explanation. You must have inferred that the virus was not contagious, which is why you speculated that way. It's half correct. He gestured for Sun Ning to bring over a whiteboard. For clarity, we can roughly divide infection into 2 periods. He labeled the left side of the whiteboard infectious period and the right onset period. In truth, the virus's method of transmission is quite traditional. It spreads through bodily fluids. Once it breaches the damaged skin and mucous membranes, it swiftly disseminates to the sebaceous glands, salivary glands, lacrimal glands, and other organs, causing all bodily fluids produced by the host to carry a substantial viral load. Simultaneously, it delays the healing of wounds, further enhancing infection efficiency. I nodded. Conceivably, congenital immunity indeed has its flaws. The mutual infection is precisely what distinguishes the infection probabilities between solitary and communal living. After all, each additional person doubles the risk of infection. The more individuals share living quarters, the greater the likelihood of infection. Thus, those who fled their homes on the day of the outbreak. Most likely, they too contracted the virus, but their symptoms manifested later, leading to them being devoured by their family members who had transformed into zombies. Of course, this alone is hardly conclusive. Professor Wong then drew a dividing line in the center of the whiteboard. The most cunning aspect of this virus lies in the fact that its infectious period and onset period do not overlap in time. In other words, as long as you continue to infect healthy individuals, you yourself will not exhibit symptoms. Conversely, when there are no more living beings around to infect, only then will you gradually transition into the onset period. This transition typically occurs within about a week. What I was taken aback. So, rather than being caused by infection, the onset is more accurately attributed to isolation. Sun Ning chimed in. The same applies to the troops entering the city. Precisely. Professor Wong paused before continuing. Taking these 2 points into account, you should understand why the military succumbed first. Closed management, shared living and dining, combined with the everyday injuries incurred during training. Let us recall. He handed me the documents at hand. The initial outbreak of the illness in Chuncheon City occurred in various locations, including detention centers, police stations, boarding schools, dormitories of water supply, plant employees, hospital wards, and nursing homes. These places, to varying degrees, shared certain characteristics. They exhibited limited personnel mobility, singular activity patterns, and a relatively small population, which inherently reduced the potential for contagion. Once the virus began to spread within these environments, It swiftly escalated to the symptomatic phase. Thus, an outbreak is more accurately described as an indicator. When an infection rate within a region approaches saturation, an outbreak commences. That IT does not symbolize the initiation of transmission. Rather, it signifies the culmination of spread. Efforts to control the situation for those already infected are futile and cannot sever the chain of transmission. Consequently, all conventional epidemic prevention measures prove utterly ineffective against the H virus. I was rendered speechless by the revelation. The stealth of this virus far surpasses the ordinary, Professor Wong stated, setting down his whiteboard marker. We cannot ascertain when it began circulating within the city. But it is certain that it has been spreading for quite some time. 3 months? 5 months? It could have designated humanity as its final host from the very day of its release. But what about the symptomatic phase? I pressed. Why did they exhibit such appearances and behaviors? Why did they fear flames? How could they endure for such extended periods? What accounted for the stark differences between the zombies in the hospital and those previously encountered? Countless questions swirled in my mind. Strictly speaking, there exists a transitional phase between the infectious phase and the symptomatic phase, Professor Wong elucidated. During this stage, the infected become increasingly irritable and prone to physical altercations, as if the virus is making a final struggle for transmission. He adjusted his glasses. Those engaged in fights ended up in the police station or the hospital, Sun Ning pointed out. Hence the alarmingly high infection rates in both locations that I recalled having seen reports of overflowing surgical wards before the lockdown. This was the reason. The transition from the infectious phase to the symptomatic phase also signifies a gradual loss of rationality. Professor Wong continued, as the virus replicates within the body. Once it reaches a critical threshold, it ascends to invade the central nervous system. In other words, one of the target organs of the H virus is the human brain. Thus, during this phase, the viral load in bodily fluids drastically decreases, rendering it non-infectious. Once in the symptomatic phase, the infected exhibit alternating symptoms. At times they display extreme frenzy and heightened appetite, while at other times they move sluggishly with vacant expressions. Additionally, symptoms akin to chills, bulging eyes, blurred vision, memory loss, cognitive decline, pallid skin, and skin keratinization may manifest. Xiaohang, do you recall which organ the H virus was initially designed to target? Professor Wong turned to me. The thyroid. I began to grasp the implications. Precisely, the thyroid is another target organ. You will notice that the symptoms I just described bear striking similarities to those of hyperthyroidism and hypothyroidism, albeit in a more severe form. Disruption in the secretion of thyroid hormones causes the infected to oscillate between hyper and hypo states. The key to this fluctuation lies in odor. He handed me a brain CT scan. The H virus does not merely destroy neural tissue. Its effects on enhancing olfactory sensitivity and suppressing pain perception represent two significant unknowns resulting from its interaction with the human brain. Post-infection, human olfactory acuity becomes remarkably heightened, with blood and sweat eliciting substantial stimulation. Of course, countermeasures are rather straightforward. Sun Ning interjected, smoke. I recalled the crates of fire extinguishers on the military vehicle. Indeed, it is smoke. Smoke. Yes, essentially it refers to suspended particles. If inhaled in excess, it induces spasms in their throat muscles. Thus, smoke and dust serve a distinctly dispersive function towards them. To minimize casualties. Task forces utilize smoke as a means of approach. I understood now. Chun Lin's earlier assessment had indeed been correct. They were not afraid of fire per se, but rather a specific manifestation of it. The mall, being relatively enclosed, and the clusters of corpses outside the hospital accounted for the varying effectiveness. While we conversed, Professor Wong sketched 3 branches beneath symptomatic phase, labeling them early stage, mid-stage, and late stage. He drew an arrow between early stage and mid-stage. Based on your experience and encounters, you should discern that their capabilities have shown slight enhancement. This is a result of prolonged starvation. However, it is crucial to note that this augmentation is not limitless, that IT resembles the last throes of a dying struggle. Even though the virus enables the infected to maintain an extremely low metabolic rate, continuously consuming their muscle and fat to sustain life, this state remains unsustainable at some point. This curve will decline, ultimately leading to death. Our task is to rescue them before that moment arrives that I realized that the zombies in the hospital had indeed undergone a transformation. However, it was not one of strength, but rather of weakness. They became more easily fatigued, unable to maintain an upright position for long. Their sense of smell dulled, and they lacked the energy to scream or shout. The hospital zombies had likely been infected prior to the lockdown, which explained their earlier progression to the next phase. I'd like to interject, Mo chimed in, leaning against the doorframe with arms crossed. What brings you back again? Sun Ning rolled his eyes. Haven't you heard the theory of infectious without symptoms, symptomatic without infection countless times? I'm still a guest here. What S with that expression? Sun Xiaoning. Mo disregarded Sun Ning's irritation and dragged a chair over to sit down. Professor Wang, you mentioned that as long as it continues to infect others, it will not exhibit symptoms. But I wonder, how does the virus within me know whether it has successfully infected someone? Ah, now that is a thought-provoking question. Sun Ning interjected sarcastically. Indeed, it's a very astute inquiry. Professor Wang nodded. To answer this, one must first understand two concepts: bidirectional infection mechanism and interference phenomenon. Due to its single-stranded RNA structure, the H virus easily mutates when transferring from one host to another. Thus, when you successfully infect someone else, that individual becomes a new source of infection, transmitting a variant of the virus back to you. Let us assume your original virus is the parent virus, and the variant it mutates into is the offspring virus. Think of it as an extensive family tree. Sun Ning suggested. Every virus has a mother from which it descends, and a son to which it gives rise. It's a familial reunion of sorts, when the offspring virus and the parent virus coexist within the same organism. An interference phenomenon occurs that, in simpler terms, the offspring targets the parent rather than continuously attacking the host. Sun Ning's commentary returned. This virus certainly lacks a moral compass. Professor Wang seemed accustomed to his interruptions, smiling as he continued to explain that as a result, the viral load within the body will revert to a lower level. Therefore, rather than saying you infected someone else, it is more accurate to say you were infected by the variant generated by another. Theoretically, as long as one continues to infect healthy hosts, the symptomatic phase could be indefinitely prolonged. Sun Ning shook his head in disbelief. Initially, I thought this virus was rather foolish, akin to a mindless creature causing its own turmoil. However, upon reflection, its transmission mechanism is remarkably astute. Consider Xiao He, if it relied solely on biting for transmission. Such inefficiency and overt symptoms would be glaringly obvious. That it would be as if it were waving a banner and blaring a horn, incessantly broadcasting, "I am infected. Come capture me. Thank you." How could it have evolved into its current form? All right, Professor Wang interjected, interrupting Sun Ning's incessant chatter. Take this back with you. He slid a thick stack of documents across the table. There's a seminar tomorrow morning. Don't be late. I exited the research room. The clock had already passed 10. The pedestrian street was filled with the aroma of cooking food. You come here often? I followed him through the crowd. You seem quite familiar with this place. Indeed. The lives of our team depend entirely on them. Mo paused at a breakfast stall, ordering 2 rice balls and 2 cups of soy milk. Especially at the beginning, when we were unclear about the transmission mechanism, every mission felt like walking a tightrope, relying solely on Professor Wang's analytical experience. Of course, things are different now. He continued to check out. He remarked, the vaccine has been successfully developed, and the inhibitor targeting the H virus has advanced to clinical phase 3. You can inquire about the specifics from Sun Ning. His professional competence is commendable. I slowly nodded. What's wrong? Mo handed me a rice ball. Why do you look so contemplative? It's not that I hesitated in my choice of words. I just feel that you seem different from before. Are you referring to when I mentioned the mission? I nodded. That was work. It's not the same as after hours. Oh. He gestured to his shoulder, where the insignia had been torn off his uniform. See, it's now off-duty time. That I stared at him in disbelief. How could such a sacred profession as a soldier be spoken of as if it were merely a clocking-in job? Zhang Yifan would be furious if he heard this. After some winding paths, we finally arrived at the hospital. Before we approached the ward, we heard an Anne's voice. Just as the moment arrived, Xiao He suddenly slammed the table and shouted, "You worthless scoundrel! Is that all you've got?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chanfeng was instantly infuriated, raising his handgun toward her. Xiao remained unfazed, replying, "If you have the guts, pull the trigger. If you do, we'll all perish together." At that moment, Uncle Gu had stealthily locked the door, ready to sound the first whistle. And then what happened? Do continue. The onlookers urged in and, with her sharp eyes, quickly noticed us in the corridor. "Let us pause here for today," she waved her hand. To know what happens next, please tune in next time. "How can you do this? You always leave us hanging." "Exactly." The crowd chattered as they squeezed out of the ward, and I quickly turned away to avoid being recognized. Thank heavens. Who knows what embellishments this woman has added? Why have I ended up with such a reputation? This is utterly ridiculous. Well done, Wang Yan. Zhou Mo placed breakfast in front of her. "You can tell stories too? Look who's here," and then cheerfully answered herself. "It's our protagonist." I clasped my hands together. "And then, I'll give you $100 if you can refer to the protagonist as Chun Lin." Chun Lin scenes are still to come. She swallowed a bite of the rice ball. "The one who is naked." There's such a subplot. The man in the neighboring bed, who had been facing away from us, struggled to sit up. When will we hear about it? Su Cheng. Zhou Mo immediately recognized him. "What are you doing here?" "Leader." Su Cheng instantly wilted. "I'm fine. Just sustained a minor injury. I didn't hear the second team mention this." "You wouldn't be feigning illness just to hear a story, would you?" "Of course not." He leaned forward, revealing his bandaged head. "But leader, you should have come sooner." This Lu Chongfeng sounds like a sharpshooter. I wonder who's more skilled. "Are you saying your leader that is quite formidable?" And then regarded Zhou Mo with skepticism. "Absolutely." Su Chang thumped his thigh. In the previous military district competition, he single-handedly claimed 8 championships out of 25 categories. Not to mention, the title of sharpshooter is indeed well-deserved. All right, that was ages ago. Zhou Mo turned to introduce me, Su Cheng, a member of the second team, that if you have any questions for your friends, now is the time. No. Su Cheng raised both hands. "No need for interrogation. I'll confess myself. The one with the broken arm, old Lu said he's doing all right. He already removed the necrotic and non-viable tissue. As for whether the bone will heal, that's up to him. The other one seemed hardly injured. We just gave him a tetanus shot. Aren't they coming to the base?" I inquired. "Comrade Xiao, besides your place, we have several other locations to visit. The mission isn't complete. How can we bring people along?" Su Cheng grumbled as he lay back down. "Besides, they don't plan on coming over. They said they're waiting for someone named K and another named Cat, that it's KK and C, T, and I corrected him in unison. Right, KK and Cat." Su Cheng nodded repeatedly. "But your place doesn't seem that big. How come so many people are crammed in?" "Oh, that's none of your concern." And waved her hand dismissively. "What happened to your injury?" Zhou Mo sat down at the foot of his bed. "Did you encounter trouble at the consulting center?" "Not really." Su Cheng awkwardly rubbed his chin. "It was just too chaotic there. I got hit on the head by a falling shelf while searching for information." "Wait a minute." And then suddenly sat up. "You didn't leave the place in shambles and just walk away, did you?" I propped the shelf back up. "And the information. Do you know how long I take to archive?" And then gritted her teeth. "Leader." Su Cheng cast a pleading glance at Zhou Mo. The latter immediately understood and began to mediate. "Actually, it can be said that Su Cheng indirectly saved your life." And then raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, if it hadn't been for him stopping, the convoy would have likely driven off." "You were the driver?" Only then did I realize he looked somewhat familiar. "Yes, you startled me back then." Su Cheng patted his chest. "Seeing someone on the wanted list suddenly appear by the roadside and try and stop my car, I thought it might be a human bomb attack. Come on. If we're talking about saving lives, it was Xiao who saved me." And reached out to pull me to. As her sleeve slipped down, a bandaged forearm was revealed. She quickly tugged at the cuff. "Too late." I glanced at her. "I knew it when you were unconscious." "Let me clarify." She immediately raised 3 fingers. "I absolutely did not do anything foolish." I retreated to the clinic after taking down 2 zombies at the stairwell. "I know that door isn't very sturdy, but I didn't expect it to be this flimsy. I also don't understand what the director was thinking. The restroom can be renovated several times a year. Yet the door remains in such a state. Don't blame me." She glanced at Zhou Mo. "He didn't give you a hard time, did he?" "The treatment was excellent." Recalling the days locked in the barracks, I chuckled. Before, we had 3 meals a day served, plus round-the-clock security services. And now, Now it's different. I sighed deeply. Starting tomorrow, I must work in the lab. How infuriating. Why must I still work when the world has ended? Xiao He is so capable. She indeed should continue to shine in her role. She nodded. This virus is quite troublesome. I assenti it. They told me a lot before, and I was overwhelmed. The mechanism is indeed somewhat complex. I attempted to explain in the simplest terms. Just know that infectious without showing symptoms, symptomatic without being infectious is sufficient. During the week of lockdown, all potential carriers turned into zombies. Becoming a zombie means entering the symptomatic phase while simultaneously losing infectiousness. So being bitten or captured is inconsequential so our survival is because we weren't infected from the start? Yes. Both Chen and I found ourselves unemployed at home. The ANN Psychological Consulting Center had barely opened a few times last year. Moreover, they both had their own vehicles, thus minimizing opportunities for public transport. Overall, we largely avoided contact with crowds, which allowed us to evade the clutches of the H virus. But wait, Anne scratched her head. If there are no existing sources of infection, why must we undergo quarantine upon returning to the base? What? The 7-day confinement was actually a quarantine. A thought flashed through my mind, barely catching it. Who told you there are no sources of infection? Zhou Mo crossed his arms. While zombie humans indeed lack infectiousness, over 90% of stray animals in the city are asymptomatic carriers. The H virus can infect lab mice. And naturally, it can infect them. Just make sure not to let their saliva touch any wounds. What is wrong with you two? Oh no, Anne and I exchanged glances. This time, it's truly over. In July, the ice and snow of East City had completely melted away. Spring, after a long and arduous journey, finally arrived belatedly in this northern town. After working tirelessly for 2 months, the inhibitor had finally passed Phase 3 trials. All that remained was to determine the specific medication regimen for the infected. Traditional oral and injection methods were impractical. Currently, the most favored methods were helicopter dispersal and artificial rain, akin to external treatment therapies. Small doses administered multiple times, slow to take effect, with a lengthy course of treatment, yet it was the most suitable choice. After all, from a certain perspective, these infected individuals are relying on the H virus to extend their lives. Following a successful experiment, Professor Wang generously granted us a 3-day break. How ruthless, Sun Ning remarked, his hair resembling a disheveled nest of instant noodles, as he crammed his personal belongings into his bag. In the final weeks, he had practically taken up residence in the laboratory. I'm off, sister, he waved at me one by one. Everyone began to leave, and soon the laboratory was entirely deserted. I rummaged through a drawer for my sketchpad and stepped out of the small white building. Today was Saturday, and the streets were bustling with people. I glanced around, seeking a suitable location for sketching, when I unexpectedly collided with a broad back. Staring at the tall, slender figure before me, I found myself momentarily dazed. I'm sorry, are you okay? The other party immediately apologized. It's all right. I gently shook my head. I had indeed mistaken him for someone else. But it made sense. How could that person possibly be here? I wondered how those two were faring now. Su Cheng had failed to recognize the identities of KK and Cat Brother, and thus did not remind them to exercise caution. Although the 2 little ones were lost at the time, they ultimately needed to return home. Now, we could only place our hopes in Chun Lin's medical expertise. I sat down on a nearby bench and spread out my drawing paper as I sketched. I reflected on the events of the past year. Academic setbacks, coupled with a series of upheavals at the Research Institute, had plunged me into severe depression that I had once taken amitriptyline for a time and sought therapy from a psychologist. But the results were minimal, and hypnosis had failed as well. In early October of last year, I resolved to undergo MECT. This procedure allowed me to forget many things. Then it had once been my attending physician, my medication history, and all that had transpired in my final year of doctoral studies. I only vaguely recall that I had not been in a good state before this, that it was from this point that the unease buried in my subconscious began to manifest in frequent dreams. Keeping me perpetually on edge, I often asked myself, how did everything evolve into its current state? Who should we blame for this? My senior, a passionate Hungarian, had told us that his name meant King of Knights. He loved this land and often referred to Country Z as his second home. According to later investigations, the last time he made a purchase was on the day of the lockdown. He bought 2 sausages and a bottle of cola before disappearing without a trace to this day. His fate remains unknown. Perhaps he had to bear some responsibility for the initial escape incident. But should we truly lay the blame for the world's downfall at his feet? Should we blame this clumsy fool who failed to foresee the consequences of his actions? The individual most likely to be the culprit had most probably turned into a zombie, still hoping for our rescue. During our journey north alongside the military, we grew increasingly suspicious of one another. The underlying reason was our subconscious belief that there would be a mastermind, someone to shoulder all the blame and responsibility. Yet, by the end, we discovered that such a person did not exist, that we lacked a specific individual upon whom to direct our resentment and sorrow. There were no rumors or cover-ups. All revelations about the outbreak's origin were entirely accurate. All leaks regarding the hospital's surgical department were completely correct. The warnings about water shortages and lockdowns were entirely valid. The refutations of conflicts among staff were also spot on to that point. It was still far from the incubation period. They had merely reacted violently due to the infection. The chaos among the populace was also beyond their control. Those residents tugging at epidemic prevention personnel, those who defied orders and ventured out, even those who banged on doors demanding water. This gradual invasion of the virus into the central nervous system mirrored humanity's slow loss of self-restraint. The resulting turmoil should not be borne by them. The government's measures were equally impeccable. Swift lockdowns and strict controls, in the face of a complete lack of understanding regarding the transmission mechanism. They had nearly reached the limits of what could be done. Even with the benefit of hindsight, many decisions were remarkably sound, not to mention the commendable one-way rescue and the sacrificial presence that would surely be recorded in history. Aside from that uncontrollable initial mistake, everyone had exerted their utmost efforts to avert disaster. Yet ultimately, they all failed. Irreversible, unalterable. The collective efforts of all could not compensate for a single minor error. This sounds both absurd and terrifying. For that we cannot demand perfection from ourselves, that IT might have been the escape of a laboratory animal, a vial of reagent accidentally knocked over, a deleted document, or a small computational error. In the brief minute my senior had stepped away from the experiment. The first domino had already fallen, but at the time, no one realized what that meant. Humanity had amassed countless errors over an extended period, and we remain unable to predict which would be fatal and which would not. Compared to a precise nuclear strike, a barrage of warfare, or the calculated revenge of an antisocial personality, this is undoubtedly far more frightening. For all assaults, wars, and retaliations are the result of meticulous planning and repeated deliberation. Every conflict arising from humanity will inevitably end at humanity's own hands. Thus, from this perspective, even the most tumultuous situations have never truly spiraled out of control. However, how can we hold ourselves to a standard of error-free existence? With a forceful push, the pencil tip broke against the paper. I sighed and opened my bag to retrieve a new one. Suddenly, I heard someone calling my name. Xiaohe, and it was standing by the roadside, waving at me in a white floral dress. Most of her wounds had healed, leaving only delicate scars on her arms. Yet she seemed unconcerned, exposing her skin to the sunlight with grace against the backdrop of her radiant face. The scars appeared mysterious and enchanting, detracting nothing from her beauty. Zhou Mo stood beside her, still clad in military attire. They were halted by the traffic lights across the street. I waved back at them and began to pack up my sketchpad. Xiaohe, what are you doing here? And then flew over like a gust of wind. I'm sketching, I replied, shaking the pencil holder. Come on, with your drawing skills. She eyed me skeptically. Mastery is just around the corner. I winked. Where's Zhou Mo? He was just here. What did I find out in a bit? She teased. Xiaohe, you seem to be dressed a bit warmly today. Is it too much? I glanced down at myself, short sleeves and long pants, topped with a knitted jacket. The temperature was only 15 degrees today. Clearly, she was the one underdress. It's still spring, Miss, and I remarked, rubbing my nose. Be careful on your day in that dress. You might catch a chill and get sick. Nonsense, she glared at me. What date? You two are practically conjoined twins, I bluntly exposed her. Stop talking nonsense, she pouted. Zhou Mo is a year younger than you. That thought is utterly sinful in a way. Zhou Mo is younger than me. It's shocking, isn't it? I told you he looks older, but he wouldn't admit. I teed up why that logic. When I was in college, he had just graduated from middle school. That what a strange sense of time. She rubbed her arms. So, you and Chen Lin must not use this against me. Chen Lin? My ears perked up. Has he returned to the base? Not yet, but an and words were cut short by the sound of a horn. A military pickup truck screeched to a halt in front of us, with Zhou Mo in the driver's seat. Let us go. She immediately grabbed my wrist. Wait, that I hurriedly grabbed my bag from the bench. Where to? Home. Dazed, I climbed into the back seat as the vehicle roared back to life. What is going on? I asked Zhou Mo, still trying to shake off my confusion. Have you defected? No, I shook my head. You're wearing an armband. You must have a mission. Forget it. Just think of me as a defector. He quickly denied. I have no mission right now. Just paid leave. What if this guy has switched sides? I glanced at an and then at Zhou Mo. Perfect. While I was still wandering around aimlessly, attempting to sketch out the base's defense map, this woman had already completed the game for me. Just as my current task reached a conclusion, I could finally extricate myself from this obligation. Xiaohe, do you think Chen Lin and the others have turned into zombies? And then pondered, stroking her chin. If so, he can't even keep his one redeeming quality. It's all right. I pulled out a vial of reagent from the side pocket of my bag and shook it. There is still a chance for revival. You took that from the lab? Uh-huh. How could you carry this around? And Anne's eyes widened. Xiaohe, you're not secretly planning to escape, are you? She suddenly realized. Is that bizarre drawing of yours a map? What bizarre drawing? I corrected her. That's a floor plan? Yes, a floor plan, she responded repeatedly. Not bad. Xiaohe has really improved, quite different from before. What was she like before? Zhou Mo interjected. How to describe it? She seemed overwhelmed with worry, and recalled the scene from their first consultation to AT that time. My diagnosis was depression, anxiety, and a certain degree of catastrophe phobia. Her mental state was so poor that I could hardly determine whether the animal escape was real or merely a figment of her imagination. Since our consultation room was not accredited for MECT, I recommended she seek treatment at a top-tier hospital that I never expected to run into her again, especially in the hallway. But at that time, she had already forgotten you. Zhou Mo glanced at us through the rearview mirror. Yes, and nodded. It's probably for the best. It wasn't exactly a pleasant memory. I had been racking my brain to maintain the facade of my lies. Yet she clearly knew more than I did. But now it's different. She smiled at me, and more confused confessions. While diligently working, she has not abandoned the thought of saving her friends. However, she shifted the subject. Xiaohe, you must acknowledge that you are merely an ordinary person. An ordinary person lacks the divine perspective and cannot foresee the future as for those zombie survivors, so long as they do not pose a threat to our lives. We have never tortured or slaughtered them, so do not punish yourself with baseless accusations. Anna nudged my arm. You are the one who tends to overthink. I do not. Though I denied it, her words inexplicably lightened the gloom in my heart. Thus, after 2 days of traveling on an endless highway, we finally arrived in Chuncheon City. The service areas along the route had resumed operations under military control. It seems the intricate transportation routes would soon revitalize, and rescue operations would proceed more smoothly. Familiar street views rushed past outside the window. The trees lining the road were lush and verdant, sweeping away the desolation of winter. The community was just ahead. The vehicle made a right turn into the entrance. The neighborhood was eerily empty. To my astonishment, I did not see a single zombie in sight. How strange, to where could they all have gone? We've arrived. Zhou Mo parked the pickup truck beneath Building 51. I opened the door and jumped out. The deafening chorus of cicadas crashed over me like a tidal wave. The sun blazed fiercely, casting dazzling golden light through the leaves, making me feel dizzy. Before I could acclimate to the sweltering heat, a robust meow echoed from the lobby. Cat Brother, and it exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing his name, Cat Brother immediately dashed over, his belly jiggling with each step. No wonder the horde ignored you and scratched his chin. Turns out you're just a little zombie cat. It seems there is more. Zhou Mo leaned against the car with crossed arms. There is a whole group of zombie kittens that I looked up. That a gaggle of wobbly little creatures peeked out from the lobby. Cat Brother's frail boyfriend was also there. The cow-patterned cat was entirely snow white, save for 2 black patches on its forehead and nose, resembling a failed Austrian art student sporting a sideswept fringe and a paintbrush mustache. after hauling our luggage back into the building. The fire escape was unlocked, and we followed the stairs to the front of room 902. Knocked on it and raised her hand to rap on the door. Coming, a voice responded from inside. Why are you all here so early? As the door swung open, Zhang Yifan appeared before us, clad in a flowery apron. For a moment, both sides were stunned. You all. Zhang Yifan immediately yanked off the apron. I was cooking. Chen Lin went out, and then looked at him, then at the pink apron in his hands. You two seemed quite happy together, she remarked, her expression conflicted. Did anything happen? What kind of story? Zhang Yifan responded, somewhat bewildered. You know, the kind where you sleep in the same bed at night. Impossible. Well, that is good. Seems you both are quite conservative. Wait, I interrupted the flustered Zhang Yifan. I think the pot might be burning. The three of them promptly shifted their focus. I seized the opportunity to slip in. Now I understood why and said I was overdressed. In no time, I was drenched in sweat. After changing clothes, I returned to the living room. The home DSOR had remained virtually unchanged, preserving its original state. Time seemed to stand still, as if we had never left. Xiao He, and then serve a large bowl of fish soup. This is for Cat Brother. He just gave birth. Where should I put this? I asked, taking it with both hands. Put it on the terrace. His nest is there. Zhang Yifan donned the floral apron again, answering while stirring the pot. I carefully carried the fish soup downstairs. Sure enough, Cat Brother and the kittens were on the terrace. As soon as the stainless steel bowl touched the ground, they surrounded it eagerly. Leaning against the railing, I watched them devour the soup with great interest. Suddenly, a heavy panting sound came from behind. Turning around, I saw a person and a dog crossing the open space, making their way toward the lobby. Bark, bark, bark. The dog seemed to spot me and barked excitedly. KK, the boy wearing a straw hat, reprimanded. Be quiet. However, the dog paid no heed to his command, continuing to run around in circles. Bark, 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 bark. Suddenly, the boy appeared to have a realization and looked up. Sunlight poured down, and the cicadas seemed to fall silent at that moment. Our eyes met. The straw hat thudded to the ground. After an indeterminate period, Chen Lin pressed his lips together, a gentle breeze stirred, and fragmented sunlight danced on the tips of his hair. Xiao He, you're back. This time, 5 people were seated around the dining table, filling it to capacity. This is Zhou Mo, and then introduced us, and this is Chen Lin and Zhang Yifan. Pleasure to meet you. I've heard much about you. Zhou Mo raised his glass to clink with the two to heard about us. Zhang Yifan looked somewhat perplexed. Yes, Wang Yai mentioned you. Zhou Mo pointed at me. Xiao He almost took down Lu Chongfeng and frightened him into submission. I knew it. Although I had only heard the beginning outside the ward last time, it was evident I was cast as a female warrior in this narrative. He then gestured toward Zhang Yifan. Zhang, capable of beheading enemy generals amid gunfire from 100 meters away. That's an exaggeration. The latter scratched his head, feeling bashful. And Chen Lin as for Chen Lin, at this point, Zhou Mo hesitated. It seems it's not a favorable image. Chen Lin chuckled. Go on. Is it about being idle or unproductive? Impossible. I only use positive terms, all right? Indeed, Zhou Mo nodded. She mentioned you are valiant and strong. Chen Lin seemed to catch on. Was I dressed when I made my entrance? I don't think so. Don't feel any psychological burden. Zhou Mo reassured him. Impulsiveness is human nature. Chen Lin's gaze was somber, and then quickly diverted her eyes, pretending to admire the scenery. Who was undressed? Zhang Yifan was still in the dark. Nothing like that. Don't listen to their nonsense. I interjected. How's your injury? He shrugged his left shoulder. It's all right. Zhang Yifan's arm had healed moderately. Still unable to lift heavy objects, he then recounted the events of the past 2 months. After we left, there had been a significant riot from the zombies in the building. Those who were locked inside their homes managed to open the doors and charge into the hallway. Fortunately, a military unit came to search the area, preventing a catastrophe. Chen Lin said that before the second trip to the base, a loud noise came from upstairs. Do you all remember? And I shook our heads. The time gap had rendered our memories somewhat hazy. That was probably the sound of the zombies opening doors, Zhang Yifan explained. Later, they were lured away by a team. The barbed wire barricade and other buildings were also completely opened. But we didn't see any zombies when we entered. I questioned. The weather is too hot now. They're all cooling off in the basement. They certainly know how to choose their spots to avoid further casualties. The military informed us of quite a few things before they left. The zombies that were killed were all ordinary people. Zhang Yifan's expression turned complex. Who would have thought that? Indeed, who could have imagined? Whether zombies or surviving humans, those who lived were stained with each other's blood to some extent. Sensing the heavy atmosphere at the dining table, and shifted the topic. By the way, how did you save KK? Chen Lin glanced at the golden retriever lying at his feet, and then at us. He came back by himself. Did you come back on your own? Yes, soaked to the bone. Perhaps jumped into the river to evade the zombies that weren't the corpses downstairs a threat? Chen Lin shook his head. It appeared KK was also a carrier. The earlier siege was likely due to bloodstains on his fur. Upon receiving orders to run to the riverbank, he inadvertently washed away the scent of blood. You all should remain cautious, Zhou Mo advised. Both KK and Cat Brother are likely carriers of the virus. Indeed, there are still sources of infection. The two seemed unfazed. You already knew? I glanced at Chen Lin. Could he have deduced this? Just a conjecture. Chen Lin paused his chopsticks that I've heard the military mention vaccines. If there were no other sources of infection, research in that area would be entirely unnecessary. Since this speculation arose, they had become increasingly vigilant. Cat Brother and KK had moved their nest to the second floor. They handled the river water with greater caution. Until their wounds healed, both were on high alert. It's all right, and then waved her hand. Anyway, Xiaohe has already developed the antidote. We just don't know what side effects it might have. If you two accidentally get infected, be prepared for a shot. The living room could no longer accommodate extra beds. After lunch, everyone hastily brought out the 901 that the three boys moved to the adjacent room. The electric fan blew warm air. The day's temperature peaked at that moment. Although the solar panels were working diligently, the stored power was still insufficient to operate the air conditioning that IT was sweltering. Lying on a long-lost mattress, I stared blankly at the ceiling IT that moment, and then pushed the door open to make space for the boys. She had brought all her personal items to my home. Are you done cleaning up? She gestured and collapsed onto the bed. Zhou Mo has quite the nerve to just move in and rolled over, muttering, the number of oddballs at home is increasing. Xiaohe, she propped herself up, leaning closer. Did you say anything during that precious moment of solitude? Of course that I shrank back, but it was merely idle chatter. Chen Lin said you only greeted him with a hello when you met. And then stared at me, unblinking. That can't be true, right? It is. Blame his sudden appearance for making me forget the opening line I had rehearsed all the way, just as he was about to scold me. I hastily added, don't underestimate those two words. They are a simple yet powerful greeting. Are you doing reading comprehension? She clenched her fists. Forget IT and words, actions can suffice. She pressed on. Did you at least hug? A friendly one would do. We shook hands. That I cautiously looked at her. Does that count? What do you think? She went into a frenzy. Greeting first, then shaking hands. Was that a leaders' meeting? What are you two doing? And Anne's expression was one of exasperation. That you're too dense. Xiaohe, at this rate, you'll lose to Zhang Yifan. I was at a loss for words, unsure how Zhang Yifan would react to such a remark. After being away for so long, don't you have anything you want to ask or know? Seeing my silence, she attempted to coax me, and a thought crossed my mind, and I quickly nodded that I do. Then what are you waiting for? And Anne's eyes sparkled. Go. But that it feels a bit abrupt. Though I was curious was it really okay to ask directly? I hesitated. IT won't be. Absolutely not. She shook her head vigorously. Hurry up. The door to 902 was slightly ajar. After pacing a few circles, I steeled my resolve and pushed the door open. What's wrong? The boys on the sofa were startled by my sudden entrance. The other two exchanged glances, hesitant to inquire further. I have something to ask. That I spoke with utmost seriousness. He pointed to himself. Yes. Under the gaze of Chen Lin and Zhou Mo, Zhang Yifan obediently followed me to the corridor. What's up, Xiaohe? He spoke nervously. What do you want to ask? You, In. What's the situation between you? I finally voiced my long-held confusion. Do you like In? Ah. Zhang Yifan suddenly began to sidestep the question. Did she ask you to inquire? That I hesitated, sort of. After a moment, he gently nodded that I knew it. I excitedly clenched my fist. Zhang Yifan scratched his head. Isn't that obvious? On the contrary, it's too subtle. I imitated Nin's tone. Zhang, at this rate, you'll lose to Zhou Mo. What? Zhou Mo too. Zhang Yifan's eyes widened. Can't you see? I sighed in exasperation. He has been making moves directly for quite some time. I then recounted Zhou Mo's actions over the past few months to him. This is just like Sima Zhao's intentions, I said vehemently. You need to have some sense of urgency. What should I do, Xiao He? Zhang Yifan was now a bit flustered. I think that you need to first defend against Zhou Mo's advances. Don't give him a chance to shine. He repeated it to himself twice and nodded. Then what? Just as I was about to continue advising him, heavy footsteps echoed from the staircase. Chen Lin, you're incredibly lazy. A newcomer complained breathlessly, if we don't harvest soon, these potatoes will rot in the ground. Zhao Heng stumbled out, clutching a burlap sack, and collided with us at the door. The sack slipped from his hands, and a small mountain of potatoes landed on his foot. Ouch! He yelped in pain. However, upon meeting my gaze, all his cries were swallowed back. Ignoring his injured foot, Zhao Heng shouted downstairs, Nan Jia, hurry up! Immediately, there were heavy footsteps coming from the fire escape. What happened? What is going on? Shernan's sweaty face appeared before us almost instantly, wielding a long axe, clearly ready for battle. Xiaohe, upon recognizing me, Shernan froze. Then she scanned me from head to toe. Are you all right? Yes. Looking at the two before me, my mood suddenly lifted. Everything has been resolved. Zhao Heng was still hopping around, clutching his right foot. His loud outcry attracted the attention of everyone inside the house, who gathered in the corridor. Shernan put down her axe, awkwardly adjusting her glasses. Sensing her unease, Zhang Yifan stepped forward and took hold of the burlap sack. You two really, he frowned, it's so hot. Aren't you afraid of heat stroke? Zhang. Zhao Heng grimaced, shaking his head. If I get heat stroke, at least I can rest. I'd rather get it quickly. Ever since we gave you a small plot of land. Chen Lin has been slacking off, watering every 3 days and not even showing up to harvest. Zhao Heng complained, grabbing Zhang Yifan's arm. Captain, you must recover soon. I can hardly hold on. Actually, Chen Lin rubbed his nose. Potatoes don't require daily watering. Excuse, Zhao Heng dismissed him outright. A flimsy excuse. Shernan seemed to have a thought. Oh, they really not need it? Nanjia don't believe him. Chen Lin will say anything to get out of work. Really, a certain credit-broken individual seemed quite helpless. Too much water will cause rot. Just as Zhao Heng was lamenting, he suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds of silence, then may I ask, Shernan awkwardly scratched her hair. If they rot, how can we salvage them? It seemed they truly had problems with rot. Zhang Yifan had intended to invite them for dinner. Not today. The two wore pained expressions that we might still be able to salvage them if we head back now. After a hurried farewell, they dashed off to the vegetable patch. Clearly, the potato defense battle had begun without any smoke or mirrors. It looks pretty good, and then squatted in front of the sack. We can have fries tonight. Shall I handle it? Zhou Mo suggested, preparing to lift the potatoes. I immediately signaled to Zhang Yifan that I'll do it. He quickly caught on. This sack is heavy. Can you handle it? Not a problem. Let me do it. The two of them bickered as they pushed and shoved their way into the kitchen. Outside, Shernan and Zhao Heng's figures had disappeared at the end of the main road in the neighborhood. I withdrew my gaze. It seems we have missed a lot. Spill it, and then urged knowingly. Chen Lin pondered for a moment. Actually, it's not a lot. Since leaving the base, Zhang Yifan has been preoccupied with the situation there. In early June, taking advantage of the horde being gathered in the basement, they ventured to the park. The original plan was to inquire about Zhao Heng, but unexpectedly, they encountered Shernan directly. She seemed to have regained her composure. This meeting surprisingly lacked the tension one might expect. Zhang Yifan seized the opportunity to explain their encounter with Wang Yong and the confiscation of the hardware. Shernan is quite perceptive. Once the emotions settle, she can figure things out on her own. Chen Lin sighed. Let us consider this a misunderstanding. Overthinking can easily lead both parties into a corner. Did you tell her? And then asked about the true nature of the zombies. Not yet. I nodded. Perhaps it's for the best. Knowing would only add to the burden. Just as we exchanged a few more words, a voice from the kitchen interrupted. Wang Yan. What now? Come here for a moment, for heaven's sake. And then grumbled as she entered. It's just peeling a potato. What monumental problem could arise? The corridor fell silent again. The afternoon sun blazed, heating the glass to a scorching temperature. We leaned against the windowsill. The summer breeze rustled through the trees, stirring the forest in gentle waves. For a long while, no one spoke. I suddenly recalled that night of our first meeting, when we had similarly leaned against the railing. Talking late into the night, it felt as if nothing had changed, yet everything was different. Xiao Chen Lin turned his head. Did I make you anxious? No, I instinctively denied it. Really? He pressed his lips together. If you keep tugging on that cord, the blinds will break. I silently discarded the lift cord from my grasp. If you're truly anxious, holding hands once more wouldn't be out of place. Very well. This fellow is mocking me. A loss for a retort. I chose to continue playing the ostrich. And said that he paused. That you have something you wish to ask me? It's nothing. Don't listen to her nonsense. Really nothing. His brown eyes, clear and profound, drew me in, causing me to momentarily lose my train of thought. How could it be nothing that I wanted to ask him what he meant by his words before our separation? I wanted to know if he had waited a long time in the garage. I wanted to ask if he had enjoyed these past 2 months, whether my presence or absence made any difference to him. Yet each question, to some extent, crossed the boundaries of friendship. Do not ask. I told myself, it is already good as it is. Yes, I met his gaze truly. But I do. Chen Lin's voice was soft, as if drifting from a great distance. I often think, if I hadn't been there, you wouldn't have ventured out, nor faced such dangers. Perhaps I chose wrong from the very beginning, that I shouldn't have appeared, nor should I have stayed. That would have been the best outcome. I understood his meaning that I, too, had envisioned an alternate reality. In that realm, there would be no Chen Lin, not even in Tiomi. She would merely be Dr. Wang. That I wouldn't have encountered Wang Yong, Lu Changfeng, or Lu Xiu. Simultaneously, everything at the base would be irrelevant to me. Cat Brother would continue to roam the neighborhood, and KK would be trapped on the terrace, but I would not mourn for it. For we would be strangers, no horde, no bloodshed, no crises, no stories. I would not venture to the supermarket, nor to the hospital. I would need do nothing but fill my stomach with food each day. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow would no longer hold distinction. Sisyphus would push his boulder up the hill day after day, and I would remain eternally trapped in the same day. It felt as if history had folded, creating a hard lump. Everything would endlessly repeat in monotony. The sun would rise and set until the army came to take me away. Would this be a better ending? Not at all. My voice was soft, as if responding to his question, yet also speaking to myself. There will be no better ending. He lowered his head, lost in thought. The summer birds, estranged from their flocks, perched outside the window before swiftly taking flight. After an indeterminate time, I broke the silence. I'll go check the kitchen to see if I can help. Chen Lin remained silent. Teacher Chen? I waved my hand in front of his eyes. Just as I pondered whether to make a discreet exit, a hand suddenly grasped my wrist gently. In the sunlight, Chen Lin appeared not merely gilded with a golden edge, but rather, he radiated a luminous glow. This time, there was no barrier of protective clothing. The warmth emanating from his grip was unmistakable and intense. Perhaps I should act more nonchalant, or perhaps I ought to naturally inquire, "What's the matter?" Yet the truth was that aside from staring at him blankly, I could do nothing. "Xiao, do you think?" Chen Lin was about to continue when a cacophony of voices erupted from the doorway. "Well, you didn't clarify that at all." "Is it necessary to clarify? Any sane human could deduce it. I'm helping you, Wang Yan. If you can't even muster a thank you, must you resort to personal attacks? Please, it's a miracle I didn't berate you." The two conversed as they approached, their voices growing nearer. Instinctively, I wanted to distance myself. However, Chen Lin held my hand firmly, showing no intention of letting go. Ann's figure quickly appeared around the corner. She seemed poised to say something, yet fell silent upon glancing our way in the narrow corridor. Ann and I exchanged bewildered looks. "What's wrong?" Chen Lin chuckled. "Have you encountered a problem?" "Well, not really." She gazed at my wrist where he held me, her expression lost in thought. Mo looked at Ann, puzzled, and added, "We just can't find a laminating machine. Should I help?" I ventured weakly. "Please don't," and urged Mo to retreat. "You focus on your own tasks." I doubt him not very. Before I could finish, the two had vanished without a trace. "Are you going to help them, Xiao?" Chen Lin gazed down at me that I dared not meet his eyes. I wasn't even aware of how I nodded or how I returned to the room. Dazed, I stood in the living room for a moment before coming to my senses. The storage room door stood ajar. Wherein and Joe M.O. rummaged through boxes that weren't you saying they were a couple? Oh, they'll be soon enough. Their character and plot don't align at all. Artistic license, I shouldn't have trusted you. Upon turning, and spotted me standing in the doorway. Back already. How come you're so quick this time? What do you mean again? And I clear my throat twice, avoiding her question. Let me help you look. Forget it. Chen is preparing a full-on showdown, so you should conserve your strength for him. What do you mean? Joe M.O. inquired. Kids should stop asking so many questions. You'll understand when you grow up. She at it again. Finally, we unearthed the laminating machine from a pile of clutter in the corner. By the way, I asked belatedly, what do you need this for? Well, you'll see when you take a look. Following in and into the kitchen, I finally understood her cryptic expression. A whole bag of potatoes had been peeled, forming a small mountain in 2 basins. It was him who suggested the competition. Joe M.O. sniffled. I never said I wanted to compete. Upon seeing me, the previously listless Zhang Yifan straightened up immediately. I merely stated you're slower than I am. His explanation only aggravated it further. How old are you two? Receiving a deadly glare, Zhang Yifan cast a pleading glance my way. Never mind. Let's just bag them up, I said, feeling a headache coming on. How to put it? Although Joe M.O. indeed hadn't been given a chance to shine. Something felt amiss. The rivalry between these two had taken a rather unexpected turn. I glanced at Zhang Yifan, then at Joe M.O., who were now huddled together, figuring out how to use the laminating machine. Joe M.O. was surprisingly accepting of Zhang Yifan's challenge. I couldn't help but wonder if those 8 championships were merely a product of competitive spirit. However, I withdrew my gaze, my expression complex as I looked at one of the basins. Should I tell them that this one is specifically for washing socks? Turned out my premonition was accurate. Following the potato debacle, these two began an arms race. The last Cold War between men could be traced back to 2019. Who would have thought that 70 years later, the Iron Curtain would fall once more? One night, and half-awake nudged me. Shall he? What is that noise outside? Is there? I didn't hear anything that I mumbled. Still drowsy. Is it a thief? She asked again. Let them steal, then I replied. Wait a minute, I am the 2nd year of the apocalypse. Where would a thief come from? That thought jolted me awake. As we stealthily pushed open the bedroom, we found Zhang Yifan and Joe M.O. was sitting neatly at the dining table, enjoying their meal. KK lay beside them, squinting his eyes and a yawn. Good morning, ladies. Joe M.O. waved at us. I glanced outside at the pitch-black sky, momentarily at a loss for words. What with you two? And then scolded. Stealing a midnight snack is one thing, but making such a racket. This is breakfast. Zhang Yifan explained softly. I don't care if it's breakfast or dinner. And then retorted, punching the wall. You two better keep it down. The pair shrank back, quickly stuffing the remaining food into their mouths before leading KK out the door. Chen mentioned that to compete for dog-walking priority. The two arose before dawn each day. Moreover, they managed to complete all house chores before sunrise. Fortunately, this unhealthy habit of rising early and working hard was soon curtailed under an Anne's iron-fisted rule. With the competition for priority eliminated, they resorted to manipulating the workload. Thus, now the fish pond required feeding twice a day. Even a certain Royal Guard dog could not escape its fate. Upon seeing the leash, it would tremble in fear, eager to flee. The vegetable garden fared no better. As my cabbages threatened to drown in their hands, I hastily delineated their area. Each would tend to half, with yields tied to performance. However, just when I thought things might settle down for a few days, the pair would invariably stir up new troubles. For instance, that they established a detailed scoring system for household tasks. Yet during the scoring phase, they would end up in a brawl that I had seen the score sheets. There was never a time when they did not award each other 0 points. Another example. Joe M.O. secretly collected KK's organic fertilizer to showcase his prowess, only to be caught red-handed by Zhang Yifan. That on the day his crime was revealed, Zhang Yifan delivered a speech on conduct issues being party issues. Joe M.O., the lone audience member, dutifully listened for an entire afternoon. Such occurrences were numerous that I had questioned whether Zhang Yifan had lost his way. Yet upon reflection, these antics might very well be a crucial step in exhausting the enemy's energy. More importantly, that I discovered that this fellow seemed genuinely enamored with his antics. Rain had intermittently fallen for a week. During such times, the zombies in the garage would re-emerge. I had dismantled the plastic sheeting and collection devices from the balcony. The rain washed everything in its path. Would there be an antidote within? I extended my hand to catch the droplets falling from the eaves. The next afternoon, the sky finally cleared. The continuous rain had dispelled the summer heat. Clouds layered in the distance. And even the evening glow appeared more vibrant than usual. In the evening, just as we were about to dine, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Upon opening the door, Zhao Heng and Chen stood outside. Laden with bags, I guessed it would be you too. Zhang Yifan welcomed them in. Have you eaten? Chen shook her head. Captain, we can't mooch a meal. Zhao Heng grinned. You little rascal, it was about time. Zhang Yifan urged them to sit and turned to fetch chairs from the next room. You must be Chen. Zhou Mo finally matched the face with the name, but he scrutinized the girl with round glasses and two braided pigtails. Extending his hand. Hello. Chen hesitated momentarily, then politely shook his hand. Hello. Fortunately, there was plenty of food tonight, all kept warm in the rice cooker. I stood up to serve 2 more bowls, but was halted by Chen Lin. I'll handle it. Watching him stride into the kitchen, Zhao Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. What happened? Is Chen Lin turning over a new leaf? He actually let his prize behind leave the chair. This is just the beginning, and replied mysteriously, you missed too much during your absence. Elaborate. Zhao Heng leaned in, and Chen did the same. Chen Lin, the laziest man in 902, and then pointed towards the kitchen, is now adept at serving rice and water. An good deed goes unpunished. He must have ulterior motives, Zhao Heng remarked. Ouch. Zhao Heng frowned. So that he asked serving Sister Nan because he thought, no, that's not the point. And then scratch her head. Never mind. Let me give you another example. Quickly, she regained her composure. Chen Lin is the most unromantic man in 902, yet now he brings flowers back every few days. The community greenbelt is nearly stripped bare. And then gestured towards the bouquet displayed in the living room. An unusual occurrence must indicate something amiss. That's him. Zhao Heng squinted. Doesn't tea that kind of look like heather? You're insane. And then couldn't tea help but retort, what heather blooms in this season? Forget it. She took a deep breath. Let me try another example. Chen Lin, is one of the most disheveled men in 902. At this point, she glanced at Zhou Mo, and amended, should be one of the most disheveled. And now he asked astonishingly that I noticed at the moment I walked in. Zhao Heng immediately chimed in. I was worried something had upset Chen Lin. I didn't dare ask. Chen, what do you think of this hairstyle? Chen considered her words carefully. It's quite unique. Can it not be unique? Zhang Yifan cut it. She was taken aback. Captain Zhang's taste is so peculiar. Why would he cut Chen Lin's hair like that? Perhaps his skills simply aren't up to par. But that's beside the point. And pause for a moment. The important part is that someone is beginning to care about their appearance. Are you suggesting that Chen Lin has someone he likes? Zhao Heng summarized for her. Exactly. That is hardly news. Zhao Heng glanced at me, and then at Chen, his expression gradually contorting, but I still don't understand why he's serving food to Sister and remained silent, merely clenching her fist. That I suppose I should ask him directly. Zhao Heng, startled, nearly collided with Tony Zhang, who was returning with a chair. What is the matter? Why the panic? Zhang Yifan asked, somewhat bewildered. Nothing. Zhou Mo casually took the chair. We were merely informing him that according to your customer list. Yes, next in line. Zhang Yifan pretended not to hear. After a moment, Zhao Heng stumbled out of the kitchen. That I peeked inside. Is it ready yet? Not enough food. Chen Lin steamed 2 more potatoes. It'll be out soon. And then rested her chin on her hand. Did you verify it with him? Of course. Zhao Heng plopped down. Chen Lin said there's nothing to it. He claims he likes Xiao He and told me not to worry unnecessarily. The story told, Zhang Yifan replied. Chen nodded in agreement. Zhou Mo opened a large bottle of orange juice, and was busy passing him cups. That hardly counts as a confession, she shouted towards the kitchen. If you have the guts, say it to their face. Why does everyone appear so matter-of-fact about it? For a moment, I was uncertain whether to dwell on the truthfulness of Zhao Heng's words or the others' reactions. Fortunately, this inner turmoil did not last long. The freshly cooked potatoes came to my rescue. After serving the main course and distributing the rice evenly, there was just enough for everyone. Captain, you have no idea. The rooftop was unbearably hot. Zhao Hong habitually began to vent. We've now moved to the shopping mall. It's better than being bitten to death. Is it really that exaggerated? Zhang Yifan listened with amusement. Indeed, Zhao Heng picked up a piece of spinach, except for Sister Nan. No one wants to cook anymore. It finally dawned on me that they had yet to enter the electrical age. Lighting, boiling water, and cooking all depended on a fire pea. In such sweltering weather, just the thought felt torturous. What about the evenings? I inquired. It should be cooler at night. That is true, if it weren't for the mosquitoes. The beef is delicious. There is hardly any left. Zhang Yifan pushed the can toward Zhao Hong. If it's good, eat more. Xiaonan, how is the food at your base? Zhou. Mo interjected. Do you also have canned food? Shernan was quietly eating. She paused for a moment. Yes. Aside from cooking, who handles other chores? Do you two do it? But do you take turns? We take turns, but we do most of the cooking. If you need help, I can come assist. No need. Really, we're friends. Why be so polite? Truly, it's unnecessary. Their conversation continued. Seemed Zhou Mo intended to stay at the base for a while. What is going on? Zhang Yifan leaned in to quietly ask me. Something feels off, I whispered. He was just as persistent with him before. What? He frowned, but Zhou Mo didn't strike me as a playboy casting his net wide. Let us observe the situation. It might be a feint. I stroked my chin and cautioned, be wary of him infiltrating from behind. Chen Lin, seated between us, seemed to grasp the situation after hearing a few remarks. I wonder why those two suddenly started bickering. He chuckled softly. Turns out there's a strategist involved. As we continued our hushed discussion, Zhao Hong could no longer contain himself. Brother, we truly do not lack man. I could visit as a guest, Zhou Mo replied, his usual bold demeanor intact, and perhaps listen to your tales. You still want to hear Sister Nan's stories? I do indeed. Why don't you let me tell you a story? That's not out of the question. With the focus abruptly on himself, Zhao Hong froze momentarily. Excellent. The fox's tail had been revealed. Zhou Mo appeared intent on indiscriminately infiltrating the base members. Zhang Yifan quickly gestured to Zhao Hong. The captain is most aware of our affairs. You should simply inquire with him. Zhao Hong immediately understood. Well, that our relationship has been rather strained of late. Zhou Mo scratched his head. If you're unwilling to share, I must seek out Xiaonan instead. This was a disaster. Zhao Heng had been caught at a vulnerable point. I warn you not to bother Sister Nan. Then do enlighten me. Impossible. Zhao Heng, with a look of steadfast resolve, firmly declined. I will never betray the captain. You're insane. And finally could not bear it any longer and pulled Shernan, who was seated between them, over. However, the conflict did not cease. I asked your friend, always like this? Shernan glanced at Zhou Mo. Not at all. I raised my right hand. He was definitely not like this before. There's something wrong with the feng shui at home, and then rubbed her arms. How is it that a lunatic and a madman moved in? At the other end of the table, Zhou Mo and Zhao Hong continued their heated debate, refusing to give an inch. Zhang Yifan listened attentively, occasionally chiming in to ensure he was not losing any ground. I've realized Zhou Mo is quite the troublemaker. When he returned, Zhang Yifan seemed perfectly normal, but after Zhou Mo stirred things up, he became like this. And then observed Zhao Hong with a hint of sympathy in her gaze. See, after he stirred us up, now he has found a new target. But if he is a troublemaker, what does that make us? I couldn't help but remind her. Shernan adjusted her glasses. Xiao He's questions are always so incisive. Fine. And then conceded, then he's the mouse droppings, and we're the porridge. Meanwhile, the battleground of the three men had shifted to the living room. Only Chen Lin remained unmoved at the table, seemingly unaffected, his appetite as robust as ever. Hasn't Chen Lin put Zhou Mo in check? Sure, Nan inquired. That is a good question, Nan seemed to ponder. Has Zhou Mo ever stirred trouble for Chen Lin? I thought for a moment. I don't think so. Not just that. I feel Zhou Mo seems a bit intimidated by him. Nan scrutinized Chen Lin. There is definitely something suspicious. There must be some sort of deal. What kind of deal? Shernan instinctively lowered her voice, point one of those soul and body transactions. In a way. Shernan's expression turned complicated. And then looked at me. Xiao He, For the sake of truth, would you consider striking a deal with Chen Lin? Dinner concluded amidst the clamor. By the time we tidied up the table, the clock pointed to 8. As night fell, the outdoor air grew refreshing. The horde of corpses, having spent the day in the basement, occasionally ventured outside to cool off. According to Zhao Hong, the zombies' aggression had significantly diminished. However, for safety reasons, Zhang Yifan still insisted they spend the night at home. The packages they brought were moved to the kitchen, containing fresh pumpkins harvested from the park farm, and clearly eyeing the pumpkins for some time, eagerly proposed making pumpkin cakes for breakfast the next day. Zhou Mo hesitated, but I don't know how to make those. ISNT that why I'm here to guide you, and then pulled out 2 pumpkins from a bag. Besides, Zhao Hong and I have important matters to discuss. Zhao Hong, unusually aligned with him today, agreed. That's true. Quit babbling. What is so important about your trivial matters? I think. Zhou Mo, normally enthusiastic about chores, was resolute today to have a serious discussion with Zhao Hong. However, before he could finish, and then swiftly chopped the pumpkin in half, sealing its fate. What do you think? And then cheerfully turned back. Zhou Mo, staring at the knife on the cutting board, swallowed his unfinished thought. Nothing. If you have any thoughts, just share. I'm very democratic. None at all. He hastily shook his head. I have no thoughts left, Shernan whispered to me, and it really embodies a certain aesthetic of violence. I nodded in agreement. There was only one true leader among us, and we were merely her subordinates. Those who understood her temperament had already obediently donned aprons, leaving only the oblivious Zhao Hong and Zhou Mo to haggle about. However, judging by their expressions, they had likely come to realize their folly. The 4 boys, under an S command, diligently prepared the pumpkin cakes. Various oddly shaped pastries were sealed and placed in the freezer one by one. Shernan and I assumed the role of overseers, striving to indulge in the fruits of their labor without lifting a finger. As the night deepened, I laid out bedding on the windowsill. With no extra beds available, Shernan would have to make do tonight. As for Zhao Hong, that I heard that Zhou Mo and Zhang Yifan both extended invitations to share a bed with him. Well, that should alleviate any concerns regarding sleeping arrangements. Not long after the lights went out, the rhythmic sound of even breathing filled the air. Exhausted from the day, and the supervising master had barely touched the pillow before drifting into slumber. Yet, I felt no hint of drowsiness. That IT was a peculiar experience. I never imagined that one day the 3 of us would share the same room like this on the day we returned. Chen Lin had advised me. He said that overthinking would only lead me into a cul-de-sac. But the truth was, I had long since entered that maze. That I glanced at Shernan. The darkness obscured her form, leaving only an indistinct silhouette behind. That can't sleep? A voice suddenly interrupted my thoughts. I noticed you've been sighing a bit. I sat up. Did I disturb you? Shernan looked at me, shaking her head slightly. A comforting silence enveloped us, the darkness gracefully accommodating this shared stillness. Captain Zhang took me to 501. After a moment, she spoke slowly. He also took me to Chen Lin's house. To be honest, Xiao He, when you mentioned that the true culprit was someone else, I didn't believe you. It's too coincidental. Only you all survive in the entire community, and you're doing quite well. Where did your supplies come from? What about the barbed wire at home? I really wanted to ask you, but I couldn't. You're very clever, and that cleverness frightens me. I knew from the moment Lu Changfeng died that if I wanted to do something, I would only have one opportunity. I couldn't waste it on probing. Yes, I understand. In such circumstances, inquiry and probing held no significance. The innocent would not admit guilt, and the true culprit would not confess. Shernan, I bit my lip. If I were to say, I knew someone would die, and I also knew that opening the door would save a life, yet I still chose not to act. Would you find me terrifying? I had never blamed her, nor did I believe I should. There was no such thing as an unintentional mistake. When making that decision, I had indeed contemplated for a long time. After Wang Yong's death, Chen Lin had come to see me. For the first time, I had disregarded his advice regarding the lockdown of the building, resolutely choosing to maintain the status quo without room for doubt. Someone is trapped inside, slowly dying. How could I not know that I certainly did? Yet at that moment, across the city, the nation, and even the world, countless humans were perishing in this catastrophe. Death gradually devolved into a mere statistic. Compared to that, what significance did a fraction hold? I told myself to acclimate. It had become a commonplace occurrence. However, Chernin's presence unveiled a fragment of the iceberg. She forced me to confront the details of this tragedy through her own wounds. The concealed individuals and stories, the hidden blood and tears, the suppressed struggles and despair all resurfaced before my eyes that I finally realized. My numbness and indifference towards death far exceeded my imagination. After a long pause, she finally responded, "If it were before, I might have thought so. But not now. Because I've come to understand that we are all the same, merely wishing to survive alongside those we care about." She said, "If I can believe that my life and that of my loved ones are paramount, then I must also allow you to prioritize the safety of yourself and your friends." In this scenario, we face the same predicament. I loathe Wang Yong, but I can understand you. Listening to her words only deepened my inner turmoil. Did I truly deserve such understanding? I urged myself to confront the truth. Though I would not resort to the brutality of Wang Yong against my fellow beings, could I not find a perverse satisfaction in the dwindling number of survivors? Perhaps my expression betrayed my thoughts. As she asked with concern, "What is troubling you?" Chen Lin once remarked that infighting among the remnants of humanity was not the solution to our plight, yet he failed to disclose where the true path lay. With newfound resolve, I finally spoke, my voice emanating a chill reminiscent of ice. For an extended period, I regarded the apocalypse as a zero-sum game. Survivors can only compete for limited resources if one wishes to prolong their existence. Then someone else must inevitably perish. Thus, regarding Wang Yong's actions, beyond fear, disgust, and anger, I not feel a tinge of relief, a whisper of gratitude. Is the demise of all survivors a calamity or a blessing? There are times I even wonder, do I subconsciously owe Wang Yong a debt of gratitude? I abhor his indiscriminate slaughter, yet I find myself basking in the legacy of survival he has left behind. Living a life of ease, tranquility, and contentment be why this measure. I am no less hypocritical than Wang Yong, that I compelled myself to articulate each word with precision. Chernin appeared momentarily stunned. Her response delayed. Did I say? You tooted in and, having awakened without my notice, interjected, "I thought I might overhear some juicy gossip at this late hour. Yet this subject is rather grave." "Xiaohe," she called. That I sighed here. "While I know you are rarely lenient with yourself, this seems excessively harsh. Must you interrogate so?" "I concur with an Chernin nodded. "At least I have never considered such matters. Their essay saying, 'The despicable are granted passes by the despicable.' Those who most need reflection seldom undertake such self-examination, while those who do are often not guilty of heinous crimes." And reclined on the bed. "Xiaohe, you must acknowledge that this encapsulates the absurdity of our world. I am ever grateful for the circle of friends surrounding me, always comforting, perpetually understanding, and frequently reassuring." As Chen Lin once articulated, "Some questions are intrinsically devoid of answers. They are cast before us not to be resolved, but to instill confusion, for the act of questioning itself embodies the entirety of its significance." July passed swiftly. Chernin and Zhao Heng occasionally returned from the base bearing fresh fruits and vegetables. They claimed to have spotted military vehicles rushing by on occasion. The world is beginning to function again. Why is Chen Lin still silent? And murmured as she fiddled with the wilting flowers in the living room. They're withering. Huffed. Zhou Mo sputtered tea. "Wang Yin, do you even hear what you're saying?" "What?" She replied innocently. "I was referring to the flowers." Not Chen Lin. That I shook my head, recognizing the familiarity of her words. Zhou Mo was still too young, unaware of Anne's exceptional driving skills, which allowed her to execute a sharp turn with ease. Zhang Yifan, seated beside Zhou Mo, silently wiped his face. Chen Lin mentioned he is awaiting the right moment. And what? Is he planning to stargaze and choose an auspicious day? And then clearly found this notion unsatisfactory. Chernin adjusted her glasses. Perhaps he believes his appearance is lacking and wishes to wait for his hair to grow before confessing. Does Brother Chen Lin have ulterior motives? Zhao Heng suddenly grew anxious. Regrets? Is he reconsidering? You lot. Chen Lin's voice drifted from the balcony. Without looking up, he turned a page of his book. If you're going to speak ill of me, could you do so quietly? At least this way, I can pretend I didn't tea here on August 10, 2023. Military vehicles entered our community for the first time, commencing a scheduled delivery of food supplies that, of course, These were not intended for US. They were tailored hospital meals for the horde of corpses. Under the influence of the medication, their bodily functions had gradually returned to normal. However, in terms of progress, we had merely taken the first step in a long march. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. The group below was now thriving, free from the worry of hunger. While our own food reserves dwindled, I prepared the last bit of chicken for Cola chicken wings. Finally, emptying the 3 drawers of the freezer, I took stock of our supplies. Only 3 cans remained, and all instant meals, including noodles, self-heating rice, and individual rations, were entirely depleted. I had often wondered why the 2 boys were so reluctant to cook. It seemed inevitable. Days without meat were particularly arduous. Mo had paced the balcony for 2 days before suddenly having a bright idea. He urged us to go bird catching together as the sun set. The sky remained bright, and the ground, baked by the day's heat, released steam. While the evening breeze was refreshingly cool, we busily set up bamboo baskets in an open space, scattering corn kernels beneath them. We crouched in a row before the entrance, awaiting the arrival of birds. Mo, clutching a thin string, intently observed the movement near the bamboo basket. Zhang Yifan leaned in to whisper something to him. The camaraderie between men is often a curious thing. Ever since Mo strategically abandoned his pursuit of an uninsured Nan, the trio, once at odds, now seemed inseparable. Zhao Heng continued to chatter, frequently checking in on Shernan, asking if she felt hot, tired, or thirsty. Yet Shernan appeared lost in thought, gazing at the radiant sunset. As time passed, it seemed we all relaxed. Shernan, once perceived as strong-willed and resolute, revealed herself to be the most agreeable among us. Only when provoked did she show her teeth. Having once been adversaries, I had long understood her intelligence. However, upon becoming friends, I discovered she seldom employed her cleverness, often drifting off mid-conversation. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Zhang Yifan, grinning at the bamboo basket. I was reminded of our first encounter. Back then, he exuded an air of authority, commanding respect and embodying leadership. Yet, it seemed he had to force himself into that role, maintaining a fa-ade of strength to protect the hard-won peace. Before the apocalypse, who among us was not an ordinary person? Transformation does not happen overnight. It is through the relentless passage of days and nights that one hastens their growth. Yet now, each person here managed to care for themselves well. Our home was not lacking in those adept at identifying and solving problems. He no longer needed to tread carefully, living in constant fear. Except when conversing with Zhao Heng and Shernan, he would still unconsciously offer extra care. Most of the time, he was no longer Captain Zhang, but rather a member of 902. Our friend, Zhang Yifan, is this going to work? I wonder, and he murmured. Almost there, Zhou Mo scratched his face. Suddenly, he twitched his nose. What is that smell? It's awful. Following the scent, we turned our gazes toward a nearby zombie. Clad in a long-sleeved striped shirt, squatting at the entrance just like us. Hey, didn't we just teach you how to use the restroom a few days ago? How could you forget? Mo exclaimed in frustration. Can you not relieve yourself elsewhere? Are you unaware of how foul it is? The striped zombie paused, bewildered, squatting in place. As their gastrointestinal functions were gradually revived, they began to exhibit human-like excretory needs. And you in the suit? Mo pointed at the zombie peeking around the bamboo basket, reprimanding it. Stop sneaking around. It really disrupts my performance. And then pinched her nose, speaking on their behalf. It is clearly your lack of skill. Yet you blame others. They continued to bicker back and forth. I suppressed a laugh and diverted my gaze. Turning around, I unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of clear, deep-set eyes. Chen Lin, are you spying on me? This time, I resolved to take the initiative. Indeed, he admitted readily. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in cheers. The dove had been successfully ensnared in the bamboo basket after our prolonged vigil. As we rushed forward, Chen Lin remained still, as did I. Xiao He suddenly spoke. Would you care to join me for stargazing tonight? Stargazing? Yes. Chen Lin tucked a stray strand of hair behind my ear. Blown askew by the wind, that I wish to invite you to witness the tears of Saint Laurent like a tea midnight. And was soundly asleep, her soft snores filling the air. I gently removed her arm draped around my neck and stealthily dressed. What was this feeling? Why did it evoke a sense of stolen intimacy? Such nonsensical thoughts that I shook my head, hastily dismissing them. Clearly, spending too much time with it had begun to warp my thoughts. Stepping out through the door, I found myself enveloped in the darkness of the corridor. "Teacher Chen," I ventured to call out. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated the shadows, revealing Chen Lin, clad in a white t-shirt and long pants. Standing at the door's edge, "I must say, you truly do not appear to have aged at all," I remarked. "Thank you," he sighed. "Had you not reminded me, I might have forgotten my advancing years." Chen Lin straightened slightly and extended his hand toward me. "Let us go." Did I blink slowly a couple of times, then once more? "What's the matter?" he inquired. Nothing. I tremulously grasped his outstretched hand. How could he be so at ease? Or perhaps that it was I who was too stiff. The stairwell grew even darker. What about the motion sensor lights? That I instinctively tightened my grip on Chen Lin. "They must be out of power," he replied, "but they were working just fine this afternoon." "Indeed," he answered. Such is the unpredictability of life that we stumbled out into the hall, where the brilliant summer Milky Way unfurled before us. The night sky resembled a delicate veil, shimmering with stars that sparkled like jewels adorning its fabric. Suddenly, a meteor blazed across the sky, trailing a luminous tail akin to raindrops upon blossoms, or tears shed by a goddess descending to the mortal realm. "Shall he?" Chen Lin drew his gaze away. "It seems we might." He tugged at my hand, urging me to run. That we dashed through the overgrown community, the beam of our flashlight dancing upon the ground. The clasped warmth of our palms was beaded with a thin layer of sweat, and I could no longer discern whose perspiration it was. The distant chirping of cicadas floated through the air, soon overshadowed by the thundering of our heartbeats. The starry expanse hung above us as we sprinted along the deserted streets. Another meteor streaked across the night sky. I understood. This was the sorrow of St. Laurent. We arrived at the park, where the scenery expanded before us. The Persides, a punctual old friend, Chen Lin, reclined upon the grass. I mimicked his posture, resting my arms beneath my head. The evening breeze wafted in, carrying the unique sweetness of a summer night. "Shall he?" Under the vast, unfathomable sky, Chen Lin began softly. I am not one who harbors many expectations. We had discussed myriad topics: survivors, apocalyptic societies, the future of humanity. This time, he finally spoke of himself. Chen Lin's youth shone even brighter than I had envisioned. Keen intuition, insatiable curiosity, profound insights, and even extraordinary social prowess. In comparison, academic achievements seemed less commendable. Naturally, these traits destined him to be anything but a compliant student. As Chen Lin recounted, he had relentlessly pursued every possible avenue in life. Upon completing his college entrance examination, Chen Lin, armed with a score just shy of the admissions threshold for P University, enrolled in the prestigious F University's economics department. That he appeared to effortlessly accomplish what others deemed impossible, managing his studies, papers, and internships with remarkable ease. Yet this high-frequency interaction with the world did not evolve naturally. Near graduation, that day, I returned to school from the company. He recalled, the restaurants along the street blared with variety shows. Passers-by hurriedly rushed from one place to another. Everywhere, enormous billboards illuminated the lively night of Wujiacheng. Yet at that moment, he was suddenly engulfed by weariness and fatigue. It felt like a punishment. God had abruptly withdrawn all his enthusiasm. Work, compensation, entertainment, consumption. Everyone revolves within this closed loop. A repetitive future laid bare before me. Life is but a snare, yet we have all willingly stepped into it. I listened in silence. Gradually, I lost interest in the outside world. The clamor of the crowd only intensified my fatigue. I began to feel lethargic and disconnected. Though not amidst the chaos, I was hardly free. Ultimately, it was merely a form of passive rebellion. Then the virus erupted. The very framework of society crumbled, and social norms were utterly shattered. No one could continue living on autopilot. In this tumultuous apocalypse, Chen Lin thrived more than ever, gathering resources, conducting investigations, studying behaviors, and probing humanity. He observed others while also introspecting at times. I even felt that the former world was the absurdity, that we had all been gently domesticated. His voice was soft, and the true reality exists only here. Chen Lin spoke wisely. Until that moment, I had never lived with such clarity and awareness. After the baptism of the apocalypse, everyone emerged from their trials reborn in their own way. Only Chen had yet to resolve his inner turmoil. As society gradually resumed its functions, everything would revert to its previous course that we, too, would inevitably return to a mundane existence. Are you concerned that freedom might be lost again after the reconstruction? I turned to look at him. I don't know, Chen replied, a first for him. No, I answered on his behalf that we cling to the societal structure, thus ensnaring ourselves in shackles. However, I believe the path to freedom may lie not outside the structure, but within it. For freedom is not the reward of breaking free from constraints. Rather, it is attained in the moment of resistance, when you recognize a form of domestication and strive against it. At that moment, you are already free. Chen turned to me. After a long pause, he smiled, his eyes sparkling like stars. Well said. You were like this when we first met, Xiaohe, seemingly gentle and devoid of temper, yet brimming with courage, conviction, determination, and contemplation. Whenever we wavered, Xiaohe would become the most steadfast among us. Had I not remained back then, I believe I would have regretted it immensely. His voice held a hint of rasp. I am a person without expectations, yet it seems you have rekindled a sense of anticipation that had long been extinguished. Well then. Chen paused at tea that moment. The sky suddenly blazed with light. Behind him, a fireball meteor, exuding a bluish-purple glow, pierced through the clouds. He did not turn around but continued, word by word. Then, my wish is... Wait, I covered his mouth. Don't say it. Did he not know that speaking a wish would render it ineffective? So what are your plans next? He allowed me to cover him. Speaking in muffled tones, I haven't thought it through yet, but I replied, perhaps we should first Clearly, Chen did not endorse this suggestion. Amidst my breathlessness, I heard his voice, close your eyes. Thus, the vast starry sky, along with Chen, gradually descended from my view. The reconstruction after the disaster persisted for 2 years. Due to various losses, the actual number of survivors was estimated to be around 100 million fewer than anticipated. Contracting the H virus would leave lingering effects even after recovery. Besides losing all short-term memories from the zombification period, various cognitive functions and long-term memories were also affected to some degree. Fortunately, after 2 years of re-education, society resumed its operations that we found 2 plots in the cemetery to lay Uncle Gu and Shun how to rest. AS for the brothers Lu Chongfeng. Zhou Mo had used the Jian system to investigate their backgrounds. Their mother had passed away early, and their father was a repeat offender and drug addict, having never fulfilled his parental duties. The brothers spent their childhood relying on each other. Later on, they opened a shooting range in the suburbs. Their records appeared clean, with no criminal history. Perhaps this was simply the product of circumstance. I mused. Seasons changed, and before long, summer arrived once more. The sun was nearing the western horizon, yet the temperature showed no signs of dropping. At the entrance, several sprightly elderly men were chatting in the shade, all familiar faces from the past. They were the very ones who had once chased me through the community, forcing me to flee in fright. The radio in the security room crackled with intermittent broadcasts. According to X news agency, the Central Meteorological Station continues to issue a red warning for high temperatures. This summer, our country has experienced the strongest heat wave since 1961. With temperatures in some southwestern regions reaching 45 C, prolonged heat and scant rainfall have led to meteorological droughts in multiple areas. Based on the current solar activity cycle, such high temperatures will persist until 2025. However, given this year's changes, the sun's activity has exceeded expectations, entering an extraordinary state. Quite hot. I assent it. Chen waved his hand to fan me. Why don't you head up first? And I'll wait for them here. That one do, I shook my head. Beside me, KK was panting, its tongue lolling, tail drooping lifelessly. Just then, I heard someone call my name. Xiaohe. Sun Ning rolled down the back window and waved at me. Shernan and Zhao Heng also emerged from the car. Zhang Yifan greeted us from a distance before parking. Why are you the only one here? I glanced behind Sun Ning. Where Zhou Mo? He was originally given leave, but who knew that something came up at the last minute? Sun Ning shrugged. You all know, right? I've seen the news. Zhao Heng exclaimed in astonishment. Did he also go? Why, yes, they're going to be a problem. Chen expressed some concern. Sun Ning, carefree, was gently rubbing KK's round head. Don't worry, as they spoke, the group made their way home. After the reconstruction, each of them found their own paths. They often gathered less and parted more. Zhou Mo returned to the front lines, while Sun Ning continued her research under Professor Wang. Zhang Yifan, having sustained an injury, transitioned to a minor government position and seized an opportunity in the talent gap and resumed working at the city hospital, not as a trainee, but as a fully fledged physician. Chen pursued her unfinished postgraduate studies. Zhao Hong inherited his parents' noodle shop, reportedly earning a substantial income. Chen Lin finally discovered a profession he cherished, serving as a librarian at the city library. I had visited a few times. The library was grandly constructed, with over 20 floors filled with books. Chen Lin's daily task involved placing requested books into an elevator according to electronic prompts. He had no colleagues and no patrons. Apart from the densely packed shelves, he was alone on the floor. I often joked that he was merely slacking off with books in between tasks. As for me, I entered the Virology Institute at my parents' recommendation that my arrival, marked by a lack of qualifications, seemed unwelcome among my colleagues. Some inquired directly, others mocked me privately, and some subtly tried to trip me up. Perhaps owing to the trials of a post-apocalyptic society, it was hard to feel animosity towards normal people. Compared to those who once pointed guns at me, they were almost endearing. The darkest and cruelest entanglements of interest are always those involving human lives. After facing such realities, other trivial matters appeared negligible. The saying human nature is complex and cannot be directly confronted suggests not to criticize others, but to reflect on oneself. The scars inflicted by the apocalypse upon the mind and body have transformed into unspeakable secrets. The growth from this experience is a unique treasure known only to oneself. Some say, the sweetest place is closest to the bone, for having deeply tasted both joy and sorrow, superficial happiness cannot ensnare us, nor can trivial suffering compel our submission. From this elevated perspective, we ultimately escape the endless vortex of daily life. Chapter 7. How unfortunate. We rarely gather, and yet we're disrupted by an old witch. And in huffed in annoyance, 80,000. Bang, as I spoke. I placed down 80,000 tiles, pondering my next move. That IT was prime time for the evening news. The expert on television sat upright, solemnly analyzing the impacts of Pelosi's visit. According to the D Department's War Zone disclosure on August 26, our military will soon organize combat readiness patrols and realistic drills around the strait. The War Zone troops will resolutely defend national sovereignty and security. Will it really escalate to conflict? Zhao Hong glanced at the television, appearing worried about Zhou Mo's situation. Not so easily, Sun Ning replied without looking up. 5 tiles, 0.9 tiles. Chen Lin followed suit. I chuckled as I pushed my tiles forward. I can win with just 1 tile? Hooray! What is going on, brother Chen Lin? Are you feeding him tiles? Zhao Hong observed for a long while. ISNT that 9 tiles a pair. Why did you split them? Despicable, insidious, cunning. Sun Ning condemned loudly. You two are colluding. And then scoffed, someone like Chen Lin should be sent to the kitchen to cook, lacking any competitive spirit to be at the table. That if Zhou Mo were here, it would be great. His poor skills would surely help me out. Sun Ning lamented, slumped over the mahjong table. Forget it. Even that big liar would just end up getting scolded. I remarked. What liar? Zhao Hong was still in the dark. Zhou Mo is an undercover agent, and instead, grinding her teeth in frustration, that in truth, the military had always harbored doubts about us. However, due to incomplete evidence and sensational stories circulating in the base, they couldn't justifiably detain us. Seeing that An and I were about to make our escape, they allowed Zhou Mo to bring us back, hoping to gather more evidence and testimonies. His initial target for seduction was Zhang Yifan, but it was all messed up by some strategist. Chen Lin hinted at, that is not important. I waved my hand. As soon as you arrived, he immediately shifted his target. So, Zhao Heng looked despondent. Did he collect bird eggs, swim in the river, and pick up zombie droppings with me just to extract information? Don't worry, and then patted his shoulder. Feel free to cry. But why did he come to me instead of brother Chen Lin? What do you think? And then rolled her eyes from the moment Zhou Mo arrived. Chen Lin had already stripped him bare. Do you have a mission? How will the base handle things? He asked a whole bunch of questions. After all, A soldier can't just leave without a word. It defies logic. Oh, how did Zhou respond? He said no. A clumsy lie, I retorted. Zhou likely hadn't thought through his excuse, especially since Chen only played the role of a male lead in an ant story. Who would have imagined this male lead possessed such high intelligence? Zhao Heng turned the tables, but he didn't question Xiao He at all. You clearly haven't seen how Xiao He extracts information from the military vehicle. Zhou couldn't get a word out and ended up putting himself in jeopardy. Those two are clearly two peas in a pod. Zhao Heng was on the verge of tears. And then, so we were targeted for being too foolish. Don't speak nonsense. And in cleared her throat, I was laying a smokescreen, deliberately misleading him. Seeing Zhao Heng still looking glum, Chen consoled him, don't listen to an end's nonsense. The mission is real, and so is friendship. I nodded. You will always be his most capable partner. That moment. Shernan poked her head out from the kitchen. Everyone, dinner will be ready in 10 minutes. We know, we chorused. Taking advantage of the time, I returned to the guest room. All the shelves in the room had been cleared out. IT now served as my study. Just as I opened my computer, the door creaked open. I request 10 minutes of free time. I raised my hand. I'll join you later. Xiao He, what mischief are you up to lately? And it entered with a face full of suspicion. I've noticed several times that staying up late, chuckling at the computer. Tell me the truth, is something going on? This girl is so sensitive to gossip, yet so oblivious when it comes to her own affairs. If only she could channel that keen intuition into her romantic pursuits. Someone wouldn't have to struggle so much. Seeing my silence, she grabbed my hand. Think carefully, Xiao He. What will Chen do? Men face a deluge of scorn for remarrying. Who else remarrying? Sun Ning barged in. Wearing slippers, this guy, usually hard of hearing, became exceptionally sharp at moments like this. His loud voice quickly filled the small room. Shernan still held a spatula in one hand. Zhang Yifan hadn't even had time to remove his apron. Who's remarrying? That's nonsense. I laughed in exasperation, shifting my body aside. You all can see for yourselves. Huh. Sun Ning leaned closer. Is this a novel? Yes, it's almost finished. What? Zhao Heng pointed at the screen. Why is my name here? I see. Zhang Yifan realized. Xiao He's writing our story. Let me see. Anan snatched the mouse, scrolling to the top of the page. Haven't you named it yet? Shernan glanced at the empty title bar. I nodded, yes. Do you have any good ideas? I say, how about the man named Sun Ning developed a cure and saved the world? Come on. And then quickly scrolled through the webpage, retorting without looking back. You seem to have no awareness of your own role. I went crazy farming in the apocalypse. How about that? Zhao Heng suggested, clearly referring to himself. That has something to say for your autobiographical novel. I tactfully rejected. Shernan adjusted her glasses. The story of my friends and I surviving the apocalypse and ultimately being rescued. How about that? Can a book title really be that long? Very meticulous. I took a deep breath. I can consider putting in a synopsis. Next came titles like Apocalypse, War God, and My Beautiful Neighbor, all laden with personal agendas, which I promptly dismissed that I knew none of them were reliable. Someone was still watching the spectacle with crossed arms. Chen that I pulled him, quickly helped me think of a title. He pursed his lips and said, I indeed have an idea. What about the survivors speak? How does that sound? I seemed to grasp his intention. Whether as recorders or recorded, humans or zombies, discussants or spectators, all those entwined in the narrative share a singular identity. The answer lies within the title itself. He ruffled my hair, saying, if you use it, remember to add my name to the authorship. How naive of you, I retorted, wanting to critique him further when it tugged at my sleeve. Xiao He, I SNT that a bit too overt. She pointed at the screen. The post-disaster reconstruction lasted 2 years. Considering losses, our country estimates around 1.4 billion survivors. Only by becoming a zombie does one stand a chance of survival. Given that the virus erupted from coastal regions, the number of survivors there is significantly higher than in inland provinces. Can we really write it this way? She asked with a hint of concern. It's fine, I reassured her. They will only perceive that the population has always been 1.4 billion. They will only believe that the demographic distribution has consistently favored the East over the West. Yes, dear survivors, upon reaching this point, you may have begun to understand everything that I in this chapter of history. The global population has nearly halved, reduced by 2/3. The losses incurred by Western nations employing modern weaponry against hordes of the undead have been particularly grave. The population of the United States plummeted from 1.8 billion to merely 300 million. For reasons encompassing politics, culture, religion, and psychology, all nations reached a consensus to collectively seal this chapter of history. 2022 was followed by 2023. And 2023 was succeeded by 2024. Yet, after 2024, everything reverted to the beginning. The year's outset. The latest vaccine targeting the H virus was promoted nationwide under the guise of a booster shot. Countless deaths were buried beneath the weight of the pandemic. Indeed, dear survivors, this year has been unseasonably warm, as 2025 coincides with a peak cycle of solar activity. Those among you who study astronomy might find clarity in many of your lingering questions by now. Perhaps you have already noticed that the planets you observe are no longer in their original positions. Do not panic. This is entirely normal. Although all the watches, clocks, and calendars on Earth have developed a 3-year discrepancy. The universe and its stars do not deceive. Yes, dear survivors, this has never been a prophecy of the future. Rather, it is a tale that has already unfolded. I find myself at the very heart of this tempest, witnessing many come to my side while countless others depart forever. And one knows their stories. They have been forgotten by history. Dear survivors, you ought to understand how you were saved. You should know how those nameless heroes, who fell on the front lines, came to your aid one after another. Of course, as a storyteller, I harbor my own small selfishness. I fear that one day I may forget those friends who have departed, forget that I once lived so deeply and existed so vividly. Thus, while my memories remain fresh, I wish to document it all faithfully. As I conclude this narrative, the daylight has already broken outside my window.